The Younger Set. Chapter 1, His Own People. You never met Selwyn, did you? No, sir. Never heard anything definite about his trouble? Insisted Gerard. Oh, yes, sir, replied young Errol. I have heard a good deal about it. Everybody has, you know. Well, I do not know, retorted Austin Gerard irritably, what everybody has heard, but I suppose it's the usual garbled version made up of distorted fact and malicious gossip. That's why I sent for you. Sit down. Gerald Errol seated himself on the edge of the big, polished table in Austin's private office, one leg swinging, an unlighted cigarette between his lips. Austin Gerard, his late guardian, big, florid, with that peculiar blue eye which seems to characterize hasty temper, stood by the window, tossing up and catching the glittering gold piece souvenir of the directors' meeting which he had just left. What has happened, he said, is this. Captain Selwyn is back in town, sent up his card to me, but they told him I was attending a directors' meeting. When the meeting was over, I found his card and a message scribbled, saying he would recently landed and was going uptown to call on Nina. She will keep him there, of course, until I get home, so I shall see him this evening. Now, before you meet him, I want you to plainly understand the truth about this unfortunate affair. And that's why I telephoned your gimletied friend Neargard just now to let you come around here for half an hour. The boy nodded and, drawing a gold matchbox from his waistcoat pocket, lighted his cigarette. Why the devil do not you smoke cigars? Growled Austin, more to himself than to Gerald, then, pocketing the gold piece, seated himself heavily in his big leather desk chair. In the first place, he said, Captain Selwyn is my brother-in-law, which would not make an atom of difference to me in my judgment of what has happened if he had been at fault. But the facts of the case are these. He held up an impressive forefinger and laid it flat across the large, ruddy palm of the other hand. First of all, he married a cat. Cat, is that clear, Gerald? Yes, sir. Good. What sort of a dance she led him out there in Manila, I have heard. Never mind that now. What I want you to know is how he behaved with what quiet dignity, steady patience, and sweet temper under constant provocation and mortification he conducted himself. Then that fellow Ruthven turned Upan Selwyn is above that sort of suspicion. Besides, his scouts took the field within a week. He dropped a heavy, highly colored fist on his desk with a bang. After that hike, Selwyn came back to find that Alikes had sailed with Jack Ruthven. And what did he do? Take legal measures to free himself, as you or I or anybody with an ounce of temper in M would have done? No, he did not. That infernal Selwyn conscience began to get busy, making him believe that if a woman kicks over the traces, it must be because of some occult shortcoming on his part. In some way or other, that man persuaded himself of his responsibility for her misbehavior. He knew what it meant if he did not ask the law to aid him to get rid of her. He knew perfectly well that his silence meant acknowledgement of culpability, that he could not remain in the service under such suspicion. And now, Gerald, continued Austin, striking his broad palm with extended forefinger and leaning heavily forward, I will tell you what sort of a man Philip Selwyn is. He permitted Alikes to sue him for absolute divorcing, to give her every chance to marry Ruthven. He refused to defend the suit. That sort of chivalry is very picturesque, no doubt, but it cost him his career, set him adrift at 35. A man branded as having been divorced from his wife for cause, with no profession left him, no business, not much money, a man in the prime of life and hope and ambition, clean in thought and deed, an upright, just, generous, sensitive man, whose whole career has been blasted because he was too merciful, too generous to throw the blame where it belonged. And it belongs on the shoulders of that Mrs. Jack Ruthven, Alikes Ruthven, whose name you may see in the columns of any paper that truckles to the sort of society she figures in. Austin stood up, thrust his big hands into his pockets, paced the room for a few moments, and halted before Gerald. If any woman ever played me a dirty trick, he said, I would see that the public made no mistake in placing the blame. I'm that sore, shrugged. Phil Selwyn is not. That's the difference it may be in his favor from an ethical and sentimental point of view. All right, let it go at that. But all I meant you to understand is that he is every inch a man, and when you have the honor to meet him, keep that fact in the back of your head, among the few brains with which Providence has equipped you. Thanks, said Gerald, coloring up. He cast his cigarette into the empty fireplace, slid off the edge of the table, and picked up his hat. Austin eyed him without particular approval. You buy too many clothes, he observed. That's a new suit, is not it? Certainly, said Gerald, I needed it. Oh, if you can afford it, all right. How's the nimble Mr. Nearguard? Nearguard is flourishing. We put through that Rose Valley deal. I tell you what, Austin, I wish you could see your way clear to finance one or two. Austin's frown cut him short. Oh, all right, you know your own business, of course, said the boy, a little resentfully. Only as Fane, Harmon Co. have thought it worthwhile. I do not care what Fane, Harmon think, growled Austin, touching a button over his desk. His stenographer entered. He nodded a curt dismissal to Gerald, adding, as the boy reached the door, your sister expects you to be on hand tonight, and so do we. Gerald halted. I would clean forgot, he began. I made another a rather important engagement. But Austin was not listening. In fact, he had already begun to dictate to his demure stenographer, and Gerald stood a moment, hesitating, then turned on his heel and went away down the resounding marble corridor. They never let me alone, he muttered. They are always at meflowing me up as though I were a schoolboy. Austin's the worst, never satisfied. What do I care for all these functions sitting around with the younger set and keeping the cradle of conversation rocking? I will not go to that infernal baby show. He entered the elevator and shot down to the great rotunda, still scowling over his grievance. For he had made arrangements to join a card party at Julius Nearguard's rooms that night, and he had no intention of foregoing that pleasure just because his sister's first grown-up dinner party was fixed for the same date. As for this man Selwyn, whom he had never met, he saw no reason why he should drop business and scuttle uptown in order to welcome him. No doubt he was a good fellow. No doubt he had behaved very decently in a matter which, until a few moments before, he had heard little about. He meant to be civil. He would look up Selwyn when he had a chance and ask him to dine at the club. But this afternoon he could not do it, and, as for the evening, he had made his arrangements, and he had no intention of disturbing them on Austin's account. When he reached his office, he picked up the telephone and called up Gerard's house, but neither his sister nor anybody else was there, except the children and servants, and Captain Selwyn had not yet called. So he left no message, merely saying that he would call up again, which he forgot to do. Meanwhile, Captain Selwyn was sauntering along Fifth Avenue under the leafless trees, scanning the houses of the rich and great across the way. And these new houses of the rich and great stared back at him out of 1,000 casements, as polished and expressionless as the monocles of the mighty. And strolling at leisure in the pleasant winter weather, he came presently to a street, stretching eastward in all the cold impressiveness of very new limestone and plate glass. Could this be the street where his sister now lived? As usual when perplexed, he slowly raised his hand to his mustache, and his pleasant gray eyes, still slightly bloodshot from the glare of the tropics, narrowed as he inspected this unfamiliar house. The house was a big elaborate limestone affair, evidently new. Winter sunshine sparkled on lace-hung casement, on glass marquees, and the burnished bronze foliations of grille and door. It was flood-tight along Fifth Avenue. Motor, brougham, and Victoria swept by on the glittering current. Pretty women glanced out from limousine and tonneau. Young men of his own type, silk-hatted, frock-coated, the crooks of their walking sticks tucked up under their left arms, passed on the park side. But the nods of recognition, lifted hats, the mellow warnings of motor horns, clattering hoofs, the sun flashing on carriage wheels and polished panels, on liveries, harness, on the satin coats of horse gem like a spark of fire smothered by the sables at a woman's throat, and the bright indifference of her beauty, all this had long since lost any meaning for him. For him, the pageant passed as the west wind passes in summer over the glimmering valley grasses, and he saw it through sun-dazzled eyes, all this, and the leafless trees beyond against the sky, and the trees mirrored in a little wintry lake as brown as the brown of the eyes which were closed to him now forever. As he stood there, again he seemed to hear the whistle's signal, clear, distant, rippling across the wind-blown grasses where the brown constabulary lay firing in the sunshine. But the rifle shots were the crack of whips, and it was only a fat policeman of the traffic squad whistling to clear the swarming jungle trails of the great metropolis. Again Selwyn turned to the house, hesitating, unreconciled. Every sunlit window stared back at him. He had not been prepared for so much limestone and marquise magnificence, where there was more Renaissance than architecture, and more bay window than both. But the number was the number of his sister's house. And, as the street and the avenue corroborated the numbered information, he mounted the doorstep, rang, and leisurely examined four stiff box trees flanking the ornate portal meager vegetation, compared to what he had been accustomed to for so many years. Nobody came. Once or twice he fancied he heard sounds proceeding from inside the house. He rang again and fumbled for his card case. Somebody was coming. The moment that the door opened, he was aware of a distant and curious uproar, far away echoes of cheering, and the faint barking of dogs. These seemed to cease as the man in waiting admitted him. But before he could make an inquiry or produce a card, Bedlam itself apparently broke loose somewhere in the immediate upper landing, noise in its crudest elemental definition, through which the mortified man at the door strove to make himself heard. "Beg pardon, sir. It's the children broke loose and run in wild like." "The what?" "Only the children, Surfix huntin' the cat, sir." His voice was lost in the yelling dissonance descending crescendo from floor to floor. Then an avalanche of children and dogs poured down the hall stairs in pursuit of a rumpled and bored cat, tumbling with yelps and cheers and thuds among the thick rugs on the floor. Here the cat turned and soundly cuffed a pair of fat beagle puppies, who shrieked and fled, burrowing for safety into the yelling heap of children and dogs on the floor. Above this heap, legs, arms, and the tails of dogs waved wildly for a moment. Then a small boy, blond hair in disorder, staggered to his knees and, setting hollowed hand to cheek, shouted, "Hi, Forard, hark away, Forard, take him, Rags, now Tatters, after him, Oni, get on there, Schnitzel, worry him, Stinger, Tallyhoo." At which encouraging invitation, the two fat beagle pups, a waddling dachshund, a cocker, and an Irish terrier flew at Selwyn's nicely creased trousers, and the small boy, rising to his feet, became aware of that astonished gentleman for the first time. "Steady there," exclaimed Selwyn, bringing his walking stick to a brisk bayonet defense. "Steady, men. Prepare to receive infantry and doggery, too," he added, backing away. "No quarter, remember the Alamo." The man at the door had been too horrified to speak, but he found his voice now. "Oh, you hush up, Dawson," said the boy, and to Selwyn he added tentatively, "Hello." "Hello yourself," replied Selwyn, keeping off the circling pups with the point of his stick. "What is this, anyway, a Walpurgis hunt, or Eliza and the Bloodhounds?" Several children, disentangling themselves from the heap, rose to confront the visitor. The shocked man, Dawson, attempted to speak again, but Selwyn's raised hand quieted him. The small boy with the blonde hair stepped forward and dragged several dogs from the vicinity of Selwyn's shins. "This is the Shallowbrook hunt," he explained. "I am master of hounds. My sister Drina, there, is one of the whips. Part of the game is to all fall down together and pretend we have come croppers. You see, do not you?" "I see," nodded Selwyn. "It's a pretty stiff hunting country, is not it?" "Yes, it is. There's wire, you know," volunteered the girl, Drina, rubbing the bruises on her plump shins. "Exactly," agreed Selwyn. "Bad thing, wire. Your whips should warn you." The big black cat, horribly bored by the proceedings, had settled down on a hall seat, keeping one disdainful yellow eye on the dogs. "All the same, we had a pretty good run," said Drina, taking the cat into her arms and seating herself on the cushions. "Did not we, Kit Kai?" And turning to Selwyn, "Kit Kai makes a pretty good foxenly. She is not enough afraid of us to run away very fast. Will not you sit down? Our mother is not at home, but we are." "Would you really like to have me stay?" asked Selwyn. "Well," admitted Drina frankly, "of course we cannot tell yet how interesting you are because we do not know you. We are trying to be polite and, in a fierce whisper, turning on the smaller of the boys, Winthrop, "Take your finger out of your mouth and stop staring at guests. Billy, you make him behave himself." The blond-haired 1000. FH reached for his younger brother. The infant culprit avoided him and sullenly withdrew the sucked finger but not his fascinated gaze. "I want to know who he ith," he lisped in a loud aside. "So do I," admitted a tiny maid in stick-out skirts. Drina dropped the cat, swept the curly hair from her eyes, and stood up very straight in her kilts and bare knees. "They do not really mean to be rude," she explained. "They are only children." Then, detecting the glimmering smile in Selwyn's eyes, "But perhaps you would not mind telling us who you are because we all would like to know, but we are not going to be ill-bred enough to ask." Their direct, expectant gaze slightly embarrassed him. He laughed a little, but there was no response from them. Well, he said, as a matter of fact and record, I am a sort of relative of your species of avuncular relation. What is that? Asked Drina coldly. That, said Selwyn, means that I am more or less of an uncle to you. Hope you do not mind. You do not have to entertain me, you know. An uncle, repeated Drina. Our uncle, echoed Billy. You are not our soldier uncle, are you? You are not our Uncle Philip, are you? It amounts to that, admitted Selwyn. Is it all right? There was a dead silence, broken abruptly by Billy. Where is your sword, then? At the hotel. Would you like to see it, Billy? The 5 children drew a step nearer, inspecting him with merciless candor. Is it all right? Asked Selwyn again, smilingly uneasy under the concentrated scrutiny. How about it, Drina? Shall we shake hands? Drina spoke at last. Yees, she said slowly, I think it is all right to shake hands. She took a step forward, stretching out her hand. Selwyn stooped. She laid her right hand across his, hesitated, looked up fearlessly, and then, raising herself on tiptoe, placed both arms upon his shoulders, offering her lips. One by one, the other children came forward to greet this promising new uncle, whom the younger among them had never before seen, and whom Drina, the oldest, had forgotten, except as that fabled warrior of legendary exploits, whose name and fame had become cherished classics of their nursery. And now children and dogs clustered amicably around him. Underfoot tails wagged, noses sniffed, playful puppy teeth tweaked at his coat skirts, and in front and at either hand, eager, flushed little faces were upturned to his, shy hands sought his and nestled confidently into the hollow of his palms, or took firm, proprietary hold of sleeve and coat. I infer, observed Selwyn blandly, that your father and mother are not at home. Perhaps I would better stop in later. But you are going to stay here, are not you? Exclaimed Drina in dismay. Do not you expect to tell us stories? Do not you expect to stay here and live with us and put on your uniform for us and show us your swords and pistols? Do not you? We have waited such a very long time for you to do this, added Billy. If you will come up to the nursery, we will have a drag hunt for you, pleaded Drina. Everybody is out of the house and we can make as much noise as we please. Will you? Have not you any governesses or nurses or something? Asked Selwyn, finding himself already on the stairway and still being dragged upward. Our governess is away, said Billy triumphantly, and our nurses can do nothing with us. I do not doubt it, murmured Selwyn, but where are they? Somebody must have locked them in the schoolroom, observed Billy carelessly. Come on, Uncle Philip, we will have a first-class drag hunt before we unlock the schoolroom and let them out. Anyway, they can brew tea there if they are lonely, added Drina, ushering Selwyn into the big sunny nursery, where he stood, irresolute, looking about him, aware that he was conniving at open mutiny. From somewhere on the floor above, persistent hammering and muffled appeals satisfied him as to the location and indignation of the schoolroom prisoners. You ought to let them out, he said. You will surely be punished. We will let them out after we have made noise enough, said Billy calmly. We will probably be punished anyway, so we may as well make a noise. Yes, added Drina, we are going to make all the noise we can while we have the opportunity. Billy, is everything ready? And before Selwyn understood precisely what was happening, he found himself the center of a circle of madly racing children and dogs. Round and round him they tore. Billy yelled for the hurdles and Josephine knocked over some chairs and dragged them across the course of the route, and over them leaped and scrambled children and puppies, splitting the air with that same quality of din which had greeted him upon his entrance to his sister's house. When there was no more breath left in the children, and when the dogs lay about, grinning and lolling, Drina approached him, bland and disheveled. That circus, she explained, was for your entertainment. Now will you please do something for ours? Certainly, said Selwyn, looking about him vaguely. Shall we build blocks, or shall I read to Yower out of that big picture book? Picture book, repeated Billy with scorn. That's good enough for nurses to read. You are a soldier, you know. Soldiers have real stories to tell. I see, he said meekly. What am I to tell you about our missionaries in Sulu? In the first place, began Drina, You are to lie down flat on the floor and creep about, and show us how the morrows wriggle through the grass to bolo our sentinels. Why, it sits this way, began Selwyn, leaning back in his rocking chair and comfortably crossing one knee over the other. For instance, suppose. Oh, but you must show us, interrupted Billy. Get down on the floor, please, uncle. I can tell it better, protested Selwyn. I can show you just the. Please lie down and show us how they wriggle, begged Drina. I do not want to get down on the floor, he said feebly. Is it necessary? But they had already discovered that he could be bullied, and they had it their own way. And presently Selwyn lay prone upon the nursery floor, impersonating a ladrone while pleasant shivers chased themselves over Drina, whom he was stalking. And it was while all were passionately intent upon the pleasing and snake-like progress of their uncle, that a young girl in furs, ascending the stairs two at a time, peeped perfunctorily into the nursery, as she passed the hallway and halted amazed. Selwyn, sitting up rumpled and cross-legged on the floor, after having boloed Drina to everybody's exquisite satisfaction, looked around at the sudden rustle of skirts to catch a glimpse of a vanishing figurea glimmer of ruddy hair and the white curve of a youthful face, half buried in a muff. Mortified, he got to his feet, glanced out into the hallway, and began adjusting his attire. No, you do not, he said mildly. I decline to perform again. If you want any more wriggling, you must accomplish it yourselves. Drina, has your governess be any unfortunate chancered hair? No, said the child, and will not you please crawl across the floor and bolo me just once more? Bolo me, insisted Billy. I have not been mangled yet. Let Billy assassinate somebody himself. And, by the way, Drina, are there any maids or nurses or servants in this remarkable house who occasionally wear copper-tinted hair and black fox furs? No, Eileen does. Will not you please wriggle? Who is Eileen? Eileen, why don't you know who Eileen is? No, I do not, began Captain Selwyn, when a delighted shout from the children swung him toward the door again. His sister, Mrs. Gerard, stood there in carriage gown and sables, radiant with surprise. Phil, you, exactly like you, Philip, to come strolling in from the antipodes, dear fellow, recovering from the fraternal embrace and holding both lapels of his coat in her gloved hands. 6 years, she said again and again, tenderly reproachful. Alexandrin was a baby of 6, Drina. Child, do you remember my brother? Do you remember your uncle Philip? She does not remember. You cannot expect her to recollect. She is only 12. I remember one thing, observed Drina serenely. Brother and sister turned toward her in pride and delight, and the child went on. My aunt Alix, I remember her. She was so pretty, concluded Drina, nodding thoughtfully in the effort to remember more. Uncle Philip, where is she now? But her uncle seemed to have lost his voice as well as his color, and Mrs. Gerard's gloved fingers tightened on the lapels of his coat. Drinacald, she faltered, but Drina, immersed in reflection, smiled dreamily. So pretty, she murmured. I remember my aunt Alix. Drina, repeated her mother sharply, go and find Bridget this minute. Selwyn's hesitating hand sought his mustache. He lifted his iced, steady gray eyes, slightly bloodshot o his sister's distressed face. I never dreamed, she began. The child has never spoken off her from that time to this. I never dreamed she could remember. I do not understand what you are talking about, mother, said Drina, but her pretty mother caught her by the shoulders, striving to speak lightly. Where in the world is Bridget, child? Where is Katie? And what is all this I hear from Dawson? It cannot be possible that you have been fox hunting all over the house again. Your nurses know perfectly well that you are not to hunt anywhere except in your own nursery. I know it, said Drina, but Kit Kai got out and ran downstairs. We had to follow her, you know, until she went to earth. Selwyn quietly bent over toward Billy. Where wire, my friend, he said under his breath. You would better cut upstairs and unlock that schoolroom. And while Mrs. Gerard turned her attention to the cluster of clamoring younger children, the boy vanished only to reappear a moment later, retreating before the vengeful exclamations of the lately imprisoned nurses who pursued him, caps and aprons flying, bewailing aloud their ignominious incarceration. Billy, exclaimed his mother, did you do that? Bridget, Master William is to take supper by himself in the schoolroom and no marmalade. No, Billy, not one drop. We all saw him lock the door, said Drina honestly. And you let him? Oh, Drina and Ellen. Katie, no marmalade for Miss Drinanon for any of the children. Josie, mother feels dreadfully because you all have been so naughty. Winthrop your finger, instantly. Clemence, baby, where on earth did you acquire all that grime on your face and fists? And to her brother, such a household, Phil. Everybody incompetent, including me. Everything topsy-turvy. And all 5 dogs perfectly possessed to lie on that pink rug in the music room. Have they been there today, Drina, while you were practicing? Yes, and there are some new spots, mother. I am very sorry. Take the children away, said Mrs. Gerard. But she bent over, kissing each culprit as the file passed out, convoyed by the amply revenged nurses. No marmalade, remember, and mother has a great mind not to come up at bedtime and lean over you. Mother has no desire to lean over her babies tonight. To lean over the children was always expected of this mother. The direst punishment on the rather brief list was to omit this intimate evening ceremony. And mother, stammered the master of foxhounds, you will lean over us, will not you? Mother has not decided. Oh, mother, wailed Josie, and a howl of grief and dismay rose from Winthrop, modified to a gurgle by the forbidden finger. You will not you? Begged Drina. We have been pretty bad, but not bad enough for that. Yes, I will. Stop that noise, Winthrop. Josie, I am going to lean over you and you too, Clemence, baby. Katie, take those dogs away immediately, and remember about the marmalade. Reassured, smiling through tears, the children trooped off, it being the bathing hour. And Mrs. Gerard threw her fur stole over one shoulder and linked her slender arm in her brother's. You see, I am not much of a mother, she said. If I was, I would stay here all day and every day, week in and year out, and try to make these poor infants happy. I have no business to leave them for 1 second. Would not they get too much of you? Suggested Selwyn. Thanks, I suppose that even a mother had better practice an artistic absence occasionally. Are they not sweet? What do you think of them? You never before saw the 3 youngest. You saw Drina when you went east and Billy was a few months old. What do you think of them? Honestly, Phil. All to the good, Ninette, very ornamental. Drin that Josephine kid are real beauties? Eardached to Billy tremendously. He told me that he would locked up his nurses. I ought to have interfered. It was really my fault, you see. And you did not make him let them out? You are not going to be very good morally for my young. Tell me, Phil, have you seen Austin? I went to the trust company, but he was attending a director's confab. How is he? He's prosperous anyhow, I observe, with a humorous glance around the elaborate hallway which they were traversing. Do not dare laugh at us, smiled his sister. I wish we were back in 10th Street. But so many children came Billy, Josephine, Winthrop, and Tinnon, the 10th Street house was not half big enough, and a dreadful speculative builder built this house and persuaded Austin to buy it. Oh dear, and here we are among the rich and great, and the steel kings and copper kings and oil kings and their heirs and dauphin. Do you like the house? It's Saromi, he said cheerfully. Oh, it is not so bad from the outside, and we have just had it redecorated inside. Misner did it. Look, dear, is not that a cunning bedroom? Drawing him toward a partly open door. Do not be so horridly critical. Austin is becoming used to it now, so do not stir him up and make fun of things. Anyway, you are going to stay here. No, I am at the Holland. Of course you are to live with us. You have resigned from the service, have not you? He looked at her sharply, but did not reply. A curious flash of telepathy passed between them. She hesitated then. You once promised Austin and me that you would stay with us. But Nina. No, no, no. Wait, pressing an electric button. Watson, Captain Selwyn's luggage is to be brought here immediately from the Holland. Immediately? And to Selwyn? Austin will not be at home before 6:30. Come up with me now and see your quarters a perfectly charming place for you, with your own smoking room and dressing closet and bath. Wait, we will take the elevator as long as we have one. Smilingly protesting, yet touched by the undisguised sincerity of his welcome, he suffered himself to be led into the elevator, a dainty white and rose rococo affair. His sister adjusted a tiny lever. The car moved smoothly upward and presently stopped, and they emerged upon a wide landing. Here, said Nina, throwing open a door. Is not this comfortable? Is there anything you do not fancy about it? If there is, tell me frankly. Little sister, he said, imprisoning both her hands. It is a paradise, but I do not intend to come here and squat on my relatives, and I will not. Philip, you are common. Oh, I know you and Austin think you want me. Phil. All right, dear. It's awfully generous of you, so I will pay you a visit for a little while. You will live here. That's what you will do, though I suppose you are dreaming and scheming to have all sorts of secret caves and queer places to yourself horrid, grimy, smoky bachelor quarters, where you can behave sansfacken. I have had enough of sansfacken, he said grimly. After shacks and bungalows and gunboats and troop ships, do you suppose this does not look rather heavenly? Dear fellow, she said, looking tenderly at him, and then under her breath, what a ghastly life you have led. But he knew she did not refer to the military portion of his life. He threw back his coat, dug both hands into his pockets, and began to wander about the rooms, halting sometimes to examine nondescript articles of ornament or bits of furniture as though politely interested. But she knew his thoughts were steadily elsewhere. There is no reason, she said, why you should not call this house home. Sauntering about, aware at moments that her troubled eyes were following him, he came back, presently, to where she sat perched upon his bed. It all looks most inviting, Nina, he said cheerfully, seating himself beside her. Well, you can scarcely be expected to understand how this idea of a home takes hold of a man who has none. Yes, I do, she said. All this he paused, leisurely, to select his wordsalt this youth children that jolly nursery, he stopped again, looking out of the window, and his sister looked at him through eyes grown misty. There is no reason, she said, why you should not call this house home. And no reason, thank you, I will for a few days. No reason, dear, she insisted. We are your own people, we are all you have, Phil. The children adore you already. Austin, you know what he thinks of you, and I. You are very kind, Ninette. He sat partly turned from her, staring at the sunny window. Presently he slid his hand back along the bed covers until it touched and tightened over hers, and in silence she raised it to her lips. They remained so for a while, he still partly turned from her, his perplexed and narrowing gaze fixed on the window, she pressing his clenched hand to her lips, thoughtful and silent. Before Austin comes, he said at length, let's get the thing overran Barrietta as long as it will stay buried. Yes, dear. Well, then, but his throat closed tight with the effort. Alix is here, she said gently, did you know it? He nodded. You know, of course, that she's married Jack Ruthven. He nodded again. Are you on leave, Phil, or have you really resigned? Resigned. I knew it, she sighed. He said, as I did not defend the suit, I could not remain in the service. There's too much said about us, anyway about us who are appointed from civil life, and thento have that happen. Phil. What? Will you answer me one thing? Yes, I guess so. Do you still care for her? I am sorry for her. After a painful silence, his sister said, could you tell me how it began, Phil? How it began, I do not know that either. When Bannard's command took the field, I went with the scouts. Alix remained in Manila. Ruthven was there for Fane, Harmon Co. That's how it began, I suppose, and it's a rotten climate for morals, and that's how it began. Only that we had had differences. It's been one misunderstanding after another. If you mean was I mixed up with another woman, oh, she knew that. She was very young, Phil. He nodded, I do not blame her. Could not anything have been done? If it could, neither she nor I did either knew how to do it, I suppose. It went wrong from the beginning. It was founded on Frost had been engaged to Harmon, and she threw him over for Boots Lansing. Then I came along, Boots behaved like a thoroughbred, that is all there is to it, experience, romance, troubly a quick beginning, a quick parting, and two more fools to give the lie to civilization, and justify the West Pointers in their opinions of civil appointees. Try not to be so bitter, Phil. Did you know she was going before she left Manila? I had not the remotest idea of the affair. I thought that we were trying to learn something about life and about each other. Then that climax came. He turned and stared out of the window, dropping his sister's hand. She could not stand me, she could not stand the life, the climate, the inconveniences, the absence of what she was accustomed to. She was dead tired of it all. I can understand that, and I did not know what to do about it. So we drifted, and the catastrophe came very quickly. Let me tell you something. A West Pointer and Annapolis man knows what sort of life he's going into and what he is to expect when he marries. Usually, too, he marries into the Army or Navy set, and the girl knows, too, what kind of a married life that means. But I did not, neither did Alikes. And we went under, that's all, fighting each other heart and soul to the end. Is she happy with Ruthven? I never knew him and never cared to. I suppose they go about in town among the yellow set, do they? Yes, I have met Alikes once or twice. She was perfectly composed, formal, but unembarrassed. She has shifted her milieu somewhat. He began with the influx of Ruthven's friends from the yellow section of the younger married set, the Orkles, Fanes, Minsters, and Delmer Carnes, which is all right if she would stay there. But in town, you are likely to encounter anybody, where the somebodies of one set merge into the somebodies of another. And we are always looking over our fences, you know. By the way, she added cheerfully, I am dipping into the younger set myself, Tonight and Eileen's account. I brought her out Thursday, and I am giving a dinner for her tonight. Who's Eileen? He asked. Eileen? Why, do not Yowie, of course. You do not know yet that I have taken Eileen for my own. I did not want to write you. I wanted first to see how it would turn out. And when I saw that it was turning out perfectly, I thought it better to wait until you could return and hear all about it from me, because one cannot write that sort of thing. Nina. What, dear? She said, startled. Who the dickens is Eileen? Philip, you are precisely like Austen. You grow impatient of preliminary details when I am doing my very best attempting to explain just as clearly as I can. Now I will go on and say that Eileen is Molly Errol's daughter, and the courts appointed Austen and me guardians for her, and for her brother Gerald. Though? Now is it clear to you? Yes, he said, thinking of the tragedy which had left the child so utterly alone in the world, save for her brother and a distant kinship by marriage with the Gerards. For a while he sat brooding, arms loosely folded, immersed once more in his own troubles. It seems a shame, he said, that a family like ours, whose name has always spelled decency, should find themselves entangled in the very things their race has always hated and managed to avoid. And through me, too. It was not your fault, Phil. No, not the divorce part. Do you suppose I would not have taken any kind of medicine before resorting to that? But what's the use? For you can try as you may to keep your name clean, and then you can fold your arms and wait to see what a hopeless fool fate makes of you. But no disgrace touches you, dear, she said tremulously. I have been all over that too, he said with quiet bitterness. You are partly right, nobody cares in this town. Even though I did not defend the suit, nobody cares. And there's no disgrace, I suppose, if nobody cares enough even to condone. Divorce is no longer noticed. It is a matter of ordinary occurrence, a matter of routine in some sets. Who cares, except decent folk? And they only think it's a pity and would not do it themselves. The horrified clamor comes from outside the social registers and blue books. We know they are right, but it does not affect us. What does affect us is that we were the decent folk who permitted ourselves the luxury of being sorry for others who resorted to divorce as a remedy but would not do it ourselves. Now we have done it and... Phil, I will not have you feel that way. What way? The way you feel. We are older than we where everybody is older, the world is, too. What we were brought up to consider impossible. What we were brought up to consider impossible was what kept me up to the mark out there, Nina. He made a gesture toward the east. Now, I come back here and learn that we have all outgrown those ideas. Phil, I never meant that. He said, if Alikes found that she cared for Ruthven, I do not blame her. Laws and statutes cannot govern such matters. If she found she no longer cared for me, I could not blame her. But two people mismated have only one chance in this world to live their tragedy through with dignity. That is absolutely all life holds for them. Beyond that, outside of that dead line treachery to self and race and civilization, that is my conclusion after a year's experience in hell. He rose and began to pace the floor, fingers worrying his mustache. Law? Can a law, which I do not accept, let me loose to risk it all again with another woman? She said slowly, her hands folded in her lap. It is well you have come to me at last. You have been turning round and round in that wheeled cage until you think you have made enormous progress, and you have not. Dear, listen to me. What you honestly believe to be unselfish and high-minded adherence to principle is nothing but the circling reasoning of a hurt mind and intelligence, still numbed from shock, a mental and physical life forced by sheer courage into mechanical routine. Wait a moment, there is nobody else to say this to you. And if I did not love you, I would not interfere with this great mistake you are so honestly making of your life, and which, perhaps, is the only comfort left you. I say, perhaps, for I do not believe that life holds nothing happier for you than the sullen content of martyrdom. Nina. I am right, she said, almost fiercely. I have been married 13 years and I have lost that fear of men's portentous judgments which all girls outgrow one day. And do you think I am going to acquiesce in this attitude of yours toward life? Do you think I cannot distinguish between a tragical mistake and a mistaken tragedy? I tell you your life is not finished. It is not yet begun. He looked at her incensed, but she sprang to the floor, her face bright with color, her eyes clear, determined. I thought, when you took the oath of military service, you swore to obey the laws of the land? And the very first law that interferes with your preconceived notions crack, you say it's not for you. Look at Mayu, great, big, wise brother of mine who knows enough to march 103 men into battle, but not enough to know where pride begins and conscience ends. You are badly hurt, you are deeply humiliated over your resignation. You believe that ambition for a career, for happiness, for marriage, and for children is ended for you. You need fresh air and I am going to see you have it. You need new duties, new faces, new scenes, new problems. You shall have them. Dear, believe me, few men as young as you are, as attractive, as human, as lovable, as affectionate as you, willfully ruin their lives because of a hurt pride which they mistake for conscience. You will understand that when you become convalescent. Now kiss me and tell me you are much obliged, for I hear Austin's voice on the stairs. He held her at arm's length, gazing at her, half amused, half indignant. Then, unbidden, a second flash of the old telepathy passed between Thema, pale glimmer lighted his own dark heart in sympathy. And for a moment he seemed to have a brief glimpse of the truth, and the truth was not as he had imagined it. But it was a glimpse, only a fleeting suspicion of his own fallibility. Then it vanished into the old, dull, aching, obstinate humiliation. For truth would not be truth if it were so easily discovered. Well, we have buried it now, breathed Selwyn. You are all right, Nina, from your own standpoint, and I am not going to make a stalking nuisance of myself. No fear, little sister. Hello, turning swiftly, hers that preposterous husband of yours. They exchanged a firm hand clasp. Austin Gerard, big, smooth-shaven, humorously inclined toward the ruddy heaviness of successful middle age. Selwyn, lean, bronzed, erect, and direct in all the powerful symmetry and perfect health of a man within sight of maturity. Hail to the chief, etc., said Austin in his large, bantering voice. Glad to see you home, my balla-punctured soldier boy. Welcome to our city. I suppose you have both pockets stuffed with loot. Now have not you, pearls and sarongs and data size? Have you inspected the kids? What's your opinion of the Gerard battalion? Pretty fit. Nina's commanding, so it's up to her if we do not pass dress parade. By the way, your enormous luggage is here, consisting of one dinky trunk and a sword done up in chamois skin. Nina's good enough to want me for a few days, began Selwyn, but his big brother-in-law laughed scornfully. A few days, we have got you now? And to his wife, Nina, I suppose I am due to lean over those infernal kids before I can have a minute with your brother. Are they in bed yet? All right, Phil, we will be down in a minute. There's tea and things in the library. Make Eileen give you some. He turned, unaffectedly taking his pretty wife's hand in his large, florid paw, and Selwyn, intensely amused, saw them making for the nursery, absorbed in conjugal confab. He lingered to watch them go their way until they disappeared, and he stood a moment longer alone there in the hallway. Then the humor faded from his sunburnt face. He swung wearily on his heel and descended the stairway, his hand heavy on the velvet rail. The library was large and comfortable, full of agreeably wadded corners and fat, helpless chairs, a big, inviting place, solidly satisfying in dull reds and mahogany. The porcelain of tea paraphernalia caught the glow of the fire. A reading lamp burned on a center table, shedding subdued luster over ceiling, walls, books, and over the floor where lay a few ancient rugs of Baluchistan, themselves full of mysterious, somber fire. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood in the center of the room, considering his environment with the grave, absent air habitual to him when brooding. And as he stood there, a sound at the door aroused him, and he turned to confront a young girl in hat, veil, and furs, who was leisurely advancing toward him, stripping the gloves from a pair of very white hands. "How do you do, Captain Selwyn?" she said. "I am Eileen Errol, and I am commissioned to give you some tea. Nina and Austin are in the nursery telling bedtime stories and hearing assorted prayers. The children seem to be quite crazy about you." She unfastened her veil, threw back stole and coat, and rolling up her gloves on her wrists, seated herself by the table. "Quite crazy about you," she continued, "and you are to be included in bedtime prayers. I believe no sugar? Lemon, Drina's mad about you and threatens to give you her new Maltese puppy. I congratulate you on your popularity." "Did you see me in the nursery on all fours?" inquired Selwyn, recognizing her bronzered hair. Unfeigned laughter was his answer. He laughed, too, not very heartily. "My first glimpse of our legendary nursery warrior was certainly astonishing," she said, looking around at him with frank malice. Then, quickly, "But you do not mind, do you? It's all in the family, of course." "Of course," he agreed with good grace. "No use to pretend dignity here. You all see through me in a few moments." She had given him his tea. Now she sat upright in her chair, smiling, distrait, her hat casting a luminous shadow across her eyes. The fluffy furs, fallen from throat and shoulder, settled loosely around her waist. Glancing up from her short reverie, she encountered his curious gaze. "Tonight is to be my first dinner dance, you know," she said. Faint tints of excitement stained her white skin. The vivid scarlet contrast of her mouth was almost startling. "On Thursday I was introduced," she explained, "and now I am to have the gayest winter I ever dreamed of. And I am going to leave you in a moment if Nina does not hurry and come. Do you mind?" "Of course I mind," he protested amiably, "but I suppose you wish to devote several hours to dressing." She nodded. "Such a dream of a gown. Nina's present, you will see it. I hope Gerald will be here to see it," he promised. "You will say you like it if you do like it, will not you?" "I will say it anyway." "Oh, well, if you are contented to be commonplace like other men." "I have no ambition to be different at my age." "Your age?" she repeated, looking up quickly. "You are as young as Nina, are not you? Half the men in the younger set are no younger than you, and you know it." She concluded. "You are only trying to make me say so, and you have succeeded. I am not very experienced yet." "Does tea bring wisdom, Captain Selwyn?" Pouring herself a cup. "I would better arm myself immediately." She sank back into the depths of the chair, looking gaily at him over her lifted cup. "To my rapid education in worldly wisdom." She nodded and sipped the tea almost pensively. He certainly did seem young there in the firelight, his narrow, thoroughbred head turned toward the fire. Youth, too, sat lightly on his shoulders, and it was scarcely a noticeably mature hand that touched the short, sunburnt mustache at intervals. From head to waist, from his loosely coupled, well-made limbs to his strong, slim foot, strength seemed to be the keynote to a physical harmony most agreeable to look at. The idea entered her head that he might appear to advantage on horseback. "We must ride together," she said, returning her teacup to the tray. "If you do not mind riding with me, do you? Gerald never has time, so I go with a groom. But if you would care to go," she laughed. "Oh, you see, I am already beginning a selfish family claim on you. I foresee that you will be very busy with us all persistently tugging at your coat sleeves. And what with being civil to me and a martyr to Drina, you will have very little time to yourself. And I hope you will like my brother Gerald when you meet him. Now I must go." Then, rising and partly turning to collect her furs. "It's quite exciting to have you here. We will be good friends, will not we? And I think I had better stop my chatter and go, because my cunning little Alsatian maid is not very clever yet. Goodbye." She stretched out one of her amazingly white hands across the table, giving him a friendly leave-taking and welcome all in one frank handshake, and left him standing there, the fresh contact still cool in his palm. Nina came in presently to find him seated before the fire, one hand shading his eyes, and, as he prepared to rise, she rested both arms on his shoulders, forcing him into his chair again. "So you have bewitched Eileen too, have you?" she said tenderly. "Is not she the sweetest little thing?" "She's as tall as I am," he said, blinking at the fire. She's only 19, pathetically unspoiled a perfect dear. Men are going to rave over her and not spoil her. Did you ever see such hair? That thick, ruddy, lustrous copper tint, and sometimes it's like gold afire. And a skin like snow and peaches. She's sound to the core. I have had her exercised and groomed and hardened and trained from the very beginning, every inch of her minutely cared for exactly like my own babies. I have done my best, she concluded with a satisfied sigh, and dropped into a chair beside her brother. Thoroughbred, commented Selwyn, to be turned out tonight. Is she bridle-wise and intelligent? More than sufficiently. That's one trouble she's had, at times, a depressing, sponge-like desire for absorbing all sorts of irrelevant things that no girl ought to concern herself with. Ito, tell the truth, if I had not rigorously drilled Hirsch might have become a trifle tiresome. I do not mean precisely frumpy, but one of those earnest young things whose intellectual conversation becomes a visitation on of the wants to know for thesekof knowledge, sorta dreadful human blotter. Oh dear, show me a girl with her mind soaking up isms, and I will show you a social failure with a wisp of hair on her cheek, who looks the dowdier the more expensively she's gowned. So you believe you have got that wisp of copper-tinted hair tucked up snugly? Asked Selwyn, amused. It's still a worry to me. At intervals she's inclined to let it slop. Thank heaven, I have made her spine permanently straight and her head is screwed properly to her neck. There's not a slump to her from crown to heel, I know, you know? She's had specialists to forestall every blemish. I made up my mind to do it. I am doing it for my own babies. That's what a mother is for, to turn out her offspring to the world as flawless and wholesome as when they came into it. Physically and mentally sounder a woman betrays her stewardship. They must be as healthy of body and limb as they are innocent and wholesome minded. The happiest of all creatures are drilled thoroughbreds. Show me a young girl, unspoiled mentally and spiritually untroubled, with a superb physique, and I will show you a girl equipped for the happiness of this world. And that is what Eileen is. I should say, observed Selwyn, that she's equipped for the slaughter of man. Yes, but I am selecting the victim, replied his sister demurely. Oh, have you already? Tentatively. Who? Sudbury Gray, I think with Scott in Nis for an understudy, perhaps the Draymore man as alternate. I do not know. There's time. Plenty, he said vaguely, staring into the fire where a log had collapsed into incandescent ashes. She continued to talk about Eileen until she noticed that his mind was on other matters. She's preoccupied stare enlightened her. She said nothing for a while. But he woke up when Austin came in and settled his big body in a chair. Drina, the little minx, called me back on some flimsy pretext, he said, relighting his cigar. I forgot that time was going and she was wily enough to keep me talking until Miss Paisley caught me at it and showed me out. I tell you, turning on Selwyn children are what make life worth wh. He ceased abruptly at a gentle tap from his wife's foot, and Selwyn looked up. Whether or not he divined the interference, he said very quietly, I would rather have had children than anything in the world. They are about the best there is in life. I agree with you, Austin. His sister, watching him askance, was relieved to see his troubled face become serene, though she divined the effort. Kids are the best, he repeated, smiling at her. Failing them, for second choice, I have taken to the laboratory. Some day I will invent something and astonish you, Nina. We will fit you up a corking laboratory, began Austin cordially. There is. You are very good. Perhaps you will all be civil enough to move out of the house if I need more room for bottles and retorts. Of course, Phil must have his laboratory, insisted Nina. There's loads of unused room in this big barn only. You do not mind being at the top of the house, do you, Phil? Yes, I do. I want to be in the drawing groomer somewhere so that you all may enjoy the odors and get the benefit of premature explosions. Oh, come now, Austin, if you think I am going to plant myself here on you. Do not notice him, Austin, said Nina. He only wishes to be implored. And, by the same token, you would both better let me implore you to dress. She rose and bent forward in the firelight to peer at the clock. Goodness, do you creatures think I am going to give Eileen half an hour's start with her maid, and I carrying my 12 years handicap, too? No, indeed, I am decrepit, but I am going to die fighting. Austin, get up. You are horribly slow, anyhow. Phil, Austin's man such as he is will be at your disposal, and your luggage is unpacked. Am I really expected to grace this festival of babes? Inquired Selwyn. Cannot you send me a tray of toast or a bowl of gruel, and let me hide my old bones in a dressing gown somewhere? Oh, come on, said Austen, smothering the yawn in his voice and casting his cigar into the ashes. You are about ripe for the younger set of them, anyhow. If you cannot stand the intellectual strain, we will sidestep the show later and play a little what do you call it in the army? Pontoons. They strolled toward the door, Nina's arms linked in theirs, her slim fingers interlocked on her breast. We are certainly going to be happy with three in this innocent menage a trois, she said. I do not know what more you two men could ask for or I, either the children or Eileen. Only one thing, I think it is perfectly horrid of Gerald not to be here. Traversing the hall, she said, it always frightens me to be perfectly happy and remember all the ghastly things that could happen. I am going to take a glance at the children before I dress. Austen, did you remember your tonic? She looked up surprised when her husband laughed. I have taken my tonic and nobody's kidnapped the kids, he said. She hesitated, then picking up her skirts she ran upstairs for one more look at her slumbering progeny. The two men glanced at one another. Their silence was the tolerant, amused silence of the wiser sex, posing as such for each other's benefit. But deep under the surface stirred the tremors of the same instinctive solicitude that had sent Nina to the nursery. I used to think, said Gerard, that the more kids you had, the less anxiety per kid. The contrary is true. You are more nervous over half a dozen than you are over one, and your wife is always going to the nursery to see that the cat has not got in, or the place is not afire, or spots have not come out all over the children. They laughed tolerantly, lingering on the sill of Selwyn's bedroom. Come in and smoke a cigarette, suggested the latter. I have nothing to do except to write some letters and dress. But Gerard said, there seems to be a draft through this hallway. I will just step upstairs to be sure that the nursery windows are not too wide open. See you later, Phil. If there's anything you need, just dingle that bell. And he went away upstairs, only to return in a few minutes, laughing under his breath. I say, Phil, do not you want to see the kids asleep? Billy's flat on his back with a white teddy bear in either arm, and Drina and Josephine are rolled up like two kittens in pajamas, and you should see Winthrop's legs. Certainly, said Selwyn gravely, I will be with you in a second. And turning to his dresser, he laid away the letters and the small photograph which he had been examining under the drop light, locking them securely in the worn dispatch box until he should have time to decide whether to burn them all or only the picture. Then he slipped on his smoking jacket. Ah, about Winthrop's legs, he repeated vaguely, certainly. I should be very glad to examine them, Austen. I do not want you to examine them, retorted Gerard resentfully. I want you to see them. There's nothing the matter with them, you understand. Exactly, nodded Selwyn, following his big brother-in-law into the hall, where, from beside a lamplit sewing table, a trim maid rose smiling. Miss Errol desires to know whether Captain Selwyn would care to see her gown when she is ready to go down. By all means, said Selwyn, I should like to see that too. Will you let me know when Miss Errol is ready? Thank you. Austen said as they reached the nursery door. Funny thing, feminine vanity almost pathetic, is not it? Do not make too much noise. What do you think of that pair of legs, Phil? And he's not yet 5. And I want you to speak frankly. Did you ever see anything to beat that bunch of infants? Not because they are ours, and we happen to be your own people, he checked himself, and the smile faded as he laid his big ruddy hand on Selwyn's shoulder. Your own people, Phil. Do you understand? And if I have not ventured to say anything about what has happened to you, understand that, too, do not you? You know I am just as loyal to you as Nina Issa's. It is natural and fitting that your own people should be. Only a man finds it difficult to convey he-she's. Do not say sympathies, cut in Selwyn nervously. I was not going to confound you. I was going to say sentiments. I am sorry I said anything. Go to the deuce. Selwyn did not even deign to glance around at him. You big red pepper box, he muttered affectionately, you will wake up Drina. Look at her in her cunning pajamas. Oh, but she is a darling, Austen, and look at that boy with his 2 white bears. He's a corker. He's a wonder, honestly, Austen. As for that Josephine kid, she can have me on demand. I will answer to voice, whistle, or hand. I say, ought we to go away and leave Winthrop's thumb in his mouth? I guess I can get it out without waking him, whispered Gerard. A moment later, he accomplished the office, leaned down and drew the bed covers closer to Tina's dimpled chin, then grasped Selwyn above the elbow in sudden alarm. If that trained terror, Miss Paisley, finds us in here when she comes from dinner, we will both catch it. Come on, I will turn off the light. Anyway, we ought to have been dressed long ago, but you insisted on butting in here. In the hallway below, they encountered a radiant and bewildering vision awaiting them. Eileen, in all her glory. Wonderful, said Gerard, patting the vision's rounded bare arm as he hurried past Fine Gown. Fine girl, but I have got to dress, and so has Philip, he meant well. Do you like it, Captain Selwyn? Asked the girl, turning to confront him where he had halted. Gerald is not coming, and I thought perhaps you would be interested. The formal, half-patronizing compliment on his tongue's tip remained there unsaid. He stood silent, touched by the faint, underringing wistfulness in the laughing voice that challenged his opinion, and something within him responded in time. Your gown is a beauty, such wonderful lace. Of course, anybody would know it came straight from Paris or from some other celestial region. But it did not, cried the girl, delighted. It looks it, does not it? But it was made by Letelier. Is there anything you do not like about it, Captain Selwyn? Anything? Nothing, he said solemnly. It is as adorable as the girl inside it, who makes it look like a Parisian importation from paradise. She colored enchantingly, and with pretty, frank impulse held out both her hands to him. You are a dear, Captain Selwyn. It is my first real dinner gown, and I am quite mad about it, and somehow I wanted the family to share my madness with me. Nina Wilsh gave it to me, the darling. Austin admires it too, of course, but he does not notice such things very closely, and Gerald is not here. Thank you for letting me show it to you before I go down. She gave both his hands a friendly little shake, and, glancing down at her skirt in blissful consciousness of its perfection, stepped backward into her own room. Later, while he stood at his dresser constructing an immaculate knot in his white tie, Nina knocked. Hurry, Phil, oh, may I come in? You ought to be downstairs with us, you know, and it was very sweet of you to be so nice to Eileen. The child had tears in her eyes when I went in. Oh, just a single diamond drop in each eye. Your sympathy and interest did it. I think the child misses her father on an occasion such as this, the beginning of life'th, first step out into the world. Men do not understand what it means to us. Gerald does not, I am sure. I have been watching her, and I know the shadow of that dreadful tragedy falls on her more often than Austin and I are aware of. Shall I fix that tie for you, dear? Certainly I can. Austin will not let a man touch him. There, Phil, wait. Now if you are decently grateful you will tell me I look well. Do I? Really? Nonsense, I do not look 20, but say it, Phil. Ah, that clever maid of mine knows some secrets, never mind. But Drina thinks I am a beauty. Come, dear, and thank you for being kind to Eileen. One's own kin counts so much in this world. And when a girl has none, except a useless brother, little things like that mean a lot to her. She turned, her hand falling on his sleeve. You are among your own people, anyhow. His own people? The impatient tenderness of his sister's words had been sounding in his ears all through the evening. They rang out clear and insistent amid the gay tumult of the dinner. He heard them in the laughing confusion of youthful voices. They stole into the delicate undertones of the music to mock him. The rustling of silk and lace repeated them. The high heels of satin slippers echoed them in irony. His own people. The scent of overheated flowers, the sudden warm breeze eddying from a capricious fan, the morning thrill of the violins emphasized the emphasis of the words. And they sounded sadder and more meaningless now to him, here in his own room, until the monotony of their recurrent mockery began to unnerve him. He turned on the electricity, shrank from it, extinguished it, and for a long time he sat there in the darkness of early morning, his unfilled pipe clutched in his nerveless hand. Chapter 2: A Dream Ends. To pick up once more and tighten, and knot together the loosened threads, which represented the unfinished record that his race had woven into the social fabric of the metropolis, was merely an automatic matter for Selwyn. His own people had always been among the makers of that fabric. Into part of its vast and intricate pattern, they had woven an inconspicuously honorable record chronicles of births and deaths and marriages, a plain memorandum of plain living, and upright dealing with their fellow men. Some public service of modest nature they had performed, not seeking it, not shirking, accomplishing it cleanly when it was entrusted to them. His forefathers had been, as a rule, professional men physicians and lawyers. His grandfather died under the walls of Chapultepec Castle while twisting a tourniquet for a cursing dragoon. An uncle remained indefinitely at Malvern Hill, an only brother at Montauk Point having sickened in the trenches before Santiago. His father's services as division medical officer in Sheridan's cavalry had been, perhaps, no more devoted, no more loyal than the services of thousands of officers and troopers, and his reward was a pension offer, declined. He practiced until his wife died, then retired to his country home, from which house his daughter Nina was married to Austin Gerard. Mr. Selwyn, Sr., continued to pay his taxes on his father's house in 10th Street, voted in that district, spent a month every year with the Gerards, read a Republican morning newspaper, and judiciously enlarged the family reservation in Greenwood whither he retired, in due time, without other ostentation than half a column in the Evening Post, which paper he had in life avoided. The first gun off the Florida Keys sent Selwyn's only brother from his law office in hot haste to San Antonio First Edape on his first and last campaign with Wood's cavalry. That same gun interrupted Selwyn's connection with Nearguard Co., operators in Long Island real estate, and, a year later, the captaincy offered him in a Western Volunteer Regiment operating on the island of Leyte, completed the rupture. And now he was back again, a chance career ended, with option of picking up the severed Threadshee's inheritance at the loom end of retying them, warp and weft, and continuing the pattern according to the designs of the tufted, tinted pile yarn, knotted in by his ancestors before him. There was nothing else to do, so he did it. Civil and certain social obligations were mechanically reassumed. He appeared in his sister's pew for worship. He re-enrolled in his clubs as a resident member once more. The directors of such charities as he meddled with he notified of his return. He remitted his dues to the various museums and municipal or private organizations which had always expected support from his family. He subscribed to the Sun. He was more conservative, however, in mending the purely social strands so long relaxed or severed. The various registers and blue books recorded his residence under dilatory domiciles. He did not subscribe to the opera, preferring to chance it in case Harmonhunger attacked him. Pre-Yuletide functions he dodged, considering that his sister's days in January and attendance at other family formalities were sufficient. Meanwhile, he was looking for 2 things: an apartment and a job that first energetically combated by his immediate family. It was rather odd, the scarcity of jobs. Of course, Austin offered him one which Selwyn declined at once, comfortably enraging his brother-in-law for nearly 10 minutes. "But what do I know about the investment of trust funds?" demanded Selwyn. "You would not take me if I were not your wife's brother, and that's nepotism." Austin's harmless fury raged for nearly 10 minutes, after which he cheered up, relighted his cigar, and resumed his discussion with Selwyn concerning the merits of various boys' schools, victim in prospective being Billy. A little later, reverting to the subject of his own enforced idleness, Selwyn said, "I have been on the point of going to see Nearguard, but somehow I cannot quite bring myself to its linking into his office as a rank failure in one profession, to ask him if he has any use for me again." "Stuff and fancy," growled Gerard. "It's all stuff and fancy about your being any kind of a failure. If you want to resume with that Dutchman, go to him and say so. If you want to invest anything in his Long Island schemes, he will take you in fast enough. He took in Gerald and some 20,000. Is not he very prosperous, Austin?" "Very on paper. Long Island farm lands and mortgages on Hampton hen coops are not fragrant propositions to me. But there's always one more way of making a living after you counted 'em all up on your fingers. If you have any capital to offer Nearguard, he will not shriek for help." "But is not suburban property—" "On the jump, yes, both ways. Oh, I suppose that Nearguard is all right. If he was not, I would not have permitted Gerald to go into it. Nearguard sticks to his commissions and does not back his fancy in certified checks. I do not know exactly how he operates. I only know that we find nothing in that sort of thing for our own account. But Fane, Harmon Co. do. That's their affair, too. It's all a matter of taste, I tell you." Selwyn reflected. "I believe I would go and see Nearguard if I were perfectly sure of my personal sentiments toward him. He's been civil enough to me, of course, but I have always had a curious feeling about Nearguard that he's forever on the edge of doing something doubtful." His business reputation is all right. He shaves the deadline like a safety razor, but he's never yet cut through it. On principle, however, look out for an apple-faced Dutchman with a thin nose and no lips. Neither Jew, Yankee, nor American stands any chance in a deal with that type of financier. Personally, my feeling is this: if I have got to play games with Julius Neargard, I would prefer to be his partner. And so I told Gerald, by the way. Austin checked himself, looked down at his cigar, turned it over and over several times, then continued quietly. By the way, I suppose Gerald is like other young men of his age, and times immersed in his own affairs, thoughtless perhaps a trifle selfish in the cross-country gallop after pleasure. I was rather severe with him about his neglect of his sister. He ought to have come here to pay his respects to you, too. Oh, do not put such notions into his head. Yes, I will, insisted Austin. However indifferent and thoughtless and selfish he is to other people, he's got to be considerate toward his own family. And I told him so. Have you seen him lately? No, admitted Selwyn. Not since that first time, when he came to do the civil by you. No, but do not. Yes, I will, repeated his brother-in-law, and I am going to have a thorough explanation with him and learn what he's up to. He's got to be decent to his sister. He ought to report to me occasionally. That's all there is to it. He has entirely too much liberty with his bachelor quarters and his junior whippersnapper club, and his house parties and his cruises on Neargard's boat. He got up, casting his cigar from him, and moved about bulkily, muttering of matters to be regulated, and firmly, too. But Selwyn, looking out of the window across the park, knew perfectly well that young Errol, now of age with a small portion of his handsome income at his mercy, was past the regulating stage and beyond the authority of Austin. There was no harm in him. He was simply a joyous, pleasure-releving cub chock full of energetic instincts, good and bad, right and wrong, out of which, formed from the acts which become habits, character matures. This was his estimate of Gerald. The next morning, riding in the park with Eileen, he found a chance to speak cordially of her brother. I have meant to look up Gerald, he said, as though the neglect were his own fault, but every time something happens to switch me on to another track. I am afraid that I do a great deal of the switching, she said. Do not I? But you have been so nice to me and to the children that. Miss Errol's horse was behaving badly, and for a few moments she became too thoroughly occupied with her mount to finish her sentence. The belted groom galloped up, prepared for emergencies, and he and Selwyn sat their saddles watching a pretty battle for mastery between a beautiful horse determined to be bad and a very determined young girl who had decided he was going to be good. Once or twice, the excitement of solicitude sent the color flying into Selwyn's temples. The bridle path was narrow and stiff with freezing sand, and the trees were too near for such lively maneuvers. But Miss Errol had made up her mind and Selwyn already had a humorous idea that this was no light matter. The horse found it serious enough, too, and suddenly concluded to be good. And the pretty scene ended so abruptly that Selwyn laughed aloud as he rejoined her. There was a man Boots Lansingin Bannard's command. One night on Samar the Balo men rushed us, and Lansing got into the 6-foot major's boots by mistakes of Enligers, and his horse bucked him clean out of them. Hence his Christian name, I suppose, said the girl. But why such a story, Captain Selwyn? I believe I stuck to my saddle. With both hands, he said cordially, always alert to plague her. For she was adorable when teased, especially in the beginning of their acquaintance. Before she had found out that it was a habit of his, and her bright confusion always delighted him into further mischief. But I was not a bit worried, he continued. You had him so firmly around the neck. Besides, what horse or man could resist such a pleading pair of arms around the neck? What you saw, she said, flushing up, is exactly the way I shall do any pleading with the two animals you mention. Spur and curb and thrash us, oh my. Not if you are bridle-wise, Captain Selwyn, she returned sweetly. And you know you always are. And sometimes crossed her crop and looked around at him reflectively sometimes. Do you know, I am almost afraid that you are so very, very good, that perhaps you are becoming almost goody-good. What? He exclaimed indignantly, but his only answer was her head thrown back and a ripple of enchanting laughter. Later she remarked, it's just as Nina says, after all, is not it? I suppose so, he replied suspiciously. What? That Gerald is not really very wicked, but he likes to have us think so. It's a sign of extreme self-consciousness, is not it?" she added innocently, "when a man is afraid that a woman thinks he is very, very good." "That," he said, "is the limit. I am going to ride by myself." Her pleasure in Selwyn's society had gradually become such genuine pleasure, her confidence in his kindness so unaffectedly sincere, that insensibly she had fallen into something of his manner of badinage, especially since she realized how much amusement he found in her own smiling confusion when unexpectedly assailed. Also, to her surprise, she found that he could be plagued very easily, though she did not quite dare to at first, in view of his impressive years and experience. But once goaded to it, she was astonished to find how suddenly it seemed to readjust their personal relations, years and experience falling from his shoulders like a cloak, which had concealed a man very nearly her own age. Years and experience adding themselves to her, and at least an inch to her stature to redress the balance between them. It had amused him immensely, as he realized the subtle change. And it pleased him, too, because no man of 35 cares to be treated en grandeur by a girl of 19, even if she has not yet worn the polish from her first pair of high-heeled shoes. "It's astonishing," he said, "how little respect infirmity and age command in these days." "I do respect you," she insisted, "especially your infirmity of purpose. You said you were going to ride by yourself, but do you know I do not believe you are of a particularly solitary disposition, are you?" He laughed at first, then suddenly his face fell. "Not from choice," he said under his breath. Her quick ear heard, and she turned, semi-serious, questioning him with raised eyebrows. "Nothing, I was just muttering. I have a villainous habit of muttering mushy nothings." "You did say something." "No, only ghoulish gabble, the mere murky mouthings of a meager mind." "You 999. It's rude not to repeat it when I ask you." "I did not mean to be rude." "Then repeat what you said to yourself." "Do you wish me to?" he asked, raising his eyes so gravely that the smile faded from lip and voice when she answered, "I beg your pardon, Captain Selwyn. I did not know you were serious." "Oh, I am not," he returned lightly. "I am never serious. No man who soliloquizes can be taken seriously. Do not you know, Miss Errol, that the crowning absurdity of all tragedy is the soliloquy?" Her smile became delightfully uncertain. She did not quite understand him, though her instinct warned her that, for a second, something had menaced their understanding. Riding forward with him through the crisp sunshine of mid-December, the word tragedy still sounding in her ears, her thoughts reverted naturally to the only tragedy besides her own, which had ever come very near to her high's own. Could he have meant that? Did people mention such things after they had happened? Did they not rather conceal them, hide them deeper and deeper with the aid of time and the kindly years for a burial past all recollection? Troubled, uncomfortably intent on evading every thought or train of ideas evoked, she put her mount to a gallop, but thought kept pace with her. She was, of course, aware of the situation regarding Selwyn's domestic affairs. She could not very well have been kept long in ignorance of the facts, so Nina had told her carefully, leaving in the young girl's mind only a bewildered sympathy for man and wife, whom a dreadful and incomprehensible catastrophe had overtaken. Only an impression of something new and fearsome, which she had hitherto been unaware of in the world, and which was to be added to her small but, unhappily, growing list of sad and incredible things. The finality of the affair, according to Nina, was what had seemed to her the most distressing, as though those two were already dead people. She was unable to understand it. Could no glimmer of hope remain that, in that magic some day of all young minds, the evil mystery might dissolve? Could there be no living happily ever after in the wake of such a storm? She had managed to hope for that and believe in it. Then, in some way, the news of Alex's marriage to Ruthven filtered through the family silence. She had gone straight to Nina, horrified, unbelieving. And when the long, tender, intimate interview was over, another unhappy truth, very gently revealed, was added to the growing list already learned by this young girl. Then Selwyn came. She had already learned something of the world's customs and manners before his advent. She had learned more since his advent. And she was learning something else, too, to understand how happily ignorant of many matters she had been, had better be, and had best remain. And she harbored no mousing desire to know more than was necessary, and every innocent instinct to preserve her ignorance intact as long as the world permitted. As for the man riding there at her side, his problem was simple enough as he summed it up. To face the world, however it might chance to spin, that small, ridiculous, haphazard world rattling like a rickety roulette ball among the numbered nights and days where he had no longer any vital stake at hazard, no longer any chance to win or lose. This was an unstable state of mind, particularly as he had not yet destroyed the photograph which he kept locked in his dispatch box. He had not returned it either. It was too late by several months to do that, but he was still fool enough to consider the idea at moments sometimes, after a nursery romp with the children, or after a good night kiss from Drina on the lamplit landing, or when some commonplace episode of the domesticity around him hurt him, cutting him to the quick with its very simplicity. As when Nina's hand fell naturally into Austin's on their way to lean over the children at bedtime, or their frank absorption in conjugal discussion to his own exclusion as he sat brooding by the embers in the library. I am like a dead man at times, he said to himself, nothing to expect of a man who is done for, and worst of all, I no longer expect anything of myself. This was sufficiently morbid, and he usually proved it by going early to his own quarters, where dawn sometimes surprised him asleep in his chair, white and worn, all the youth in his hollow face extinct, his wife's picture fallen face downward on the floor. But he always picked it up again when he awoke, and carefully dusted it, too, even when half stupefied with sleep. Returning from their gallop, Miss Errol had very little to say. Selwyn, too, was silent and absent-minded. The girl glanced furtively at him from time to time, not at all enlightened. Man, naturally, was to her an unknown quantity. In fact, she had no reason to suspect him of being anything more intricate than the platitudinous dance or dinner partner in black and white, or any frock-coated entity in the afternoon, or any flanneled individual at the nets, or on the links or cantering about the veranda of club, casino, or cottage, in evident anxiety to be considerate and agreeable. This one, however, appeared to have individual peculiarities. He differed from his brother Caucasians, who should all resemble one another to any normal girl. For one thing, he was subject to illogical moods, apparently not caring whether she noticed them or not. For another, he permitted himself the liberty of long and unreasonable silences whenever he pleased. This she had accepted unquestioningly in the early days when she was a little in awe of him, when the discrepancy of their ages and experiences had not been dissipated by her first presumptuous laughter at his expense. Now it puzzled her, appearing as a specific trait differentiating him from man in the abstract. He had another trick, too, of retiring within himself, even when smiling at her sallies or banteringly evading her challenge to a duel of wits. At such times he no longer looked very young. She had noticed that more than once. He looked old and ill-tempered. Perhaps some sorrow of actuality being vague in her mind. Perhaps some hidden suffering, but she learned that he had never been wounded in battle and had never even had measles. The sudden sullen pallor, the capricious fits of silent reserve, the smiling aloofness, she never attributed to the real source. How could she? The incomprehensible thing was a finality accomplished according to law, and the woman concerned was now another man's wife, which conclusively proved that there could be no regret arising from the incomprehensible finality, and that nobody involved cared, much less suffered. Hence that was certainly not the cause of any erratic or specific phenomena exhibited by this sample of man, who differed, as she had noticed, somewhat from the rank and file of his neutral-tinted brothers. It's this particular specimen, per se, she concluded. It's himself, sui generis, just as I happen to have red hair. That is all. And she rode on quite happily, content, confident of his interest and kindness. For she had never forgotten his warm response to her when she stood on the threshold of her first real dinner party, in her first real dinner gown, a trivial incident, trivial words. But they had meant more to her than any man specimen could understand, including the man who had uttered them. And the violets, which she found later with his card, must remain for her ever after the delicately fragrant symbol of all he had done for her in a solitude, the completeness of which she herself was only vaguely beginning to realize. Thinking of this now, she thought of her brother. Ran the old hurt at his absence on that night throbbed again. Forgive? Yes, but how could she forget it? I wish you knew Gerald well, she said impulsively. He is such a dear fellow, and I think you would be good for him, and besides, she hastened to add with instinctive loyalty, lest he misconstrue, Gerald would be good for you. We were a great deal toge the rat one time. He nodded, smilingly attentive. Of course, when he went away to school it was different, she added. And then he went to Yale, that was 4 more years, you see. I was a Yale man, remarked Selwyn. Did he? But he broke off abruptly, for he knew quite well that young Errol could have made no senior society without his hearing of it. And he had not heard of it not in the canebrakes of Leyte where, on his sweat-soaked shirt, a small pin of heavy gold had clung through many a hike and many a scout, and by many a campfire where the talk was of home, and of the chances of crews and of quarterbacks. What were you going to ask me, Captain Selwyn? Did he row your brother Gerald? No, she said. She did not add that he had broken training. That was her own sorrow, to be concealed even from Gerald. No, he played polo sometimes. He rides beautifully, Captain Selwyn, and he is so clever when he cares to beat the traps, for example, do anything. He once swam, oh dear, I forget, was it 5 or 15 or 50 miles? Is that too far? Do people swim those distances? Some of those distances, replied Selwyn. Well then, Gerald swam some of those distances and everybody was amazed. I do wish you knew him well. I mean to, he said. I must look him up at his rooms or his club or perhaps at Nearguard Co. Will you do this? She asked, so earnestly that he glanced up surprised. Yes, he said, and after a moment, I will do it today, I think, this afternoon. Have you time? You must not let me. Time, he repeated. I have nothing else except a watch to help me get rid of it. I am afraid I help you get rid of it too. I heard Nina warning the children to let you alone occasionally, and I suppose she meant that for me, too. But I only take your mornings, do not I? Nina is unreasonable. I never bother you in the afternoons or evenings. Do you know I have not dined at home for nearly a month except when we have asked people? Are you having a good time? He asked condescendingly, but without intention. Heavenly, how can you ask that, with every day filled and a chance to decline something every day? If you would only go to just one of the dances and teas and dinners, you would be able to see for yourself what a good time I am having. I do not know why I should be so delightfully lucky, but everybody asks me to dance, and every man I meet is particularly nice, and nobody has been very horrid to me, perhaps because I like everybody. She rode on beside him. They were walking their horses now. And as her silken-coated mount paced forward through the sunshine, she sat at ease, straight as a slender Amazon in her habit, ruddy hair glistening at the nape of her neck, the scarlet of her lips always a vivid contrast to that wonderful, unblemished skin of snow. He thought to himself, quite impersonally, she's a real beauty, that youngster. No wonder they ask her to dance and nobody is horrid. Men are likely enough to go quite mad about her, as Nina predicts. Probably some of them have already. That chuckle-headed youth who was there Tuesday, gulping up the tea, and what was his name? He asked aloud. Whose name? She inquired, roused by his voice from smiling retrospection. That chuckle-head, the young man who continued to haunt you so persistently when you poured tea for Nina on Tuesday. Of course they all haunted you, he explained politely, as she shook her head in sign of non-comprehension, but there was one. Woe gulped at his cup. Please, you are rather dreadful, are not you? Yes, so was he. I mean the infatuated, chinless gentleman whose facial ensemble remotely resembled the features of a pleased and placid lizard of the reptilian period. Oh, George Fane, that is particularly disagreeable of you, Captain Selwyn, because his wife has been very nice to me, Rosamund Fane, and she spoke most cordially of you. Which one was she? The Dresden China one. She looks simply cannot look as though she were married. It's most amusing for people always take her for somebody's youngest sister who will be out next winter. Do not you remember seeing her? No, I do not, but there were dozens coming and going every minute whom I did not know. Still, I behaved well, did not I? Pretty bad little Kathleen Lawn, whom you cornered so that she could not escape until her mother made her go without any tea. Was that the reason that old lady looked at me so queerly? Probably, I did too, but you were taking chances, not hints. She is attractive, is not she? Very fetching, he said, leaning down to examine his stirrup leathers which he had already lengthened twice. I have got to have Cummins punch these again, he muttered, or am I growing queer-legged in my old age? As he straightened up, Miss Errol said, Here comes Mr. Fane knoweth a strikingly pretty girl. How beautifully they are mounted smilingly returning Fane's saluting Shio. So you do know her, Captain Selwyn? Who is she? Crop raised mechanically in dazed salute. Selwyn's light touch on the bridle had tightened to a nervous clutch which brought his horse up sharply. What is it? She asked, drawing bridle in her turn and looking back into his white, stupefied face. Pain, he said, unconscious that he spoke. At the same instant, the stunned eyes found their focus and found her beside his stirrup, leaning wide from her seat in sweet concern, one gloved hand resting on the pommel of his saddle. Are you ill? She asked. Shall we dismount? If you feel dizzy, please lean against me. I am all right, he said coolly, and as she recovered her seat, he set his horse in motion. His face had become very red now. He looked at her, then beyond her, with all the deliberate concentration of aloof indifference. Confused, conscious that something had happened which she did not comprehend, and sensitively aware of the preoccupation which, if it did not ignore her, accepted her presence as of no consequence, she permitted her horse to set his own pace. Neither self-command nor self-control was lacking now in Selwyn. He simply was too self-absorbed to care what she thought whether she thought at all. And into his consciousness, throbbing heavily under the rushing reaction from shock, crowded the crude fact that Alikes was no longer an apparition evoked in sleeplessness, in sunlit brooding, in the solitude of crowded avenues and swarming streets. She was an actual presence again in his lifeish was here, bodily, unchanged and changed, for he had conceived a strange idea that she must have changed physically, that her appearance had altered. He knew it was a grotesquely senseless idea, but it clung to him, and he had nursed it unconsciously. He had truly enough expected to encounter her in life again somewhere, though what he had been preparing to see, heaven alone knew. But certainly not the supple, laughing girl he had known, that smooth, slender, dark-eyed, dainty visitor who had played at marriage with him through a troubled and unreal dream, and was gone when he awoke. So swift the brief 2 years had passed, as swift in sorrow as in happiness. 2 vision-tinted years, ended as an hour ends with the muffled chimes of a clock, leaving the air of an empty room vibrant. 2 years, a swift, restless dream aglow with exotic color, echoing with laughter and bugle call and the noise of the surf on Samar rocks, a dream through which stirred the rustle of strange brocades and the whisper of breezes blowing over the grasses of Leyte, and the light, dry report of rifles, and the shuffle of bare feet in darkened bungalows, and the whisper of dawn in Manila town. 2 years, wherever they came from, wherever they had gone. And now, out of the ghostly, shadowy memory, behold her stepping into the world again, living, breathing, quickening with the fire of life undimmed in her. And he had seen the bright color spreading to her eyes, and the dark eyes widen to his stare. He had seen the vivid blush, the forced smile, the nod, the voiceless parting of her stiffened lips. Then she was gone, leaving the whole world peopled with her living presence and the very sky ringing with the words her lips had never uttered, never would utter while sun and moon and stars endured. Shrinking from the clamoring tumult of his thoughts, he looked around, hardied and drawn of mouth, to find Miss Errol riding a length in advance, her gaze fixed resolutely between her horse's ears. How much had she noticed? How much had she divined, this straight, white-throated young girl with her self-possession and her rounded, firm young figure, this child with the pure, curved cheek, the clear, fearless eyes, untainted, ignorant, incredulous of shame, of evil. Severe, confident, untroubled in the freshness of adolescence, she rode on, straight before her, symbolic innocence leading the disillusioned. And he followed, hard, dry eyes narrowing, ever narrowing and flinching under the smiling gaze of the dark-eyed, red-mouthed ghost that sat there on his saddle bow, facing him, almost in his very arms. Luncheon had not been served when they returned. Without lingering on the landing as usual, they exchanged a formal word or two. Then Eileen mounted to her own quarters and Selwyn walked nervously through the library, where he saw Nina evidently prepared for some midday festivity, for she wore hat and furs, and the brougham was outside. "Oh, Phil," she said, "Eileen probably forgot that I was going out. It's a director's luncheon at the Exchange. Please tell Eileen that I cannot wait for her. Where is she?" "Dressing, I suppose, Nina. One moment, dear. I promised the children that you would lunch with them in the nursery. Do you mind? I did it to keep them quiet. I was weak enough to compromise between a fox hunt or fudge, so I said you would lunch with them, will you? Certainly, and Ninahat sort of a man is this George Fane. Fane? Yes, the chinless gentleman with gentle brown and protruding eyes, and the expression of a tame brontosaurus. Why, how do you mean, Phil? What sort of man? He's a banker. He is not very pretty, but he's popular. Oh, popular, he nodded, as close to a sneer as he could ever get. He has a very popular wife, too. Have not you met Rosamund? People like him. He's about everywhere, very useful, very devoted to pretty women. But I am really in a hurry. Phil, will not you please explain to Eileen that I could not wait? You and she were almost an hour late. Now I must pick up my skirts and fly, or there will be some indignant dowagers downtown. Goodbye, dear. And do not let the children eat too fast. Make Drina take 36 chews to every bite, and Winthrop is to have no bread if he has potatoes. Her voice dwindled and died. Away through the hall, the front door clanged. He went to his quarters, drove out Austin's man, arranged his own fresh linen, took a sulky plunge, and, an unlighted cigarette between his teeth, completed his dressing in sullen introspection. When he had tied his scarf and bitten his cigarette to pieces, he paced the room once or twice, squared his shoulders, breathed deeply, and, unbending his eyebrows, walked off to the nursery. "Hello, you kids," he said with an effort. "I have come to luncheon. Very nice of you to want me, Drina." "I wanted you too," said Billy. "I am to sit beside you." "So am I," observed Drina, pushing Winthrop out of the chair and sliding in close to Selwyn. She had the cat, Kit Kai, in her arms. Kit Kai, divining nourishment, was purring loudly. Josephine and Clements, in pinafores and stick-out skirts, sat wriggling, with Winthrop between them. The 5 dogs sat in a row behind. Katie and Bridget assumed the functions of Hibernian Hebes, and luncheon began with a clatter of spoons. It being also the children's dinner supper and bed occurring from 5 to 6 meat figured on the card, and Kit Kai's purring increased to an ecstatic and wheezy squeal, and her rigid tail, as she stood up on Drina's lap, was constantly brushing Selwyn's features. "The cat is shedding, too," he remarked, as he dodged her caudal appendage for the 20th time. "It will go in with the next spoonful, Drina, if you are not careful about opening your mouth." "I love Kit Kai," said Drina placidly. "I have written a poem to her. Where is it? Hand it to me, Bridget." And, laying down her fork and crossing her bare legs under the table, Drina took breath and read rapidly. "Lines to my cat. Why do I love Kit Kai? And run after her with laughter, and rub her fur, so she will purr. Why do I know that Kit Kai loves me so? I know it if her tail stands up stiff, and she beguiles me with smiles." "Huh," said Billy, "cats do not smile." "They do. When they look pleasant they smile," said Drina, and continued reading from her own works. "Be kind in all you say and do. For God made Kit Kai the same as you. Yours truly, Alexandrina Gerard." She looked doubtfully at Selwyn. "Is it all right to sign a poem? I believe that poets sign their works, do not they, Uncle Philip?" "Certainly, Drina. I will give you $1 for that poem." "You may have it anyway," said Drina generously, and, as an afterthought, "my birthday is next Wednesday." "What a hint," jeered Billy, casting a morsel at the dogs. "It is not a hint. It had nothing to do with my poem, and I will write you several more, Uncle Philip," protested the child, cuddling against him, spoon in hand, and inadvertently decorating his sleeve with cranberry sauce. Cat hairs and cranberry are a great deal for a man to endure, but he gave Drina a reassuring hug and a whisper, and leaned back to remove traces of the affectionate encounter just as Miss Errol entered. "Oh, Eileen, Eileen," cried the children, "are you coming to luncheon with us?" As Selwyn rose, she nodded, amused. "I am rather hurt," she said. "I went down to luncheon, but as soon as I heard where you all were I marched straight up here to demand the reason of my ostracism." We thought you had gone with mother, explained Drina, looking about for a chair. Selwyn brought it. I was commissioned to say that Nina could not wait dowagers and cakes and all that, you know. Will not you sit down? It's rather messy and the cat is the guest of honor. We have 3 guests of honor, said Drina. You, Eileen, and Kit Kai. Uncle Philip, mother has forbidden me to speak of it, so I shall tell her and be punished, but would not it be splendid if Anna likes were only here with us? Selwyn turned sharply, every atom of color gone, and the child smiled up at him. Would not it? She pleaded. Yes, he said, so quietly that something silenced the child. And Eileen, giving ostentatious and undivided attention to the dogs, was now enveloped by snooping, eager muzzles and frantically wagging tails. My lap is full of paws, she exclaimed. Take them away, Katie. And oh, my gown, my gown. Billy, stop waving your tumbler around my face. If you spill that milk on me, I shall ask your Uncle Philip to put you in the guardhouse. You are going to bolo us, are not you, Uncle Philip? Inquired Billy. It's my turn to be killed, you remember. I have an idea, said Selwyn, that Miss Errol is going to play for you to sing. They liked that. The infant Gerards were musically inclined, and nothing pleased them better than to lift their voices in unison. Besides, it always distressed Kit Kai, and they never tired laughing to see the unhappy cat retreat before the first minor chord struck on the piano. More than that, the dogs always protested, noses pointed heavenward. It meant noise, which was always welcome in any form. Will you play, Miss Errol? Inquired Selwyn. Miss Errol would play. Why do you always call her Miss Errol? Asked Billy. Why do not you say Eileen? Selwyn laughed. I do not know, Billy. Ask her, perhaps she knows. Eileen laughed, too, delicately embarrassed and aware of his teasing smile. But Drina, always impressed by formality, said, Uncle Philip is not Eileen's uncle. People who are not relations say Miss and Mrs. Are favor and mother relations? Asked Josephine timidly. Yes, no, I do not know, admitted Drina. Are they, Eileen? Why, yes, that is to say, and turning to Selwyn, what dreadful questions. Are they relations, Captain Selwyn? Of course they are. They were not before they were married, he said, laughing. If you married Eileen, began Billy, you would call her Eileen, I suppose. Certainly, said Selwyn. Why do not you? That is another thing you must ask her, my son. Well then, Eileen. But Miss Errol was already seated at the nursery piano, and his demands were drowned in a decisive chord which brought the children clustering around her, while their nurses ran among them, untying bibs and scrubbing faces and fingers in fresh water. They sang like seraphs, grouped around the piano, fingers linked behind their backs. First it was the Vicar of Bray. Then in the cat fled at the first chord Lochleven Castle. Put off, and row with speed. For now is the time and the hour of need. Miss Errol sang, too, her voice leading a charmingly trained, but childlike voice of no pretensions, as fresh and unspoiled as the girl herself. There was an interval after castles in the air. Eileen sat, with her marvelously white hands resting on the keys, awaiting further suggestion. Sing that funny song, Uncle Philip pleaded Billy. You know the one about. She hit him with a shingle, which made his breeches tingle, because he pinched his little baby brother. And he ran down the lane, with his pants full of pain. Oh, a boy's best friend is his mother. Billy, gasped Miss Errol. Selwyn, mortified, said severely, That is a very dreadful song, Billy. But you taught it to me. Eileen swung around on the piano stool, but Selwyn had seized Billy and was promising to bolo him as soon as he wished. And Eileen, surveying the scene from her perch, thought that Selwyn's years seemed to depend entirely upon his occupation, for he looked very boyish down there on his knees among the children, and she had not yet forgotten the sunken pallor of his features in the parkno, nor her own question to him, still unanswered. For she had asked him who that woman was who had been so direct in her smiling salute, and he had not yet replied, probably never would, for she did not expect to ask him again. Meanwhile, the balo men were rushing to the outposts' intense satisfaction. Bang bang, repeated Winthrop. I hit you, Uncle Philip. You are dead, you know. Yes, but here comes another. Fire, shouted Billy. Save the flag, hurrah! Pound on the piano, Eileen, and pretend it's cannon. Chord after chord reverberated through the big sunny room, punctuated by all the cavalry music she had picked up from West Point and her friends in the squadron. We cannot get em up. We cannot get em up. We cannot get em up. In the morning, she sang, calmly watching the progress of the battle, until Selwyn disengaged himself from the melee and sank breathlessly into a chair. All over, he said, declining further combat. Play the Star-Spangled Banner, Miss Errol. Boom, crashed the chord for the sunset gun. Then she played the anthem. Selwyn rose and the children stood up at salute. The party was over. Selwyn and Miss Errol, strolling together out of the nursery and down the stairs, fell unconsciously into the amiable exchange of badinage again. She taunting him with his undignified behavior, he retorting in kind. Anyway, that was a perfectly dreadful verse you taught Billy, she concluded. Not as dreadful as the chorus, he remarked, wincing. You are exactly like a bad small boy, Captain Selwyn. You look like one no so sheepish. I have seen Gerald attempt to avoid admonition in exactly that fashion. How about a jolly brisk walk? He inquired blandly. Unless you have something on, I suppose you have. Yes, I have. A tea at the Fanes, a function at the Greys. Do you know Sudbury Gray? It's his mother. They had strolled into the living room, a big, square, sunny place, in golden greens and browns, where a bay window overlooked the park. Kneeling on the cushions of the deep window seat, she flattened her delicate nose against the glass, peering out through the lace hangings. Everybody and his family are driving, she said over her shoulder. The rich and great are cornering the fresh air supply. It's interesting, is not it, merely to sit here and count coteries. There is Mrs. Vendenning and Gladys Orkle of the Blackfells set. There is that pretty Mrs. Delmer Carnes, Newport. Here come some Cedarhurst people at Fleetwoods. It always surprises one to see them out of the saddle. There is Evelyn Cardwell, she came out when I did, and there comes Sandon Craig with a very old lady there, in that old-fashioned cocho. It is Mrs. Jan Van Elton, Sr. What a very, very quaint old lady. I have been presented at court, she added with a little laugh, and now all the law has been fulfilled. For a while she kneeled there, silently intent on the passing pageant with all the unconscious curiosity of a child. Presently, without turning, they speak of the younger set, but what is its limit? So many people. The hunting crowd, the silly crowd, the wealthy sets, dreadful yellow set, then all those others made out of metal, copper and coal and iron, and she shrugged her youthful shoulders, still intent on the passing show. Then there are the intellectuals, the artistic, the illuminated, the musical sorts. I wish I knew more of them. They were my father's friends, some of them. She looked over her shoulder to see where Selwyn was and whether he was listening, smiled at him, and turned, resting one hand on the window seat. So many kinds of people, she said with a shrug. Yes, said Selwyn lazily, there are all kinds of kinds. You remember that beautiful nature poem? The seagull, and the eagle, and the dipper-dapper duck, and the jewfish, and the bluefish, and the turtle in the muck, and the squirrel, and the girl, and the flippy-floppy bat, are different, as gent from gent. So let it go at that. What hideous nonsense, she laughed in open encouragement, but he could recall nothing more or pretended he could not. You ask me, he said, whether I know Sudbury Gray. I do slightly. What about him? And he waited, remembering Nina's suggestion as to that wealthy young man's eligibility. He's one of the nicest men I know, she replied frankly. Yes, but you do not know Boots Lansing. The gentleman who was bucked out of his footwear, is he attractive? Rather, shrieks rent the air when Boots left Manila. Feminine shrieks. Exclusively, the men were glad enough. He has 3 months leave this winter, so you will see him soon. She thanked him mockingly for the promise, watching him from amused eyes. After a moment she said, I ought to arise and go forth with timbrels and with dances, but do you know I am not inclined to revels? There has been just a very little bit too much festivity so far. Not that I do not adore dinners and gossip and dances, not that I do not love to pervade bright and glittering places. Oh, no, only I. She looked shyly a moment at Selwyn. I sometimes feel a curious desire for other things. I have been feeling it all day. What things? I don't know exactly, substantial things. I would like to learn about things. My father was the head of the American School of Archaeology in Crete. My mother was his intellectual equal, I believe. Her voice had fallen as she spoke. Do you wonder that physical pleasure palls a little at times? I inherit something besides a capacity for dancing. He nodded, watching her with an interest and curiosity totally new. When I was 10 years old, I was taken abroad for the winter. I saw the excavations in Crete for the buried city, which father discovered near Piarsas. We lived for a while with Professor Flanders in the Fayum district. I saw the ruins of Kahun, built nearly 3,000 years before the coming of Christ. I myself picked up a scarab as old as the ruins. Captain Selwyn I was only a child of 10. I could understand very little of what I saw and heard, but I have never forgotten the happiness of that winter. And that is why, at times, pleasures tire me a little, and a little discontent creeps in. It is ungrateful and ungracious of me to say so, but I did wish so much to go to Collegido, have something to care for as mother cared for father's work. Why? Do you know that my mother accidentally discovered the third sign in the Carian signory? No, said Selwyn, I did not know that. He forbore to add that he did not know what a signory resembled or where Caria might be. Miss Errol's elbow was on her knee, her chin resting within her open palm. Do you know about my parents? She asked. They were lost in the Argolles off Cyprus. You have heard. I think they meant that I should go to Collegia as well as Gerald. I do not know. Perhaps after all it is better for me to do what other young girls do. Besides, I enjoy it, and my mother did too when she was my age, they say. She was very much gayer than I am. My mother was a beauty and a brilliant woman, but there were other qualities. I gave her letters to father when Gerald and I were very little, and her letters to us from London. I have missed her more this winter, it seems to me, than even in that dreadful time. She sat silent, chin in hand, delicate fingers restlessly worrying her red lips. Then, in quick impulse, you will not mistake me, Captain Selwyn. Nina and Austin have been perfectly sweet to me and to Gerald. I am not mistaking a word you utter, he said. No, of course not. Only there are times, moments. Her voice died, her clear eyes looked out into space while the silent seconds lengthened into minutes. One slender finger had slipped between her lips and teeth. The burnished strand of hair, which Nina dreaded, lay neglected against her cheek. I should like to know, she began, as though to herself, something about everything. That being out of the question, I should like to know everything about something. That also being out of the question, for third choice, I should like to know something about something. I am not too ambitious, am I? Selwyn did not offer to answer. Am I? She repeated, looking directly at him. I thought you were asking yourself. But you need not reply, there is no sense in my question. She stood up, indifferent, absentied, half turning toward the window, and raising her hand, she carelessly brought the rebel strand of hair under discipline. You said you were going to look up Gerald, she observed. I am now, what are you going to do? Dress, I suppose. Nina ought to be back now, and she expects me to go out with her. She nodded a smiling termination of their duet and moved toward the door. Then, on impulse, she turned, a question on her lips left unuttered through instinct. It had to do with the identity of the pretty woman who had so directly saluted him in the parka, perfectly friendly, simple, and natural question. Yet it remained unuttered. She turned again to the doorway. A maid stood there holding a note on a salver. For Captain Selwyn, please, murmured the maid. Miss Errol passed out. Selwyn took the note and broke the seal. My dear Selwyn, I am in a beastly fix in one. Oh, you do tonight in pas de quoi. Obviously, I do not want Neargard to know, being associated as I am with him in business. As for Austin, he's a peppery old boy, bless his heart, and I am not very secure in his good graces at present. Fact is, I got into a rather stiff game last night and it's a matter of honor. So can you help me to tide it over? I will square it on the 1st of the month. Yours sincerely, Gerald Errol. P.S. I have meant to look you up for ever so long, and will the first moment I have free. Below this was penciled the amount due, and Selwyn's face grew very serious. The letter he wrote in return ran: Dear Gerald, check enclosed to your order. By the way, cannot you lunch with me at the Lennox Club some day this week? Write, wire, or telephone when. Yours, Selwyn. When he had sent the note away by the messenger, he walked back to the bay window, hands in his pockets, a worried expression in his gray eyes. This sort of thing must not be repeated. The boy must halt in his tracks and face sharply the other way. Besides, his own income was much too limited to admit of many more loans of that sort. He ought to see Gerald at once, but somehow he could not in decency appear personally on the heels of his loan. A certain interval must elapse between the loan and the lecture. In fact, he did not see very well how he could admonish and instruct until the loan had been cancelled, that is, until the first of the new year. Pacing the floor, disturbed, uncertain as to the course he should pursue, he looked up presently to see Miss Errol descending the stairs, fresh and sweet in her radiant plumage. As she caught his eye, she waved a silvery chinchilla muff at Hema marching saluting passed on, calling back to him, Do not forget Gerald. No, he said, I will not forget Gerald. He stood a moment at the window watching the brougham below where Nina awaited Miss Errol. Then, abruptly, he turned back into the room and picked up the telephone receiver, muttering, This is no time to mince matters for the sake of appearances. And he called up Gerald at the offices of Nearguard Co. Is it you, Gerald? He asked pleasantly. It's all right about that matter. I have sent you a note by your messenger. But I want to talk to you about another matter, something concerning myself. I want to ask your advice in a way. Can you be at the Lennox by 6? You have an engagement at 8? Oh, that's all right. I will not keep you. It's understood then, the Lennox at 6. Goodbye. There was the usual early evening influx of men at the Lennox who dropped in for a glance at the ticker, or for a cocktail, or a game of billiards, or a bit of gossip before going home to dress. Selwyn sauntered over to the basket, inspected a yard or two of tape, then strolled toward the window, nodding to Bradley Harmon and Sandon Craig. As he turned his face to the window and his back to the room, Harmon came up rather effusively, offering an unusually thin flat hand and further hospitality, pleasantly declined by Selwyn. Horrible thing, a cocktail, observed Harmon, after giving his own order and seating himself opposite Selwyn. I do not usually do it. Here comes the man who persuades me, my own partner. Selwyn looked up to see Fane approaching, and instantly a dark flush overspread his face. You know George Fane, do not you? Continued Harmon easily. Well, that's odd. I thought, of course, Captain Selwyn, Mr. Fane. It's not usual, but it's done. They exchanged formalitized and brief on Selwyn's part, gracefully urbane on Fane's. I have heard so pleasantly of you from Gerald Errol, he said, and of course our people have always been on cordial terms. Neither Mrs. Fane nor I was fortunate enough to meet you last Tuesday at the Gerard, such a crush, you know. Are you not joining us, Captain Selwyn? As the servant appeared to take orders. Selwyn declined again, glancing at Harmona, large-framed, bony young man with blonde, closely trimmed and pointed beard, and the fair color of a Swede. He had the high, flat cheekbones of one, too, and a thicket of corn-tinted hair, which was usually damp at the ends and curled flat against his forehead. He seemed to be always in a slight perspiration, had been, anyway, every time Selwyn met him anywhere. Sandon Craig and Billy Fleetwood came wandering up and joined them. One or two other men, drifting by, adhered to the group. Selwyn, involved in small talk, glanced sideways at the great clock and gathered himself together for departure. Fleetwood was saying to Craig, Certainly it was a stiff game, Bradley, myself, Gerald Errol, Mrs. Delmer Carnes, and the Ruthvens. Were you hit? Asked Craig, interested. No, about even. Gerald got it good and plenty, though. The Ruthvens were ahead as usual. Selwyn, apparently hearing nothing, quietly rose and stepped out of the circle, paused to set fire to a cigarette, and then strolled off toward the visitor's room, where Gerald was now due. Fane stretched his neck, looking curiously after him. Then he said to Fleetwood, Why begin to talk about Mrs. Ruthven when our friend yonder is about? Rotten judgment you show, Billy. Well, I clean forgot, said Fleetwood. What did I say anyway? A man cannot always remember who's divorced from who in this town. Harmon, whose civility to Selwyn had possibly been based on his desire for pleasant relations with Austin Gerard and the Aracari Loan and Trust Company, looked at Fleetwood thoroughly vexed. But nobody could have suspected vexation in that Hiban smile, which showed such very red lips through the blonde beard. Fane, too, smiled. His prominent soft brown eyes expressed gentlest good humor, and he passed his hand reflectively over his unusually small and retreating chin. Perhaps he was thinking of the meeting in the park that morning. It was amusing, but men do not speak of such things at their clubs, no matter how amusing. Besides, if the story were aired and were traced to him, Ruthven might turn ugly. There was no counting on Ruthven. Meanwhile, Selwyn, perplexed and worried, found young Errol just entering the visitor's room and greeted him with nervous cordiality. If you cannot stay and dine with me, he said, I will not put you down. You know, of course, I can only ask you once in a year, so we will stay here and chat a bit. Right you are, said young Errol, flinging off his very new and very fashionable overcoat, a wonderfully handsome boy, with all the attraction that a quick, warm, impulsive manner carries. And I say, Selwyn, it was awfully decent of you too. Bosh, friends are for that sort of thing, Gerald. Sit here, he looked at the young man hesitatingly, but Gerald calmly took the matter out of his jurisdiction by nodding his order to the club attendant. Lord, but I am tired, he said, sinking back into a big armchair. I was up till daylight, and then I had to be in the office by 9, and tonight Billy Fleetwood is jivingo something or other. By the way, the market is not doing a thing to the shorts. You are not in, are you, Selwyn? No, not that way. I hope you are not either, are you, Gerald? Oh, it's all right, replied the young fellow confidently, and raising his glass, he nodded at Selwyn with a smile. You were mighty nice to me anyhow, he said, setting his glass aside and lighting a cigar. You see, I went to a dance, and after a while some of us cleared out, and Jack Ruthven offered us trouble, so half a dozen of us went there. I had the worst cards a man ever drew to a kicker. That was all about it. The boy was utterly unconscious that he was treading on delicate ground as he rattled on in his warm-hearted, frank, and generous way. Totally oblivious that the very name of Ruthven must be unwelcome if not offensive to his listener, he laughed through a description of the affair, its thrilling episodes, and Mrs. Jack Ruthven's blind luck in the draw. One moment, interrupted Selwyn, very gently. Do you mind saying whether you banked my check and drew against it? Why no, I just endorsed it over. Todo whom if I may venture. Certainly, he said with a laugh. To Mrs. Jack then in a flash, for the first time the boy realized what he was saying and stopped aghast, scarlet to his hair. Selwyn's face had little color remaining in it, but he said very kindly, It's all right, Gerald, do not worry. I am a beast, broke out the boy. I beg your pardon 1,000 times. Granted, old chap, but Gerald, may I say one thing or perhaps two? Go ahead, give it to me good and plenty. It's only this, could not you and I see one another a little oftener? Do not be afraid of me, I am no wet blanket. I am not so very aged, either. I know something of the world, I understand something of men. I am pretty good company, Gerald. What do you say? I say sure, cried the boy warmly. It's a go, then, and one thing more, could not you manage to come up to the house a little oftener? Everybody misses you, of course. I think your sister is a trifle sensitive. I will, said Gerald, blushing. Somehow I have had such a lot on hand all day at the office, and something on every evening. I know perfectly well I have neglected Eileen and everybody. But the first moment I can find free. Selwyn nodded, and last of all he said, There's something about my own affairs that I thought you might advise me on. Gerald, proud, enchanted, stood very straight. The older man continued gravely. I have a little capital to invest, not very much. Suppose and this, I need not add, is in confidence between us. Suppose I suggested to Mr. Neargard. Oh, cried young Errol, delighted, that is fine. Neargard would be glad enough. Why, we have got that Valladale tract in shape now, and there are scores of schemes in the air, scores of theme important moves which may mean anything. He ended excitedly. Then you think it would be all right in case Neargard likes the idea? Gerald was enthusiastic. After a while, they shook hands, it being time to separate. And for a long time, Selwyn sat there alone in the visitor's room, absentied, facing the blazing fire of cannel coal. How to be friends with this boy without openly playing the mentor, how to gain his confidence without appearing to seek it, how to influence him without alarming him? No, there was no great harm in him yet, only the impulse of inconsiderate youth, only an enthusiastic capacity for pleasure. One thing was imperative: boy must cut out his card playing for stakes at once. And there was a way to accomplish that by impressing Gerald with the idea that to do anything behind Nearguard's back, which he would not care to tell him about, was a sort of treachery. Who were these people anyway, who would permit a boy of that age, and in a responsible position, to play for such stakes? Who were they to encourage such? Selwyn's tightening grasp on his chair suddenly relaxed. He sank back, staring at the brilliant coals. He, too, had forgotten. Now he remembered, in humiliation unspeakable, in bitterness past all belief. Time sped, and he sat there, motionless. And gradually the bitterness became less perceptible as he drifted, intent on drifting, back through the exotic sorcery of dead years back into the sun again, where honor was bright and life was young, where all the world awaited happy conquest, where there was no curfew in the red evening glow. No end to day, because the golden light had turned to silver, but where the earliest hint of dawn was a challenge, and where every yellow star whispered awake. And out of the magic she had come into his world again. Sooner or later he would meet her now, that was sure. When, where, and of what significance was it after all? Whom did it concern, him, her, and what had he to say to her after all, or she to him? Not one word. About midnight, he roused himself and picked up his hat and coat. "Do you wish a cab, please?" whispered the club servant who held his coat. "It is snowing very hard, sir." Chapter 3: Under the Ashes. He had neither burned nor returned the photograph to Mrs. Ruthven. The prospect perplexed and depressed Selwyn. He was sullenly aware that, in a town where the divorced must ever be reckoned with when dance and dinner lists are made out, there is always some thoughtless hostessan, sometimes a mischievous one. And the chances were that he and Mrs. Jack Ruthven would collide, either through the forgetfulness or malice of somebody, or, through sheer hazard, at some large affair where destiny and fate work busily together in criminal copartnership. And he encountered her first at a masque, and revel given by Mrs. Delmer Carnes, where fate contrived that he should dance in the same set with his sidevant wife before the unmasking, and where, unaware, they gaily exchanged salute and handclasp before the jolly melee of unmasking, revealed how close together two people could come after parting for ever and a night at the uttermost ends of the earth. When masks at last were off, there was neither necessity nor occasion for the two surprised and rather pallid young people to renew civilities. But later, destiny, the saturnine partner in the business, interfered, and some fool in the smoking room tried to introduce Selwyn to Ruthven. The slightest mistake on their parts would have rendered the incident ridiculous, and Ruthven made that mistake. That was Selwyn's first encounter with the Ruthvens. A short time afterward at the opera, Gerald dragged him into a parterre to say something amiable to one of the debutante Craig, girls, and Selwyn found himself again facing Alikes. If there was any awkwardness, it was not apparent, although they both knew that they were in full view of the house. A cool bow and its cooler acknowledgement, a formal word and more formal reply. And Selwyn made his way to the corridor, hot with vexation, unaware of where he was going, and oblivious of the distressed and apologetic young man who so contritely kept step with him through the brilliantly crowded promenade. That was the second time, not counting distant glimpses in crowded avenues, in the park, at Sherry's, or across the hazy glitter of thronged theaters. But the third encounter was different. It was all a mistake, born of the haste of a heedless and elderly matron, celebrated for managing to do the wrong thing, but who had been excessively nice to him that winter, and whose position in Manhattan was not to be assailed. "Dear Captain Selwyn," she wheezed over the telephone, "I am short one man, and we dine at 8 and it's that now. Could you help me? It's the rich and yellow this time, but you will not mind, will you?" Selwyn, standing at the lower telephone in the hall, asked her to hold the wire a moment, and glanced up at his sister, who was descending the stairs with Eileen, dinner having at that instant been announced. Mrs. T. Westminster flying signals of distress, he said, carefully covering the transmitter as he spoke. Man overboard, and will I kindly take a turn at the wheel? What a shame, said Eileen. You are going to spoil the first home dinner we have had together in weeks. Tell her to get some yellow pup, growled Austin from above. As though anybody could get a yellow pup when they whistle, said Nina hopelessly. That's true, nodded Selwyn. I am the original old dog Tray. Whistle and I come padding up, ever faithful, you see. And he uncovered the transmitter and explained to Mrs. T. Westminster his absurd delight at being whistled at. Then he sent for a cab and sauntered into the dining room, where he was received with undisguised hostility. She's been civil to me, he said. Junus oblige, you know, and that's why I. There will be a lot of debutantes there. What do you want to go for, you cradle robber? Protested Austin. A lot of water-bibbing, alleviating, talcum-powdered debutantes. Eileen straightened up stiffly, and Selwyn's teasing smile and his offered hand in adieu completed her indignation. Oh, goodbye, no, I will not shake hands. There's your cab now. I wish you would take Austin, too. Nina and I are tired of dining with the prematurely aged. Indeed, we are, said Mrs. Gerard. Go to your club, Austin, and give me a chance to telephone to somebody under the anesthetic age. Selwyn departed, laughing, but he yawned in his cab all the way to 53rd Street, where he entered in the wake of the usual laggards, and, surrendering hat and coat in the cloak-room, picked up the small, slim envelope bearing his name. The card within disclosed the information that he was to take in Mrs. Somebody or Other. He made his way through a great many people, found his hostess, backed off, stood on one leg for a moment like a reflective waterfowl, then found Mrs. Somebody or Other, and was absently good to her through a great deal of noise and some Spanish music, which seemed to squirt through a thicket of palms and bespatter everybody. Wonderful music, observed his dinner partner, with singular originality, so like Carmen. Is it? He replied, and took her away at a nod from his hostess, whose daughter Dorothy leaned forward from her partner's arm at the same moment, and whispered, I must speak to you, Mamma. You cannot put Captain Selwyn there because. But her mother was deaf and smilingly sensitive about it, so she merely guessed what reply her child expected. It's all settled, dear. Captain Selwyn arrived a moment ago. And she closed the file. It was already too late, anyhow, and presently, turning to see who was seated on his left, Selwyn found himself gazing into the calm, flushed face of Alike's Ruthven. It was their third encounter. They exchanged a dazed nod of recognition, a meaningless murmur, and turned again, apparently undisturbed, to their respective dinner partners. A great many curious eyes, lingering on them, shifted elsewhere, in reluctant disappointment. As for the hostess, she had, for one instant, come as near to passing heavenward as she could without doing it when she discovered the situation. Then she accepted it with true humor. She could afford to. But her daughters, Sheila and Dorothy, suffered acutely, being of this year's output and martyrs to responsibility. Meanwhile, Selwyn, grimly aware of an accident somewhere, and perfectly conscious of the feelings which must by this time dominate his hostess, was wondering how best to avoid anything that might resemble a situation. Instead of 2 or 3 dozen small tables, scattered among the palms of the winter garden, their hostess had preferred to construct a great oval board around the aquarium. The arrangement made it a little easier for Selwyn and Mrs. Ruthven. He talked to his dinner partner until she began to respond in monosyllables, which closed each subject that he opened and wearied him as much as he was boring her. But Bradley Harmon, the man on her right, evidently had better fortune, and presently Selwyn found himself with nobody to talk to, which came as near to embarrassing him as anything could, and which so enraged his hostess that she struck his partner's name from her lists forever. People were already glancing at him askance in sly amusement or cold curiosity. Then he did a thing which endeared him to Mrs. T. Westminster and to her 2 disconsolate children. Mrs. Ruthven, he said, very naturally and pleasantly, I think perhaps we had better talk for a moment or two if you do not mind. She said quietly, I do not mind, and turned with charming composure. Every eye shifted to them, then obeyed decency or training, and the slightest break in the gay tumult was closed up with chatter and laughter. Plucky, said Sandon Craig to his fair neighbor. But by what chance did our unfortunate hostess do it? She's usually doing it, is not she? What occupies me, returned his partner, is how on earth the likes could have thrown away that adorable man for Jack Ruthven. Why, he is already trying to scramble into Rosamund Fane's lap, the horrid little poodle, always curled up on the edge of your skirt. She stared at Mrs. Ruthven across the crystal reservoir, brimming with rose and ivory-tinted water lilies. That girl is marked for destruction, she said slowly. The gods have done their work already. But whatever Alikes had been, whatever she now was, she showed to her little world only a pale brunette symmetry, a strange and changeless luster, varying as little as the moon's phases. And like that burnt-out planet, reflecting any flame that flared until her clear, young beauty seemed pulsating with the promise of hidden fire. Selwyn, outwardly amiable and formal, was saying in a low voice, "My dinner partner is quite impossible, you see, and I happen to be here as a filler in commanded to the presence only a few minutes ago. It's a pardonable error, I bear no malice, but I am sorry for you." There was a silence. Alike straightened her slim figure and turned, but young and Nis, who had taken her in, had become confidential with Mrs. Fane. As for Selwyn's partner, she probably divined his conversational designs on her, but she merely turned her bare shoulder a trifle more unmistakably and continued her gossip with Bradley Harmon. Alikes broke a tiny morsel from her bread, sensible of the tension. "I suppose," she said, as though reciting to some new acquaintance an amusing bit of gossip, that we are destined to this sort of thing occasionally, and had better get used to it. "I suppose so. Please," she added, after a pause, "aid me a little." "I will if I can. What am I to say?" "Have you nothing to say?" she asked, smiling. "It need not be very civil, you know, as long as nobody hears you." To school his features for the deception of others, to school his voice and manner, and at the same time look smilingly into the grave of his youth, and hope, called for the sort of self-command foreign to his character. Glancing at him under her smoothly fitted mask of amiability, she slowly grew afraid of the situation but not of her ability to sustain her own part. They exchanged a few meaningless phrases, then she resolutely took young and Nis away from Rosamund Fane, leaving Selwyn to count the bubbles in his wineglass. But in a few moments, whether by accident or deliberate design, Rosamund interfered again, and Mrs. Ruthven was confronted with the choice of a squabble for possession of young Nis, of conspicuous silence, or of resuming once more with Selwyn. And she chose the last resort. "You are living in town?" she asked pleasantly. "Yes." "Of course, I forgot. I met a man last night who said you had entered the firm of Nearguard Co. "I have." "Who was the man?" "You can never guess, Captain Selwyn." "I do not want to. Who was he?" "Please do not terminate so abruptly the few subjects we have in reserve. We may be obliged to talk to each other for a number of minutes if Rosamund does not let us alone." The man was Boots Lansing. "Boots here. Arrived from Manila Sunday. Sans Jean as usual, he introduced you as the subject, and told me, oh, dozens of things about you. I suppose he began inquiring for you before he crossed the trooper's gangplank, and somebody sent him to Nearguard Co. Have not you seen him?" "No," he said, staring at the brilliant fish, which glided along the crystal tank, goggling their eyes at the lights. "Yow, you are living with the Gerards, I believe," she said carelessly. "For a while." "Oh, Boots says that he is expecting to take an apartment with you somewhere." "What, has Boots resigned?" "So he says. He told me that you had resigned. I did not understand that. I imagined you were here on leave until I heard about Nearguard Co. Do you suppose I could have remained in the service?" he demanded. His voice was dry and almost accentless. "Why not?" she returned, paling. "You may answer that question more pleasantly than I can." She usually avoided champagne, but she had to do something for herself now. As for him, he took what was offered without noticing what he took and grew whiter and whiter, but a fixed glow gradually appeared and remained on her cheeks. Courage, impatience, a sudden anger at the forced conditions steadied her nerves. "Will you please prove equal to the situation?" she said under her breath, but with a charming smile. Do you know you are scowling? These people here are ready to laugh, and I would much prefer that they tear us to rags on suspicion of our over-friendliness. Who is that fool woman who is monopolizing your partner? Rosamund Fane, she's doing it on purpose. You must try to smile now and then. My face is stiff with grinning, he said, but I will do what I can for you. Please include yourself too. Oh, I can stand their opinions, he said. I only meet the yellow sort occasionally. I do not herd with them. I do, thank you. How do you like them? What is your opinion of the yellow set? Here they sit all about youth Phoenix Motleys, Mrs. Delmer Carnes yonder, the Draymores, the Orkles, the Vendining lady, the lawns of Westlawn. He paused, then deliberately and the Jack Ruthvens. I forgot, alikes, that you are now perfectly equipped to carry aloft the golden hod. Go on, she said, drawing a deep breath, but the fixed smile never altered. No, he said, I cannot talk. I thought I could, but I cannot. Take that boy away from Mrs. Fane as soon as you can. I cannot yet, you must go on. I ask your aid to carry this thing through. I am afraid of their ridicule. Could you try to help me a little? If you put it that way, of course. And after a silence, what am I to say? What in God's name shall I say to you, alikes? Anything bitter as long as you control your voice and features. Try to smile at me when you speak, Philip. All right, I have no reason to be bitter anyway, he said, and every reason to be otherwise. That is not true. You tell me that I have ruined your career in the army. I did not know I was doing it. Can you believe me? And as he made no response, I did not dream you would have to resign. Do you believe me? There is no choice, he said coldly. Drop the subject. That is brutal. I never thought. She forced a smile and drew her glass toward her. The straw-tinted wine slopped over and frothed on the white skin of her arm. Well, she breathed, this ghastly dinner is nearly ended. He nodded pleasantly. And Phil, a bit tremulous. What? Was it all my fault? I mean, in the beginning. I have wanted to ask you, Thado, know your view of it, was it? No, it was mine, most of it. Not all, note half. We did not know how. That is the wretched explanation of it all. And we could never have learned, that's the rest of the answer. But the fault is not there. I know, better to bear the ills we have. Yes, more respectable to bear them. Let us drop this indecency's name, alikes. After a silence she began, one more thing, I must know it, and I am going to ask you if I may, shall I? He smiled cordially, and she laughed as though confiding a delightful bit of news to him. Do you regard me as sufficiently important to dislike me? I do not dislike you. Is it stronger than dislike, Phil? Yes. Contempt. No. What is it? It is that I have not yet become reconciled. To my folly. To mine. She strove to laugh lightly, and failing, raised her glass to her lips again. Now you know, he said, pitching his tone still lower. I am glad after all that we have had this plain understanding. I have never felt unkindly toward you. I cannot. What you did I might have prevented had I known enough, but I cannot help it now, nor can you if you would. If I would, she repeated gaily, for the people opposite were staring. We are done for, he said, nodding carelessly to a servant to refill his glass, and I abide by conditions because I choose to. Not, he added contemptuously, because a complacent law has tethered you toto, the thing that has crawled up on your knees to have its ears rubbed. The level insult to her husband stunned her. She sat there, upright, the white smile stamped on her stiffened lips, fingers tightening about the stem of her wineglass. He began to toss breadcrumbs to the scarlet fish, laughing to himself in an ugly way. I wish to punish you? Why, alikes, only look at him, look at his gold wristlets, listen to his simper, his lisp. Little girl, oh little girl, what have you done to yourself? For you have done nothing to me, child, that can match it in sheer atrocity. Her color was long in returning. Philip, she said unsteadily, I do not think I can stand this. Yes, you can. I am too close to the wall. I talked to Scott in Nis. Take him away from Rosamund Fane, that will tide you over. Or feed those fool fish like this. Look how they rush and flap and spatter. That's amusing, is not it for people with the intellects of canaries. Will you please try to say something? Mrs. T. West is exhibiting the restless symptoms of a hen turkey at sundown, and we will all go to roost in another minute. Do not shiver that way. I see can't control it, I will in a moment. Give me a chance, talk to me, Phil. Certainly, the season has been unusually gay and the opera most stupidly brilliant. Stocks continue to fluctuate. Another old woman was tossed and gored by a mad motor this morning. More time, alikes? With pleasure. Mrs. Vendenning has bought a third-rate castle in Wales. A man was found dead with a copy of the Tribune in his pocket, the verdict being in accordance with fact. The Panama Canal. But it was over at last. A flurry of sweeping skirts, ranks of black and white in escort to the passage of the fluttering silken procession. Goodbye, she said. I am not staying for the dance. Goodbye, he said pleasantly. I wish you better fortune for the future. I am sorry I was rough. He was not staying, either. A dull excitement possessed him, resembling suspenses though he were awaiting a denouement, as though there was yet some crisis to come. Several men leaned forward to talk to him. He heard without heeding, replied at hazard, lighted his cigar with the others, and leaned back, his coffee before him, a smiling, attractive young fellow, apparently in lazy enjoyment of the time and place, and without one care in the world he found so pleasant. For a while his mind seemed to be absolutely blank. Voices were voices only. He saw lights and figures moving through a void. Then reality took shape sharply, and his pulses began again hammering out the irregular measure of suspense, though what it was that he was awaiting, what expecting, heaven alone knew. And after a while, he found himself in the ballroom. The younger set was arriving. He recognized several youthful people, friends of Eileen Errol, and taking his bearings among these bright, fresh faces amid this animated throng, constantly increased by the arrival of others, he started to find his hostess, now lost to sight in the breezy circle of silk and lace setting in from the stairs. He heard names announced which meant nothing to him, which stirred no memory, names which sounded vaguely familiar, names which caused him to turn quickly, but seldom were the faces as familiar as the names. He said to a girl, behind whose chair he was standing, "All the younger brothers and sisters are coming here to confound me. I hear a Miss Innis announced, but it turns out to be her younger sister." "By the way, do you know my name?" she asked. "No," he said frankly, "do you know mine?" "Of course, I do. I listened breathlessly when somebody presented you wholesale at your sister's the other day. I am Rosamund Fane. You might as well be instructed because you are to take me in at the Oracles next Thursday night, I believe." "Rosamund Fane," he repeated coolly. "I wonder how we have avoided each other so consistently this winter. I never before had a good view of you, though I heard you talking to young Innis at dinner. And yet," he added, smiling, "if I had been instructed to look around and select somebody named Rosamund, I certainly should have decided on you." "A compliment?" she asked, raising her delicate eyebrows. "Ask yourself," he said. "I do, and I get snubbed." And smiling still, he said, "Do you know the most mischievous air that Schubert ever worried us with?" "Rosamund," she said, "and thank you, Captain Selwyn." She had colored to the hair. "Rosamund," he nodded careless lithe, "most mischievous of melodies." He stopped short, then coolly resumed. "That mischievous quality is largely a matter of accident, I fancy. Schubert never meant that Rosamund should interfere with anybody's business." "And when did you first encounter the malice in Rosamund, Captain Selwyn?" she asked with perfect self-possession. He did not answer immediately. His smile had died out. Then, "The first time I really understood Rosamund was when I heard Rosamund during a very delightful dinner. She said, if a woman keeps at a man long enough she will extract compliments or yawns." And looking up at a chinless young man who had halted near her, "George, Captain Selwyn has acquired such a charmingly oriental fluency during his residence in the East that I thought if you ever desired to travel again." She shrugged, and glancing at Selwyn, "Have you met my husband?" "Oh, of course." They exchanged a commonplace or two, then other people separated them without resistance on their part. And Selwyn found himself drifting, mildly interested in the vapid exchange of civilities, which cost nobody a mental effort. His sister, he had once thought, was certainly the most delightfully youthful matron in New York. But now he made an exception of Mrs. Fane. Rosamund Fane was much younger, must have been younger, for she still had something of that volatile freshness, that vague atmosphere of immaturity, clinging to her like a perfume, almost too delicate to detect. And under that the most profound capacity for mischief he had ever known of. Sauntering amiably amid the glittering groups continually forming and disintegrating under the clustered lights, he finally succeeded in reaching his hostess. And Mrs. T. Westminster disengaged herself from the throng with intention as he approached. Known he was so sorry, and it was very amiable of his hostess to want him, but he was not remaining for the dance. So much for the hostess, who stood there massive and gem-laden, her kindly and painted features tinted now with genuine emotion. "GM moaned Phils, but you acted like a perfect dear," she said. Me culpa, and can you forgive a very much mortified old lady who is really and truly fond of you?" He laughed, holding her fat, ringed hands in both of his with all the attractive deference that explained his popularity. Rising excitement had sent the color into his face and cleared his pleasant gray eyes, and he looked very young and handsome, his broad shoulders bent a trifle before the enameled and bejeweled matron. "Forgive you?" he repeated with a laugh of protest. "On the contrary, I thank you. Mrs. Ruthven is one of the most charming women I know, if that is what you mean." Looking after him as he made his way toward the cloakroom, the boy is thoroughbred, she reflected cynically, and the only amusement anybody can get out of it will be at my expense. Rosamund is a perfect cat. He had sent for his cab, which, no doubt, was in line somewhere, wedged among the ranks of carriages stretching east and west along the snowy street, and he stood on the thick crimson carpet under the awning while it was being summoned. A few people like himself were not staying for the dance. Others who had dined by prearrangement with other hostesses had now begun to arrive, and the confusion grew as coach and brougham and motor came swaying up through the falling snow to deposit their jeweled cargoes of silks and laces under the vast awning picketed by policemen and lined with fur-swathed grooms and spindle-legged chauffeurs in coats of pony-skin. The Cornelius Sidams, emerging from the house, offered Selwyn to no room, but he smilingly declined, having a mind for solitude in the Lenox Club. A phalanx of debutantes, opera-bound, also left. Then the tide set heavily the other way, and there seemed no end to the line of arriving vehicles and guests until he heard a name pronounced. A policeman warned back an approaching Fiat, and Selwyn saw Mrs. Ruthven, enveloped in white furs, step from the portal. She saw him as he moved back, nodded, passed directly to her brougham, and set foot on the step. Pausing here, she looked about her, right and left, then over her shoulder straight back at Selwyn, and as she stood in silence, evidently awaiting him, it became impossible for him any longer to misunderstand without a public affront to her. When he started toward her, she spoke to her maid, and the latter moved aside with a word to the groom in waiting. "My maid will dismiss your carriage," she said pleasantly when he halted beside her. "There is one thing more which I must say to you." Was this what he had expected hazard might bring to him? Was this the prophecy of his hammering pulses? "Please hurry before people come out," she added, and entered the brougham. "I cannot do this," he muttered. "I have sent away my maid," she said. "Nobody has noticed, those are servants out there. Will you please come before anybody arriving or departing does notice?" And, as he did not move, "Are you going to make me conspicuous by this humiliation before servants?" He said something between his set teeth and entered the brougham. "Do you know what you have done?" he demanded harshly. "Yes, nothing yet, but you would have done enough to stir this borough if you had delayed another second. Your maid saw." "My maid is my maid." He leaned back in his corner, gray eyes narrowing. "Naturally," he said, "you are the one to be considered, not the man in the case." "Thank you, are you the man in the case?" "There is no case," he said coolly. "Then why worry about me?" He folded his arms, sullenly at bay, yet had no premonition of what to expect from her. "You were very brutal to me," she said at length. "I know it, and I did not intend to be," the words came. "You had me at your mercy, and showed me little of very little at first, afterward none. The words came, he repeated. I am sick with self-contempt, I tell you. She set her white-gloved elbow on the window sill and rested her chin in her palm. That money, she said with an effort, you set so aside for me. Half he nodded calmly. Why? He was silent. Why? I did not ask for it. There was nothing in the legal proceedings to lead you to believe that I desired it, was there? No. Well then, her breath came unsteadily. What was there in me to make you think I would accept it? He did not reply. Answer me, this is the time to answer me. The answer is simple enough, he said in a low voice. Together we had made a failure of partnership. When that partnership was dissolved, there remained the joint capital to be divided. And I divided it, why not? That capital was yours in the beginning, not mine. What I had of my own you never controlled, and I took it with me when I went. It was very little, he said. What of that? Did that concern you? Did you think I would have accepted anything from you? 1,000 times I have been on the point of notifying you through attorney that the deposit now standing in my name is at your disposal. Why did not you notify me then? He asked, reddening to the temples. Because I did not wish to hurt you by doing it that way, and I had not the courage to say it kindly over my own signature. That is why, Captain Selwyn. And as he remained silent, that is what I had to say, not all because I wished Toto thank you for offering it. You did not have very much, either, and you divided what you had. So I thank you and I return it. The tension forced her to attempt a laugh, so we stand once more on equal terms, unless you have anything of mine to return. I have your photograph, he said. The silence lasted until he straightened up, and, rubbing the fog from the window glass, looked out. We are in the park, he remarked, turning toward her. Yes, I did not know how long it might take to explain matters. You are free of me now whenever you wish. He picked up the telephone, hesitated. Home? He inquired with an effort, and at the forgotten word they looked at one another in stricken silence. Yis, to your home first, if you will let me drop you there. Thank you, that might be imprudent. No, I think not. You say you are living at the Gerards. Yes, temporarily, but I have already taken another place. Where? Oh, it's only a bachelor's canella couple of rooms. Where, please? Near Lexington and 6th to 6th. I could go there, it's only partly furnished yet. Then tell Hudson to drive there. Thank you, but it is not necessary. Please let me tell Hudson or I will. You are very kind, he said, and gave the order. Silence grew between them like a wall. She lay back in her corner, swathed to the eyes in her white furs. He in his corner sat upright, arms loosely folded, staring ahead at nothing. After a while he rubbed the moisture from the pane again. Still in the park, he must have driven us nearly to Harlem Mere. It is the Mere. See the cafe lights yonder. It all looks rather gay through the snow. Very gay, she said, without moving. And, a moment later, will you tell me something? You see with a forced laugh I cannot keep my mind from it. From what? He asked. The tragedy, ours. It has ceased to be that, has not it? Has it? You said that what I did to you was not as terrible as what I did to myself. That is true, he admitted grimly. Well then, may I ask my question? Ask it, child. The ne'er you happy. He did not answer. Because I desire it, Philip, I want you to be. You will be, will not you? I did not dream that I was ruining your army career when it went mad. How did it happen, Alikes? He asked, with a cold curiosity that chilled her. How did it come about, wretched as we seem to be together the unhappy, incapable of understanding each other? Phil, there were days. He raised his eyes. You speak only of the unhappy ones, she said, but there were moments. Yes, I know it, and so I ask you why. Phil, I do not know. There was that last bitter quarrel the night you left for Lady after the dance. It all grew suddenly intolerable. You seemed so horribly unreal, everything seemed unreal in that ghastly city our marriage of crazy impulsive people, the sunlight, the deathly odors, the torturing, endless creak of the punka. It was not a question off love, of anger, of hate. I tell you I was stunned. I had no emotions concerning you or myself after that last senienly, a stupefied, blind necessity to get away. A groping instinct to move toward Hamido, make my way home, and be rid forever of the dream that drugged me. And then. He came, said Selwyn very quietly. Go on. But she had nothing more to say. Alikes. She shook her head, closing her eyes. Little girl, oh, little girl, he said softly, the old familiar phrase finding its own way to his lips, and she trembled slightly. Was there no other way but that? Had marriage made the world such a living hell for you that there was no other way but that? Phil, I helped to make it a hell. Yes, because I was pitiably inadequate to design anything better for us. I did not know how, I did not understand. I, the architect of our future Effield. It was worse than that, Phil. Wesh looked blindly at him. We had yet to learn what love might be. We did not know. If we could have waited and waited, perhaps because there were moments she flushed crimson. I could not make you love me, he repeated. I did not know how. Because you yourself had not learned how. Viewed at times, no, looking back to it, I think we were very near to it at moments. And then that dreadful dream closed down on us again. And then the end. If you could have held out, he breathed, if I could have helped, it was I who failed you after all. For a long while they sat in silence. Mrs. Ruthven's white furs now covered her face. At last the carriage stopped. As he sprang to the curb, he became aware of another vehicle standing in front of the house a cab from, which Mrs. Ruthven's maid descended. What is she doing here? He asked, turning in astonishment to Mrs. Ruthven. Phil, she said in a low voice, I knew you had taken this place. Gerald told me. Forgive me, but when I saw you under the awning it came to me in a flash what to do, and I have done it. Are you sorry? No, did Gerald tell you that I had taken this place? Yes, I asked him. Selwyn looked at her gravely, and she looked him very steadily in the eyes. Before I go, may I say one more word? He asked gently. Yes, if you please. Is it about Gerald? Yes, do not let him gamble. You saw the signature on that check. Yes, Phil. Then you understand. Do not let him do it again. No, and Phil. What? That check Isis deposited to your credit with the rest. I have never dreamed of using it. Her cheeks were afire again, but with shame this time. You will have to accept it, Alikes. I cannot. You must, do not you see you will affront Gerald? He has repaid me, that check is not mine, nor is it his. I cannot take it, she said with a shudder. What shall I do with it? There are wash-hospitals if you care to. Good night, child. She stretched out her gloved arm to him. He took her hand very gently and retained it while he spoke. I wish you happiness, he said. I ask your forgiveness. Give me mine, then. Yes, if there is anything to forgive. Good night. Good night, boy, she gasped. He turned sharply, quivering under the familiar name. Her maid, standing in the snow, moved forward, and he motioned her to enter the brougham. Home, he said unsteadily, and stood there very still for a minute or two, even after the carriage had whirled away into the storm. Then, looking up at the house, he felt for his keys, but a sudden horror of being alone arrested him, and he stepped back, calling out to his cabman, who was already turning his horse's head, Wait a moment, I think I will drive back to Mrs. Gerard's. And take your time. It was still early, lacking a quarter of an hour to midnight when he arrived. Nina had retired, but Austin sat in the library, obstinately plodding through the last chapters of a brand new novel. This is a wretched excuse for sitting up, he yawned, laying the book flat on the table but still open. I ought never to be trusted alone with any book. Then he removed his reading glasses, yawned again, and surveyed Selwyn from head to foot. Very pretty, he said. Well, how are the yellow ones, Phil? Or was it all debutante and slop-twaddle? Few from the cradle, but bunches were arriving for the dance as I left. Eileen went at 11:30. I did not know she was going, said Selwyn, surprised. She did not want you to. The playful kitten business, you know, frisks apropos of nothing to frisk about. But we all fancied you would stay for the dance. He yawned mightily and gazed at Selwyn with ready gravity. Whisk, he inquired. No. Cigar, mildly urgent. No, thanks. Bed. I think so, but do not wait for me, Austin. Is that the evening paper? Where is St. Paul? Austin passed it across the table and sat for a moment, alternately yawning and skimming the last chapter of his novel. Stuff and rubbish, mush and piffle, he muttered, closing the book and pushing it from him across the table. Love, as usual, grossly out of proportion to the ensemble. That theory of the Earth's rotation, you know, all these absurd books are built on it. Why do men read 'em? They grin when they do it. Love is only the sixth sense, adjust 1/6 of a man's existence. The other 5/6 of his time he's using his other senses working for a living. Selwyn looked up over his newspaper, then lowered and folded it. In these novels, continued Gerard, irritably, 5/6 of the pages are devoted to love. Everything else is subordinated to it. It controls all motives, it initiates all action, it drugs reason, it prolongs the tuppenny suspense, sustains cheap situations, and produces agonizingly profitable climaxes for the authors. Does it act that way in real life? Not usually, said Selwyn. Nobody else thinks so, either. Why does not somebody tell the truth? Why does not somebody tell us how a man sees a nice girl and gradually begins to tag after her when business hours are over? A respectable man is busy from 8 or 9 until 5 or 6. In the evening he's usually at the club, or dining out, or asleep. Is not he? Well then, how much time does it leave for love? Do the problem yourself in any way you wish. The result is a fraction every time, and that fraction represents the proper importance of the love interest in its proper ratio to a man's entire life. He sat up, greatly pleased with himself at having reduced sentiment to a fixed proportion in the ingredients of life. If I had time, he said, I could tell them how to write a book. He paused, musing, while the confident smile spread. Selwyn stared at space. What does a young man know about love, anyway? Demanded his brother-in-law. Nothing, replied Selwyn listlessly. Of course not, look at Gerald. He sits on the stairs with a pink and white ninny, and at the next party he does it with another. That's wholesome and natural, and that's the way things really are. Look at Eileen. Do you suppose she has the slightest suspicion of what love is? Naturally not, said Selwyn. Correct, only a fool novelist would attribute the deeper emotions to a child like that. What does she know about anything? Love is not a mere emotion. Either that is all falderall and fizzle, it's the false basis of modern romance. Love is reason, not a nervous phenomenon. Love is a sane passion, founded on a basic knowledge of good and evil. That's what love is. The rest, he lifted the book, waved it contemptuously, and pushed it farther away. The rest is neuritis, the remedy a pill. I'm going to bed, are you? But Selwyn had lighted a cigar, and was again unfolding his evening paper. So his brother-in-law moved ponderously away, yawning frightfully at every heavy stride, and the younger man settled back in his chair, a fragrant cigar balanced between his strong, slim fingers, one leg dropped loosely over the other. After a while, the newspaper fell to the floor. He sat there without moving for a long time. His cigar, burning close, had gone out. The reading lamp spread a circle of soft light over the floor. On the edge of it lay Kit Kai, placid, staring at him. After a while, he noticed her. You, he said absently, you hid so they could not put you out. At the sound of his voice, she began to purr. Oh, it's all very well, he nodded, but it's against the law. However, he added, I am rather tired of rules and regulations myself. Besides, the world outside is very cold tonight. Purr away, old lady, I am going to bed. But he did not stir. A little later, the fire having burned low, he rose, laid a pair of heavy logs across the coals, dragged his chair to the hearth, and settled down in it deeply. Then he lifted the cat to his knees. Kit Kai sang blissfully, spreading and relaxing her claws at intervals as she gazed at the mounting blaze. I am going to bed, Kit Kai, he repeated absently, because that's a pretty good place for me. Far better than sitting up here with yawned conscience. But he only lay back deeper in the velvet chair and lighted another cigar. Kit Kai, he said, The words men utter count in the reckoning, but not as heavily as the words men leave unuttered. And what a man does scores deeply. Butalas for the scars of the deeds he has left undone. The logs were now wrapped in flame, and their low, mellow roaring mingled to a monotone with the droning of the cat on his knees. Long after his cigar burnt bitter, he sat with eyes fixed on the blaze. When the flames at last began to flicker and subside, his lids fluttered, then drooped. But he had lost all reckoning of time when he opened them again to find Miss Errol in furs and ball gown kneeling on the hearth and heaping kindling on the coals, and her pretty little Alsatian maid beside her, laying a log across the andirons. Upon my word, he murmured, confused, then rising quickly, is that you, Miss Errol? What time is it? 4 o'clock in the morning, Captain Selwyn, she said, straightening up to her full height. This room is icy. Are you frozen? Chilled through, he stood looking about in a dazed way, incredulous of the hour and of his own slumber. I was conversing with Kit Kai a moment ago, he protested, in such a tone of deep reproach that Eileen laughed while her maid relieved her of furs and scarf. Suzanne, just unhook those two that I cannot manage. Light the fire in my bedroom. Et merci bien, ma petite. The little maid vanished. Kit Kai, who had been unceremoniously spilled from Selwyn's knees, sat yawning, then rose and walked noiselessly to the hearth. I do not know how I happened to do it, he muttered, still abashed by his plight. We rekindled the fire for your benefit, she said. You had better use it before you retire. And she seated herself in the armchair, stretching out her ungloved hands to the blaze, smooth, innocent hands, so soft, so amazingly fresh and white. He moved a step forward into the warmth, stood a moment, then reached forward for a chair and drew it up beside hers. Do you mean to say you are not sleepy? He asked. No, not in the least. I will be tomorrow, though. Did you have a good time? Yes, rather. Was not it gay? Gay? Oh, very. Her replies were unusually short, almost preoccupied. She was generally more communicative. You danced a lot, I dare say, he ventured. Yes, a lot, studying the floor. Decent partners. Oh, yes. Who was there? She looked up at him. You were not there, she said, smiling. No, I cut it, but I did not know you were going. You said nothing about it. Of course, you would have stayed if you had known, Captain Selwyn. She was still smiling. Of course, he replied. Would you really? Why, yes. There was something not perfectly familiar to him in the girl's bright brevity, in her direct personal inquiry. For between them, hitherto, the gaily impersonal had ruled except in moments of lightest badinage. Was it an amusing dinner? She asked in her turn. Rather. Then he looked up at her, but she had stretched her slim, silk-shod feet to the fender, and her head was bent aside, so that he could see only the curve of the cheek and the little close-set ear under its ruddy mass of gold. Who was there? She asked too carelessly. For a moment he did not speak. Under his bronzed cheek the flat muscles stirred. Had some meddling, malicious fool ventured to whisper an unfit jest to this young girl? Had a word or a smile and a phrase cut in to awaken her to a sorry wisdom at his expense? Something had happened, and the idea stirred him to wrath as when a child is wantonly frightened or a dumb creature misused. What did you ask me? He inquired gently. I asked you who was there, Captain Selwyn. He recalled some names and laughingly mentioned his dinner partner's preference for Harmon. She listened absently, her chin nestling in her palm, only the close-set, perfect ear turned toward him. Who led the cotillion? He asked. Jack Ruthvendancing with Rosamund Fane. She drew her feet from the fender and crossed them, still turned away from him, and so they remained in silence until again she shifted her position, almost impatiently. You are very tired, he said. No, wide awake. Do not you think it best for you to go to bed? No, but you may go. And, as he did not stir, I mean that you are not to sit here because I do, and she looked around at him. What has gone wrong, Eileen? He said quietly. He had never before used her given name, and she flushed up. There is nothing the matter, Captain Selwyn. Why do you ask? Yes, there is, he said. There is not, I tell you. And if it is something you cannot understand, he continued pleasantly, perhaps it might be well to ask Nina to explain it to you. There is nothing to explain. Because, he went on, very gently, one is sometimes led by malicious suggestion to draw false and unpleasant inferences from harmless facts. Captain Selwyn. Yes, Eileen. But she could not go on. Speech and thought itself remained sealed. Only a confused consciousness of being hurt remained somehow, to be remedied by something he might say might deny. Yet how could it help her for him to deny what she herself refused to believe, refused through sheer instinct while ignorant of its meaning? Even if he had done what she heard Rosamund Fane say he had done, it had remained meaningless to her save for the manner of the telling. But now. Why had they laughed? We had their attitudes and manner, and the disconnected phrases in French left her flushed and rigid among the idle group at supper? Why had they suddenly seemed to remember her presence and express their abrupt consciousness of it in such furtive signals and silence? It was false, anyway, whatever it meant. And anyway, it was false that he had driven away in Mrs. Ruthven's brougham. But oh, if he had only stayed, if he had only remained. This friend of hers who had been so nice to her from the moment he came into her life, so generous, so considerate, so lovely to her and to Gerald. For a moment the glow remained, then a chill doubt crept in. Would he have remained had he known she was to be there? Where did he go after the dinner? As for what they said, it was absurd. And yet. He sat, savagely intent upon the waning fire. She turned restlessly again, elbows close together on her knees, face framed in her hands. You ask me if I am tired, she said. I am off the froth of life. His face changed instantly. What? He exclaimed, laughing. But she, very young and seriously intent, was now wrestling with the mighty platitudes of youth. First of all, she desired to know what meaning life held for humanity. Then she expressed a doubt as to the necessity for human happiness, duty being her discovery as sufficient substitute. But he heard in her childish babble the minor murmur of an undercurrent quickening for the first time, and he listened patiently and answered gravely, touched by her irremediable loneliness. For Nina must remain but a substitute at best. What was wanting must remain wanting, and race and blood must interpret for itself the subtler and unasked questions of an innocence slowly awaking to a wisdom which makes us all less wise. So when she said that she was tired of gaiety, that she would like to study, he said that he would take up anything she chose with her. And when she spoke vaguely of a life devoted to good works off the wiser charity, of being morally equipped to aid those who required material aid, he was very serious, but ventured to suggest that she dance her first season through as a sort of flesh-mortifying penance preliminary to her spiritual novitiate. Yes, she admitted thoughtfully, you are right. Nina would feel dreadfully if I did not go on her if she imagined I cared so little for it all. But one season is enough to waste. Do not you think so? Quite enough, he assured her. And we should I ever marry? She demanded, lifting her clear, sweet eyes to his. Why indeed, he repeated with conviction. I can see no reason. I am glad you understand me, she said. I am not a marrying woman. Not at all, he assured her. No, I am not, and Nineth darling doesn't understand. Why, what do you suppose? But would it be a breach of confidence to anybody if I told you? I doubt it, he said. What is it you have to tell me? Only it's very sillionly several men and one nice enough to know better Sudbury Gray. Asked you to marry them, he finished, nodding his head at the cat. Yes, she admitted, frankly astonished, but how did you know? Inferred it, go on. There is nothing more, she said, without embarrassment. I told Nina each time, but she confused me by asking for details, and the details were too foolish and too annoying to repeat. I do not wish to marry anybody. I think I made that very plain to everybody. Right as usual, he said cheerfully. You are too intelligent to consider that sort of thing just now. You do understand me, do not you? She said gratefully. There are so many serious things in life to learn and to think of, and that is the very last thing I should ever consider. I am very glad I had this talk with you. Now I am rested, and I shall retire for a good long sleep. With which paradox she stood up, stifling a tiny yawn, and looked smilingly at him, all the old sweet confidence in her eyes. Then, suddenly mocking, "Who suggested that you call me by my first name?" she asked. "Some good angel or other, may I?" "If you please, I rather like it, but I could not very well call you anything except Captain Selwyn." "On account of my age." "Your age," contemptuous in her confident equality. "Oh, my wisdom, then. You probably reverence me too deeply." "Probably not, I do not know, I could not do it somehow." "Try it unless you are afraid." "I am not afraid." "Yes, you are, if you do not take a dare." "You dare me." "I do." "Philip," she said, hesitating, adorable in her embarrassment. "No, no, no, I cannot do it that way in cold blood. It's got to be Captain Selwyn. For a while, anyway, good night." He took her outstretched hand, laughing. The usual little friendly shake followed. Then she turned gaily away, leaving him standing before the whitening ashes. He thought the fire was dead, but when he turned out the lamp an hour later, under the ashes embers glowed in the darkness of the winter morning. Chapter 4, Midland. "Midland and the enemy grins," remarked Selwyn as he started for church with Nina and the children. Austin, knee-deep in a dozen Sunday supplements, refused to stir. Poor little Eileen was now convalescent from grip, but still unsteady on her legs. Her maid had taken the grip and now moaned all day. Moaned ya, Chief Fies Murrier." Boots Lansing called to see Eileen, but she would not come down, saying her nose was too pink. Drina entertained Boots, and then Selwyn returned and talked army talk with him until tea was served. Drina poured tea very prettily. Nina had driven Austin to Vespers. The family dined at 7 so Drina could sit up, special treat on account of Boots's presence at table. Gerald was expected, but did not come. The next morning, Selwyn went downtown at the usual hour and found Gerald, pale and shaky, hanging over his desk and trying to dictate letters to an uncomfortable stenographer. So he dismissed the abashed girl for the moment, closed the door, and sat down beside the young man. "Go home, Gerald," he said with decision. "When Nearguard comes in, I will tell him you are not well. And, old fellow, do not ever come near the office again when you are in this condition." "I am a perfect fool," faltered the boy, his voice trembling. "I do not really care for that sort of thing either, but you know how it is in that set." "What said?" "Oh, the feints, Ruth," he stammered himself into silence. "I see, what happened last night?" "The usual 2 tables full of it. There was a wheel, too. I had no intention, but you know yourself how it parches your throat, the jollying and laughing and excitement. I forgot all about what we talked over. I am ashamed and sorry, but I can stay here and attend to things, of course." "I do not want Nearguard to see you," repeated Selwyn. "Why," stammered the boy, "do I look as rocky as that?" "Yes, see here, you are not afraid of me, are you?" "No." "You do not think I am one of those long-faced, blue-nosed butterson, do you? You have confidence in me, have not you? You know I am an average and normally simple man who has made plenty of mistakes, and who understands how others make them, you know that, do not you, old chap?" "Yes." "Then you will listen, will not you, Gerald?" The boy laid his arms on the desk and hid his face in them. Then he nodded. For 10 minutes Selwyn talked to him with all the terse and colloquial confidence of a comradeship founded upon respect for mutual fallibility. No instruction, no admonition, no blame, no reproachingly and affectionately logical review of matters as they stood and as they threatened to stand. The boy, fortunately, was still pliable and susceptible, still unalarmed and frank. It seemed that he had lost money against this time to Jack Ruthven, and Selwyn's teeth remained sternly interlocked as, bit by bit, the story came out. But in the telling, the boy was not quite as frank as he might have been, and Selwyn supposed he was able to stand his loss without seeking aid. "Anyway," said Gerald in a muffled voice, "I have learned one lesson, that a businessman cannot acquire the habits and keep the infernal hours that suit people who can take all day to sleep it off." "Right," said Selwyn. "Besides, my income cannot stand it. added Gerald naively. Neither could mine, old fellow. And Gerald, cut out this card business. It's the final refuge of the feeble-minded. You like it? Oh, well, if you have got to play if you have no better resource for leisure, and if non-participation isolates you too completely from other idiots play the imbecile gentleman's game, which means a game where nobody need worry over the stakes. Butsy'd laugh at me. I know, but Boots Lansing wouldn't, and you have considerable respect for him. Gerald nodded. He had immediately succumbed to Lansing like everybody else. And one thing more, said Selwyn, do not play for stakes no matter how insignificant where women sit in the game. Fashionable or not, it is rotten sport whatever the ethics may be. And, Gerald, tainted sport and a clean record cannot take the same fence together. The boy looked up, flushed and perplexed. Why, every woman in town. Oh no, how about your sister and mine? Of course not, they are different. Only well, you approve of Rosamund Fane and Gladys Orkle, don't you? Gerald, men do not ask each other such questions except as you ask, without expecting or desiring an answer from me, and merely to be saying something nice about two pretty women. The reproof went home, deeply but without a pang, and the boy sat silent, studying the blotter between his elbows. A little later he started for home at Selwyn's advice. But the memory of his card losses frightened him, and he stopped on the way to see what money Austin would advance him. Julius Neargard came up from Long Island, arriving at the office about noon. The weather was evidently cold on Long Island. He had the complexion of a raw ham, but the thick, fat hand with its bitten nails, which he offered Selwyn as he entered his office, was unpleasantly hot, and on the thin nose which split the broad expanse of face, a bead or two of sweat usually glistened, winter and summer. Where's Gerald? He asked as an office boy relieved him of his heavy box coat and brought his mail to him. I advised Gerald to go home, observed Selwyn carelessly. He is not perfectly well. Neargard's tiny mouse-like eyes, set close together, stole brightly in Selwyn's direction, but they usually looked just a little past a man, seldom at him. Grip, he asked. I do not think so, said Selwyn. Lots of grip round town, observed Neargard, as though satisfied that Gerald had it. Then he sat down and rubbed his large, membranous ears. Captain Selwyn, he began, I am satisfied that it's a devilish good thing. Are you? Emphatically, I have mastered the details virtually all of them. Here's the situation in a grain of wheat. The Sewitha Club owns 1,000 or so acres of oak scrub, pine scrub, sand and weeds, and controls 4,000 more. That is to say, the club pays the farmers rents and fixes their fences, and awards them odd jobs and prizes for the farm, sustaining the biggest number of bevies. Also, the club pays them to maintain the millet and buckwheat patches, and to act as wardens. In return, the farmers post their 4,000 acres for the exclusive benefit of the club. Is that plain? Perfectly. Very well then. Now the Sewitha is largely composed of very rich men, among them Bradley Harmon, Jack Ruthven, George Fane, Sankson Orkle, the Hun, Delmer Carnus, that crowdrich and stingy. That's why they are contented with a yearly agreement with the farmers, instead of buying the 4,000 acres. Why put a lot of good money out of commission, when they can draw interest on it, and toss an insignificant fraction of that interest as a sop to the farmers? Do you see? That's your millionaire method, and it's what makes him in the first place. He drew a large, fancy handkerchief from his pistol pocket and wiped the beads from the bridge of his limber nose. But they reappeared again. Now, he said, I am satisfied that, working very carefully, we can secure options on every acre of the 4,000. There is money in it either way, and any way we work it, we get it coming and going. First of all, if the Sewitha people find that they really cannot get on without controlling these acres, he snickered so that his nose curved into a thin, ruddy beak. Captain, I suppose we could let them have the land. Eh? Oh, yes, if they must have it. Selwyn frowned slightly. But the point is, continued Neargard, that it borders the railroad on the north, and where the land is not wavy, it's flat as a pancake, and he sank his husky voice, it's fairly riddled with water. I paid $1,000 for 6 tests. Water, repeated Selwyn wonderingly. Why, it's dry as a desert. Underground water, only about 40 feet on the average. Why, man, I can hit a well-flowing 3,000 gallons almost anywhere. It's a gold mine. I do not care what you do with the acreage, split it up into lots and advertise, or club the Sewitha people into submission, it's all the same. It's a gold mine to be swiped and developed. Now there remains the title searching and the damnable job of financing it, because we have got to move cautiously and knock softly at the doors of the money vaults, or we will be waking up some Wall Street relatives or secret business associates of the yellow crowd. And if anybody bawls for help, we will be up in the air next New Year's and still hiking skyward. He stood up, gathering together the mail matter which his secretary had already opened for his attention. There's plenty of time yet. Their leases were renewed the first of this year, and they will run the year out. But it's something to think about. Will you talk to Gerald, or shall I? You, said Selwyn. I will think the matter over and give you my opinion. May I speak to my brother-in-law about it? Neargard turned in his tracks and looked almost at him. Do you think there's any chance of his financing the thing? I have not the slightest idea of what he might do. Especially hesitates, you never have had any loans from his people, I understand. No, said Neargard, I have not. It's rather out of their usual, I believe. So they say, but Long Island acreage needn't beg favors now. That's all over, Captain Selwyn. Fane Harmon Co. know that. Mr. Gerard ought to know it too. Selwyn looked troubled. Shall I consult Mr. Gerard? He repeated. I should like to, if you have no objection. Neargard's small, close-set eyes were focused on a spot just beyond Selwyn's left shoulder. Suppose you sound him, he suggested in strictest. Naturally, cut in Selwyn dryly, and turning to his littered desk, opened the first letter his hand encountered. Now that his head was turned, Neargard looked full at the back of his neck for a long minute, then went out silently. That night Selwyn stopped at his sister's house before going to his own rooms, and, finding Austen alone in the library, laid the matter before him exactly as Neargard had put it. You see, he added, that I am a sort of an ass about business methods. What I understand, is to use good judgment, go in and boldly buy a piece of property, wait until it becomes more valuable, either through improvements or the natural enhancement of good value, then take a legitimate profit and repeat the process. That, in outline, is what I understand. But Austen, this furtive pouncing on a thing and clubbing other people's money out of them with ithis slyly acquiring land that is necessary to an unsuspecting neighbor, and then holding him up, I do not like. There's always something of this sort that prevents my cordial cooperation with Neargard, always something in the schemes which hints off squeezing off, something underground. Like the water which he's going to squeeze out of the wells. Selwyn laughed. Phil, said his brother-in-law, if you think anybody can do a profitable business except at other people's expense, you are an ass. Am I? Asked Selwyn, still laughing frankly. Certainly, the land is there, plain enough for anybody to see. It's always been there, it's likely to remain for a few ons, I fancy. Now, along comes Mainher Julius Neargard, the only man who seems to have brains enough to see the present value of that parcel to the Sewitha people. Everybody else had the same chance. Nobody except Neargard knew enough to take it. Why should not he profit by it? Yes, but if he would be satisfied to cut it up into lots, and do what is fair. Cut it up into nothing. Man alive, do you suppose the Sewitha people would let him? They have only a few thousand acres. They have got to control that land. What good is their club without it? Do you imagine they would let a town grow up on three sides of their precious game preserve? And besides, I will bet you that half of their streams and lakes take rise on other people's property, and that Neargard knows it, the Dutch fox. That sort off business, that kind of coercion, does not appeal to me, said Selwyn gravely. Then you would better go into something besides business in this town, observed Austen, turning red. Good Lord, man, where would my loan and trust company be if we never foreclosed, never swallowed a good thing when we see it? But you do not threaten people. Austen turned redder. If people or corporations stand in our way and block progress, of course we threaten. Threaten? Is not the threat of punishment the very basis of law and order itself? What are laws for? And we have laws, two laws under the law. Of the state of New Jersey, said Selwyn, laughing. Do not flare up, Austen. I am probably not cut out for a business career, as you point out otherwise I would not have consulted you. I know some laws including the survival of the fittest and the chain of destruction, and I have read the poem beginning. Big bugs have little bugs to bite 'em. That's all right, too. But speaking of laws, I am always trying to formulate one for my particular self-government. And you do not mind, do you? No, said Gerard, much amused, I do not mind. Only when you talk ethics talk sense at the same time. I wish I knew how, he said. They discussed Neergaard's scheme for a little while longer. Austin, shrewd and cautious, declined any personal part in the financing of the deal, although he admitted the probability of prospective profits. Our investments and our loans are of a different character, he explained, but I have no doubt that Fane, Harmon Co. Why, both Fane and Harmon are members of the club, laughed Selwyn. You do not expect Neergaard to go to them. A peculiar expression flickered in Gerard's heavy features. Perhaps he thought that Fane and Harmon and Jack Ruthven were not above exploiting their own club under certain circumstances. But whatever his opinion, he said nothing further, and, suggesting that Selwyn remain to dine, went off to dress. A few moments later he returned, crestfallen and conciliatory. I forgot, Nina and I are dining at the Oracles. Come up a moment, she wants to speak to you. So they took the rose-tinted Rococo elevator. Austin went away to his own quarters, and Selwyn tapped at Nina's boudoir. Is that you, Phil? 1 minute. Watson is finishing my hair. Come in now and kindly keep your distance, my friend. Do you suppose I want Rosamund to know what brand of war paint I use? Rosamund, he repeated, with a good-humored shrug. It's likely, isn't it? Certainly it's likely. You would never know you were telling her anything, but she would extract every detail in 10 seconds. I understand she adores you, Phil. What have you done to her? That's likely, too, he remarked, remembering his savagely polite rebuke to that young matron after the Minster dinner. Well, she does. You have probably piqued her. That's the sort of man she likes. Look at my hair, how bright and wavy it is, Phil. Tell me, do I appear fairly pretty tonight? You are all right, Nina, I mean it, he said. How are the kids? How is Eileen? That's why I sent for you. Eileen is furious at being left here all alone. She's practically well and she's to dine with Drina in the library. Would you be good enough to dine there with them? Eileen, poor child, is heartily sick of her imprisonment. It would be a mercy, Phil. Why, yes, I will do it, of course. Only I have some matters at home. Home? You call those stuffy, smoky, impossible, half-furnished rooms home? Phil, when are you ever going to get some pretty furniture and art things? Eileen and I have been talking it over, and we have decided to go there and see what you need and then order it, whether you like it or not. Thanks, he said, laughing. It's just what I have tried to avoid. I have got things where I want them, no, but I knew it was too comfortable to last. Boots said that some woman would be sure to be good to me with an Art Nouveau rocking chair. A perfect sample of man's gratitude, said Nina, exasperated, for I have ordered 2 beautiful Art Nouveau rocking chairs, one for you and one for Mr. Lansing. Now you can go and humiliate poor little Eileen, who took so much pleasure in planning with me for your comfort. As for your friend Boots, he's unspeakable with my compliments. Selwyn stayed until he made peace with his sister, then he mounted to the nursery to lean over the younger children and preside at prayers. This being accomplished, he descended to the library, where Eileen Errol, in a filmy, lace-clouded gown, full of turquoise tints, reclined with her arm around Drina amid heaps of cushions, watching the waitress prepare a table for 2. He took the fresh, cool hand she extended and sat down on the edge of her couch. All okay again? He inquired, retaining Eileen's hand in his. Thank you quite. Are you really going to dine with us? Are you sure you want to? Oh, I know you have given up some very gay dinner somewhere. I was going to dine with Boots when Nina rescued me. Poor Boots, I think I will telephone. Telephone him to come here, begged Drina. Would he come? Oh, please, I'd love to have him. I wish you would ask him, said Eileen. It's been so lonely and stupid to lie in bed with a red nose and fishy eyes and pains in one's back and limbs. Please do let us have a party. 2 pillows, said Drina sweetly. So Selwyn went to the telephone, and presently returned, saying that Boots was overwhelmed and would be present at the festivities. and Drina, enraptured, ordered flowers to be brought from the dining room and a large table set for four, with particular pomp and circumstance. Mr. Archibald Lansing arrived very promptly, a short, stocky young man of clean and powerful build, with dark, keen eyes always alert, and humorous lips ever on the edge of laughter under his dark mustache. His manner with Drina was always delightful, a mixture of self-repressed idolatry and busily naive belief, in a thorough understanding between them, to exclude Selwyn from their company. "This Selwyn fellow here?" he exclaimed. "I warned him over the phone we would not tolerate him, Drina. I explained to him very carefully that you and I were dining together in strictest privacy." "He begged so hard," said Eileen. "Will somebody place an extra pillow for Drina?" They seized the same pillow fiercely, confronting each other. Massacre appeared imminent. "Two pillows," said Drina sweetly, and extermination was averted. The child laughed happily, covering one of Boots's hands with both of hers. "So you have left the service, Mr. Lansing," began Eileen, lying back and looking smilingly at Boots. "Had to, Miss Errol. 7 millionaires ran into my quarters and chased me out and down Broadway into the offices of the Westchester Airline Company. Then these 7 merciless multimillionaires in buckram bound and gagged me, stuffed my pockets full of salary, and forced me to typewrite a fearful and secret oath to serve them for 5 long, weary years. That's a sample of how the wealthy grind the noses of the poor, is not it, Drina?" The child slipped her hand from his, smiling uncertainly. "You do not mean all that, do you?" "Indeed I do, sweetheart." "Are you not a soldier lieutenant anymore, then?" she inquired, horribly disappointed. "Only a private in the workmen's battalion, Drina." "I do not care," retorted the child obstinately. "I like you just as much." "Have you really done it?" asked Selwyn as the first course was served. No, they? Yes, we will probably lose the Philippines now," he added gloomily, "but it's my thankless country's fault. You all had a chance to make me dictator, you know. Miss Errol, do you want a second-hand sword? Of course there are great dents in it." "I would rather have those celebrated boots," she replied demurely, and Mr. Lansing groaned. "How tall you are growing, Drina," remarked Selwyn. "Probably the early spring weather," added Boots. "You are 12, are not you?" 13, said Drina gravely. "Almost time to elope with me," nodded Boots. "I will do it now," she sighed, "as soon as my new gowns are made, if you will take me to Manila. Will you? I believe my Aunt Alix is there." She caught Eileen's eye and stopped short. "I forgot," she murmured. "I beg your pardon, Uncle Philip." Boots was talking very fast and laughing a great deal. Eileen's plate claimed her undivided attention. Selwyn quietly finished his claret. The child looked at them all. "By the way," said Boots abruptly, "what's the matter with Gerald? He came in before noon looking very seedy." Selwyn glanced up quietly. "Was not he at the office?" asked Eileen anxiously. "Oh, yes," replied Selwyn. "He felt a trifle under the weather, so I sent him home." "Is it the grip?" "No, I believe not." "Do you think he had better have a doctor? Where is he?" "He was here," observed Drina composedly, "and father was angry with him." "What?" exclaimed Eileen. "When?" "This morning, before father went downtown." Both Selwyn and Lansing cut in coolly, dismissing the matter with a careless word or two, and coffee was served, cambric tea in Drina's case. "Come on," said Boots, slipping a bride rose into Drina's curls. "I am ready for confidences." Confidences had become an established custom with Drina and Boots. It meant that every time they saw one another, they were pledged to tell each other everything that had occurred in their lives since their last meeting. So Drina, excitedly requesting to be excused, jumped up and, taking Lansing's hand in hers, led him to a sofa in a distant corner, where they immediately installed themselves and began an earnest and whispered exchange of confidences, punctuated by little whirlwinds of laughter from the child. Eileen settled deeper among her pillows as the table was removed, and Selwyn drew his chair forward. "Suppose," she said, looking thoughtfully at him, "that you and I make a vow to exchange confidences. Shall we, Captain Selwyn?" Good heavens, he protested. I confess to you, you would faint dead away, Eileen. Perhaps, but will you? He gaily evaded an answer, and after a while he fancied she had forgotten. They spoke of other things, of her convalescence, of the engagements she had been obliged to cancel, of the stupid hours in her room, doubly stupid, as the doctor had not permitted her to read or sew. And every day violets from you, she said. It was certainly nice of you. Ando, you know that somehow just because you have never yet failed me, I thought perhaps when I asked your confidence a moment ago. He looked up quickly. What is the matter with Gerald? She asked. Could you tell me? Nothing serious is the matter, Eileen. Is he not ill? Not very. She lay still a moment, then with the slightest gesture, come here. He seated himself near her. She laid her hand fearlessly on his arm. Tell me, she demanded, and, as he remained silent, once she said, I came suddenly into the library. Austin and Gerald were there. Austin seemed to be very angry with my brother. I heard him say something that worried me, and I slipped out before they saw me. Selwyn remained silent. Was that it? I don't know what you heard. Do not you understand me? Not exactly. Well, then crimsoned has Gerald and misbehaved again. What did you hear Austin say? He demanded. I heard something about dissipation. He was very angry with Gerald. It is not the best way, I think, to become angry with either of yous, either me or Gerald, because then we are usually inclined to do it again whatever it is. I do not mean for one moment to be disloyal to Austin, you know that, but I am so thankful that Gerald is fond of you. You like him too, do not you? I am very fond of him. Well then, she said, you will talk to him pleasantly, won't you? He is such a boy, and he adores you. It is easy to influence a boy like that, you know, easy to shame him out of the silly things he does. That is all the confidence I wanted, Captain Selwyn. And you have not told me a word, you see, and I have not fainted, have I? They laughed a little. Her fingers, which had tightened on his arm, relaxed. Her hand fell away, and she straightened up, sitting Turk fashion, and smoothing her hair, which contact with the pillows had disarranged, so that it threatened to come tumbling over eyes and cheeks. Oh, hair, she murmured, you are Nina's despair and my endless punishment. I would twist and pin you tight if I dared, some day I will, too. What are you looking at so curiously, Captain Selwyn? My mop. It's about the most stunningly beautiful thing I ever saw, he said, still curious. She nodded gaily, both hands still busy with the lustrous strands. It is nice, but I never supposed you noticed it. It falls to my waist, I will show it to you some time. But I had no idea you noticed such things, she repeated, as though to herself. Oh, I am apt to notice all sorts of things, he said, looking so provokingly wise that she dropped her hair and clapped both hands over her eyes. Now, she said, if you are so observing, you will know the color of my eyes. What are they? Blue with a sort of violet tint, he said promptly. She laughed and lowered her hands. All that personal attention paid to me? She exclaimed. You are turning my head, Captain Selwyn. Besides, you are astonishing me, because you never seem to know what women wear or what they resemble when I ask you to describe the girls with whom you have been dining or dancing. It was a new note in their cordial intimacy's nascent intrusion of the personal. To her, it merely meant his very charming recognition of her maturitish was fast becoming a woman like other women, to be looked at and remembered as an individual, and no longer classed vaguely as one among hundreds of the newly emerged whose soft, unexpanded personalities all resembled one another. For some time now, she had cherished this tiny grudge in her heart that he had never seemed to notice anything in particular about her, except when he tried to be agreeable concerning some new gown. The contrast had become the sharper, too, since she had awakened to the admiration of other men. And the awakening was only a half-convinced happiness mingled with shy surprise that the wise world should really deem her so lovely. A red-headed girl, she said teasingly, I thought you had better taste Xanthan. Then to think you a raving beauty. Oh, she said, you do not think that. As a matter of fact, he himself had become aware of it so suddenly that he had no time to think very much about it. It was rather strange, too, that he had not always been aware of it. Or was it partly the mellow light from the lamp tinting her till she glowed and shimmered like a young sorceress, sitting so straight there in her turquoise silk and misty lace? Delicate luminous shadow banded her eyes. Her hair, partly in shadow too, became a somber mystery in rose gold. "Whatever are you staring at?" She laughed. "Me? I do not believe it. Never have you so honored me with your fixed attention, Captain Selwyn. You really glare at me as though I were interesting. And I know you do not consider me that, do you?" "How old are you anyway?" he asked curiously. "Thank you. I will be delighted to inform you when I am 20. You look like a mixture of 15 and 25 tonight," he said deliberately. "And the answer is more and less than 19. And you," she said, "talk like a frivolous sage, and your wisdom is as weighty as the years you carry. And what is the answer to that? Do you know, Captain Selwyn, that when you talk to me this way you look about as inexperienced as Gerald? And do you know," he said, "that I feel as inexperienced when I talk to you this way?" She nodded. "It's probably good for us both. I age, you renew the frivolous days of youth when you were young enough to notice the color of a girl's hair and eyes. Besides, I am very grateful to you. Hereafter you will not dare sit about and cross your knees and look like the picture of an inattentive young man by Gibson. You have admitted that you like two of my features, and I shall expect you to notice and admit that you notice the rest." "I admit it now," he said, laughing. "You must not, I will not let you. Two kinds of dessert are sufficient at a time. But tomorrow or perhaps the day after, you may confess to me your approbation of one more featurely one, remember, just one more agreeable feature. In that way I shall be able to hold out for quite a while, you see counting my fingers as separate features. Oh, you have given me a taste of it. It's your own fault, Captain Selwyn, and now I desire more if you please in semi-weekly lingering doses." A perfect gale of laughter from the sofa cut her short. "Drina," she exclaimed, "it's after 8 and I completely forgot." "Oh dear," protested the child, "he's being so funny about the war in Samar. Could not I stay up just 5 more minutes, Eileen? Besides, I have not told him about Jessie Orkel's party." "Drina, dear, you know I cannot let you. Say good night, know if you want Mr. Lansing and your Uncle Philip to come to another party." "I will just whisper one more confidence very fast," she said to Boots. He inclined his head. She placed both hands on his shoulders and, kneeling on the sofa, laid her lips close to his ear. Eileen and Selwyn waited. When the child had ended and had taken leave of all, Boots also took his leave. And Selwyn rose, too, a troubled, careworn expression replacing the careless gaiety which had made him seem so young in Miss Errol's youthful eyes. "Wait, Boots," he said, "I am going home with you." And to Eileen almost absently, "Good night, I am so very glad you are well again." "Good night," she said, looking up at him. The faintest sense of disappointment came over her at what, she did not know. Was it because, in his completely altered face, she realized the instant and easy detachment from herself, and what concerned her? Was it because other people, like Mr. Lansing, got their interests like those which so plainly, in his face, betrayed his preoccupation had so easily replaced an intimacy, which had seemed to grow newer and more delightful with every meeting? What was it, then, that he found more interesting, more important, than their friendship, their companionship? Was she never to grow old enough, or wise enough, or experienced enough to exact without exacting his paramount consideration and interest? Was there no common level of mental equality where they could meet, where termination of interviews might be mutual, might be fairer to her? Now he went away, utterly detached from her, and what concerned her too seek other interests of which she knew nothing, absorbed in them to her utter exclusion, leaving her here with the long evening before her, and nothing to dope cause her eyes were not yet strong enough to use for reading. Lansing was saying, "I will drive as far as the club with you, and then you can drop me and come back later." "Right, my son, I will finish a letter and then come back." "Cannot you write it at the club?" "Not that letter," he replied in a low voice, and turning to Eileen, smiled his absent, detached smile, offering his hand. But she lay back, looking straight up at him. "Are you going?" "Yes, I have several." "Stay with me," she said in a low voice. For a moment the words meant nothing, then blank surprise silenced him, followed by curiosity. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" he asked. "No." His perplexity and surprise grew. Wait a second, Boots, he said, and Mr. Lansing, being a fairly intelligent young man, went out and down the stairway. Now he said, too kindly, too soothingly, "What is it, Eileen?" "Nothing, I thought, but I do not care. Please go, Captain Selwyn." "No, I shall not until you tell me what troubles you." "I cannot." "Try, Eileen." "Why, it is nothing, truly it is nothing. Only I was it is so early a 8:15. He stood there looking down at her, striving to understand. "That is all," she said, flushing a trifle. "I cannot read and I cannot sew and there's nobody here. I do not mean to bother you." "Child," he exclaimed, "do you want me to stay?" "Yes," she said, "will you?" He walked swiftly to the landing outside and looked down. "Boots," he called in a low voice, "I am not going home yet. Do not wait for me at the Lennox." "All right," returned Mr. Lansing cheerfully. A moment later the front door closed below. Then Selwyn came back into the library. For an hour he sat there telling her the gayest stories and talking the most delightful nonsense, alternating with interesting incisions into serious subjects, which it enchanted her to dissect under his confident guidance. Alert, intelligent, all aquiver between laughter and absorption, she had sat up among her silken pillows, resting her weight on one rounded arm, her splendid young eyes fixed on him to detect and follow and interpret every change in his expression personal to the subject and to her share in it. His old self again, what could be more welcome? Not one shadow in his pleasant eyes, not a trace of pallor, of care, of that gray aloofness. How jolly, how young he was after all. They discussed, or laughed at, or mentioned and dismissed with a gesture, 1,000 matters of common interest in that swift hour, incredibly swift, unless the hall clock's deadened chimes were mocking time itself with mischievous effrontery. She heard them, the enchantment still in her eyes. He nodded, listening, meeting her gaze with his smile undisturbed. When the last chime had sounded, she lay back among her cushions. "Thank you for staying," she said quite happily. "Am I to go?" Smilingly thoughtful, she considered him from her pillows. "Where were you going when Ispold at all? For you were going somewhere out there," with a gesture toward the darkness outside, "somewhere where men go to have the good times they always seem to have. Was it to your club? What do men do there? Is it very gay at men's clubs? It must be interesting to go where men have such jolly times, where men gather to talk that mysterious man talk, which we so often wonder at and pretend we are indifferent. But we are very curious. Nevertheless, even about the boys of Gerald's age whom we laugh at and torment. And we cannot help wondering how they talk to each other, what they say that is so interesting. For they somehow manage to convey that impression to use even against our will. If you stay, I shall never have done with chattering. When you sit there with one lazy knee so leisurely draped over the other, and your eyes laughing at me through your cigar smoke, about 1,000,000 ideas flash up in me which I desire to discuss with you. So you had better go." "I am happier here," he said, watching her. "Really? Really? Then am I, also, one of the good times a man can have, when he is at liberty to reflect and choose as he idles over his coffee. A man is fortunate if you permit that choice." "Are you serious? I mean a man, not a boy, not a dance or dinner partner, or one of the men one meets about everywhere from pillar to post. Do you think me interesting to real men, like you and Boots?" "Yes," he said deliberately, "I do. I do not know how interesting, because I never quite realized how you had matured. That was my stupidity." "Captain Selwyn?" In confused triumph, "You never gave me a chance. I mean, you always were nice and in the same way you are to Drina. I liked it, not please, misunderstandingly, I knew there was something else to miss, something more nearly your own age. It was jolly to know you were really fond of me, but youthful sisters grow faster than you imagine. And now, when you come, I shall venture to believe it is not wholly to do me a kindness, but a little to do yourself one, too. Is that not the basis of friendship?" "Yes." "Community and equality of interests, is not it?" "Yes." "And in which the charity of superior experience, and the inattention of intellectual preoccupation, and the amused concession to ignorance must steadily, if gradually, disappear. Is that it too?" Astonishment and chagrin at his misconception of her gave place to outright laughter at his own expense. Where on earth did you I mean that I am quite overwhelmed under your cutting indictment of me? Old duffers of my age. Do not say that, she said. That is pleading guilty to the indictment and reverting to the old footing. I shall not permit you to go back. I do not want to, Eileen. I am wondering, she said airily, about that Eileen. I'm not sure, but that easy and fluent Eileen is part of the indictment. What do you call Gladys Orkle, for example? What do I care what I call anybody? He retorted, laughing, as long as they answer to hi, or to any loud cry. But I will not answer to hi, she retorted very promptly. And now that you admit that I am a good time, a mature individual with distinguishing characteristics, and your intellectual equal if not your peer in experience, I am not sure that I shall answer at all whenever you begin, Eileen. Or I shall take my time about either. I may even reflect and look straight through you before I reply, or, she added, I may be so profoundly preoccupied with important matters which do not concern you, that I might not even hear you speak at all. Their light-hearted laughter mingled delightful afresh, free, uncontrolled, peal after peal. She sat huddled up like a schoolgirl, lovely head thrown back, her white hands clasping her knees. He, both feet squarely on the floor, leaned forward, his laughter echoing hers. What nonsense, what blessed nonsense you and I are talking, she said, but it has made me quite happy. Now you may go to your club and your mysterious man talk. I do not want to. Oh, but you must. She was now dismissing him because, although I am convalescent, I am a little tired, and Nina's maid is waiting to tuck me in. So you send me away. Send you, she hesitated, delightfully confused in the reversal of roles, not quite convinced of this new power which, of itself, had seemed to invest her with authority over man. Yes, she said, I must send you away. And her heart beat a little faster in her uncertainty, as to his obedience then leaped in triumph as he rose with a reluctance perfectly visible. Tomorrow, she said, I am to drive for the first time. In the evening I may be permitted to go to the Greys' mid-Lent dance, but not to dance much. Will you be there? Did not they ask you? I shall tell Suddy Gray what I think of him. I do not care whether it's for the younger set or not. Goodness me, are not you as young as anybody? Well then. So we will not see each other tomorrow. And the day after Thato, I wish I had my engagement list. Never mind, I will telephone you when I am to be at home here, wherever I am going to be. But it will not be anywhere in particular because it's Lent, of course. Good night, Captain Selwyn. You have been very sweet to me, and I have enjoyed every single instant. When he had gone, she rose, a trifle excited in the glow of abstract happiness, and walked erratically about, smiling to herself, touching and rearranging objects that caught her attention. Then an innocent instinct led her to the mirror, where she stood a moment looking back into the lovely reflected face with its disordered hair. After all, she said, I am not as aged as I pretended. I wonder if he is laughing at me now. But he was very, very nice to me wherever he has gone in quest of that good time, and to talk his man talk to other men. In a reverie she stood at the mirror, considering her own flushed cheeks and brilliant eyes. What a curiously interesting man he is, she murmured naively. I shall telephone him that I am not going to that Mickerm dance. Besides, Suddy Gray is a bore with the martyred smile he's been cultivating. As though a happy girl would dream of marrying anybody with all life before her to learn important things in. And that dreadful, downy Scot innistriing to make me listen to him. Until I was ashamed to be alive. And Bradley Harmonug and oh, that mushy widower, Percy Draymore, who got hold of my arm before I dreamed. She shuddered and turned back into the room, frowning and counting her slow steps across the floor. After all, she said, their silliness may be their greatest mystery, but I do not include Captain Selwyn, she added loyally. He is far too intelligent to be like other men. Yet, like other men, at that very moment Captain Selwyn was playing the fizzing contents of a siphon upon the iced ingredients of a tall, thin glass which stood on a table in the Lennox Club. The governor's room being deserted, except by himself and Mr. Lansing, he continued the animated explanation of his delay in arriving. So I stayed, he said to Boots with an enthusiasm quite boyish, and I had a perfectly bully time. She's just as clever as she can be startling at moments. I never half appreciated Hirsch formerly appealed to me in a different way, a young girl knocking at the door of the world, and no mother or father to open for her and show her the gimcracks and the freaks and the sideshows. Do you know, Boots, that someday that girl is going to marry somebody, and it worries me, knowing men as I doubtless you should think of. Great James, faltered Mr. Lansing, are you turning into a Shatchin? Are you planning to waddle through the world making matches for your friends? If you are, I am quitting you right here. It's only because you are the decentest man I happen to know, said Selwyn resentfully. Probably she would turn you down anyway. But and he brightened up, I dare say she will choose the best to be had. It's a pity, though. What's a pity? That a charming, intellectual, sensitive, innocent girl like that should be turned over to a plain lump of a man. When you have finished your eulogy on our sex, said Lansing, I will walk home with you. Come on, then, I can talk while I walk. Did you think I could not? And as they struck through the first cross street toward Lexington Avenue, it's a privilege for a fellow to know that sort of a girl, so many surprises in her, the charmingly unexpected and unsuspected, the pretty flashes of wit, the naive egotism which is as amusing as it is harmless. I had no idea how complex she is. If you think you have the simple feminine on your hands, forget it, Boots, for she's as evanescent as a helioflash and as stunningly luminous as a searchlight. And here I have been doing the benevolent prig, bestowing society upon her, as a man doles out indigestible stuff to a kid, using a sort of guilty discrimination in the distribution. What on earth is all this? Demanded Lansing. Are you perhaps non-composed, dear friend? I am trying to tell you, and explain to myself that little Miss Errol is a rare and profoundly interesting specimen of a genus not usually too amusing, he replied with growing enthusiasm. Of course, Holly Errol was her father, and that accounts for something. And her mother seems to have been a wit as well as a beauty, which helps you to understand. But the brilliancy of the resultage 19, mind you, is out of all proportion. Cause and effect do not balance. Why, Boots, an ordinary man, I mean an everyday fellow who dines and dances, and does the harmlessly usual about town, dwindles to amic insignificance when compared to that young girl even now, when she's practically undeveloped when her intelligence is like an uncut gem, still in the matrix of inexperience. Help, said Boots feebly, attempting to bolt, but Selwyn hooked arms with him, laughing excitedly. In fact, Lansing had not seen his friend in such excellent spirits for many, many months, and it made him exceedingly light-hearted, so that he presently began to chant the old service canticle. I have another, he's just as bad. He almost drives me crazy. And arm in arm, they swung into the dark avenue, singing Barney Riley in resonant undertones, while overhead the chilly little western stars looked down through pallid convolutions of moving clouds, and the wind in the gaslit avenue grew keener on the street corners. Cooler followed by clearing, observed Boots in disgust. It's the limit, this nipping, howling hemisphere. And he turned up his overcoat collar. I prefer it to a hemisphere that smells like a cheap jawstick, said Selwyn. After all, they are about alike, retorted Bootsevin to the ladrones of Broad Street and the dados of Wall. And here's our bally bungalow now, he added, fumbling for his keys and whistling taps under his breath. As the two men entered and started to ascend the stairs, a door on the parlor floor opened, and their landlady appeared, enveloped in a soiled crimson kimono and a false front which had slipped sideways. There's the Sultana, whispered Lansing, and she's making sign language at you. Wigwag her, Phil. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Grieve. Did you wish to speak to me? Oh, to Captain Selwyn, of course. If you please, said Mrs. Grieve ominously, so Lansing continued upward. Selwyn descended. Mrs. Grieve waved him into the icy parlor, where he presently found her straightening her front with work-worn fingers. Captain Selwyn, I deemed it my duty to set up in order to inform you of certain special doings, she said haughtily. What doings? He inquired. Mr. Errol's, sir. Last night he evidently found difficulty with the stairs, and I seen him asleep on the parlor sofa when I come down to answer the milkman, a smokin' a cigar that was not lit, with his feet on the Angelus. I am very, very sorry, Mrs. Grieve, he said, and so is Mr. Errol. He and I had a little talk today, and I am sure that he will be more careful hereafter. There is cigar holes burned into the carpet, insisted Mrs. Grieve, and a mercy we was not all insinuated in our beds, one window pane broken, and the gas a blue and whistling streak with the curtains blown into it and a strange cat onto that satin dizito. The proof being the repugnant perfume. All of which, said Selwyn, Mr. Errol will make every possible amends for. He is very young, Mrs. Grieve, and very much ashamed, I am sure, so please do not make it too hard for him. She stood, little slippered feet planted sturdily in the first position in dancing, fat, bare arms protruding from the kimono, her work-stained fingers linked together in front of her. With a soiled thumb, she turned a ring on her third finger. I ain't aggin' to be mean to nobody, she said. My gentleman is always refined, even if they do sometimes forget theirselves when young and sporty. Mr. Errol is now abed, sir, and asleep like a cherub, ice having been served 3 times with towels extra. Would you be good enough to mention the bill to him in the morning? The grocer bane sniffy. And she handed the wadded and inky memorandum of damages to Selwyn, who pocketed it with a nod of assurance. There was, she added, following him to the door, a lady here to see you twice, leaving no name or intentions otherwise than business affairs of a pressin' nature. A lady, he repeated, halting short on the stairs. Young and refined, allowin' for a automobile veil. Shesh asked for me, he repeated, astonished. Yes, sir, she wanted to see your rooms. But having no orders, Captain Selwyn Although I must say she was that polite and ladylike, and, added Mrs. Grieve irrelevantly, a art rocker come for you, too, and another for Mr. Lansing, which I placed in your respective settin' rooms. Oh, said Selwyn, laughing in relief, it's all right, Mrs. Grieve. The lady who came is my sister, Mrs. Gerard, and whenever she comes you are to admit her whether or not I am here. She said she might come again, nodded Mrs. Grieve as he mounted the stairs. Am I to show her up any time she comes? Certainly, thank you. He called back in Mr. Gerard, too, if he calls. He looked into Boots's room as he passed. That gentleman, in bedroom costume of peculiar exotic gorgeousness, sat stuffing a pipe with shag and poring over a mass of papers pertaining to the Westchester Airlines property and prospective developments. Come in, Phil, he called out, and look at the dinky chair somebody sent me, but Selwyn shook his head. Come into my rooms when you are ready, he said, and closed the door again, smiling and turning away toward his own quarters. Before he entered, however, he walked the length of the hall and cautiously tried the handle of Gerald's door. It yielded. He lighted a match and gazed at the sleeping boy where he lay very peacefully among his pillows. Then, without a sound, he reclosed the door and withdrew to his apartment. As he emerged from the bedroom in his dressing gown, he heard the front doorbell below peal twice, but paid no heed, his attention being concentrated on the chair which Nina had sent him. First he walked gingerly all around it, then he ventured nearer to examine it in detail, and presently he tried it. Of course, he sighed, bless her heart, it's a perfectly impossible chair. It squeaks too, but he was mistaken. The creak came from the old stairway outside his door, weighted with the tread of Mrs. Grieve. The tread and the creaking ceased. There came a knock, then heavy descending footsteps on the aged stairway, every separate step protesting, until the incubus had sunk once more into the depths from which it had emerged. As this happened to be the night for his laundry, he merely called out, "All right," and remained incurious, seated in the new chair and striving to adjust its stiff and narrow architecture to his own broad shoulders. Finally, he got up and filled his pipe, intending to try the chair once more under the most favorable circumstances. As he lighted his pipe, there came a hesitating knock at the door. He jerked his head sharply. The knock was repeated. Something, a faintest premonition, vaguest stirring of foreboding, committed him to silencing, left him there motionless. The match burned close to his fingers. He dropped it and set his heel upon the sparks. Then he walked swiftly to the door, flung it open full width stood stock still. And Mrs. Ruthven entered the room, partly closing the door behind, her gloved hand still resting on the knob. For a moment they confronted one another, he tall, rigid, astounded. She pale, supple, relaxing a trifle against the half-closed door behind her, which yielded and closed with a low click. At the sound of the closing door, he found his voice. It did not resemble his own voice either to himself or to her, but she answered his bewildered question. I do not know why I came. Is it so very dreadful? Have I offended you? I did not suppose that men cared about conventions. But why on earth did you come? He repeated. Are you in trouble? I seem to be now, she said with a tremulous laugh. You are frightening me to death, Captain Selwyn. Still dazed, he found the first chair at hand and dragged it toward her. She hesitated at the offer, then, thank you, she said, passing before him. She laid her hand on the chair, looked a moment at him, and sank into it. Resting there, her pale cheek against her muff, she smiled at him, and every nerve in him quivered with pity. World without end, amen, she said, let the judgment of man pass. The judgment of this man passes very gently, he said, looking down at her. What brings you here, Mrs. Ruthven? Will you believe me? Yes. Then it is simply the desire of the friendless for a friend. Nothing else, nothing more subtle, nothing of effrontery, and nothing worse. Do you believe me? I do not understand. Try to. Do you mean that you have differed with him? She laughed. Oh no, I was talking of real people, not of myths. And real people are not very friendly to me, always not that they are disagreeable, you understand, only a trifle overcordial, and my most intimate friend kisses me a little too frequently. By the way, she has quite succumbed to you, I hear. Who do you mean? Why, Rosamond? He said something under his breath and looked at her impatiently. Did not you know it? She asked, smiling. Know what? That Rosamond is quite crazy about you. Good Lord, do you suppose that any of the monkey set are interested in me, or I in them? He said, disgusted. Do I ever go near them or meet them at all, except by accident in the routine of the machinery, which sometimes sows us in tangent patches on this crazy quilt called society? I do not know why I came. But Rosamond, she said, laughing, is now cultivating Mrs. Gerard. What of it? He demanded. Because, she replied, still laughing, I tell you, she is perfectly mad about you. There's no use scowling and squaring your chin. Oh, I ought to know what that indicates. I have watched you do it often enough. But the fact is that the handsomest and smartest woman in town is forever dinning your perfections into my ears. I know, he said, that this sort of stuff passes in your set for wit. But let me tell you that any man who cares for that brand of humor can have it any time he chooses. However, he goes outside the residence district to find it. She flushed scarlet at his brutality. He drew up a chair, seated himself very deliberately, and spoke, his unlighted pipe in his left hand. The girl I left, the girl who left me was a modest, clean-thinking, clean-minded girl, who also had a brain to use and employed it. Whatever conclusion that girl arrived at concerning the importance of marriage vows is no longer my business. But the moment she confronts me again, offering friendship, then I may use a friend's privilege, as I do. And so I tell you that loosely fashionable badinage bores me. And another matter privileged by the friendship you acknowledge forces me to ask you a question, and I ask it point blank. Why have you again permitted Gerald to play cards for stakes at your house, after promising you would not do so? The color receded from her face, and her gloved fingers tightened on the arms of her chair. That is one reason I came, she said, to explain. You could have written. I say it was one reason. The other I have already given you because I felt that you were friendly. I am go on. I do not know whether you are friendly to me. I thought you were that night. I did not sleep a wink after it, because I was quite happy. But now I do not know. Whether I am still friendly? Well, I am, so please explain about Gerald. Are you sure, raising her dark eyes, that you mean to be kind? Yes, sure, he said harshly. Go on. You are a little rough with me, almost insolent. I have to be. Good God, Alikes, do you think this is nothing to me? This wretched mess we have made of life. Do you think my roughness and abruptness comes from anything but pity? Pity for us both, I tell you. Do you think I can remain unmoved looking on the atrocious punishment you have inflicted on yourself? Tethered Toto that. For life. The poison of the contact showing in your altered voice and manner. In the things you laugh at, in the things you live for, in the twisted, misshapen ideals that your friends set up on a heap of nuggets for you to worship. Even if we have passed through the sea of mire, cannot we at least clear the filth from our eyes and see straight and steer straight to the anchorage? She had covered her pallid face with her muff. He bent forward, his hand on the arm of her chair. Alikes, was there nothing to you, after all? Was it only a tinted ghost that was blown into my bungalow that nightly a twist of shredded marsh mist without substance, without being, without soul? To be blown away into the shadows with the next and stronger wind and again to drift out across the waste places of the world? I thought I knew a sweet, impulsive comrade of flesh and blood. Warm, quick, generous, intelligent and very, very young too young and spirited, perhaps, to endure the harness which coupled her with a man who failed her and failed himself. That she has made another and perhaps more heartbreaking mistake is bitter for me, too because I have not yet forgotten. And even if I cease to remember, the sadness of it must touch me. But I have not forgotten, and because I have not, I say to you, anchor, and hold fast. Whatever he does, whatever you suffer, whatever happens, steer straight on to the anchorage. Do you understand me? Her gloved hand, moving at random, encountered his and closed on it convulsively. Do you understand? He repeated. Yes, Phil. Head still sinking, face covered with the silvery fur, the tremors from her body set her hand quivering on his. Heartsick, he forbore to ask for the explanation. He knew the real answer. Anyway, whatever she might say, and he understood that any game in that house was Ruthven's game, and the guests his guests, and that Gerald was only one of the younger men who had been wrung dry in that house. No doubt at all that Ruthven needed the money. He was only a male geisha for the set that harbored him, anyway picked up by a big, hardied woman who had almost forgotten how to laugh, until she found him furtively muzzling her diamond-laden fingers. So, when she discovered that he could sit up and beg and roll over at a nod, she let him follow her. And since then he had become indispensable, and had curled up on many a soft and silken knee, and had sought and fetched and carried for many a pretty woman what she herself did not care to touch, even with white-gloved fingers. What had she expected when she married him? Only innocent ignorance of the set he ornamented could account for the horror of her disillusion. What splendors had she dreamed of from the outside? What flashing and infernal signal had beckoned her to enter? What mute eyes had promised? What silent smile invited? All skulls seem to grin, but the world has yet to hear them laugh. Philip. Yes, Alikes. I did my best, without offending Gerald. Can you believe me? I know you Roman 999. Do not mind what I said. No, not now. You do believe me, do not you? Yes, I do. Thank you, and Phil, I will try to steer straight because you ask me. You must. I will, it is good to be here. I must not come again, must I? Not again, Alikes. On your account. On your own, what do I care? I did not know, they say. What? He asked sharply. A rumor I heard I'd others speak of it perhaps, to be disagreeable to me. What have you heard? Statha, you might marry again. Well, you can nail that lie, he said hotly. Then it is not true. True? Do you think I would take that chance again, even if I felt free to do it? Free? She faltered, but you are free, Phil. I am not, he said fiercely. No man is free to marry twice under such conditions. It's a jest at decency and a slap in the face of civilization. I am done for finished. I had my chance and I failed. Do you think I consider myself free to try again with the chance of further bespattering my family? Wait until you really love, she said tremulously. He laughed incredulously. I am glad that it is not true. I am glad, she said. Oh, Phil, Phil, for a single one of the chances we had again and again and again, and we did not know we did not know, and yet there were moments. Dry-lipped he looked at her, and dry of eye and lip she raised her head and stared at him through him far beyond at the twin ghosts floating under the tropic stars locked fast in their first embrace. Then she rose blindly, covering her face with her hands, and he stumbled to his feet, shrinking back from her because dead fires were flickering again, and the ashes of dead roses stirred above the scented embers, and the magic of all the east was descending like a veil upon them. And the phantom of the past drew nearer, smiling, wide-armed, crowned with living blossoms. The tide rose, swaying her where she stood, her hands fell from her face. Between them, the grave they had dug seemed almost filled with flowers Noah was filling fast. And across it, they looked at one another as though stunned. Then his face paled and he stepped back, staring at her from stern eyes. Phil, she faltered, bewildered by the mirage, is it only a bad dream after all? And as the false magic glowed into blinding splendor to engulf them, oh boy, boy, is it hell or heaven where we have fallen? There came a loud rapping at the door. Chapter 5 Afterglow. Phil, she wrote, I am a little frightened. Do you suppose Boots suspected who it was? I must have been perfectly mad to go to your rooms that night, and we both were to leave the door unlocked with the chance of somebody walking in. But Phil, how could I know it was the fashion for your friends to bang like that, and then come in without the excuse of a response from you? I have been so worried, so anxious, hoping from day to day that you would write to reassure me that Boots did not recognize me with my back turned to him and my muff across my eyes. But scared and humiliated as I am, I realize that it was well that he knocked. Even as I write to you here in my own room, behind locked doors, I am burning with the shame of it. But I am not that kind of woman, Phil. Truly, truly, I am not. When the foolish impulse seized me, I had no clear idea of what I wanted except to see you and learn for myself what you thought about Gerald's playing at my house after I had promised not to let him. Of course, I understood what I risked in going. I realized what common interpretation might be put upon what I was doing. But ugly as it might appear to anybody except you, my motive, you see, must have been quite innocent, else I should have gone about it in a very different manner. I wanted to see you, that is absolutely all. I was lonely for a word, even a harsh one, from the sort of man you are. I wanted you to believe it was in spite of me that Gerald came and played that night. He came without my knowledge. I did not know he was invited. And when he appeared, I did everything to prevent him from playing. You will never know what took place, what I submitted to. I am trying to be truthful, Phil. I want to lay my heart bare for you, but there are things a woman cannot wholly confess. Believe me, I did what I could. And that is all I can say. Oh, I know what it costs you to be mixed up in such contemptible complications. I, for my part, can scarcely bear to have you know so much about me and what I am come to. That is my real punishment, Phil, not what you said it was. I do not think it is well for me that you know so much about me. It is not too difficult to face the outer world with a bold frontor, to deceive any man in it. But our own little world is being rapidly undeceived. And now, the only real man remaining in it has seen my gay mask stripped off, which is not well for a woman, Phil. I remember what you said about an anchorage. I am trying to clear these haunted eyes of mine and steer clear of phantoms for the honor of what we once were to each other before the world. But steering a ghost ship through endless tempests is hard labor, Phil. So be a little kind, a little more than patient, if my hand grows tired at the wheel. And knoweth all these madly inked pages scattered across my desk, I draw toward me another sheet, last I have still unstained. To ask at last the question, which I have shrunk from through all these pages, and for which these pages alone were written. What do you think of me? Asking you shows how much I care. Dread of your opinion has turned me coward until this last page. What do you think of me? I am perfectly miserable about Boots, but that is partly fright, though I know I am safe enough with such a man. But what sets my cheeks blazing so that I cannot bear to face my own eyes in the mirror is the fear of what you must think of me in the still, secret places of that heart of yours, which I never, never understood. Alikes. It was a week before he sent his reply out, though he wrote many answers, each in turn revised, corrected, copied, and recopied, only to be destroyed in the end. But at last he forced himself to meet truth with truth, cutting what crudity he could from his letter. You ask me what I think of you, but that question should properly come from me. What do you think of a man who exhorts and warns a woman to stand fast, and then stands dumb at the first impact of temptation? A sight for gods and meant that man. Is there any use for me to stammer out trite phrases of self-contempt? The fact remains that I am unfit to advise, criticize, or condemn anybody for anything, and it's high time I realized it. If words of commendation, of courage, of kindly counsel are needed by anybody in this world, I am not the man to utter them. What a hypocrite must I seem to you? I who sat there beside you preaching platitudes in strong self-complacency, instructing you how morally edifying it is to be good and unhappy. Then, what happened? I do not know exactly, but I am trying to be honest and I will tell you what I think happened. You argue, I am I? And we are still those same two people who understood neither the impulse that once swept us together, nor the forces that tore us apart. More than that, we never understood each other, and we do not now. That is what happened. We were too near together again, the same spark leaped, the same blindness struck us, the same impulse swayed us, call it what we will, and it quickened out of chaos, grew from nothing into unreasoning existence. It was the terrific menace of emotion, stunning us both simply because you are you and I am one, and that is what happened. We cannot deny it, we may not have believed it possibly or in fact considered it at all. I did not, I am sure you did not. Yet it occurred, and we cannot deny it, and we can no more explain or understand it than we can understand each other. But one thing we do know, not through reason but through sheer instinct, we cannot venture to meet again that way. For I, it seems, am a man like other men except that I lack character, and you argue, still unchanged with all the mystery of attraction, all the magic force of vitality, all the esoteric subtlety with which you enveloped me the first moment my eyes met yours. There was no more reason for it then than there is now, and, as you admit, it was not love though, as you also admit, there were moments approaching it. But nothing can have real being without a basis of reason, and so, whatever it was, it vanished. This, perhaps, is only the infernal afterglow. As for me, I am, as you are, all at sea, self-confidence gone, self-faith lost, a very humble person, without conceit, dazed, perplexed, but still attempting to steer through toward that safe anchorage which I dared lately to recommend to you. And it is really there, alikes, despite the fool who recites his creed so tritely. All this in attempt to bring order into my own mental confusion, and the result is that I have formulated nothing. So now I end where I began, with that question, which answers yours without the faintest suspicion of reproach. What can you think of such a man as I am? And in the presence of my second failure, your answer must be that you now think what you once thought of him when you first realized that he had failed you, Philip Selwyn. That very night brought him her reply. Phil, dear, I do not blame you for one instant. Why do you say you ever failed in anything? It was entirely my fault. But I am so happy that you wrote as you did, taking all the blame, which is like you. I can look into my mirror no for a moment or two. It is brave of you to be so frank about what you think came over us. I can discuss nothing, admit nothing, but you always did reason more clearly than one. Still, whatever spell it was that menaced us, I know very well could not have threatened you seriously. I know it because you reason about it so logically. So it could have been nothing serious. Love alone is serious, and it sometimes comes slowly, sometimes goes slowly. But if you desire it to come quickly, close your eaves. And if you wish it to vanish, reason about it. We are on very safe ground again, Phil. You see, we are making little epigrams about love. Rosamund is impatient, it's a symphony concert, and I must go, the horrid little cynic. I half believe she suspects that I am writing to you and tearing off yards of sentiment. It is likely I would do that, is not it? But I do not care what she thinks. Besides, it behooves her to be agreeable, and she knows that I know it does. Voila. By the way, I saw Mrs. Gerard's pretty ward at the theater last night, Miss Errol. She certainly is stunning. Selwyn flattened out the letter and deliberately tore out the last paragraph. Then he set it afire with a match. At least, he said with an ugly look, I can keep her out of this. And he dropped the brittle blackened paper and set his heel on it. Then he resumed his perusal of the mutilated letter, reread it, and finally destroyed it. Alikes, he wrote in reply, we had better stop this letter writing before somebody stops us. Anybody desiring to make mischief might very easily misinterpret what we are doing. I, of course, could not close the correspondence, so I ask you to do so without any fear that you will fail to understand why I ask it. Will you? To which she replied, Yes, Phil, goodbye. Likes. A box of roses left her his debtor. She was too intelligent to acknowledge them. Besides, matters were going better with her. And that was all for a while. Meanwhile, Lent had gone, and with it the last soiled snow of winter. It was an unusually early spring. Tulips in Union Square appeared coincident with crocus and snowdrop. High above the city's haze, wavering wedges of wildfowl drifted toward the Canadas. A golden perfumed bloom clotted the naked branches of the park shrubs. Japanese quince burst into crimson splendor, tender chestnut leaves unfolded. The willows along the 59th Street wall waved banners of gilded green, and through the sunshine-battered butterflies floated, and the wild bees reappeared, scrambling frantically, powdered to the thighs in the pollen of a million dandelions. Spring, with that nameless fragrance in the air, which breathes of all things fair, sang a young girl riding in the park, and she smiled to herself as she guided her mare through the flowering labyrinths. Other notes of the Southern poet's haunting song stole soundless from her lips, for it was only her heart that was singing there in the sun, while her silent, smiling mouth mocked the rushing melody of the birds. Behind her, powerfully mounted, ambled the belted groom. She was riding alone in the golden weather because her good friend Selwyn was very busy in his office downtown, and Gerald, who now rode with her occasionally, was downtown also, and there remained nobody else to ride with. Also, the horses were to be sent to Silverside soon, and she wanted to use them as much as possible while the park was at its loveliest. She therefore galloped conscientiously every morning, sometimes with Nina, but usually alone. And every afternoon she and Nina drove there, drinking the freshness of the young year, the most beautiful year of her life, she told herself, in all the exquisite maturity of her adolescence. So she rode on, straight before her, head high, the sun-striking face and firm, white throat, and in her heart laughed spring eternal, whose voiceless melody parted her lips. Breezes blowing from beds of iris quickened her breath with their perfume. She saw the tufted lilacs sway in the wind, and the streamers of mauve-tinted wisteria swinging, all a-glisten with golden bees. She saw a crimson cardinal winging through the foliage, and amorous tanagers flashing like scarlet flames athwart the pines. From rock and bridge and moldy archway tender tendrils of living green fluttered, brushing her cheeks. Beneath the thickets the underwood world was very busy, where squirrels squatted or prowled and cunning fox sparrows avoided the starlings and blackbirds, and the big cinnamon-tinted, speckle-breasted thrashers scuffled among last year's leaves, or, balanced on some leafy spray, caroled ecstatically of this earthly paradise. It was near 86th Street that a girl, splendidly mounted, saluted her, and wheeling, joined her a blonde, cool-skinned, rose-tinted, smoothly groomed girl, almost too perfectly seated, almost too flawless and supple in the perfect symmetry of face and figure. "Upon my word," she said gaily, "you are certainly spring incarnate, Miss Errold, living embodiment of all this." She swung her riding crop in a circle and laughed, showing her perfect teeth. "But where is that faithful attendant cavalier of yours this morning? Is he so grossly material that he prefers Wall Street, as does my good lord and master?" "Do you mean Gerald?" asked Eileen innocently, "or Captain Selwyn?" "Oh, either," returned Rosamond airily. "A girl should have something masculine to talk to on a morning like this. Failing that, she should have some pleasant memories of indiscretions past and others to come. 505, at least one little souvenir to repent smellingly. Oh la, oh me, all these wretched birds ackwarding and I bumping along on Dobbin, lacking even my own Gilpin. Shall we gallop?" Eileen nodded. When at length they pulled up along the reservoir, Eileen's hair had rebelled as usual, and one bright strand yewled like a circle of ruddy light across her cheek. But Rosamond drew bridle as immaculate as ever and coolly inspected her companion. "What gorgeous hair," she said, staring. "It's worth a coronet, you know, if you ever desire one." "I do not," said the girl, laughing and attempting to bring the insurgent curl under discipline. "I dare say you are right. Coronets are out of vogue among us now. It's the fashion to marry our own good people. By the way, you are continuing to astonish the town, I hear." "What do you mean, Mrs. Fane?" "Why, first it was Sudbury, then Draymore, and how everybody says that Boots—" "Boots," repeated Miss Errol blankly, then laughed deliciously. "Poor, poor Boots, did they say that about him? Oh, it really is too bad, Mrs. Fane. It is certainly horridly impertinent of people to say such things. My only consolation is that Boots will not care, and if he does not, why should I?" Rosamond nodded, crossing her crop. "At first, though, I did care," continued the girl. "I was so ashamed that people should gossip whenever a man was trying to be nice to me." "Pooh, it's always the men's own faults. Do not you suppose the martyr's silence is noisier than a shriek of pain from the housetops? I know a little about men," added Rosamond modestly, "and they invariably say to themselves after a final rebuff, Now, I will be patient and brave, and I will bear with noble dignity this cataclysm which has knocked the world gallywist for me, and loosened the moon in its socket, and spoiled the symmetry of the sun. And they go about being so conspicuously brave that any debutante can tell what hurts them. Eileen was still laughing, but not quite at her East theme being too personal to suit her. In fact, there usually seemed to be too much personality in Rosamund's conversationa, certain artificial indifference to convention, which she, Eileen, did not feel any desire to disregard. For the elements of reticence and of delicacy were inherent in her. The training of a young girl had formalized them into rules. But since her debut, she had witnessed and heard so many violations of convention that now she philosophically accepted such, when they came from her elders, merely reserving her own convictions in matters of personal taste and conduct. For a while, as they rode, Rosamund was characteristically amusing, sailing blandly over the shoals of scandal, though Eileen never suspected it wittily gay at her own expense, as well as at others, flitting airily from topic to topic on the wings of a self-assurance that becomes some women if they know when to stop. But presently the mischievous perversity in her bubbled up again. She was tired of being good. She had often meant to try the effect of a gentle shock on Miss Errol, and besides, she wondered just how much truth there might be in the unpleasantly persistent rumor of the girl's unannounced engagement to Selwyn. It would be amusing, would not it? She asked with guileless frankness. But of course, it is not Truthai's report of their reconciliation. Whose reconciliation? Asked Miss Errol innocently. Why, alikes Ruthven and Captain Selwyn. Everybody is discussing it, you know. Reconciled? I do not understand, said Eileen, astonished. They cannot be, how can? But it would be amusing, would not it? And she could very easily get rid of Jack Ruthven, any woman could. So if they really mean to remarry. The girl stared, breathless, astounded, bolt upright in her saddle. Oh, she protested, while the hot blood mantled throat and cheek, it is wickedly untrue. How could such a thing be true, Mrs. Fane? It ices so senseless. That is what I say, nodded Rosamund. It's so perfectly senseless that it's amusingeven if they have become such amazingly good friends again. I never believed there was anything seriously sentimental in the situation, and their renewed interest in each other is quite the most frankly sensible way out of any awkwardness, she added cordially. Miserably uncomfortable, utterly unable to comprehend, the girl rode on in silence, her ears ringing with Rosamund's words. And Rosamund, riding beside her, cool, blonde, and cynically amused, continued the theme with admirable pretense of indifference. It's a pity that ill-natured people are forever discussing them, and it makes me indignant because I have always been very fond of Alikes Ruthven, and I am positive that she does not correspond with Captain Selwyn. A girl in her position would be crazy to invite suspicion by doing the things they say she is doing. Do not, Mrs. Fane, please do not, stammered Eileen. I really cannot listen. I simply will not. Then bewildered, hurt, and blindly confused as she was, the instinct to defend flashed up, though from what she was defending him she did not realize. It is utterly untrue. She exclaimed hotly, all that yole that they say, whoever they arrow hate for they mean. I cannot understand it, I do not understand, and I will not. Nor will he, she added with a scornful conviction that disconcerted Rosamund. For if you knew him as I do, Mrs. Fane, you would never, never have spoken as you have. Mrs. Fane relished neither the naive rebuke nor the intimation that her own acquaintance with Selwyn was so limited. And least of all did she relish the implied intimacy between this red-haired young girl and Captain Selwyn. Dear Miss Errol, she said blandly, I spoke as I did only to assure you that I, also, disregard such malicious gossip. But if you disregard it, Mrs. Fane, why do you repeat it? Merely to emphasize to you my disbelief in it, child, returned Rosamund. Do you understand? Yes, thank you. Yet, I should never have heard of it at all if you had not told me. Rosamund's color rose 1 degree. It is better to hear such things from a friend, is it not? I did not know that one's friends said such things, but perhaps it is better that way, as you say, only, I cannot understand the necessity of my knowing off my hearing because it is Captain Selwyn's affair, after all. And that, said Rosamund deliberately, is why I told you. Told me? Oh, because he and I are such close friends. Yes, such very close friends that each laughed I am informed that your interests are soon to be identical. The girl swung round, self-possessed but dreadfully pale. If you believed that, she said, it was vile of you to say what you said, Mrs. Fane. But I did not believe it, child, stammered Rosamond, several degrees redder than became her, and now convinced that it was true. I never dreamed of offending you, Miss Errol. Do you suppose I am too ignorant to take offense? Said the girl unsteadily. I told you very plainly that I did not understand the matters you chose for discussion, but I do understand impertinence when I am driven to it. I am very, very sorry that you believe I meant it that way, said Rosamond, biting her lips. What did you mean? You are older than I, you are certainly experienced. Besides, you are married. If you can give it a gentler name than insolence, I would be glad for your sake, Mrs. Fane. I only know that you have spoiled my ride, spoiled the day for me, hurt me, humiliated me, and awakened, not curiosity, not suspicion, but the horror of it in me. You did it once before at the minster's dance, not perhaps that you deliberately meant to, but you did it. And your subject was then, as it is now, Captain Selwyn, me friend. Her voice became unsteady again, and her mouth curved, but she held her head high and her eyes were as fearlessly direct as a child's. And now, she said calmly, you know where I stand and what I will not stand. Natural deference to an older woman, the natural self-distrust of a girl, in the presence of social experiencing under its protection, as she had a right to suppose prevented me from checking you when your conversation became distasteful. You, perhaps, mistook my reticence for acquiescence, and you were mistaken. I am still quite willing to remain on agreeable terms with you, if you wish, and to forget what you have done to me this morning. If Rosamond had anything left to say, or any breath to say it, there were no indications of it. Never in her flippant existence had she been so absolutely flattened by any woman. As for this recent graduate from Fudge and Olives, she could scarcely realize how utterly and finally she had been silenced by her. Incredulity, exasperation, amazement had succeeded each other while Miss Errol was speaking. Chagrin, shame, helplessness followed as bitter residue. But in the end, the very incongruity of the situation came to her aid, for Rosamond very easily fell a prey to the absurd even when the amusement was furnished at her own expense. And a keen sense of the ridiculous had more than once saved her dainty skirts from a rumpling that her modesty perhaps might have forgiven. I am certainly a little beast, she said impulsively, but I really do like you. Will you forgive? No genuine appeal to the young girl's generosity had ever been in vain. She forgave almost as easily as she breathed. Even now, in the flush of just resentment, it was not hard for her to forgive. She hesitated only in order to adjust matters in her own mind. Mrs. Fane swung her horse and held out her right hand. Is it Pax, Miss Errol? I am really ashamed of myself. Will not you forgive me? Yes, said the young girl, laying her gloved hand on Rosamond's very lightly. I have often thought, she added naively, that I could like you, Mrs. Fane, if you would only give me a chance. I will try you, blessed innocent. You have torn me into rags and tatters, and you did it adorably. What I said was idle, half-witted, gossiping nonsense. So forget every atom of it as soon as you can, my dear, and let me prove that I am not an utter idiot if I can. That will be delightful, said Eileen with a demure smile, and Rosamond laughed, too, with full-hearted laughter. For trouble sat very lightly on her perfect shoulders in the noontide of her strength and youth. Sin and repentance were rapid matters with Rosamond, cause, effect, and remorse a quick sequence to be quickly reckoned up, checked off, and cancelled, and the next blank page turned over to be ruled and filled with the next impeachment. There was, in her, more of mischief than of real malice, and if she did pinch people to see them wiggle, it was partly because she supposed that the pain would be as momentary as the pinch, for nothing lasted with her, not even the wiggle. So why should the pain produced by a furtive tweak interfere with the amusement she experienced in the victim's jump? But what had often saved her from a social lynching was her ability to laugh at her own discomfiture, and her unfeigned liking and respect for the turning worm. And my dear, she said, concluding the account of the adventure to Mrs. Ruthven that afternoon at Sherry's, I have never been so roundly abused and so soundly trounced in my life as I was this blessed morning by that red-headed novice. Oh my! Oh, la! I could have screamed with laughter at my own undoing. It's what you deserved, said Alikes, intensely annoyed. although Rosamond had not told her all that she had so kindly and gratuitously denied concerning her relations with Selwyn. It was sheer effrontery of you, Rosamond, to put such notions into the head of a child and stir her up into taking a fictitious interest in Philip Selwyn, which I know which is perfectly plain to MTO anybody never existed. Of course it existed, retorted Rosamond, delighted now to worry alikes. She did not know it, that is all. It really was simple charity to wake her up. It's a good match, too, and so obviously and naturally inevitable that there's no harm in playing prophetess. Anyway, what do we care, dear, unless you. Rosamond, said Mrs. Ruthven, exasperated, will you ever acquire the elements of reticence? I do not know why people endure you. I do not, indeed. And they will not much longer. Yes, they will, dear. That's what society is for, a protective association for the purpose of enduring impossible people. I wish, she added, that it included husbands, because in some sets it's getting to be one dreadful case of who's whose. Do not you think so? Alikes, externally calm but raging inwardly, sat pulling on her gloves, heartily sorry she had lunched with Rosamond. The latter, already gloved, had risen and was coolly surveying the room. Tynes, she said, there is the youthful brother of our red-haired novice, now. He sees us and he's coming to inflict himself with another moon-faced creature. Shall we bolt? Alikes turned and stared at Gerald, who came up boyishly red and impetuous. How d'ye do, Mrs. Ruthven, did you get my note? How d'ye do, Mrs. Fane, awfully jolly to collide this way. Would you mind if… You, interrupted Rosamond, ought to be downtown unless you have concluded to retire and let Wall Street go to smash. What are you pretending to do in Sherry's at this hour, you very dreadful infant? I have been lunching with Mr. Neergardand, would you mind? Yes, I would, began Rosamond promptly, but Alikes interrupted. Bring him over, Gerald, and as the boy thanked her and turned back. I have a word to administer to that boy, Rosamond, so attack the Neergard creature with moderation, please. You owe me that at least. No, I do not, said Rosamond, disgusted. I will not be afflicted with a… Nobody wants you to be too civil to him, silly. But Gerald is in his office, and I want Gerald to do something for me. Please, Rosamond. Oh, well, if you… Yes, I do. Here he is now, and do not be impossible and fright him, Rosamond. The presentation of Neergard was accomplished without disaster to anybody. On his thin nose the dew glistened, and his thick fat hands were hot, but Rosamond was too bored to be rude to him, and Alikes turned immediately to Gerald. Yes, I did get your note, but I am not at home on Tuesday. Cannot you come wait a moment? What are you doing this afternoon? Why, I am going back to the office with Mr. Neergard. Nonsense. Oh, Mr. Neergard, would you mind very sweetly if Mr. Errol did not go to the office this afternoon? Neergard looked at Harold most a fixed and uncomfortable smirk on his round, red face. Not at all, Mrs. Ruthven, if you have anything better for him. I have an allopathic dose of it. Thank you, Mr. Neergard. Rosamond, we ought to start, you know. Gerald, with quiet significance, a goodbye, Mr. Neergard. Please do not buy up the rest of Long Island, because we need a new kitchen garden very badly. Rosamond scarcely nodded his dismissal, and the next moment Neergard found himself quite alone, standing with the smirk still stamped on his stiffened features, his hat brim and gloves crushed in his rigid fingers, his little black mousy eyes fixed on nothing, as usual. A wandering headwaiter thought they were fixed on him, and sidled up hopeful of favors, but Neergard suddenly snarled in his face and moved toward the door, wiping the perspiration from his nose with the most splendid handkerchief ever displayed east of 6th Avenue and west of 3rd. Mrs. Ruthven's motor moved up from its waiting station. Rosamond was quite ready to enter when Alikes said cordially, "Where can we drop you, dear? Do let us take you to the exchange if you are going there." Now Rosamond had meant to go wherever they were going, merely because they evidently wished to be alone. The abruptness of the check both irritated and amused her. "If I knew anybody in the Bronx I would make you take me there," she said vindictively, "but as I do not you may drop me at the Orcals, you uncivil creatures. Gerald, I know you want me anyway because you have promised to adore, honor, and obey me. If you will come with me now I will play double dummy with you. No? Well, of all ingratitude. Thank you, dear. I perceive that this is 5th Avenue, and furthermore that this ramshackle chassis of yours has apparently broken down at the Oracle's curb. Goodbye, Gerald. It never did run smooth, you know? I mean the course of T50, as well as this motor. Try to be a good boy and keep moving. A rolling stone acquires a polish, and you are not in the moss-growing business, I am sure. Rosamund, for goodness sake, protested alike, her gloved hands at her ears. Dear, said Rosamund cheerfully, take your horrid little boy. And she smiled dazzlingly upon Gerald, then turned up her pretty nose at him, but permitted him to attend her to the door. When he returned to Alikes and the car was speeding parkward, he began again, eagerly. Jack asked me to come up and of course, I let you know, as I promised I would. But it's all right, Mrs. Ruthven, because Jack said the stakes will not be high this time. You accepted, demanded Alikes in quick displeasure. Why, yeses, the stakes are not to amount to anything. Gerald. What? He said uneasily. You promised me that you would not play again in my house. I said, for more than I could afford. No, you said you would not play. That is what you promised, Gerald. Well, I meant for high stakes. Well, you do not want to drive me out Altogthereven from the perfectly harmless pleasure of playing for nominal stakes. Yes, I do. W.I. asked the boy in hurt surprise. Because it is dangerous sport, Gerald. What, to play for a few cents a point? Yes, to play for anything. And as far as that goes, there will be no such play as you imagine. Yes, there will, I beg your pardon, but Jack Ruthven said so. Gerald, listen to me. A boa man like yourself has no business playing with people whose losses never interfere with their appetites next day. A businessman has no right to play such a game anyway. I wonder what Mr. Neargard would say if he knew you. Neargard, why he does know. You confessed to him. Yes, I had to. I was obliged to ask somebody for an advance. You went to him, why did not you go to Captain Selwyn, or to Mr. Gerard? I did not to Captain Selwyn, I was ashamed to. But I went to Austin, and he fired up and lit into mead. We had a mussupand, I have stayed away since. Oh, Gerald, and it simply proves me right. No, it does not. I did go to Neargard and made a clean breast of it, and he let me have what I wanted like a good fellow. And made you promise not to do it again. No, he did not, he only laughed. Besides, he said that he wished he had been in the game. What? Exclaimed Alikes. He's a first-rate fellow, insisted Gerald, reddening, and it was very nice of you to let me bring him over today. And he knows everybody downtown, too. He comes from a very old Dutch family, but he had to work pretty hard and do without college. I would like it awfully if you would let me if you would not mind being civil to him once or twice, you know. Mrs. Ruthven lay back in her seat, thoroughly annoyed. My theory, insisted the boy with generous conviction, is that a man is what he makes himself. People talk about climbers and Butterson, but where would anybody be in this town if nobody had ever buted in? It's all rot, this aping the caste rules of established aristocracies. A decent fellow ought to be encouraged. Anyway, I am going to propose him for the Stuyvesant and the proscenium. Why not? I see, and now you propose to bring him to my house. If you will let me. I asked Jack, and he seemed to think it might be all right if you cared to ask him to play. I will not, cried Alikes, revolted. I will not turn my drawing rooms into a clearinghouse for every money-laden social derelict in town. I have had enough of that. I have endured the accumulated wreckage too long. Weird treasure aircraft full of steel and oil and coal and wheat and heaven knows what. I will not do it, Gerald. I am sick of it all, sick. Sick. The sudden, flushed outburst stunned the boy. Bewildered, he stared round-eyed at the excited young matron, who was growing more incensed and more careless of what she exposed every second. I will not make a public gambling hell out of my own house, she repeated, dark eyes very bright and cheeks afire. I will not continue to stand sponsor for a lot of queer people simply because they do not care what they lose in Mrs. Ruthven's house. You babble to me of limits, Gerald. This is the limit. Does anybody else suppose that I do not know what is being said about us? That play is too high in our house, that we are not too difficile in our choice of intimates as long as they can stand the pace. I never believed that, insisted the boy, miserable to see the tears flash in her eyes and her mouth quiver. You may as well believe it for it's true, she said, exasperated. "'T true, Mrs. Ruthven." "Yes, true, Gerald. I do not care whether you know it. I do not care as long as you stay away. I am sick of it all, I tell you. Do you think I was educated for this, for the wife of a chevalier of industry?" Mrs. Ruthven, he gasped, but she was absolutely reckless. No one beneath it all, perhaps, lay a certainty of the boy's honor. She knew he was to be trusted was the safest receptacle for wrath so long repressed. She let prudence go with a parting and vindictive slap, and opened her heart to the astounded boy. The tempest lasted a few seconds, then she ended as abruptly as she began. To him, she had always been what a pretty young matron usually is to a well-bred, but harebrained youth just untethered. Their acquaintance had been for him a combination of charming experiences, diluted with gratitude for her interest, and a harmless soupçon of sentimentality. In her particular case, however, there was a little something more, a hint of the Forbidina troubled enjoyment, because he knew, of course, that Mrs. Ruthven was on no footing at all with the Gerards. So in her friendship he savored a piquancy not at all distasteful to a very young man's palate. But now, he had never seen her like this nor any woman, for that matter, and he did not know where to look or what to do. She was sitting back in the limousine, very limp and flushed, and the quiver of her underlip and the slightest dimness of her averted brown eyes distressed him dreadfully. "Dear Mrs. Ruthven," he blurted out with clumsy sympathy, "you must not think such things, because they are all rot, you see. And if any fellow ever said those things to me, I would jolly soon." "Do you mean to say you have never heard us criticized?" "It will everybody is criticized, of course. But not as we are. Do you read the papers? Well then, do you understand how a woman must feel to have her husband continually made the butt of foolish, absurd, untrue storiesses though he were a performing poodle? I am sick of that too, for another thing. Week after week, month by month, unpleasant things have been accumulating, and they are getting too heavy, Gerald, too crushing for my shoulders. Men call me restless. What wonder? Women link my name with any man who is kind to me. Is there no excuse then for what they call my restlessness? What woman would not be restless whose private affairs are the gossip of everybody? Was it not enough that I endured terrific publicity when trouble overtook me 2 years ago? I suppose I am a fool to talk like this, but a girl must do it some time or burst, and to whom am I to go? There was only one person, and I cannot talk that one. Hath that person knows too much about me anyway, which is not good for a woman, Gerald, not good for a good woman. I mean a pretty good woman, the kind people's sisters can still talk to, you know? For I am nothing more interesting than a divorcee, Gerald, nothing more dangerous than an unhappy little fool. I wish I were, but I am still at the wheel. A man I know calls it hard steering, but assures me that there's anchorage ahead. He's a splendid fellow, Gerald. You ought to know him well some day. He's just a clean-cut, human, blundering, erring, unreasonable, lovable man whom any woman who is not a fool herself could manage. Some day I should like to have you know him intimately. He's good for people of your sort, and good for a restless, purposeless woman of my sort. Peace to him, if there's any in the world. Turn your back, I am sniveling." A moment afterward she had calmed completely. And now she stole a curious side glance at the boy and blushed a little when he looked back at her earnestly. Then she smiled and quietly withdrew the hand he had been holding so tightly in both of his. "So there we are, my poor friend," she concluded with a shrug. "The old penny shocker, you know, alone in a great city. I have dropped my handkerchief." "I want you to believe me your friend," said Gerald, in the low, resolute voice of unintentional melodrama. "Why, thank you. Are you so sure you want that, Gerald?" "Yes, as long as I live," he declared, generous emotion in the ascendant. A pretty woman upset him very easily, even under normal circumstances. But beauty in distress knocked him flat, as it does every wholesome boy who is worth his salt. And he said so in his own naive fashion. And the more eloquent he grew, the more excited he grew, and the deeper and blacker appeared her wrongs to him. At first she humored him, and rather enjoyed his fresh, eager sympathy. After a little his increasing ardor inclined her to laugh. But it was very splendid and chivalrous and genuine ardor, and the inclination to laugh died out, for emotion is contagious, and his earnestness not only flattered her legitimately but stirred the slackened tension of her heartstrings until, tightening again, they responded very faintly. I had no idea that you were lonely, he declared. Sometimes I am, a little Gerald, she ought to have known better. Perhaps she 999. Well, he began, could not I come and? No, Gerald. I mean just to see you sometimes, and have another of these jolly talks. Do you call this a jolly talk with deep reproach? Why not exactly? But I am awfully interested, Mrs. Ruthven, and we understand each other so well. I do not understand you, she was imprudent enough to say. This was delightful. Certainly he must be a particularly sad and subtle dog, if this clever but misunderstood young matron found him what in romance is known as an enigma. So he protested with smiling humility that he was quite transparent. She insisted on doubting him, and contrived to look disturbed in her mind concerning the probable darkness of that past so dear to any young man who has had none. As for Alikes, she also was mildly flattered, a trifle disdainfully perhaps, but still genuinely pleased at the honesty of this crude devotion. She was touched, too, and besides she trusted him, for he was clearly as transparent as the spring air. Also most women lugged a boy about with them. She had had several, but none as nice as Gerald. To tie him up and tack his license on was therefore natural to her. And if she hesitated to conclude his subjection in short order, it was that, far in a corner of her restless soul, there hid an ever-latent fear of Selwyn, of his opinions concerning her fitness to act mentor to the boy of whom he was fond, and whose devotion to him was unquestioned. Yet now, in spite of that, perhaps even partly because of it, she decided on the summary taming of Gerald. So she let her hand fall, by accident, close to his on the cushioned seat, to see what he would do about it. It took him some time to make up his mind, but when he did he held it so gingerly, so respectfully, that she was obliged to look out of the window. Clearly he was quite the safest and nicest of all the unfledged she had ever possessed. "Please do not," she said sadly. And by that token she took him for her own. She was very light-hearted that evening, when she dropped him at the Stuyvesant Club and whizzed away to her own house, for he had promised not to play again on her premises, and she had promised to be nice to him and take him about when she was shy of an escort. She also repeated that he was truly an enigma, and that she was beginning to be a little afraid of him, which was an economical way of making him very proud and happy. Being his first case of beauty in distress, and his first harmless love affair with a married woman, he looked about him, as he entered the club, and felt truly that he had already outgrown the young and callow innocence who haunted it. On her way home, Alikes smilingly reviewed the episode until doubt of Selwyn's approval crept in again, and her amused smile had faded when she reached her home. The house of Ruthven was a small but ultra-modern limestone affair, between Madison and Fifth, a pocket edition of the larger mansions of their friends, but with less excuse for the over-elaboration, since the dimensions were only 20 by 100. As a matter of fact, its narrow, ornate facade presented not a single quiet space the eyes might rest on after a tiring attempt to follow and codify the arabesques, foliations, and intricate vermiculations of what some disrespectfully dubbed as near-ascents. However, into this limestone bonbon box tripped Mrs. Ruthven, mounted the miniature stairs with a whirl of her scented skirts, peeped into the drawing-room, but continued mounting until she whipped into her own apartments, separated from those of her lord and master by a locked door. That is, the door had been locked for a long, long time, but presently, to her intense surprise and annoyance, it slowly opened, and a little man appeared in slippered feet. He was a little man, and plump, and at first glance his face appeared boyish and round and quite guiltless of hair or of any hope of it. But as he came into the electric light, the hardness of his features was apparent. He was no boy, a strange idea that he had never been assailed some people. His face was puffy and pallid, and faint blue shadows hinted of closest shaving, and the line from the wing of the nostrils to the nerveless corners of his thin, hard mouth had been deeply bitten by the acid of unrest. For the remainder, he wore palo rose pajamas under a silken silver kimono, an obi pierced with a jeweled scarfpin, and he was smoking a cigarette as thin as a straw. "Well," said his young wife in astonished displeasure, instinctively tucking her feet from which her maid had just removed the shoes under her own chamber robe. "Send her out a moment," he said, with a nod of his head toward the maid. His voice was agreeable and full a trifle precise and overcultivated, perhaps. When the maid retired, Alike sat up on the lounge, drawing her skirts down over her small, stockinged feet. "What on earth is the matter?" she demanded. "The matter is," he said, "that Gerald has just telephoned me from the Stuyvesant that he is not coming." "Well?" "No, it is not well. This is some of your meddling." "What if it is?" she retorted, but her breath was coming quicker. "I will tell you. You can get up and ring him up and tell him you expect him tonight." She shook her head, eyeing him all the while. "I will not do it, Jack. What do you want him for? He cannot play with the people who play here. He does not know the rudiments of play. He's only a boy. His money is so tied up that he has to borrow if he loses very much. There's no sport in playing with a boy like that. So you have said before, I believe, but I am better qualified to judge than you are. Are you going to call him up?" "No, I am not." He turned paler. "Get up and go to that telephone." "You little whippet," she said slowly. "I was once a soldier's wife, the only decent thing I ever have been. This bullying ends nowhere, at this instant. If you have any dirty work to do, do it yourself. I have done my share and I have finished." He was astonished, that was plain enough. But it was the sudden, overwhelming access of fury that weakened him and made him turn, hand outstretched, blindly seeking for a chair. Rage, even real anger, were emotions he seldom had to reckon with, for he was a very tired and bored and burned-out gentleman, and vivid emotion was not good for his arteries, the doctors told him. He found his chair, stood a moment with his back toward his wife, then very slowly let himself down into the chair and sat facing her. There was moisture on his soft, pallid skin, a nervous twitching of the under lip. He passed one heavily ringed hand across his closely shaven jaw, still staring at her. "I want to tell you something," he said. "You have got to stop your interference with my affairs and stop it now." "I am not interested in your affairs," she said unsteadily, still shaken by her own revolt, still under the shock of her own arousing to a resistance that had been long, long overdue. "If you mean," she went on, "that the ruin of this boy is your affair, then I will make it mine from this moment. I have told you that he shall not play, and he shall not. And while I am about it, I will admit what you are preparing to accuse me of. I did make Sandon Craig promise to keep away. I did try to make that little fool Scott in Nis promise, too, and when he would not, I informed his father. And every time you try your dirty bucket shop methods on boys like that, I will do the same." He swore at her quite calmly. She smiled, shrugged, and, imprisoning her knees in her clasped hands, leaned back and looked at him. "What a ninny I have been," she said, "to be afraid of you so long." A gleam crossed his faded eyes, but he let her remark pass for the moment. Then, when he was quite sure that violent emotion had been exhausted within him, "Do you want your bills paid?" he asked. "Because if you do, Fane, Harmon Co. are not going to pay them." "We are living beyond our means?" she inquired disdainfully. "Not if you will be good enough to mind your business, my friend. I have managed this establishment on our winnings for 2 years. It's a detail, but you might as well know it. My association with Fane, Harmon Co. runs the Newport end of it and nothing more." "What did you marry me for?" she asked curiously. A slight color came into his face. "Because that damned Rosamund Fane lied about you." "Oh, you knew that in Manila? You had heard about it, had not you, the Western Timberlands? Rosamund did not mean to Leonly, the titles were all wrong, you know. And so you made a bad break, Jack, is that it?" "Yes, that is it." "And it cost you a fortune and me a husband. Is that it, my friend?" "I can afford you if you will stop your meddling," he said coolly. "I see, I am to stop my meddling, and you are to continue your downtown gambling in your own house in the evenings." "Precisely. It happens that I am sufficiently familiar with the stock market to make a decent living out of the exchange, and it also happens that I am sufficiently fortunate with cards to make the pleasure of playing fairly remunerative. Any man who can put up proper margin has a right to my services. Any man whom I invite and who can take up his notes has a right to play under my roof. If his note goes to protest, he forfeits that right. Now will you kindly explain to yourself exactly how this matter can be of any interest to you?" "I have explained it," she said wearily. "Will you please go now?" He sat a moment, then rose. You make a point of excluding Gerald. Yes. Very well, I will telephone Draymore. Anta looked back from the door of his own apartment. I got Julius Nearguard on the wire this afternoon, and he will dine with us. He gathered up his shimmering kimono, hesitated, halted, and again looked back. When you are dressed, he drawled, I have a word to say to you about the game tonight, and another about Gerald. I shall not play, she retorted scornfully, nor will Gerald. Oh, yes, you will, and play your best, too, and I will expect him next time. I shall not play, he said deliberately. You will not only play, but play cleverly. And in the interim, while dressing, you will reflect how much more agreeable it is to play cards here than the fool at 10 o'clock at night in the bachelor apartments of your late lamented. And he entered his room, and his wife, getting blindly to her feet, every atom of color gone from lip and cheek, stood rigid, both small hands clutching the footboard of the gilded bed. Chapter 6: The Unexpected. Differences of opinion between himself and Nearguard concerning the ethics of good taste involved in forcing the Sowetha Club matter, Gerald's decreasing attention to business and increasing intimacy with the Fane Ruthven coterie began to make Selwyn very uncomfortable. The boy's close relations with Nearguard worried him most of all, and though Nearguard finally agreed to drop the Sowetha matter as a fixed policy in which Selwyn had been expected to participate at some indefinite date, the arrangement seemed only to cement the man's confidential companionship with Gerald. This added to Selwyn's restlessness, and one day in early spring he had a long conference with Gerald, a most unsatisfactory one. Gerald, for the first time, remained reticent, and when Selwyn, presuming on the cordial understanding between them, pressed him a little, the boy turned sullen, and Selwyn let the matter drop very quickly. But neither tact nor caution seemed to serve now. Gerald, more and more engrossed in occult social affairs of which he made no mention to Selwyn, was still amiable and friendly, even at times cordial and lovable. But he was no longer frank or even communicative, and Selwyn, fearing to arouse him again to sullenness or perhaps even to suspicious defiance, forbore to press him beyond the most tentative advances toward the regaining of his confidence. This, very naturally, grieved and mortified the elder man. But what troubled him still more was that Gerald and Nearguard were becoming so amazingly companionable. For it was easy to see that they had in common a number of personal interests which he did not share, and that their silence concerning these interests amounted to a secrecy almost offensive. Again and again, coming unexpectedly upon them, he noticed that their confab ceased with his appearance. Often, too, glances of warning intelligence passed between them in his presence, which, no doubt, they supposed were unnoticed by him. They left the office together frequently. Now, they often lunched uptown. Whether they were in each other's company evenings, Selwyn did not know, for Gerald no longer volunteered information as to his whereabouts or doings. And all this hurt Selwyn, and alarmed him, too, for he was slowly coming to the conclusion that he did not like Nearguard, that he would never sign articles of partnership with him, and that even his formal associateship with the company was too close a relation for his own peace of mind. But on Gerald's account he stayed on. He did not like to leave the boy alone for his sister's sake as well as for his own. Matters drifted that way through early spring. He actually grew to dislike both Nearguard and the business of Nearguard, for no one particular reason, perhaps, but in general, though he did not yet care to ask himself to be more precise in his unuttered criticisms. However, detail and routine, the simpler alphabet of the business, continued to occupy him. He consulted both Nearguard and Gerald as usual. They often consulted him or pretended to do so. Land was bought and sold and resold, new projects discussed, new properties appraised, new mortgage loans negotiated, and solely because of his desire to remain near Gerald, this sort of thing might have continued indefinitely. But Nearguard broke his word to him. And one morning, before he left his rooms at Mrs. Greaves' lodgings to go downtown, Percy Draymore called him up on the telephone. And as that overfed young man's usual rising hour was notoriously nearer noon than 8 o'clock, it surprised Selwyn to be asked to remain in his rooms for a little while, until Draymore and one or two friends could call on him personally concerning a matter of importance. He therefore breakfasted leisurely. and he was still scanning the real estate columns of a morning paper when Mrs. Grieve came panting to his door and ushered in a file of rather sleepy but important-looking gentlemen, evidently unaccustomed to being abroad so early, and bored to death with their experience. They were men he knew only formally, or, at best, merely as fellow club members. Men whom he met when a dance or dinner took him out of the less pretentious sets he personally affected. Men whom the newspapers and the public knew too well to speak of as well known. First there was Percy Draymore, overgroomed for a gentleman, fat, good-humored, and fashionable owner of the famous Draymore family noted solely for their money and their tight grip on it. Then came Sankson Orkle, the famous banker and promoter, small, urbane, dark, with that rich, almost oriental coloring which he may have inherited from his Cordova ancestors, who found it necessary to dehumanize their names when Rome offered them the choice with immediate eternity as alternative. Then came a fox-faced young man, Phoenix Motley, elegant arbiter of all pertaining to polo and the huntsman-legged, hatchet-faced and more presentable in the saddle than out of it. He was followed by Bradley Harmon, with his washed-out coloring of a consumptive Swede and his corn-colored beard, and looming in the rear like an amiable brontosaurus, George Fane, whose swaying neck carried his head as a camel carries his, nodding as he walks. "Well," said Selwyn, perplexed but cordial as he exchanged amenities with each gentleman who entered. "This is a killing combination of pleasure and mortification, because I have not any more breakfast to offer you unless you will wait until I ring for the sultana." "Breakfast? Oh, damn, I have breakfasted on a pill and a glass of Vichy for 10 years, protested Draymore, and the others either have swallowed their cocktails, or will not do it until luncheon. I say, Selwyn, you must think this a devilishly unusual proceeding." "Pleasantly unusual, Draymore. Is this a delegation to tend me the nomination for the Down and Out Club, perhaps?" Fane spoke up languidly. "It rather looks as though we were the Down and Out delegation at present, does not it, Orkle?" "I do not know," said Orkle. "It seems a trifle more promising to me since I have had the pleasure of seeing Captain Selwyn face to face. Go on, Percy, let the horrid facts be known." "Well-a-row, hang it all," blurted out Draymore. "We heard last night how that fellow how Nearguard has been tampering with our farmer sweat underhand tricks he has been playing us, and I frankly admit to you that we are a worried lot of near-sports. That's what this dismal matinee signifies, and we have come to ask you what it all really means." "We lost no time, you see," added Orkle, caressing the long pomaded ends of his kinky mustache and trying to catch a glimpse of them out of his languid oriental eyes. He had been trying to catch this glimpse for 30 years. He was a persistent man with plenty of leisure. "We lost no time," repeated Draymore, "because it's a devilish, unsavory situation for us. The Sowitha Club fully realizes it, Captain Selwyn, and its members some of 'em thought that perhaps Rewa being the sort of man who can understand the sort of language we understand, it might not be amiss to." "Why did you not call on Mr. Nearguard?" asked Selwyn coolly. Yet he was taken completely by surprise, for he did not know that Nearguard had gone ahead and secured options on his own responsibility which practically amounted to a violation of the truce between them. Draymore hesitated, then with the brutality characteristic of the overft. "I do not give a damn, Captain Selwyn, what Nearguard thinks, but I do want to know what a gentleman like yourself, accidentally associated with that man, thinks of this questionable proceeding." "Do you mean by questionable proceeding your coming here, or do you refer to the firm's position in this matter?" asked Selwyn sharply. "Because, Draymore, I am not very widely experienced in the customs and usages of commercial life, and I do not know whether it is usual for an associate member of a firm to express, unauthorized, his views on matters concerning the firm to any Tom, Dick, and Harry who questions him." "But you know what is the policy of your own firm?" suggested Harmon, wincing and displaying his teeth under his bright red lips. "And all we wish to know is, what Nearguard expects us to pay for this rascally lesson in the ABC of Long Island Realty." "I do not know," replied Selwyn, bitterly annoyed, "what Mr. Nearguard proposes to do. And if I did, I should refer you to him." "May I ask," began Orkle, "whether the land will be ultimately for sale?" "Oh, everything's always for sale," broke in Motley impatiently. "What's the use of asking that? What you meant to inquire was the price we are expected to pay for this masterly squeeze in realty." "And to that," replied Selwyn more sharply still, "I must answer again that I do not know. I know nothing about it. I did not know that Mr. Neargard had acquired control of the property. I do not know what he means to do with it. And, gentlemen, may I ask why you feel at liberty to come to me instead of to Mr. Neargard? A desire to deal with one of our own kind, I suppose, returned Draymore bluntly. And, for that matter, he said, turning to the others, we might have known that Captain Selwyn could have had no hand in and no knowledge of such an underbred and dirty. Harmon plucked him by the sleeve, but Draymore shook him off, his little piggish eyes sparkling. What do I care? He sneered, losing his temper. We are in the clutches of a vulgar, skinflint Dutchman, and he will wring us dry whether or not we curse him out. Did not I tell you that Philip Selwyn had nothing to do with it? If he had, and I was wrong, our journey here might as well have been made to Neargard's office. For any man who will do such a filthy thing. One moment, Draymore, cut in Selwyn, and his voice rang unpleasantly. If you are simply complaining because you have been outwitted, go ahead. But if you think there has been any really dirty business in this matter, go to Mr. Neargard. Otherwise, being his associate, I shall not only decline to listen but also ask you to leave my apartments. Captain Selwyn is perfectly right, observed Orkle coolly. Do you think, Draymore, that it is very good taste in you to come into a man's place and begin slanging and cursing a member of his firm for crooked work? Besides, added Motley, it's not crooked, it's only contemptible. Anyway, we know with whom we have to deal now, but some of you fellows must do the dealing. I'd rather pay and keep away than ask Neargard to go easy and have him do it. I do not know, said Fane, grinning his saurian grin, why you all assume that Neargard is such a social outcast. I played cards with him last week and he lost like a gentleman. I did not say he was a social outcast, retorted Motlibcause. He's never been inside of anything to be cast out, you know. He seems to be inside this deal, ventured Orkle with his suave smile. And to Selwyn, who had been restlessly facing first one, then another, we cam it was the idea of several among usto put the matter up to you, which was rather foolish, because you could not have engineered the thing and remained what we know you to be. So. Wait, said Selwyn brusquely. I do not admit for one moment that there is anything dishonorable in this deal, nor do I accept your right to question it from that standpoint. As far as I can see, it is one of those operations which is considered clever among business folk, and which is admired and laughed over in reputable business circles. And I have no doubt that hundreds of well-meaning businessmen do that sort of thing daily. Eyes, thousands. He shrugged his broad shoulders. Because I personally have not chosen to engage in matters of this description, is no reason for condemning the deal or its method. Every reason, said Orkle, laughing cordially. Every reason, Captain Selwyn. Thank you, we know now exactly where we stand. It was very good of you to let us come, and I am sorry some of us had the bad taste to show any temper. He means me, added Draymore, offering his hand. Goodbye, Captain Selwyn. I dare say we are up against it hard. Because we have got to buy in that property or close up the Soitha, added Motley, coming over to make his adieus. By the way, Selwyn, you ought to be one of us in the Soitha. Thank you, but is not this rather an awkward time to suggest it? Said Selwyn good-humoredly. Fane burst into a sonorous laugh and wagged his neck, saying, Not at all, not at all. Your reward for having the decency to stay out of the deal is an invitation from us to come in and be squeezed into a jelly by Mr. Neargard. Ha, ha. And so, one by one, with formal or informal but evidently friendly leave-taking, they went away. And Selwyn followed them presently, walking until he took the subway at Fortyscon Street for his office. As he entered the elaborate suite of rooms, he noticed some bright new placards dangling from the walls of the general office, and halted to read them. Why pay rent? What would you say if we built a house for you in beautiful Soitha Park and gave you 10 years to pay for it? If anybody says, you are a fool, to expect this, refer him to us, and we will answer him according to his folly. To pay rent, when you might own a home in beautiful Soitha Park, is not wise. We expect to furnish plans or build after your own plans. All city improvements are contemplated. Map and plans of beautiful Soitha Park will probably be ready. In the near future, Julius Neargard Co., Long Island Real Estate. Selwyn reddened with anger and beckoned to a clerk. Is Mr. Neargard in his office? Yes, sir, with Mr. Errol. Please say that I wish to see him. He went into his own office, pocketed his mail, and still wearing hat and gloves came out again, just as Gerald was leaving Neargard's office. Hello, Gerald, he said pleasantly. Have you anything on for tonight? Yes, said the hoy, embarrassed, but if there is anything I can do for you. Not unless you are free for the evening, returned the other, are you? I am awfully sorry. Oh, all right, let me know when you expect to be free to telephone me at my rooms. I will let you know when I see you here tomorrow, said the boy. But Selwyn shook his head. I am not coming here tomorrow, Gerald, and he walked leisurely into Neargard's office and seated himself. So you have committed the firm to the Sowetha deal? He inquired coolly. Neargard looked up and then past him. No, not the firm. You did not seem to be interested in the scheme, so I went on without you. I am swinging it for my personal account. Is Mr. Errol in it? I said that it was a private matter, replied Neargard, but his manner was affable. I thought so. It appears to me like a matter quite personal to you and characteristic of you, Mr. Neargard. And that being established, I am now ready to dissolve whatever very loose ties have ever bound me in any association with this company and yourself. Neargard's close-set black eyes shifted a point nearer to Selwyn's. The sweat on his nose glistened. Why do you do this? He asked slowly. Has anybody offended you? Do you really wish to know? Yes, I certainly do, Captain Selwyn. Very well, it's because I do not like your business methods. I do not like several other things that are happening in this office. It's purely a difference of views, and that is enough explanation, Mr. Neargard. I think our views may very easily coincide. You are wrong, they could not. I ought to have known that when I came back here. And now I have only to thank you for receiving me, at my own request, for a 6 months trial, and to admit that I am not qualified to cooperate with this kind of a firm. That, said Neargard angrily, amounts to an indictment of the firm. If you express yourself in that manner outside, the firm will certainly resent it. My personal taste will continue to govern my expressions, Mr. Neargard, and I believe will prevent any further business relations between us. And, as we never had any other kind of relations, I have merely to arrange the details through an attorney. Neargard looked after him in silence. The tiny beads of sweat on his nose united and rolled down in a big shining drop, and the sneer etched on his broad and brightly modeled features deepened to a snarl when Selwyn had disappeared. For the social prestige which Selwyn's name had brought the firm, he had patiently endured his personal dislike and contempt for the man after he found he could do nothing with him in any way. He had accepted Selwyn purely in the hope of social advantage, and with the knowledge that Selwyn could have done much for him after business hours, if not from friendship, at least from interest, or a lively sense of benefits to come. For that reason, he had invited him to participate in the valuable Sowetha deal, supposing a man as comparatively poor as Selwyn would not only jump at the opportunity, but also prove sufficiently grateful later. And he had been amazed and disgusted at Selwyn's attitude. But he had not supposed the man would sever his connection with the firm if he, Neargard, went ahead on his own responsibility. It astonished and irritated him. It meant, instead of selfish or snobbish indifference to his own social ambitions, an enemy to block his entrance into what he desired the society of those made notorious in the columns of the daily press. For Neargard cared only for the notorious in the social scheme, nothing else appealed to him. He had, all his life, read with avidity of the extravagances, the ostentation, the luxurious effrontery, the thinly veiled viciousness of what he believed to be society, and he craved it from the first, working his thick hands to the bone in dogged determination to one day participate in and satiate himself with the easy morality of what he read about in his penny morning paper in the days when even a penny was to be carefully considered. That was what he wanted from society, best to be had in vice. That was why he had denied himself in better days. was for that he hoarded every cent while actual want sharpened his wits and his thin nose. It was in that hope that he received Selwyn so cordially as a possible means of entrance into regions he could not attain unaided. It was for that reason he was now binding Gerald to him through remission of penalties for slackness, through loans and advances, through a companionship which had already landed him in the Ruthven's cardroom, and promised even more from Mr. Fane, who had won his money very easily. For Neargard did not care how he got in, front door or back door, through kitchen or cardroom, as long as he got in somehow. All he desired was the chance to use opportunity in his own fashion, and wring from the forbidden circle all and more than they had unconsciously wrung from him in the squalid days of a poverty for which no equality he might now enjoy, no liberty of license, no fraternity and dissipation, could wholly compensate. He was fairly on the outer boundary now, though still very far outside. But a needy gentleman inside was already compromised and practically pledged to support him, for his meeting with Jack Ruthven through Gerald had proven of greatest importance. He had lost gracefully to Ruthven, and in doing it had taken that gentleman's measure. And though Ruthven himself was a member of the Sowitha, Neargard had made no error in taking him secretly into the deal where together they were now in a position to exploit the club, from which Ruthven, of course, would resign in time to escape any assessment himself. Neargard's progress had now reached this stage. His program was simply to wallow among the wealthy until satiated, then to marry into that agreeable community and found the house of Neargard. And to that end, he had already bought a building site on Fifth Avenue, but held it in the name of the firm as though it had been acquired for purposes purely speculative. About that time, Boots Lansing very quietly bought a house on Manhattan Island. It was a small, narrow, three-street house of brick, rather shabby on the outside, and situated on a modest block between Lexington and Park Avenues, where the newly married of the younger set were arriving in increasing numbers, prepared to pay the penalty for all love matches. It was an unexpected move to Selwyn. He had not been aware of Lansing's contemplated desertion, and that morning, returning from his final interview with Neargard, he was astonished to find his comrade's room bare of furniture, and a hasty and exclamatory note on his own table. "Phil, I have bought a house. Come and see it, you will find me in it. Carpetless floors and unpapered walls, it's the happiest day of my life. Boots house owner." And Selwyn, horribly depressed, went down after a solitary luncheon and found Lansing sitting on a pile of dusty rugs, ecstatically inspecting the cracked ceiling. "So this is the house that Boots built," he said. "Phil, it's a dream." "Yes, a bad one. What the devil do you mean by clearing out? What do you want with a house, anyhow, you infernal idiot?" "A house? Man, I have always wanted one. I have dreamed of a dinky little house like this, dreamed and ached for it there in Manilay on blistering hikes, on wibbly-wobbly gunboats knee-deep in sprouting rice. I've dreamed of a house in New York like this. Slopping through the steaming paddy fields, sweating up the heights, floundering through smelly hemp, squatting by green fires at night. Always, always I have longed for a home of my own. Now I have got it, and I am the happiest man on Manhattan Island." "Oh Lord," said Selwyn, staring, "if you feel that way. You never said anything about it." "Neither did you, Phil, but I bet you want one too. Come now, do not you?" "Yes, I do," nodded Selwyn, "but I cannot afford one yet." Thy's face darkened not for a while, but, and his features cleared, "I am delighted, old fellow, that you have one. This certainly is a jolly little kennel. You can fix it up in splendid chaper rugs and mahogany and whatnots, and ding-ding sand, a couple of tabby cats, and a good dog." "Is not it fascinating?" cried Boots. "Phil, all this real estate is mine, and the idea makes me silly-headed. I have been sitting on this pile of rugs pretending that I am in the midst of vast and expensive improvements and alterations, and estimating the cost of them has frightened me half to death. I tell you I never had such fun, Phil. Come on, we will start at the cellar. There is some coal and wood, and some wonderful cobwebs down there, and then we will take in the backyard. I mean to have no end of a garden out there, and real clothes dryers and some wisteria and sparrows just like real backyards. I want to hear cats make harrowing music on my own back fence. I want to see a tidy laundress pinning up intimate and indescribable garments on my own clotheslines. I want to have maddening trouble with plumbers and roofers. I want to." "Come on then, for heaven's sake," said Selwyn, laughing, and the two men, arm in arm, began a minute tour of the house. "Is not it a corker? Is not it fine?" repeated Lansing every few minutes. I would not exchange it for any mansion on Fifth Avenue. You would be a fool to, agreed Selwyn gravely. Certainly I would. Anyway, prices are going up like rockets in this sectionot that I would think of selling out at any price but it's comfortable to know it. Why, a real estate man told me hello? What was that? Something fell somewhere. A section of the bathroom ceiling, I think, said Selwyn. We must not step too heavily on the floors at first, you know. Oh, I am going to have the entire thing done over room by room when I can afford it. Meanwhile, J.I. sways, J.I. reste. Look there, Phil, that's to be your room. Thanks, old fellow, not now. Why, yes, I expected you would have your room here, Phil. It's very good of you, Boots, but I cannot do it. Lansing faced him, will not you? Selwyn, smiling, shook his head, and the other knew it was final. Well, the room will be there furnished the way you and I like it. When you want it, make smoke signals or wigwag. I will, thank you, Boots. Lansing said unaffectedly, how soon do you think you can afford a house like this? I do not know, you see, I have only my income now. Plus what you make at the office. I have left Nearguard. What? This morning for good. The deuce, he murmured looking at Selwyn, but the latter volunteered no further information, and Lansing, having given him the chance, cheerfully switched to the other track. Shall I see whether the airline has anything in your line, Phil? No. Well, what are you going to do? I do not exactly know what I shall do. If I had capital enough, I think I would start in making bulk and dense powder sol sorts, gun cotton, nitro powders. You mean you would like to go on with your own invention, chaosite? I would like to keep on experimenting with it if I could afford to. Perhaps I will, but it's not yet a commercial possibility if it ever is to be. I wish I could control it. The ignition is simultaneous and absolutely complete, and there is not a trace of ash, not an unburned or partly burned particle. But it's not to be trusted, and I do not know what happens to it after a year's storage. For a while, they discussed the commercial possibilities of chaosite and how capital might be raised for a stock company. But Selwyn was not sanguine, and something of his mental depression returned as he sat there by the curtainless window, his head on his closed hand, looking out into the sunny street. Anyway, said Lansing, you have nothing to worry over. No, nothing, assented Selwyn listlessly. After a silence, Lansing added, but you do a lot of worrying all the same, Phil. Selwyn flushed up and denied it. Yes, you do. I do not believe you realize how much of the time you are out of spirits. Does it impress you that way? Asked Selwyn, mortified, because I am really all right. Of course you are, Phil, I know it, but you do not seem to realize it. You are morbid, I am afraid. You have been talking to my sister. What of it? Besides, I knew there was something the matter. You know what it is, too, and is not it enough to subdue a man's spirits occasionally? No, said Lansing. If you mean your Mr. Ketwo years ago, that is not enough to spoil life for a man. I have wanted to tell you so for a long time. And, as Selwyn said nothing, for heaven's sake make up your mind to enjoy your life. You are fitted to enjoy it. Get that absurd notion out of your head that you are done for, that you have no home life in prospect, no family life, no children. Selwyn turned sharply, but the other went on. You can swear at me if you like, but you have no business to go through the world cuddling your own troubles closer and closer and squinting at everybody out of disenchanted eyes. It's selfish, for one thing. You are thinking altogether too much about yourself. Selwyn, too annoyed to answer, glared at his friend. Oh, I know you do not like it, Phil, but what I am saying may do you good. It's fine physic to learn what others think about you. As for me, you cannot mistake my friendship or your sister's or Miss Errol's or Mr. Gerard's. And one and all are of one opinion, that you have everything before you, including domestic happiness, which you care for more than anything. And there is no reason why you should not have it, no reason why you should not feel perfectly free to marry and have a bunch of corking kids. It's not only your right, it's your business, and you are selfish if you do not. Boots, aye. Go on. I am not going to swear, I am only hurt, Boots. Sure you are, medicine's working, that's all. We strive to please, we kill to cure. Of course it hurts, man, but you know it will do you good, you know what I say is true. You have no right to club the natural and healthy inclinations out of yourself. The day for fanatics and dippy-dotty flagellants is past. Fox's martyrs are out of date. The man who grabs life in both fists and twists the essence out of it counts. He is living as he ought to. He is doing the square thing by his country and his community, every man, woman, and child in it. He's giving everybody, including himself, a square deal. But the man who has been uppercut and floored, and who takes the count, and then goes and squats in a corner to brood over the fancy licks that fate handed him, is not dealing fairly and squarely by his principles, or by a decent and generous world that stands to back him for the next round. Is he, Phil? Do you mean to say, Boots, that you think a man who has made the ghastly mess of his life that I have ought to feel free to marry? Think it, man, I know it. Certainly you ought to marry if you wish, but, above all, you ought to feel free to marry. That is the essential equipment of a man. He is not a man if he feels that he is not free to marry. He may not want to do it, he may not be in love. That's neither here nor there. The main thing is that he is as free as a man should be to take any good opportunity, and marriage is included in the list of good opportunities. If you become a slave to morbid notions, no wonder you are depressed. Slaves usually are. Do you want to slink through life? Then shake yourself, I tell you. Learn to understand that you are free to do what any decent man may do. That will take the morbidness out of you. That will color life for you. I do not say go hunting for someone to love. I do say, do not avoid her when you meet her. You preach a very gay sermon, Boots, he said, folding his arms. I have heard something similar from my sister. As a matter of fact, I think you are partly right, too. But if the inclination for the freedom you insist I take is wanting, then what? I do not wish to marry, Boots. I am not in love, therefore the prospect of home and kids is premature and vague, is not it? As long as it's a prospect or a possibility, I do not care how vague it is, said the other cordially. Will you admit it's a possibility? That's all I ask. If it will please you, yes, I will admit it. I have altered certain ideas, Boots. I cannot, just now, conceive of any circumstances under which I should feel justified in marrying, but such circumstances might arise. I will say that much. Yet until that moment, he had not dreamed of admitting as much to anybody, even to himself. But Lansing's logic, his own loneliness, his disappointment in Gerald, had combined to make him doubt his own methods of procedure. 2. The interview with Alikes Ruthven had not only knocked all complacency and conceit out of him, but had made him so self-distrustful that he was in a mood to listen respectfully to his peers on any question. He was wondering now whether Boots had recognized Alikes when he had blundered into the room that night. He had never asked the question. He was very much inclined to, now. However, Boots's reply could be only the negative answer that any decent man must give. Sitting there in the carpetless room piled high with dusty, line-enshrouded furniture, he looked around, an involuntary smile twitching his mouth. Somehow he had not felt so light-hearted for a long, long willinged, whether it came from his comrade's sermon or his own unexpected acknowledgement of its truth, or whether it was pure amusement at Boots in the role of householder and taxpayer, he could not decide. But he was curiously happy of a sudden, and he smiled broadly upon Mr. Lansing. "What about your marrying?" he said after all this talk about mine. "What about it, Boots? Is this new house the first modest step toward the matrimony you laud so loudly?" "Sure," said that gentleman airily. "That's what I am here for." "Really?" "Well, of course, idiot, I have always been in love." "You mean you actually have somebody in view?" "No, son, I have always been in love with love. I am a sentimental sentry on the ramparts of reason. I am properly armed for trouble, now, so if I am challenged, I will not let my chance slip by me. Do you see, there are two kinds of sentimental warriors in this amorous world, the man and the nincompoop. The one brings in his prisoner, the other merely howls for her. So I am all ready for the only girl in the world, and if she ever gets away from me, I will give you my house, cellar, and backyard, including the wisteria and both cats." "You have neither wisteria nor cats yet." "Neither am I specifically in love yet. So that's all right, Philip. Come on, let's take another look at that fascinating cellar of mine." But Selwyn laughingly declined, and after a little while he went away, first to look up a book which he was having bound for Eileen, then to call on his sister who, with Eileen, had just returned from a week at Silverside with the children, preliminary to moving the entire establishment there for the coming summer. for the horses and dogs had already gone. Also Kit Kai, a pessimistic parrot, and the children's two Norwegian ponies. Silverside is too lovely for words, exclaimed Nina as Selwyn entered the library. The children almost went mad. You should have seen the dogs teetering round and round the lawn in circus poor things. They were crazy for the fresh, new turf. And Kit Kai, she lay in the sun and rolled until her fur was perfectly filthy. Nobody wanted to come away. Eileen made straight for the surf, but it was an Arctic sea, and as soon as I found out what she was doing, I made her come out. I should think you would, he said. Nobody can do that and thrive. She seems to, said Nina. She was simply glorious after the swim, and I hated to put a stop to it. And you should see her drying her hair and helping Plunkett to roll the tennis courts, that hair of hers blowing like gold flames, and her sleeves rolled to her armpits. And you should see her down in the dirt playing marbles with Billy and Drinna shooting away excitedly and exclaiming fendubs. And knuckle down, Billy, like any gammon you ever heard of. Totally unspoiled, Phil? In spite of all the success of her first winter. And do you know that she had no end of men seriously entangled? I do not mind your knowing, but Sudbury Gray came to me, and I told him he would better wait, but he blundered and is done for now, and so are my plans. He's an imbecile. And then, who on earth do you think came waddling into the arena? Percy Draymore. Phil, it was an anxious problem for Mead, although I did not really want Eileen to marry into that set still with the Draymore's position and tremendous influence, but she merely stared at him in cold astonishment. And there were others, too, callow for the most part. Phil. What? He said, laughing. His sister regarded him smilingly, then partly turned around and perched herself on the padded arm of a great chair. Phil, am I garrulous? No, dear, you are far too reticent. Pooh, suppose I do talk a great deal. I like to. Besides, I always have something interesting to say, do not I? Always. Well then, why do you look at me so humorously out of those nice gray eyes? Phil, you are growing handsome, do you know it? For heaven's sake, he protested, red and uncomfortable, what utter nonsense you. Of course it bores you to be told so, and you look so delightfully ashamed like a reproved setter puppy. Well then, do not laugh at my loquacity again, because I am going to say something else. Come over here, Phil, knock-lows to me. I wish to put my hands on your shoulders like that. Now look at me, do you really love me? Sure thing, Ninette. And you know I adore you, do not you? Madly, dear, but I forgive you. No, I want you to be serious, because I am pretty serious. See, I am not smiling now, I do not feel like it, because it is a very, very important matter, filthize thing that has almost happened. It's about Eileen, and it really has happened. What has she done? He asked curiously. His sister's eyes were searching his very diligently, as though in quest of something elusive, and he gazed serenely back, the most unsuspicious of smiles touching his mouth. Phil, dear, a young girl of very young Geely's a vapid and uninteresting proposition to a man of 35, is not she? Rather in some ways. In what way is she not? Well, to me, for exemplesh is acceptable as children are acceptable blessed, sweet, clean relief from the women of the Fanes set, for example. Like Rosamund. Yes, and Ninette, you and Austin seem to be drifting out of the old circus sort that you and I were accustomed to. You do not mind my saying it, do you? But there were so many people in this town who had something besides millions amusing, well-bred, jolly people who had no end of good times, but who did not gamble and guzzle and stuff themselves, and their friends who were not eternally hanging around other people's wives. Where are they, dear? If you are indicting all of my friends, Phil, I do not mean all of your friends, only a small proportion which, however, connects your circle with that deadly, idle, brainless bunch of insolent chatterers at the opera, the gorged dowagers, the worn-out, passionless men, the enervated matrons of the summer capital, the chlorotic squatters on huge yachts, the speed-med fugitives from the furies of ennui, the neurotic victims of mental cirrhosis, the jeweled animals whose moral code is the code of the barnyard. Philip. Oh, I do not mean that they are any more vicious than the idle and mentally incompetent in any walk of life. East Side, West Side, Harlem, Hell's Kitchen, Fifth Avenue, Avenue A, and Abingdon Square denizens are only locally different, not specifical, species remains unchanged. But everywhere, in every quarter and class and set and circle, there is always the depraved. and the logical links that connect them are unbroken from Fifth Avenue to Chinatown, from the half-crazed extravagances of the Oracle's Louis Roman 14 ball to a New Year's reception at the Haymarket where Troy Lil's diamonds outshine the phony pearls of Hoboken Fanny, and Hatpin Molly leads the spiel with Clarence the pig. Phil, you are too disgusting. I am sorry, it is not very nice of me, I suppose. But dear, I am dead tired of moral squalor. I do like the brightness of things, too, but I do not care for the phosphorescence of social decay. What in the world is the matter? She exclaimed in dismay. You are talking like the wildest socialist. He laughed. We have become a nation of what you call socialists, though. There are other names for us which mean more. I am not discontented, if that is what you mean. I am only impatient. And there is a difference. And you have just asked me whether a young girl is interesting to me. I answer yes, thank God, for the cleaner, saner, happier hours I have spent this winter among my own kind have been spent where the younger set dominated. They are good for us, Nina. They are the hope of our own kind, will taught, well-drilled, wholesome even when negative in mind. And they come into our world so diffident yet so charmingly eager, so finished yet so unspoiled. How can they fail to touch a man and key him to his best? How can they fail to arouse in us the best of sympathy, of chivalry, of anxious solicitude lest they become some day, as we are, and stare at life out of the faded eyes of knowledge? He laid his hands in hers, smiling a little at his own earnestness. Alarmist? No, the younger set are better than those who bred them, and if in time they too fall short, they will not fall as far as their parents. And in their turn, when they look around them at the younger set whom they have taught in the light and wisdom of their own shortcomings, they will see fresher, sweeter, lovelier young people than we see now. And it will continue so, dear, through the jolly generations. Life is all right, only like art. It is very, very long sometimes. Good out of evil, Phil? Asked his sister, smiling. Innocence from the hotbeds of profligacy. Purity out of vulgarity. Sanity from hideous ostentation. Is that what you come preaching? Yes, and is not it curious? Look at that old harridan, Mrs. Sankson Oracle. There are no more innocent and charming girls in Manhattan than her daughters. She knew enough to make them different, so does the majority of that sort. Look at the Cardwell girl, and the Innis girl, and the Craig girl. Look at Mrs. Delmer Carnes's children. And Nineveh Molly Hatpin's wastrel waif shall never learn what her mother knows if destiny will help Madame Molly ever so little. And I think that destiny is often very kind of to the Hatpin offspring. Nina sat silent on the padded arm of her chair, looking up at her brother. Mad preacher, mad mullah, dear, dear fellow, she said tenderly, all ills of the world canst thou discount, but not thine own. Those two, he insisted, laughing. I had a talk with Boots, but anyway, I would already arrived at my own conclusion that I'm rather overdoing this blighted business. Phil, in quick delight. Yes, he said, reddening nicely. Between you and Boots and myself, I have decided that I am going in for whatever any man is going in for life. Ninette, life to the full and up to the hilt for mine, not sidestepping anything. Because, Nina, it's shameful for a man to admit to himself that he cannot make good, no matter how thoroughly he's been hammered to the ropes. And so I am starting out agonot hunting trouble like him of La Mancha, like him in this, that I shall not avoid it. Is that plain to you, little sister? Yes, oh yes it is. She murmured, I am so happy, so proud, but I knew it was in your blood, Phil. I knew that you were merely hurt and stunned, badly hurt, but not fatally. You could not be. No weaklings come from our race. But still, our race has always been law-abiding observant of civil and religious law. If I make myself free again, I take some laws into my own hands. How do you mean? She asked. Well, he said grimly, for example, I am forbidden in some states to marry again. But you know there was no reason for that. Yes, I do happen to know, but still I am taking the liberty of disregarding the law if I do. Then, what clergyman of our faith would marry me to anybody? That too, you know, is not just Phil. You were innocent of wrongdoing, you were chivalrous enough to make no defense. Wrongdoing, Nina? I was such a fool that I was innocent of sense enough to do either good or evil. Yet I did do harm. There never was such a thing as a harmless fool. But all I can do is to go and sin no more. Yet there is little merit in good conduct if one hides in a hole too small to admit temptation. No, there are laws civil and laws ecclesiastical. And sometimes I think a man is justified in repealing the form and retaining the substance of them, and remolding it for purposes of self-government, as I do now. Once, oppressed by form and theory, I told you that to remarry after divorce was a slap at civilization, which is true sometimes and sometimes not. Common sense, not laws, must govern a man in that matter. But if any motive except desire to be a decent citizen sways a self-punished man towards self-leniency, then is he unpardonable if he breaks those laws which truly were fashioned for such as he. Saint Simon, will you please arise, stretch your limbs, and descend from your pillar? Said Nina, because I am going to say something that is very, very serious and very near my heart. I remember, he said, it's about Eileen, is not it? Yes, it is about Eileen. He waited, and again his sister's eyes began restlessly searching his for something that she seemed unable to find. You make it a little difficult, Phil. I do not believe I had better speak of it. Why not? Why, just because you ask me why not, for example? Is it anything that worries you about Eileen? And no, not exactly. It may be a phase, and yet I know that if it is anything at all, it is not a passing phase. She is different from the majority, you see, very intelligent, very direct. She never forgets, for example. Her loyalty is quite remarkable, Phil. She is very intense in her beliefs, more so because she is unusually free from impulse and quite ignorant of the deeper emotions, or so I believed until. Is she in love? He asked. A little, Phil. Does she admit it? He demanded, unpleasantly astonished. She admits it in a dozen innocent ways to me who can understand her. But to herself she has not admitted it, I think could not admit it yet, because. Who is it? Asked Selwyn, and there was in his voice the slightest undertone of a growl. Dear, shall I tell you? Why not? Because, Phil, I think that our pretty Eileen is a little in love with you. He straightened out to his full height, scarlet to the temples. She dropped her linked fingers in her lap, gazing at him almost sadly. Dear, all the things you are preparing to shout at me are quite useless. I know. I do not imagine, I do not forestall, I do not predict. I'm not discounting any hopes of mine because, Phil, I had not planned such a thing between you and Eileen. I do not know why. But I had not. There was Suddy Gray, a nice boy, perfectly qualified, and there were alternates more worldly, perhaps. But I did not think of you, and that is what now amazes and humiliates me, because it was the obvious that I overlooked the most perfectly natural. Nina, you are madder than a March heiress. Air your theories, Phil, then come back to realities. The conditions remain. Eileen is certainly a little in love with you, and a little with her means something. And you, evidently, have never harbored any serious intentions toward the child. I can see that because you are the most transparent man I ever knew. Now, the question is, what is to be done? Done? Good heavens. Nothing, of course. There's nothing to do anything about. Nina, you are the most credulous little matchmaker that ever. Oh, Phil, must I listen to all those fulminations before you come down to the plain fact? And it's plain to me as the nose on your countenance, and I do not know what to do about it. I certainly was a perfect fool to confide in you, for you are exhibiting the coolness and sagacity of a stampeded chicken. He laughed in spite of himself. Then, realizing a little what her confidence had meant, he turned a richer red and slowly lifted his fingers to his mustache, while his perplexed gray eyes began to narrow as though sun-dazzled. I am, of course, obliged to believe that you are mistaken, he said. A man cannot choose but believe in that manner. There is no very young girl in the body, old or young, whom I like as thoroughly as I do Eileen Errol. She knows it, so do you, Nina. It is open and above board. I should be very unhappy if anything marred or distorted our friendship. I am quite confident that nothing will. In that frame of mind, said his sister, smiling, you are the healthiest companion in the world for you will either cure her or she you, and it is all right either way. Certainly it will be all right, he said confidently. For a few moments he paced the room, reflective, quickening his pace all the while, and his sister watched him, silent in her indecision. I am going up to see the kids, he said abruptly. The children, one and all, were in the park, but Eileen was sewing in the nursery, and his sister did not call him back as he swung out of the room and up the stairs. But when he had disappeared, Nina dropped into her chair, aware that she had played her best card prematurely. Forced by Rosamond, who had just told her that rumor continued to be very busy coupling her brother's name with the name of the woman who once had been his wife. Nina was now thoroughly convinced of Alix's unusual capacity for making mischief. She had known Alix always, and she had seen her develop from a talented, restless, erratic, emotional girl, easily moved to generosity, into an impulsive woman, reckless to the point of ruthlessness when ennui and unhappiness stampeded her. A woman not deliberately selfish, not wittingly immoral, for she lacked the passion which her emotion was sometimes mistaken for, and she was kind by instinct. Sufficiently intelligent to suffer from the lack of it in others, cultured to the point of recognizing culture, her dangerous unsoundness lay in her utter lack of mental stamina when conditions became unpleasant beyond her will, not her ability to endure them. The consequences of her own errors she refused to be burdened with. To escape somehow was her paramount impulse, and she always tried to, had always attempted it even in school days and farther back, when Nina first remembered her as a thin, eager, restless little girl scampering from one scrape into another at full speed. Even in those days, there were moments when Nina believed her to be actually irrational, but there was every reason not to say so to the heedless scatterbrain, whose father, in the prime of life, sat all day in his room, his faded eyes fixed wistfully on the childish toys which his attendant brought to him from his daughter's nursery. All this Nina was remembering, and again she wondered bitterly at Alix's treatment of her brother, and what explanation there could ever be for Ike except one. Lately, too, Alix had scarcely been at pains to conceal her contempt for her husband, if what Rosamond related was true. It was only one more headlong scrape, this second marriage, and Nina knew Alix well enough to expect the usual stampede toward that gay phantom, which was always beckoning onward to promised happiness, that goal of heart's desire, already lying so far behind her and farther still, for every step her little flying feet were taking in the oldest, the vainest, the most hopeless chase in the world, headlong hunt for happiness. And if that blind hunt should lead once more toward Selwyn? Suppose, freed from Ruthven, she turned in her tracks and threw herself and her youthful unhappiness straight at the man who had not yet destroyed the picture that Nina found when she visited her brother's rooms with the desire to be good to him with rocking chairs. Not that she really believed or feared that Philip would consider such an impossible reconciliation. Pride, and a sense of the absurd, must always check any such weird caprice of her brother's conscience. And yet other amazing and mismated couples had done ithed been reunited. And Nina was mightily troubled, for Alix's capacity for mischief was boundless, and that she, in some manner, had already succeeded in stirring up Philip was a rumor that persisted and would not be annihilated. To inform a man frankly that a young girl is a little in love with him is one of the oldest, simplest, and easiest methods of interesting that man unless he happened to be in love with somebody else. And Nina had taken her chances that the picture of Alix was already too unimportant for the ceremony of incineration. Besides, what she had ventured to say to him was her belief. The child appeared to be utterly absorbed in her increasing intimacy with Selwyn. She talked of little else. Her theme was Selwyn, his influence on Gerald, and her delight in his companionship. They had, at his suggestion, taken up together the study of Cretan antiquity as a sort of tender pilgrimage for her, because, with the aid of her father's and mother's letters, notebooks, and papers, she and Selwyn were following on the map the journeys and discoveries of her father. But this was not all. Nina's watchful eyes opened wider and wider as she witnessed in Eileen the nascence of an unconscious and delicate coquetry, quite unabashed, yet the more significant for that. And Nina, intent on the new phenomena, began to divine more about Eileen in a single second than the girl could have suspected of herself in a month of introspection and of prayer. Love was not there, Nina understood that. But its germ was still dormant, but bedded deliciously in congenial soiled living germ in all its latent promise, ready to swell with the first sudden heartbeat, quicken with the first quickening of the pulse, unfold into perfect symmetry if ever the warm, even current in the veins grew swift and hot under the first scorching whisper of truth. Eileen, sewing by the nursery window, looked up. Her little Alsatian maid, cross-legged on the floor at her feet, sewing away diligently, also looked up, then scrambled to her feet as Selwyn halted on the threshold of the room. Why, how odd you look, said Eileen, laughing. Come in, please. Suzanne and I are only mending some of my summer things. Were you in search of the children? Do not say so if you were, because I am quite happy in believing that you knew I was here. Did you? Where are the children? He asked. In the park, my very rude friend. You will find them on the mall if you start at once. He hesitated, but finally seated himself, omitting the little formal handshake with which they always met, even after an hour's separation. Of course she noticed this, and, bending low above her sewing, wondered why. It seemed to him, for a moment, as though he were looking at a woman he had heard about and had just met for the first time. His observation of her now was leisurely, calm, and thorough. Not so calm, however, when, impatient of his reticence, bending there over her work, she raised her dark blue eyes to his, her head remaining lowered. The sweet, silent inspection lasted but a moment, then she resumed her stitches, aware that something in him had changed since she last had seen him. But she merely smiled quietly to herself, confident of his unaltered devotion, in spite of the strangely hard and unresponsive gaze that had uneasily evaded hers. As her white fingers flew with the glimmering needle, she reflected on conditions, as she had left them a week ago. A week ago, between him and her, the most perfect of understandings existed, and the consciousness of it she had carried with her every moment in the country amid the icy tumble of the surf, on long, vigorous walks over the greening hills where wild moorland winds whipped like a million fairy switches, till the young blood fairly sang, pouring through her veins. Since that some time within the week, something evidently had happened to him, here in the city while she had been away. What? As she bent above the fine linen garment on her knee, needle flying, a sudden memory stirred cold lithe recollection of her ride with Rosamond, and instinctively her clear eyes flew open, and she raised her head, turning directly toward him a disturbed gaze he did not this time evade. In silence their regard lingered. Then, satisfied, she smiled again, saying, "Have I been away so long that we must begin all over, Captain Selwyn?" Begin what, Eileen's? To remember that the silence of selfish preoccupation is a privilege I have not accorded you. I did not mean to be preoccupied. Oh, worse and worse. She shook her head and began to thread the needle. I see that my week's absence has not been very good for you. I knew at the moment you came in with all that guilty absent-minded effrontery which I have forbidden. Now I suppose I shall have to recommence your subjection. Ring for tea, please. And Susan, speaking in French and gathering up a fluffy heap of mended summer wastes, these might as well be sent to the laundress, thank you. Little one, your sewing is always beautiful. The small maid, blushing with pleasure, left the room, both arms full of feminine apparel. Selwyn rang for tea, then strolled back to the window, where he stood with both hands thrust into his coat pockets, staring out at the sunset. A primrose light bathed the city. Below, through the new foliage of the park, the little lake reflected it in tints of deeper gold and amber where children clustered together, sailing toy ships. But there was no wind, the tiny sails and flags hung motionless, and out and in, among the craft becalmed, steered a family of wild ducks, the downy yellow fledglings darting hither and thither in chase of gnats, the mother bird following in leisurely solicitude. And as he stood there, absently intent on sky and roof and foliage, her soft, bantering voice aroused him. And turning, he found her beside him, her humorous eyes fixed on his face. "Suppose," she said, "that we go back to first principles and resume life properly by shaking hands. Shall we?" He colored up as he took her hand in his, then they both laughed at the very vigorous shake. "What a horribly unfriendly creature you can be," she said. "Never a greeting, never even a formal expression of pleasure at my return." "You have not returned," he said, smiling. "You have been with me every moment, Eileen." "What a pretty tribute," she exclaimed. "I am beginning to recognize traces of my training after all. And it is high time, Captain Selwyn, because I was half convinced that you had escaped to the woods again. What, if you please, have you been doing in town since I paroled you? Nothing? Oh, it's very likely. You are probably too ashamed to tell me. Now note the difference between us. I have been madly tearing over turf and dune, up hills, down hillocks, along headlands, shores, and shingle, and I had the happiness of being half frozen in the surf before Nina learned of it and stopped me. Come, sit over here, because I am quite crazy to tell you everything as usual about how I played marbles with the children eyes, indeed, down on my knees and shooting hard. Oh, it is divine, that sea-girdled, wind-drenched waste of moor and thicket. The strange, little stunted forests, in the hollows of the miniature, hillstow you remember. The trees, grow only to the Windleville, then spread out like those grotesque trees in fairy-haunted forests so old. So fantastic are these curious patches of woods that I am forever watching to see something magic moving far in the twilight of the trees. And one night I went out on the moors. Oh, heavenly, celestial under the stretch of stars. Elfland in silence, save for the bewitched wind. And the fairy forests drew me toward their edges, down, down into the hollow, with delicious shivers. Once I trembled indeed, for the starlight on the swamp was suddenly splintered into millions of flashes, and my heart leaped in pure fright. It was only a wild duck whirring headlong into the woodland waterspout. Oh, if you had been there to see the weird beauty of its coming and the star-splashed blackness. You must see that with me, sometime. When are you coming to Silverside? We go back very soon now. And I do not feel at all like permitting you to run wild in town when I am away and playing hopscotch on the lawn with Drina. She lay back in her chair, laughing, her hands linked together behind her head. Really, Captain Selwyn, I confess I missed you. It's much better fun when two can see all those things that I saw with wild roses, just a tangle of slender green moss stems, the new grass so intensely green, with a touch of metallic iridescence. The catspaws chasing each other across the purple inland pond sand, that cheeky red fox that came trotting out of the briars near Wonder Head, and when he saw me, coolly attempted to stare me out of countenance. Oh, it's all very well to tell you about it, but there is a little something lacking in unshared pleasures. Yes, a great deal lacking. And here is our tea tray at last. Nina came up to join them. Her brother winced as she smiled triumphantly at him, and the color continued vivid in his face while she remained in the room. Then the children charged upstairs, fresh from the park, clamoring for food, and they fell upon Selwyn's neck and disarranged his scarf-pin, and begged for buttered toast and crumpets, and got what they demanded before Nina's authority could prevent. I saw a rabbit at Silverside, said Billy, but do you know, Uncle Philip, that hunting pack of ours is no good. Not one dog paid any attention to the rabbit though, Drina, and I did our best, didn't we, Drina? You should have seen them, murmured Eileen, leaning close to whisper to Selwyn. The children had fits when the rabbit came hopping across the road out of the hither woods. But the dogs all ran madly the other way, and I thought Billy would die of mortification. Nina stood up, waving a crumpet which she had just rescued from Winthrop. Hark, she said, there's the nursery curfew, and not one wretched infant bathed. Billy, march bathward, my son. Drina, sweetheart, take command. Prune souffle for the obedient, dry bread for rebels. Come, children, do not let mother speak to you twice. Let's go down to the library, said Eileen to Selwyn. You are dining with us, of course. What? Yes, indeed, you are. The idea of your attempting to escape to some dreadful club and talk man talk all the evening when I have not begun to tell you what I did at Silverside. They left the nursery together and descended the stairs to the library. Austin had just come in, and he looked up from his solitary cup of tea as they entered. Hello, youngsters, what conspiracy are you up to now? I suppose you sniffed the tea and have come to deprive me. By the way, Phil, I hear that you have sprung the trap on those Sewitha people. Nearguard has, I believe. Well, is not it all one? No, it is not, retorted Selwyn so bluntly that Eileen turned from the window at a sound in his voice which she had never before heard. Oh, Austin stared over his suspended teacup, then drained it. Trouble with our friend Julius? He inquired. No trouble, I merely severed my connection with him. Ah, when? This morning. In that case, said Austin, laughing, I have a job for you. No, old fellow, and thank you with all my heart. I have half made up my mind to live on my income for a while and take up that chaosite matter again. And blow yourself to smithereens, why spatter nature thus? No fear, said Selwyn, laughing. And if it promises anything, I may come to you for advice on how to start it commercially. If it does not start you heavenward, you shall have my advice from a safe distance. I will telegraph it, said Austin. But if it's not personal, why on earth have you shaken Nearguard? And Selwyn answered simply, I do not like him. That is the reason, Austin. The children from the head of the stairs were now shouting demands for their father, and Austin rose, pretending to grumble. Those confounded kids, a man is never permitted a moment to himself. Is Nina up there, Eileen? Oh, all right, excuses, etc. I will be back pretty soon. You will stay to dine, Phil. I do not think so. Yes, he will stay, said Eileen calmly. And when Austin had gone, she walked swiftly over to where Selwyn was standing and looked him directly in the eyes. Is all well with Gerald? Yis, I suppose so. Is he still with Nearguard Co? Yes, Eileen. And you do not like Mr. Nearguard? No. Then Gerald must not remain. He said very quietly. Eileen, Gerald no longer takes me into his confidence. I am afraid I know, in fact, that I have little influence with him now. I am sorry, it hurts, but your brother is his own master, and he is at liberty to choose his own friends and his own business policy. I cannot influence him. I have learned that thoroughly. Better that I retain what real friendship he has left for me than destroy it by any attempt, however gentle, to interfere in his affairs. She stood before him, straight, slender, her face grave and troubled. I cannot understand, she said, how he could refuse to listen to a man like you. A man like me, Eileen? Well, if I were worth listening to, no doubt he would listen. But the fact remains that I have not been able to hold his interest. Do not give him up, she said, still looking straight into his eyes. If you care for me, do not give him up. Care for you, Eileen, you know I do. Yes, I know it, so you will not give up Gerald, will you? He is only a boy, you know that. You know he has been perhaps indiscreet. But Gerald is only a boy. Stand by him, Captain Selwyn, because Austin does not know how to manage him, really he does not. There has been another unpleasant scene between them, Gerald told me. Did he tell you why, Eileen? Yes, he told me that he had played cards for money, and he was in debt. I know that sounds almost disgraceful, but is not his need of help all the greater? Selwyn's eyes suddenly narrowed. Did you help him out this time? How do you mean, Captain Selwyn? But the splendid color in her face confirmed his certainty that she had used her own resources to help her brother pay the gambling debt, and he turned away his eyes, angry and silent. Yes, she said under her breath, I did aid him. What of it could I refuse? I know, do not aid him against that way. She stared, you mean? Send him to me, child. I understand such matters. If that is, and in sudden exasperation inexplicable for the moment to them both, do not touch such matters again. They soil, I tell you. I will not have Gerald go to you about such things. My own brother, what do you mean? I mean that, brother or not, he shall not bring such matters near you. Am I to count for nothing then, when Gerald is in trouble? She demanded, flushing up. Count, count, he repeated impatiently. Of course you count. Good heavens, it's women like you who count and no others, not one single other sort is of the slightest consequence in the world or to it. Count, child, you control us all. Everything of human goodness, of human hope hinges and hangs on you is made possible, inevitable because of you. And you ask me whether you count. You who control us all and always will as long as you are you. She had turned a little pale under his vehemence, watching him out of wide and beautiful eyes. What she understood how much of his incoherence she was able to translate is a question, but in his eyes and voice there was something simpler to divine, and she stood very still while his roused emotions swept her till her heart leaped up and every vein in her ran fiery pride. I am overwhelmed. I did not consider that I counted so vitally in the scheme of things, but I must try to if you believe all this of me only, you must teach me how to count for something in the world. Will you? Teach you, Eileen? What winning mockery! I teach you? Well, then I teach you this, that a man's blunder is best healed by a man's sympathy. I will stand by Gerald as long as he will let me do so, not alone for your sake, nor only for his, but for my own. I promise you that. Are you contented? Yes. She slowly raised one hand, laying it fearlessly in both of his. He is all I have left, she said, you know that. I know, child. Then thank you, Captain Selwyn. No, I thank you for giving me this charge. It means that a man must raise his own standard of living before he can accept such responsibility. You endow me with all that a man ought to be, and my task is doubled, for it is not only Gerald but I myself who require surveillance." He looked up, smilingly serious. "Such women as you alone can fit your brother and me for an endless guard duty over the white standard you have planted on the outer walls of the world." "You say things to me sometimes," she faltered, "that almost hurt with the pleasure they give." "Did that give you pleasure?" Yais, the surprise of it was almost too keen. "I wish you would not, but I am glad you Roman 999. You see, dropping into a great velvet chair having been of no serious consequence to anybody for so many years to be told, suddenly, that it that I count so vitally with mean a man like you." She sank back, drew one small hand across her eyes, and rested a moment. Then, leaning forward, she set her elbow on one knee and bracketed her chin between forefinger and thumb. "You do not know," she said, smiling faintly, "but, oh, the exalted dreams young girls indulge in, and one and all center around some power-inspired attitude of our own when a great crisis comes. And most of all we dream of counting heavily, and more than all we clothe ourselves in the celestial authority which dares to forgive. Is it not pathetically amusing the mental process of a young girl? And the paramount theme of her dream is power. Such power as will permit the renunciation of vengeance. Such power as will justify the happiness of forgiving. And every dream of hers is a dream of power, and often the happiness of forbearing to wield it. All dreams lead to it, all mean it. For instance, half awake then faintly conscious in slumber, I lie dreaming of power always power, the triumph of attainment, of desire for wisdom and knowledge satisfied. I dream of friendship's wonderful intimacies exquisitely satisfying. I dream of troubles, and my moral power to sweep them out of existence. I dream of self-sacrifice, and of the spiritual power to endure it. I dream sometimes of more material power off splendors and imposing estates, of a paradise all my own. And when I have been selfishly happy long enough, I dream of a vast material power fitting me to wipe poverty from the world. I plan it out in splendid generalities, sometimes in minute detail. Of men, we naturally dream, but vaguely, in a curious and confused way. Once, when I was 14, I saw a volunteer regiment passing, and it halted for a while in front of our house, and a brilliant being on a black horse turned lazily in his saddle and glanced up at our window. "Captain Selwyn, it is quite useless for you to imagine what fairy scenes, what wondrous perils, what happy adventures that gilt-courted adjutant and I went through in my dreams. Marry him? Indeed I did, scores of times. Rescue him? Regularly. He was wounded, he was attacked by fevers unnumbered, he fled in peril of his life, he vegetated in countless prisons, he was misunderstood, he was a martyr to suspicion, he was falsely accused, falsely condemned. And then just before the worst occurred, I appear, the inevitable one." She dropped back into the chair, laughing. Her color was high, her eyes brilliant. She laid her arms along the velvet arms of the chair and looked at him. "I have not had you to talk to for a whole week," she said, "and you will let me, will not you? I cannot help it anyway, because as soon as I see Yaucrack, a million thoughts wake up in me and clipper-clapper goes my tongue. You are very good for me. You are so thoroughly satisfactory except when your eyes narrow in that dreadful faraway gaze which I have forbidden, you understand. What have you done to your mustache?" "Clipped it." "Oh, I do not like it too short. Can you get hold of it to pull it? It's the only thing that helps you in perplexity to solve problems. You would be utterly helpless, mentally, without your mustache. When are we to take up our Etruscan symbols again? Or was it Evans's monograph we were laboriously dissecting? Certainly it was. Do not you remember the Hittite hieroglyph of Jerebus, and how you and I fought over those wretched floral symbols? You do not? And it was only a week ago. And listen, down at Silverside I have been reading the most delicious thinged mimes of Herodotus. Oh, so charmingly quaint, so perfectly human, that it seems impossible that they were written 2,000 years ago. There's a maid in one scene, Thresa, who is precisely like anybody's my donned an old lady. Jill is perfectly human, and not Greek, but Yankee of today. Shall we reread it together, when you come down to stay with us at Silverside?" "Indeed we shall," he said, smiling, "which also reminds me." He drew from his breast pocket a thin, flat box, turned it round and round, glanced at her, balancing it teasingly in the palm of his hand. "Is it for me, really? Oh, please do not be provoking. Is it really for me? Then give it to me this instant." Turning, looked straight at Selwyn. He dropped the box into the pink hollow of her supplicating palms. For a moment she was very busy with the tissue paper, then, "Oh, it is perfectly sweet of you. turning the small book bound in heavy Etruscan gold. Whatever can it be? And rising, she opened it, stepping to the window so that she could see. Within, the pages were closely covered with the minute, careful handwriting of her father. It was the first notebook he ever kept, and Selwyn had had it bound for her in gold. For an instant she gazed, breathless, lips parted. Then slowly she placed the yellowed pages against her lips and, turning, looked straight at Selwyn, the splendor of her young eyes starred with tears. Chapter 7: Errands and Letters. Alikes Ruthven had not yet dared tell Selwyn that her visit to his rooms was known to her husband. Sooner or later she meant to tell him. It was only fair to him that he should be prepared for anything that might happen. But as yet, though her first instinct, born of sheer fright, urged her to seek instant counsel with Selwyn, fear of him was greater than the alarm caused her by her husband's knowledge. She was now afraid of her husband's malice, afraid of Selwyn's opinion, afraid of herself most of all. For she understood herself well enough to realize that, if conditions became intolerable, the first and easiest course out of it would be the course she would take wherever it led, whatever it cost, or whoever was involved. In addition to her dread and excitement, she was deeply chagrined and unhappy. And although Jack Ruthven did not again refer to the matter, indeed appeared to have forgotten, either alarm and humiliation remained complete, for Gerald now came and played and went as he chose, and in her disconcerted cowardice, she dared not do more than plead with Gerald in secret, until she began to find the emotion consequent upon such intimacy unwise for them both. Neargard, too, was becoming a familiar figure in her drawing-room, and, though at first she detested him, his patience and unfailing good spirits, and his unconcealed admiration for her softened her manner toward him to the point of toleration. And Neargard, from his equivocal footing in the house of Ruthven, obtained another no less precarious in the house of Fainall in the beginning on a purely gaming basis. However, Gerald had already proposed him for the Stuyvesant and Proscenium clubs, and furthermore, a stormy discussion was now in progress among the members of the famous Syowitha over an amazing proposition from their treasurer, Jack Ruthven. This proposal was nothing less than to admit Neargard to membership in that wealthy and exclusive country club, as a choice of the lesser evil. For it appeared, according to Ruthven, that Neargard, if admitted, was willing to restore to the club, free of rent, the thousands of acres vitally necessary to the club's existence as a game preserve, merely retaining the title to these lands for himself. Draymore was incensed at the proposal. Harmon, Orkle, and Fane were disgustedly noncommittal, but Phoenix Motley was perhaps the angriest man on Long Island. "In the name of decency, Jack," he said, "what are you dreaming of? Is it not enough that this man, Neargard, holds us up once? Do I understand that he has the impudence to do it again with your connivance? Are you going to let him sandbag us into electing him? Is that the sort of hold-up you stand for? Well then, I tell you I will never vote for him. I would rather see these lakes and streams of ours dry up. I would rather see the last pheasant snared and the last covey leave for the other end of the island than buy off that Dutchman with a certificate of membership in the Syowitha." "In that case," retorted Ruthven, "we would better wind up our affairs and make arrangements for an auctioneer." "All right, wind up and be damned," said Motley. "There will be at least sufficient self-respect left in the treasury to go round." Which was all very fine, and Motley meant it at the time. But outside of the asset of self-respect, there was too much money invested in the lands, plant, and buildings, in the streams, lakes, hatcheries, and forests of the Syowitha. The enormously wealthy seldom stand long upon dignity if that dignity is going to be very expensive. Only the poor can afford disastrous self-respect. So the chances were that Neargard would become a member, which was why he had acquired the tract, and the price he would have to pay was not only in taxes upon the acreage, but secretly a solid sum in addition to little Mr. Ruthven, whom he was binding to him by every tie he could pay for. Neargard did not regret the expense. He had long since discounted the cost, and he also continued to lose money at the cartable to those who could do him the most good. Away somewhere in the back of his round, squat, busy head, he had an inkling that some day he would even matters with some people. Meanwhile, he was patient, good-humored, amusing when given a chance, and, as the few people he knew found out, inventive and resourceful in suggesting new methods of time-killing to any wealthy and fashionable victim of a vacant mind. And as this faculty has always been the real key to the inner temple of the 10,000 disenchantments, the entrance of Mr. Neargard appeared to be only a matter of time and opportunity, and his ultimate welcome at the naked altar a conclusion foregone. In the interim, however, he suffered Gerald and little Ruthven to pilot him. He remained cheerfully oblivious to the snubs and indifference accorded him by Mrs. Ruthven, Mrs. Fane, and others of their entourage whom he encountered over the cardables or at card suppers. And all the while he was attending to his business with an energy and activity that ought to have shamed Gerald, and did at times, particularly when he arrived at the office utterly unfit for the work before him. But Neargard continued astonishingly tolerant and kind, lending him money, advancing him what he required, taking up or renewing notes for him, until the boy, heavily in his debt, plunged more heavily still in sheer desperation, only to flounder the deeper at every struggle to extricate himself. Alikes Ruthven suspected something of this, but it was useless as well as perilous in other ways for her to argue with Gerald, for the boy had come to a point where even his devotion to her could not stop him. He must go on. He did not say so to Alikes. He merely laughed, assuring her that he was all right, that he knew how much he could afford to lose, and that he would stop when his limit was in sight. Alas, he had passed his limit long since, and already it was so far behind him that he dared not look back, dared no longer even look forward. Meanwhile, the Ruthvens were living almost lavishly, and keeping 4 more horses, but Eileen Errol's bank balance had now dwindled to 3 figures, and Gerald had not only acted offensively toward Selwyn, but had quarreled so violently with Austin that the latter, thoroughly incensed and disgusted, threatened to forbid him the house. "The little fool," he said to Selwyn, "came here last night, stinking of wine, and attempted to lay down the law to me, tried to dragoon me into a compromise with him over the investments I have made for him. By God, Phil, he shall not control 1 cent until the trust conditions are fulfilled, though it was left to my discretion, too. And I told him so flatly. I told him he was not fit to be trusted with the coupons of a repudiated South American bond." "Hold on, Austin. That is not the way to tackle a boy like that." "Is not it? Well, why not? Do you expect me to dicker with him?" "No, but Austin, you have always been a little brusque with him. Do not you think?" "No, I do not. It's discipline he needs, and he will get it good and plenty every time he comes here." "I'm afraid he may cease coming here. That's the worst of it. For his sister's sake, I think we ought to try to put up with." Put up, I have been doing nothing else since he came of age. He's turned out a fool of a puppy, I tell you. He's idle, lazy, dissipated, impudent, conceited, insufferable. But not vicious, Austin, and not untruthful. Where his affections are centered, he is always generous. Where they should be centered, he is merely thoughtless, not deliberately selfish. See here, Phil, how much good has your mollycoddling done him? You warned him to be cautious in his intimacy with Neargard, and he was actually insulting to you. I know, but I understood. He probably had some vague idea of loyalty to a man whom he had known longer than he knew me. That was all. That was what I feared, too. But it had to be done. I was determined to venture it, and it seems I accomplished nothing. But do not think that Gerald's attitude toward me makes any difference, Austin. It does not. I am just as devoted to the boy, just as sorry for him, just as ready to step in when the chance comes, as it surely will, Austin. He's only running a bit wilder than the usual colt. It takes longer to catch and bridle him. Somebody'll rope him pretty roughly before you run him down, said Gerard. I hope not. Of course it's a chance he takes, and we cannot help it. But I am trying to believe he will tire out in time and come back to us for his salt. And, Austin, we have simply got to believe in him, you know, on Eileen's account. Austin grew angrier and redder. Eileen's account? Do you mean her bank account? It's easy enough to believe in him if you inspect his sister's bank account. Believe in him? Oh, certainly I do. I believe he's pup enough to come sneaking to his sister to pay for all the damnfooleries he's engaged in. And I have positively forbidden her to draw another check to his order. It's that little bangled whelp, Ruthven, said Selwyn between his teeth. I warned Gerald most solemnly of that man, but he shrugged his shoulders and glanced about him at the lining-covered furniture and bare floors. After a moment he looked up. The game there is of course notorious. If matters did not stand as they do, flushed painfully, I'd go straight to Ruthven and find out whether or not this business could be stopped. Stopped? No, it cannot be. How are you going to stop a man from playing cards in his own house? They all do it that sort. Fane's rather notorious himself. They call his house the House of Ill Fane, you know. If you or I or any of our family were on any kind of terms with the Ruthvens, they might exclude Gerald to oblige us. We are not, however, and anyway, if Gerald means to make a gambler and a souse of himself at 21, he will do it. But it's pretty rough on us. It's rougher on him, Austin, and it's roughest on his sister. Well held out his hand goodbye. No, thanks, I will not stop to see Nina and Eileen. I am going to try to think up some way out of this. And if Gerald comes to you agantry another tack, just try it. You know, old fellow, that between ourselves, you and I are sometimes short of temper and long of admonition. Let's try reversing the combination with Gerald. But Austin only growled from the depths of his linen-shrouded armchair, and Selwyn turned away, wondering what in the world he could do in a matter already far beyond the jurisdiction of either Austin or himself. If Alix had done her best to keep Gerald away, she appeared to be quite powerless in the matter, and it was therefore useless to go to her. Besides, he had every inclination to avoid her. He had learned his lesson. To whom then could he go? Through whom could he reach Gerald? Through Nina? Useless. And Gerald had already defied Austin. Through Neargard then, but he was on no terms with Neargard. How could he go to him? Through Rosamund Fane? At the thought he made a wry face. Any advances from him she would wilfully misinterpret. And Ruthven? How on earth could he bring himself to approach him? And the problem therefore remained as it was. The only chance of any solution apparently depending upon these friends of Gerald's, not one of whom was a friend of Selwyn. Indeed, some among them were indifferent to the verge of open enmity. And yet he had promised Eileen to do what he could. What merit lay in performing an easy obligation? What courage was required to keep a promise easily kept? If he cared anything for Harif, he really cared for Gerald, he owed them more than effortless fulfillment. And here there could be no fulfillment without effort, without the discarding from self of the last rags of pride. And even then, what hope was there after the sacrifice of self and the disregard of almost certain humiliation? It was horribly hard for him. There seemed to be no chance in sight. But forlorn hope was slowly rousing the soldier in him the grim, dogged, desperate necessity of doing his duty to the full and of leaving consequences to that destiny, which some call by a name more reverent. So first of all, when at length he had decided, he nerved himself to strike straight at the center, and within the hour he found Gerald at the Stuyvesant Club. The boy descended to the visitors' rooms, Selwyn's card in his hand and distrust written on every feature. And at Selwyn's first frank and friendly words, he reddened to the temples and checked him. I will not listen, he said. They Austin and everybody have been putting you up to this until I am tired of it. Do they think I am a baby? Do they suppose I do not know enough to take care of myself? Are they trying to make me ridiculous? I tell you they would better let me alone. My friends are my friends, and I will not listen to any criticism of them, and that settles it. Gerald. Oh, I know perfectly well that you dislike Neargard. I do not, and that's the difference. I am not speaking of Mr. Neargard, Gerald. I am only trying to tell you what this man Ruthven really is doing. What do I care what he is doing? Cried Gerald angrily. And anyway, it is not likely I would come to you to find out anything about Mrs. Ruthven's second husband. Selwyn rose, very white and still. After a moment he drew a quiet breath, his clenched hands relaxed, and he picked up his hat and gloves. They are my friends, muttered Gerald, as pale as he. You drove me into speaking that way. Perhaps I did, my boy. I do not judge you. If you ever find you need help, come to me, and if you cannot come and still need me, send for me. I will do what I can always. I know you better than you know yourself. Goodbye. He turned to the door, and Gerald burst out. Why cannot you let my friends alone? I liked you before you began this sort of thing. I will let them alone if you will, said Selwyn, halting. I cannot stand by and see you exploited and used and perverted. Will you give me one chance to talk it over, Gerald? No, I won't, returned Gerald hotly. I will stand for my friends every time. There's no treachery in me. You are not standing by me very fast, said the elder man gently. I said I was standing by my friends, repeated the boy. Very well, Gerald, but it's at the expense of your own people, I am afraid. That's my business, and you are not one of them, retorted the boy, infuriated, and you will not be either if I can prevent it, no matter whether people say that you are engaged to her. What? whispered Selwyn, wheeling like a flash. The last vestige of color had fled from his face, and Gerald caught his breath, almost blinded by the blaze of fury in the elder man's eyes. Neither spoke again, and after a moment Selwyn's eyes fell. He turned heavily on his heel and walked away, head bent, gray eyes narrowing to slits. Yet, through the brain's chaos and the heart's loud tumult, and the clamor of pulses run wild at the insult flung into his very face, the grim instinct to go on persisted. And he went on and on, for her sake on knew not how until he came to Nearguard's apartment in one of the vast West Side constructions, bearing the name of a sovereign state. And here, after an interval, he followed his card to Nearguard's splendid suite, where a manservant received him and left him seated by a sunny window overlooking the blossoming foliage of the park. When Nearguard came in and stood on the farther side of a big oak table, Selwyn rose, returning the cool, curt nod. "Mr. Nearguard," he said, "it is not easy for me to come here after what I said to you when I severed my connection with your firm. You have every reason to be unfriendly toward me, but I came on the chance that whatever resentment you may feel will not prevent you from hearing me out." "Personal resentment," said Nearguard slowly, "never interferes with my business. I take it, of course, that you have called upon a business matter. Will you sit down?" "Thank you, I have only a moment. And what I am here for is to ask you, as Mr. Errol's friend, to use your influence on Mr. Errol. Every atom of your influencito, prevent him from ruining himself financially through his excesses. I ask you, for his family's sake, to discountenance any more gambling, to hold him strictly to his duties in your office, to overlook no more shortcomings of his, but to demand from him what any trained businessman demands of his associates as well as of his employees. I ask this for the boy's sake." Nearguard's close-set eyes focused a trifle closer to Selwyn's, yet did not meet them. "Mr. Selwyn," he said, "have you come here to criticize the conduct of my business?" "Criticize? No, I have not. I merely ask you." "You are merely asking me," cut in Nearguard, "to run my office, my clerks, and my associate in business after some theory of your own." Selwyn looked at the man and knew he had lost, yet he forced himself to go on. "The boy regards you as his friend. Could you not, as his friend, discourage his increasing tendency toward dissipation?" "I am not aware that he is dissipated." "What?" "I say that I am not aware that Gerald requires any interference from me or from you, either," said Nearguard coolly. "And as far as that goes, I and my business require no interference either. And I believe that settles it." He touched a button. The manservant appeared to usher Selwyn out. The latter set his teeth in his underlip and looked straight and hard at Nearguard, but Nearguard thrust both hands in his pockets, turned squarely on his heel, and sauntered out of the room, yawning as he went. It bid fair to become a hard day for Selwyn. He foresaw it, for there was more for him to do, and the day was far from ended, and his self-restraint was nearly exhausted. An hour later he sent his card into Rosamund Fane, and Rosamund came down, presently, mystified, flattered, yet shrewdly alert and prepared for anything since the miracle of his coming justified such preparation. "Why in the world," she said with a flushed gaiety perfectly genuine, "did you ever come to see me? Will you please sit here, rather near me? Or I shall not dare believe that you are that same Captain Selwyn who once was so deliciously rude to me at the Minster's dance. Was there not a little malice, just a very little, in your part to begin it?" he asked, smiling. "Malice? Why? Just because I wanted to see how you and Alikes Ruthven would behave when thrust into each other's arms. Oh, Captain Selwyn, what a harmless little jest of mine, to evoke all that bitterness you so smilingly poured out on me. But I forgave you. I will forgive you more than that if you ask me. Do you know when she laid her small head on one side and smiled at him out of her pretty doll's eyes, do you know that there are very few things I might not be persuaded to pardon you? Perhaps with laughing audacity there are not any at all. Try, if you please." "Then you surely will forgive me for what I have come to ask you," he said lightly. "Will not you?" "Yes," she said, her pink and white prettiness challenging him from every delicate feature-rise, "I will pardon you on one condition." "And what is that, Mrs. Fane?" "That you are going to ask me something quite unpardonable," she said with a daring little laugh. For if it's anything less improper than an impropriety, I will not forgive you. Besides, there would be nothing to forgive. So please begin, Captain Selwyn. It's only this, he said. I am wondering whether you would do anything for me. Anything, merci. Is not that extremely general, Captain Selwyn? But you never can tell, ask me. So he bent forward, his clasped hands between his knees, and told her very earnestly of his fears about Gerald, asking her to use her undoubted influence with the boy to shame him from the Cartables, explaining how utterly disastrous to him and his family his present course was. He is very fond of you, Mrs. Fainand. You know how easy it is for a boy to be laughed out of excesses by a pretty woman of experience. You see I am desperately put to it, or I would never have ventured to trouble you. I see, she said, looking at him out of eyes bright with disappointment. Could you help us then? He asked pleasantly. Help us, Captain Selwyn? Who is the us, please? Why, Gerald and meaned his family, he added, meeting her eyes. The eyes began to dance with malice. His family, repeated Rosamond, that is to say, his sister, Miss Errol. His family, I believe, ends there, does it not? Yes, Mrs. Fane. I see, Miss Errol is naturally worried over him. But I wonder why she did not come to me herself, instead of sending you as her errant ambassador. Miss Errol did not send me, he said, flushing up. And looking steadily into the smiling doll's face confronting him, he knew again that he had failed. I am not inclined to be very much flattered after all, said Rosamond. You should have come on your own errand, Captain Selwyn, if you expected a woman to listen to you. Did you not know that? It is not a question of errands or of flattery, he said wearily. I thought you might care to influence a boy who is headed for serious trouble, that is all, Mrs. Fane. She smiled. Come to me on your own errand for Gerald's sake, for anybody's sake, for your own, preferably, and I will listen. But do not come to me on another woman's errands, for I will not listen even to you. I have come on my own errand, he repeated coldly. Miss Errol knew nothing about it and shall not hear of it from me. Can you not help me, Mrs. Fane? But Rosamond's rosegina features had hardened into a polished smile, and Selwyn stood up, wearily, to make his adieus. But as he entered his hansom before the door, he knew the end was not yet, and once more he set his face toward the impossible, and once more the hansom rolled away over the asphalt, and once more it stopped this time before the house of Ruthven. Every step he took now was taken through sheer force of Willand in her service, because, had it been, now, only for Gerald's sake, he knew he must have weakened it in properly, perhaps, for a man owes something to himself. But what he was now doing was for a young girl who trusted him with all the fervor and faith of her heart and soul, and he could spare himself in no wise if, in his turn, he responded heart and soul to the solemn appeal. Mr. Ruthven, it appeared, was at home and would receive Captain Selwyn in his own apartment, which he did after Selwyn had been seated for 20 minutes strolling and clad only in silken lounging clothes, and belting about his waist, as he entered, the sash of a kimono, stiff with gold. His greeting was a pallid stare, but as Selwyn made no motion to rise, he lounged over to a couch and, half reclining among the cushions, shot an insolent glance at Selwyn, then yawned and examined the bangles on his wrist. After a moment Selwyn said, Mr. Ruthven, you are no doubt surprised that I am here. I am not surprised if it's my wife you have come to see, drawled Ruthven. If I am the object of your visit, I confess to some surprise as much as the visit is worth, and no more. The vulgarity of the insult under the man's own roof scarcely moved Selwyn to any deeper contempt, and certainly not to anger. I did not come here to ask a favor of you, he said coolifer, that is out of the question, Mr. Ruthven. But I came to tell you that Mr. Errol's family has forbidden him to continue his gambling in this house, and in your company anywhere, or at any time. Most extraordinary, murmured Ruthven, passing his ringed fingers over his minutely shaven face, that strange face of a boy hardened by the depravity of ages. So I must request you, continued Selwyn, to refuse him the opportunity of gambling here. Will you do it voluntarily? No. Then I shall use my judgment in the matter. And what may your judgment in the matter be? I have not yet decided. For one thing, I might enter a complaint with the police that a boy is being morally and materially ruined in your private gambling establishment. Is that a threat? No, I will act not threaten. Ah, drawled Ruthven, I may do the same the next time my wife spends the evening in your apartment. You lie, said Selwyn in a voice made low by surprise. Oh no, I do not. Very chivalrous of you, quite proper for you to deny it like a gentleman, but useless, quite useless. So the less said about invoking the law, the better for some people. You will agree with me, I dare say. And now, concerning your friend, Gerald Errol, I have not the slightest desire to see him play cards. Whether or not he plays is a matter perfectly indifferent to me, and you had better understand it. But if you come here demanding that I arrange my guest lists to suit you, you are losing time. Selwyn, almost stunned at Ruthven's knowledge of the episode in his rooms, had risen as he gave the man the lie direct. For an instant now, as he stared at him, there was murder in his eye. Then the utter hopeless helplessness of his position overwhelmed him, as Ruthven, with danger written all over him, stood up, his soft, smooth thumbs hooked in the glittering sash of his kimono. Scowl if you like, he said, backing away instinctively, but still nervously impertinent, and keep your distance. If you have anything further to say to me, write it. Then, growing bolder as Selwyn made no offensive move, write to me, he repeated with a venomous smirk. It's safer for you to figure as my correspondent than as my wife's correspondent. Let go of me. What the devil are you doing? For Selwyn had him fast-owned sinewy hand twisted in his silken collar, holding him squirming at arm's length. Murder, stammered Mr. Ruthven. No, said Selwyn, not this time, but be very, very careful after this. And he let him go with an involuntary shudder and wiped his hands on his handkerchief. Ruthven stood quite still, and after a moment the livid terror died out in his face and a rushing flush spread over Ida's strange, dreadful shade, curiously opaque, and he half turned, dizzily, hands outstretched for self-support. Selwyn coolly watched him as he sank onto the couch and sat huddled together and leaning forward, his soft, ringed fingers covering his empurpled face. Then Selwyn went away with a shrug of utter loathing. But after he had gone, and Ruthven's servants had discovered him and summoned a physician, their master lay heavily amid his painted draperies and cushions, his congested features set, his eyes partly open and possessing sight. But the whites of them had disappeared, and the eyes themselves, save for the pupils, were like two dark slits filled with blood. There was no doubt about it. The doctors, one and all, knew their business when they had so often cautioned Mr. Ruthven to avoid sudden and excessive emotions. That night Selwyn wrote briefly to Mrs. Ruthven. I saw your husband this afternoon. He is at liberty to inform you of what passed. But in case he does not, there is one detail which you ought to know. Your husband believes that you once paid a visit to my apartments. It is unlikely that he will repeat the accusation, and I think there is no occasion for you to worry. However, it is only proper that you should know this, which is my only excuse for writing you a letter that requires no acknowledgement. Very truly yours, Philip Selwyn. To this letter she wrote an excited and somewhat incoherent reply, and rereading it in troubled surprise, he began to recognize in it something of the strange, illogical, impulsive attitude which had confronted him in the first weeks of his wedded life. Here was the same minor undertone of unrest sounding ominously through every line, the same illogical, unhappy attitude which implied so much and said so little, leaving him uneasy and disconcerted, conscious of the vague recklessness and veiled reproach dragging him back from the present through the dead years to confront once more the old pain, the old bewilderment at the hopeless misunderstanding between them. He wrote in answer, for the first time in my life, I am going to write you some unpleasant truths. I cannot comprehend what you have written. I cannot interpret what you evidently imagine I must divine in these pages. As I read, striving to understand, all the old familiar pain returns, hopeless attempt to realize wherein I failed in what you expected of me. But how can I now be held responsible for your unhappiness and unrest for the malicious attitude, as you call it, of the world toward you? Years ago you felt that there existed some occult coalition against you, and that I was either privy to it or indifferent. I was not indifferent, but I did not believe there existed any reason for your suspicions. This was the beginning of my failure to understand you. I was sensible enough that we were unhappy, yet could not see any reason for it, could see no reason for the increasing restlessness and discontent which came over you like successive waves following some brief happy interval when your gaiety and beauty and wit fairly dazzled me and everybody who came near you. And then, always hateful and irresistible, followed the days of depression, of incomprehensible impulses, of that strange, unreasoning resentment toward me. What could I do? I do not for a moment say that there was nothing I might have done. Certainly there must have been something, but I did not know what. And often in my confusion and bewilderment I was quick-tempered, impatient to the point of exasperation, so utterly unable was I to understand wherein I was failing to make you contented. Of course I could not shirk or avoid field duty or any of the details which so constantly took me away from you. Also, I began to understand your impatience of garrison life, of the monotony of the place, of the climate of the people. But all this, which I could not help, did not account for those dreadful days together, when I could see that every minute was widening the breach between us. Alikes your letter has brought it all back, vivid, distressing, exasperating. And this time I know that I could have done nothing to render you unhappy, because the time when I was responsible for such matters is past. And this forgive me if I say it arouses a doubt in meth first honest doubt I have had of my own unshared culpability. Perhaps after all a little more was due from you than what you brought to our partnership, a little more patience, a little more appreciation of my own inexperience, and of my efforts to make you happy. You were, perhaps, unwittingly exacting, a little bit selfish. And those sudden, impulsive caprices for a change of environment and escape from the familiar were, they not rather hard on me, who could do nothing, who had no choice in the matter of obedience to my superiors? Again and again, I asked you to go to some decent climate and wait for me until I could get leave. I stood ready and willing to make any arrangement for you, and you made no decision. Then, when Barnard's command moved out, we had our last distressing interview. And if that night I spoke of your present husband and asked you to be a little wiser, and use a little more discretion to avoid malicious comment, it was not because I dreamed of distrusting you, it was merely for your own guidance, and because you had so often complained of other people's gossip about you. To say I was stunned, crushed, when I learned of what had happened in my absence, is to repeat a trite phrase. What it cost me is of no consequence now. What it is now costing you I cannot help. Yet, your letter, in every line, seems to imply some strange responsibility on my part for what you speak of as the degrading position you now occupy. Degradation or not, let us leave that aside. You cannot now avoid being his wife. But as for any hostile attitude of society in your regarding league or coalition to discredit you, that is not apparent to me. Nor can it occur if your personal attitude toward the world is correct. Discretion and circumspection, a happy, confident confronting of life, these, and a wise recognition of conditions, constitute sufficient safeguard for a woman in your delicately balanced position. And now, one thing more. You ask me to meet you at Sherry's for a conference. I do not care to, alikes. There is nothing to be said except what can be written on letter paper, and I can see neither the necessity nor the wisdom of our writing any more letters. For a few days no reply came. Then he received such a strange, unhappy, and desperate letter that, astonished, alarmed, and apprehensive, he went straight to his sister, who had run up to town for the day from Silverside, and who had telephoned him to take her somewhere for luncheon. Nina appeared very gay and happy and youthful in her spring plumage, but she exclaimed impatiently at his tired and careworn pallor. And when a little later they were seated tete-a-tete in the rococo dining room of a popular French restaurant, she began to urge him to return with her, insisting that a weekend at Silverside was what he needed to avert physical disintegration. "What is there to keep you in town?" she demanded, breaking bits from the stick of crisp bread. "The children have been clamoring for you day and night, and Eileen has been expecting a letter you promised to write her, Phil." "I am going to write to her," he said impatiently. "Wait a moment, Nina, don't speak of anything pleasant or intimate, just no, because I have got to bring up another matter, something not very pleasant to me or to you. May I begin?" "What is it, Phil?" she asked, her quick, curious eyes intent on his troubled face. "It is about Alikes." "What about her?" returned his sister calmly. "You knew her in school years ago. You have always known her." Yes. Yow, did you ever visit her, stay at the Varian's house? Yes. In her own home in Westchester? Yes. There was a silence. His eyes shifted to his plate, remained fixed as he said. Then you knew her father? Yes, Phil, she said quietly. I knew Mr. Varian. Was there anything unusual about him in those days? Have you heard that for the first time? Asked his sister. He looked up. Yes, what was it, Nina? She became busy with her plate for a while. He sat rigid, patient, one hand resting on his claret glass, and presently she said without meeting his eyes. It was even farther back her grandparents' own of them. She lifted her head slowly. That is why it so deeply concerned us, Phil, when we heard of your marriage. What concerned you? The chance of inheritance, the risk of the taint-off transmitting it. Her father's erratic brilliancy became more than eccentricity before I knew him. I would have told you that had I dreamed that you ever could have thought of marrying a Likesvarian. But how could I know you would meet her out there in the Orient? It was your cable to us was like a thunderbolt. And when Shesh left you so suddenly, Phil, dear, I feared the true reason, the only possible reason that could be responsible for such an insane act. What was the truth about her father? He said doggedly. He was eccentric. Was he ever worse than that? The truth was that he became mentally irresponsible before his death. You know this. Alikes told me when we were schoolgirls, and for days she was haunted with the fear of what might one day be her inheritance. That is all I know, Phil. He nodded and for a while made some pretense of eating, but presently leaned back and looked at his sister out of dazed eyes. Do you suppose, he said heavily, that she was not entirely responsible when she went away? I have wondered, said Nina simply. Austin believes it. But Bethau, in God's name, could that be possible? She was so brilliant, so witty, so charmingly and capriciously normal. Her father was brilliant and popular when he was young. Austin knew him, Phil. I have often wondered whether Alikes realizes what she is about. Her restless impulses, her intervals of curious resentment, so many things which I remember and which, now, I cannot believe were entirely normal. It is a dreadful surmise to make about anybody so youthful, so pretty, so lovable, and yet, it is the kindest way to account for her strange treatment of you. I cannot believe it, he said, staring at vacancy. I refuse to. And thinking of her last frightened and excited letter imploring an interview with him and giving the startling reason. What a scoundrel that fellow Ruthven is, he said with a shudder. Why, what has he? Nothing, I cannot discuss it, Nina. Please tell me, Phil. There is nothing to tell. She said deliberately. I hope there is not, Phil. Nor do I credit any mischievous gossip which ventures to link my brother's name with the name of Mrs. Ruthven. He paid no heed to what she hinted, and he was still thinking of Ruthven when he said, the most contemptible and cowardly thing a man can do is to fail a person dependent on him when that person is in prospective danger. The dependence, the threatened helplessness must appeal to any man. How can he then fail to stand by a person in troubly, a person linked to him by every tie, every obligation? Were we to fail at such a time is dastardly and toto, make a possible threatened infirmity, a reason for abandoning a woman is monstrous. Phil, I never for a moment supposed that, even if you suspected Alikes to be not perfectly responsible, you would have abandoned her. I abandon her, he laughed bitterly. I was not speaking of myself, he said. And to himself he wondered, was it that after all? Is that the key to my dreadful inability to understand? I cannot accept it. I know her, it was not that, it must not be. And that night he wrote to her. If he threatens you with divorce on such a ground, he himself is likely to be adjudged mentally unsound. It was a brutal, stupid threat, nothing more, and his insult to your father's memory was more brutal still. Do not be stampeded by such threats. Disprove them by your calm self-control under provocation, disprove them by your discretion and self-confidence. Give nobody a single possible reason for gossip. And above all alikes, do not become worried and morbid over anything you might dread as inheritance, for you are as sound today as you were when I first met you, and you shall not doubt that you could ever be anything else. Be the woman you can be, show the pluck and courage to make the very best out of life. I have slowly learned to attempt it, and it is not difficult if you convince yourself that it can be done. To this, she answered the next day, I will do my best. There is danger and treachery everywhere. And if it becomes unendurable, I shall put an end to it in one way or another. As for his threat incident on my admitting that I did go to your room, and defying him to dare believe evil of me for doing it, I can laugh at it now, though. When I wrote you, I was terrified remembering how mentally broken my father was when he died. But as you say, I am sound, body and mind. I know it. I do not doubt it for one moment except at long intervals when, apropos of nothing, a faint sensation of dread comes creeping. But I am sound. I know it so absolutely that I sometimes wonder at my own perfect sanity and understanding. And so clearly, so faultlessly, so precisely does my mind work that end, this I never told you I am often, and often able to detect mental inadequacy in many people around Meth's slightest deviation from the normal, the least degree of mental instability. Phil, so sensitive to extraneous impression is my mind that you would be astonished to know how instantly perceptible to me is mental degeneration in other people. And it would amaze you, too, if I should tell you how many people you know are, in some degree, more or less insane. But there is no use in going into such matters. All I meant to convey to you was that I am not frightened now at any threat of that sort from him. I do not know what passed between you and him. He will not tell me, but I do know from the servants that he has been quite ill. I was in Westchester that night and that something happened to his ice were dreadful for a while. I imagine it has something to do with veins and arteries, and it's understood that he's to avoid sudden excitement. However, he's only serenely disagreeable to me now, and we see almost nothing of one another except over the cardables. Gerald has been winning rather heavily. I am glad to say glad, as long as I cannot prevent him from playing. And yet I may be able to accomplish that yet in a roundabout way because the apple-visaged and hawk-beaked Mr. Neargard has apparently become my slavish creature, quite infatuated. And as soon as I have fastened on his collar and made sure that Rosamund cannot unhook it, I will try to make him shut down on Gerald's playing. This for your sake, Phil, because you ask me, and because you must always stand for all that is upright and good and manly in my eyes. Ah, Phil, what a fool I was, and all my own fault, too. Likes. This ended the sudden eruption of correspondence, for he did not reply to this letter, though in it he read enough to make him gravely uneasy, and he fell, once more, into the habit of brooding, from which both Boots Lansing and Eileen had almost weaned him. Also, he began to take long solitary walks in the park, when not occupied in conferences with the representatives of the Lawn Nitro Powder Works Company, which had recently approached him in behalf of his unperfected explosive, chaosite. This hermit life might have continued in town, indefinitely had he not, one morning, been surprised by a note from Eileen, the first he had ever had from her. It was only a very brief missive epiquent, amusing, innocently audacious, enclosing a mere reminder that he had promised to write to her, and she ended it by asking him very plainly whether he had not missed her, in terms so frank, so sweet, so confident of his inevitable answer, that all the enchantment of their delightful intimacy surged back in one quick tremor of happiness, washing from his heart and soul the clinging, sordid, evil things which were creeping closer, closer to torment and overwhelm him. And all that day he went about his business quite happily, her letter in his pocket. And that night, taking a new pen and pen holder, he laid out his very best letter paper, and began the first letter he had ever written to Eileen Errol. Dear Eileen, I have your charming little note from Silverside reminding me that I had promised to write you. But I needed no reminder, you know that. Then why have I not written? I could not offhand. Every day and evening, except today and this evening, I have been in conference with Edgerton Lawn and other representatives of the Lawn Nitro Powder Company, and have come to a sort of semi-agreement with them concerning a high explosive called chaosite, which they desire to control the sale of as soon as I can control its tendency to misbehave. This I expect to do this summer, and Austin has very kindly offered me a tiny cottage out on the moors too far from anybody or anything to worry people. I know you will be glad to hear that I have such attractive business prospects in view. I dare say I shall scarcely know what to do with my enormous profits a year or two hence. Have you any suggestions? Meanwhile, however, your letter and its questions await answers, and here they are. Yes, I saw Gerald once at his club and had a short talk with him. He was apparently well. You should not feel so anxious about him. He is very young yet, but he comes from good stock. Sooner or later he is bound to find himself. You must not doubt that. Also, he knows that he can always come to me when he wishes. No, I have not ridden in the park since you and Nina and the children went to Silverside. I walked there Sunday, and it was most beautiful, especially through the ramble. In his later years, my father was fond of walking there with me. That is one reason I go there. He seems to be very near me when I stand under the familiar trees or move along the flowering walks he loved so well. I wish you had known him. It is curious how often this wish recurs to me, and so persistent was it in the park that lovely Sunday that, at moments, it seemed as though we three were walking there together, and you and I quite happy in the silence of companionship, which seemed not of yesterday but of years. It is rather a comforting faculty. I have Etha's unconscious companionship with the absent. Once I told you that you had been with me while you supposed yourself to be at Silverside. Do you remember? Now, here in the city, I walk with you constantly, and we often keep pace together through crowded streets and avenues, and in the quiet hours, you are very often seated not far from where I sit. If I turned around, no so real has been your presence in my room tonight that it seems as though I could not help but surprise you here just yonder on the edges of the lamp glow. But I know you had rather remain at Silverside, so I will not turn around and surprise you here in Manhattan town. And now your next question. Yes, Boots is well, and I will give him Drina's love, and I will try my best to bring him to Silverside when I come. Boots is still crazed with admiration for his house. He has two cats, a housekeeper, and a jungle of shrubs and vines in the backyard, which he plays the hose on. And he has also acquired some really beautiful old rugsahirs which has all the tints of a living sapphire, and a charming antique Shiraz, rose, gold, and that rare old Persian blue. To mention symbols for a moment, apropos of our archaeological readings together, Boots has an antique Asia Minor rug in which I discovered not only the swastika, but also a fire altar, a Rhodian lily border, and a Mongolian motif which appears to resemble the cloud bend. It was quite an Anichair jumble, in fact, very characteristic. We must capture Nina some day, and she and you and I will pay a visit to Boots's rugs and study these old dyes and mystic symbols of the East. Shall we? And now your last question. And I answer. Yes, I do miss Yao so badly that I often take refuge in summoning you in spirit. The other day I had occasion to see Austin, and we sat in the library where all the curtains are in linen bags and all the furniture in overalls, and where the rugs are rolled in tarred paper and the pictures are muffled in cheesecloth. And after our conference had ended and I was on my way to the hall below, suddenly on my ear, faint but clear, I heard your voice, sweet as the odor of blossoms in an empty room. Noit neither deceived nor startled me. I have often heard it before when you were nowhere near. And that I may answer your question more completely, I answer it again. Yes, I miss you, so that I hear your voice through every silence. All voids are gay with it. There are no lonely places where my steps pass because you are always near, no stillness through which your voice does not sound, no unhappiness, no sordid cares which the memory of you does not make easier to endure. Have I answered? And now, good night. Gerald has just come in. I hear him passing through the hall to his own apartments, so I will drop in for a smoke with him before I start to search for you in dreamland. Good night, Eileen, Philip Selwyn. When he had finished, sealed, and stamped his letter, he leaned back in his chair, smiling to himself, still under the spell which the thought of her so often now cast over him. Life and the world were younger, cleaner, fresher. The charming energy of her physical vigor and youth and beauty tinted all things with the splendid hue of inspiration. But most of all, it was the exquisite fastidiousness of her thoughts that had begun to enthrall him, that crystal-clear intelligence. So direct, so generous, splendid, wholesome attitude toward life and her dauntless faith in the goodness of it. Breathing deeply, he drew in the fragrance of her memory, and the bitterness of things was dulled with every quiet respiration. He smiled again, too. How utterly had his sister mistaken their frank companionship. How stupidly superfluous was it to pretend to detect, in their comradeship, the commonplaces of sentimentas, though such a girl as Eileen Errol were of the common self-conscious moldas, though in their cordial understanding there was anything less simple than community of taste and the mutual attraction of intelligence. Then, the memory of what his sister had said drove the smile from his face, and he straightened up impatiently. Love. What unfortunate hallucination had obsessed Nina to divine what did not exist, what need not exist? How could a woman like his sister fall into such obvious error? How could she mistake such transparent innocence, such visible freedom from motive in this young girl's pure friendship for himself? And, as for him, he had never thought of Eileen who could not bring himself to think of her so materially or sentimentally. For, although he now understood that he had never known what love might Bates' coarser mask, infatuation, he had learned to see through. And as that is all he had ever known concerning love, the very hint of it had astonished and repelled him, as though the mere suggestion had been a rudeness offered to this delicate and delicious friendship blossoming into his life he had lately thought so barren and laid waste. No, his sister was mistaken, but her mistake must not disturb the blossoming of this unstained flower. Sufficient that Eileen and he disdainfully ignore the trite interpretation those outside might offer them unasked. Sufficient that their confidence in one another remain without motive other than the happiness of unembarrassed people who find a pleasure in sharing an intelligent curiosity concerning men and things and the world about them. Thinking of these matters, lying back there in his desk chair, he suddenly remembered that Gerald had come in. They had scarcely seen one another since that unhappy meeting in the Stuyvesant Club, and now, remembering what he had written to Eileen, he emerged with a start from his contented dreaming, sobered by the prospect of seeking Gerald. For a moment or two he hesitated, but he had said in his letter that he was going to do it. And now he rose, looked around for his pipe, found it, filled and lighted it, and, throwing on his dressing gown, went out into the corridor, tying the tasseled cords around his waist as he walked. His first knock remaining unanswered, he knocked more sharply. Then he heard from within the muffled creak of a bed heavy steps across the floor. The door opened with a jerk. Gerald stood there, eyes swollen, hair in disorder, his collar crushed, and the white evening tie unknotted and dangling over his soiled shirt front. "Hello," said Selwyn simply. "May I come in?" The boy passed his hand across his eyes as though confused by the light. Then he turned and walked back toward the bed, still rubbing his eyes, and sat down on the edge. Selwyn closed the door and seated himself, apparently not noticing Gerald's dishevelment. "Thought I would drop in for a good night pipe," he said quietly. "By the way, Gerald, I am going down to Silverside next week. Nina has asked Boots, too. Could not you fix it to come along with us?" "I do not know," said the boy in a low voice. "I would like to." "Good business, that will be fine. What you and I need is a good stiff tramp across the moors, or a gallop if you like. It's great for mental cobwebs, and my brain is disgracefully unswept. By the way, somebody said that you would join the Sowitha Club." "Yes," said the boy listlessly. "Well, you will get some lively trout fishing there now. It's only 30 miles from Silverside. You know you can run over in the motor very easily." Gerald nodded, sitting silent, his handsome head supported in both hands, his eyes on the floor. That something was very wrong with him appeared plainly enough. But Selwyn, touched to the heart and miserably apprehensive, dared not question him, unasked. And so they sat there for a while, Selwyn making what conversation he could. And at length Gerald turned and dragged himself across the bed, dropping his head back on the disordered pillows. "Go on," he said, "I am listening." So Selwyn continued his pleasant, inconsequential observations, and Gerald lay with closed eyes, quite motionless, until, watching him, Selwyn saw his hand was trembling where it lay clinched beside him. And presently the boy turned his face to the wall. Toward midnight Selwyn rose quietly, removed his unlighted pipe from between his teeth, knocked the ashes from it, and pocketed it. Then he walked to the bed and seated himself on the edge. "What's the trouble, old man?" he asked coolly. There was no answer. He placed his hand over Gerald's. The boy's hand lay inert, then quivered and closed on Selwyn's convulsively. "That's right," said the elder man. "That's what I am here for, to stand by when you hoist signals. Go on." The boy shook his head and buried it deeper in the pillow. "Bad as that," commented Selwyn quietly. "Well, what of it? I'm standing by, I tell you." That's right. As Gerald broke down, his body quivering under the spasm of soundless grief. "That's the Safativov working. Good business, take your time." It took a long time, and Selwyn sat silent and motionless, his whole arm numb from its position and Gerald's crushing grasp. And at last, seeing that was the moment to speak. Now let's fix up this matter, Gerald, come on. Good heavens, how can it be fixed? I will tell you when you tell me. It's a money difficulty, I suppose, is not it? Yes. Cards. P. Partly. Oh, a note, case of honor. Where is this one, oh you that you gave? It's worse than that, that note is paid. Good God, I cannot tell you. You must, that's why I am here, Gerald. Well then, I drew a check knowing that I had no funds. If they return it, marked. I see, what are the figures? The boy stammered them out. Selwyn's grave face grew graver still. That is bad, he said slowly, very bad. Have you, but of course you could not have seen Austin. I would kill myself first, said Gerald fiercely. No, you would not do that. You are not that kind. Keep perfectly cool, Gerald, because it is going to be fixed. The method only remains to be decided upon. I cannot take your money, stammered the boy. I cannot take a cent from you after what I have said, beastly things I have said. It is not the things you say to me, Gerald, that matter. Let me think a bit and do not worry. Just lie quietly and understand that I will do the worrying. And while I am amusing myself with a little quiet reflection as to ways and means, just take your own bearings from this reef, and set a true course once more, Gerald. That is all the reproach, all the criticism you are going to get from me. Deal with yourself and your God in silence. And in silence and heavy dismay, Selwyn confronted the sacrifice he must make to save the honor of the house of Errol. It meant more than temporary inconvenience to himself. It meant that he must go into the market and sell securities which were partly his capital, and from which came the modest income that enabled him to live as he 999. There was no other way, unless he went to Austin. But he dared not do that, dared not think what Austin's action in the matter might be. And he knew that if Gerald were ever driven into hopeless exile with Austin's knowledge of his disgrace rankling, the boy's utter ruin must result inevitably. Yet how could he afford to do this unoccupied, earning nothing, bereft of his profession, with only the chance in view that his chaosite might turn out stable enough to be marketable? How could he dare so strip himself? Yet there was no other way, it had to be done, and done at once, the very first thing in the morning before it became too late. And at first, in the bitter resentment of the necessity, his impulse was to turn on Gerald and bind him to good conduct by every pledge the boy could give. At least there would be compensation. Yet, with the thought came the clear conviction of its futility. The boy had brushed too close to dishonor not to recognize it. And if this were not a lifelong lesson to him, no promises forced from him in his dire need and distress, no oaths, no pledges could bind him. No blame, no admonition, no scorn, no contempt, no reproach could help him to see more clearly the pit of destruction than he could see now. You need sleep, Gerald, he said quietly. Do not worry, I will see that your check is not dishonored. All you have to see to is yourself. Good night, my boy. But Gerald could not speak, and so Selwyn left him and walked slowly back to his own room, where he seated himself at his desk, grave, absentied, his unfilled pipe between his teeth. And he sat there until he had bitten clean through the amber mouthpiece, so that the briar bowl fell clattering to the floor. By that time it was full daylight, but Gerald was still asleep. He slept late into the afternoon, but that evening, when Selwyn and Lansing came in to persuade him to go with them to Silverside, Gerald was gone. They waited another day for him, he did not appear, and that night they left for Silverside without him. Chapter 8, Silverside. During that weekend at Silverside, Boots behaved like a schooled run wild. With Drina's hand in his, half a dozen dogs as advanced guard, and heavily flanked by the Gerard battalion, he scoured the moorlands from Surf Point to the Hither Woods, from Wonder Head to Sky Pond. Ever hopeful of rabbit and fox, Billy urged on his cheerful waddling pack, and the sea wind rang with the crack of his whip and the treble note of his whistle. Drina, lately inoculated with the virus of naturestity, carried a green gauze butterfly net, while Boots's pockets bulged with various lethal bottles and perforated tin boxes for the reception of caterpillars. The other children, like the puppies of Billy's pack, ran haphazard, tireless and eager little opportunists, eternal prisoners of hope, tripped flat by creepers, scratched and soiled in thicket and bog, but always up and forward again, ranging out, nose in the wind, dauntless, expectant, wonder-eyed. Naina, Eileen, and Selwyn formed a lagging and leisurely rearguard, though always within signaling distance of Boots and the main body. And, when necessary, the two exarmy men wigwagged to each other across the uplands, to the endless excitement and gratification of the children. It was a perfect weekend. The sky, pale as a robin's egg at morn, and even deepened to royal blue under the noonday sun, and all the world-long island seemed but a gigantic gold-green boat stemming the running purple of the sea and sound. The air, when still, quivered in that deep, rich silence instinct with the perpetual monotone of the sea, stiller for the accentless call of some lone moorland bird or the gauzy clatter of a dragonfly in reedy reaches. But when the moon rose and the breeze awakened, and the sedges stirred, and the catspaws raced across the moonlit ponds, and the far surf-off wonderhead intoned the hymn of the four winds, the Trinity, earth and sky and water, became one thunderous symphonia harmony of sound and color, silvered to a monochrome by the moon. Then, through the tinted mystery, the wild ducks, low flying, drove like a flight of witches through the dusk, and unseen herons called from their heronry, fainter, fainter till their goblin yelps died out in the swelling murmur of a million wind-whipped leaves. Then was the moorland waste bewitching in its alternation of softly checkered gray and shade, where acres of feathery grasses flowed in wind-blown furrows, where in the purple obscurity of hollows, the strange and aged little forests grew restless and full of echoes, where shadowy reeds like elfin swords clattered and thrust and parried across the darkling pools of haunted waters, unstirred save for the swirl of a startled fish, or the smoothly spreading wake of some furry creature swimming without a sound. Into this magic borderland, dimmer for moonlit glimpses in ghostly contrast to the shadow shape of wood and glade, Eileen conducted Selwyn, and they heard the whir of painted wood ducks passing in obscurity, and the hymn of the four winds off Wonder Head. And they heard the herons, noisy in their heronry, and a young fox yapping on a moonstruck dune. But Selwyn cared more for the sun and the infinite blue above, and the vast cloud forms piled up in argent splendor behind a sea of amethyst. The darker, vaguer phases of beauty, he said to Eileen, smiling, attract and fascinate those young in experience. Tragedy is always better appreciated and better rendered by those who have never lived it. The anatomy of sadness, the subtler fascination of life brooding in shadow, appeals most keenly to those who can study and reflect, then dismiss it all and return again to the brightness of existence which has not yet for them been tarnished. He had never before, even by slightest implication, referred to his own experience with life. She was not perfectly certain that he did so now. They were standing on one of the treeless Hilsa riotous tangle of grasses and wild, flowers looking out to sea across Sky Pond. He had a rod, and as he stood he idly switched the gaily colored flies backward and forward. My tastes, he said, still smiling, incline me to the garishly sunlit side of this planet. And to tease her and arouse her to combat, I prefer a farandole to a nocturne. I would rather have a painting than an etching, Mr. Whistler bores me with his monochromatic mud. I do not like dull colors, dull sounds, dull intellects, and anything called an arrangement on canvas, or anything called a human document or an appreciation in literature, or anything precious in art, or any author who weaves instead of writes his stories, all these irritate me when they do not first bore me to the verge of anesthesia. He switched his trout flies defiantly, hopeful of an indignant retort from her, but she only laughed and glanced at him and shook her pretty head. There's just enough truth in what you say to make a dispute quite profitless. Besides, I do not feel like single combat. I am too glad to have you here. Standing there fairly swimming in the delicious upper air currents, she looked blissfully across the rolling moors, while the sunlight drenched her and the salt wind winnowed the ruddy glory of her hair. And from the tangle of tender blossoming green things, a perfume mounted, saturating her senses as she breathed it deeper in the happiness of desire fulfilled and content quite absolute. After all, she said, what more is there than this? Earth and sea and sky and sun, and a friend to show them to. Because, as I wrote you, the friend is quite necessary in the scheme of things to round out the symmetry of it all. I suppose you are dying to dangle those flies in briar water to see whether there are any trout there. Well, there are. Austin stocked it years ago, and he never fishes, so no doubt it's full of fish. What is that black thing moving along the edge of the golden marsh? A mink, he said, looking. She seated herself cross-legged on the hilltop to watch the mink at her leisure. But the lithe, furry creature took to the water, dived, and vanished, and she turned her attention to the landscape. "Do you see that lighthouse far to the south?" she asked. "That is Frigate Light. West of it lies Surf Point, and the bay between is Surf Bay. That's where I nearly froze solid in my first ocean bath of the year. A little later we can bathe in that cove to the north, the Bay of Shoals. You see it, do not you? There, lying tucked in between Wonderhead and the Hither Woods, but I forgot. Of course you have been here before, and you know all this, do not you?" "Yes," he said quietly. "My brother and I came here as boys." "Have you not been here since?" Once, he turned and looked down at the sea-bettered wharf jutting into the Bay of Shoals. "Once, since I was a boy," he repeated, "but I came alone. The transports landed at that wharf after the Spanish War. The hospital camp was yonder. My brother died there." She lifted her clear eyes to his. He was staring at the outline of the Hither Woods fringing the ochre-tinted heights. "There was no companion like him," he said. "There is no one to take his place. Still, time helps in a measure." But he looked out across the sea with a grief forever new. She, too, had been helped by time. She was very young when the distant and fabled seas took father and mother, and it was not entirely their memory, but more the wistful lack of ability to remember that left her so hopelessly alone. Sharper his sorrow, but there was the comfort of recollection in it, and she looked at him, and, for an instant, envied him his keener grief. Then, leaning a little toward him where he reclined, the weight of his body propped up on one arm, she laid her hand across his hand, half buried in the grass. "It's only another tie between us," she said, "the memory of your dead and mine. Will you tell me about him?" And leaning there, eyes on the sea, and her smooth, young hand covering his, he told her of the youth who had died there in the first flush of manhood and achievement. His voice, steady and grave, came to her through hushed intervals when the noise of the surf died out as the wind veered seaward. And she listened, heart intent, until he spoke no more, and the sea wind rose again, filling her ears with the ceaseless menace of the surf. After a while he picked up his rod, and sat erect and cross-legged as she sat, and flicked the flies, absently, across the grass, aiming at wind-blown butterflies. "All these changes," he exclaimed with a sweep of the rod-butt toward Wijan Bay. "When I was here as a boy there were no fine estates, no great houses, no country clubs, no game preserves, only a few fishermen's hovels along the Bay of Shoals, and Frigate Light yonder." Then Austin built Silverside out of a much simpler, grand paternal bungalow. Then came Sankson Orkle and erected Hitherwood House on the foundations of his maternal great-grandfather's cabin. And then the others came. The Minsters built gorgeous Brookminster. You can just make out their big summer palace at that white spot beyond Surf Point. And then the Lawns came and built South Lawn. And beyond, the Sewitha people arrived on Scout, land-hungry and rich, and the tiny hamlet of Wyosset grew rapidly into the town it now is. Truly this island with its 100 miles of length has become but a formal garden of the wealthy. Alas, I knew it as a stretch of woods, dunes, and old-time villages where life had slumbered for 200 years. He fell silent, but she nodded him to go on. Brooklyn was a quiet tree-shaded town, he continued thoughtfully, unvexed by dreams of traffic. Flatbush, an old Dutch village buried in the scented bloom of lilac, locust, and syringa, asleep under its ancient gables, hip roofs, and spreading trees. Bath, Utrecht, Canarsie, Gravesend were little more than crossroad taverns dreaming in the sun. And that vile and noisy-cursed island beyond the Narrows was a stretch of unpolluted beauty, in an untainted sea-nothing but whitest sand and dunes and fragrant bayberry, and a blaze of wild flowers. Why? And he turned impatiently to the girl beside him. "I have seen the wild geese settle in Sheepshead Bay, and the wild duck circling over it, and I am not very aged. Think of it, think of what this was but a few years ago, and think of what progress has done to lay it waste. What will it be tomorrow?" "Oh-ho," she protested, laughing, "I did not suppose you were that kind of a Jeremiah." "Well, I am. I see no progress in prostrate forests, in soft-coal smoke, in noise. I see nothing gained in trimming and cutting and plowing and macadamizing a heavenly wilderness into mincing little gardens for the rich." He was smiling at his own vehemence, but she knew that he was more than half serious. She liked him so. She always denied and disputed when he became declamatory, though usually in her heart she agreed with him. "Oh-ho," she protested, shaking her head. Your philosophy is that of all reactionaris emotional arguments which never can be justified. Why, if the laboring man delights in the harmless hurdy-gurdy and finds his pleasure mounted on a wooden horse, should you say that the island of his delight is vile? All fulfillment of harmless happiness is progress, my poor friend. But my harmless happiness lay in seeing the wildfowl splashing where nothing splashes now except beer and the bathing rabble. If progress is happiness, where is mine? Gone with the curlew and the wild duck. Therefore, there is no progress. Quadirat, my illogical friend. But your happiness in such things was an exception. Exceptions prove anything. Yes, but no, they do not, either. What nonsense you can talk when you try to. As for me, I am going down to the briar water to look into it. If there are any trout there foolish enough to bite at those gaudy-feathered hooks, I will call you. I am going with you, he said, rising to his feet. She smilingly ignored his offered hands and sprang erect unaided. The briar water, a cold, deep, leisurely stream, deserved its name. Rising from a small spring pond almost at the foot of Silverside Lawn, it wound away through tangles of bulbriar and wildrose, under arches of weed and grass and clustered thickets of mint, north through one of the strange little forests where it became a thread edged with a duck-haunted bog, then emerging as a clear deep stream. Once more it curved sharply south, recurved north again, and flowed into Shell Pond, which, in turn, had an outlet into the Sound a mile east of Wonderhead. If anybody ever haunted it with hostile designs upon its fishy denizens, Austin at least never 999. Belted kingfisher, heron, mink, and perhaps a furtive small boy with pole and sinker and barnyard wormthies were the only foes the trout might dread. As for a man in a fly rod, they knew him not, nor was there much chance for casting a line, because the water everywhere flowed under weeds, arched thickets of briar and grass, and leafy branches crisscrossed above. This place is impossible, said Selwyn scornfully. What is Austin about to let it all grow up and run wild? You said, observed Eileen, that you preferred an untrimmed wilderness, did not you? He laughed and reeled in his line until only 6 inches of the gossamer leader remained free. From this dangled a single silver-bodied fly, glittering in the wind. There's a likely pool hidden under those briars, he said. I am going to poke the tip of my rod under this wayha. As a heavy splash sounded from depths unseen, and the reel screamed as he struck. Up and down, under banks and over shallows rushed the invisible fish, and Selwyn could do nothing for a while but let him go when he insisted, and check and recover when the fish permitted. Eileen, a spray of green mint between her vivid lips, watched the performance with growing interest. But when at length a big, fat, struggling speckled trout was cautiously, but successfully lifted out into the grass, she turned her back until the gallant fighter had departed this life under a merciful whack from a stick. That, she said faintly, is the part one. Do not care for. Is he out of all pain? What, did not feel any? Oh, are you quite sure? Eileen watched the performance with growing interest. She walked over to him and looked down at the beautiful victim of craft. Oh well, she sighed, you are very clever, of course, and I suppose I will eat him. But I wish he were alive again, down there in those cool, sweet depths. Killing frogs and insects and his smaller brother fish. Did he do that? No doubt of it, and if I had not landed him, a heron or a mink would have done it sooner or later. That's what a trout is for, to kill and be killed. She smiled, then sighed. The taking of life and the giving of it were mysteries to her. She had never wittingly killed anything. Do you say that it does not hurt the trout? She asked. There are no nerves in the jaw muscles of a trout, ha. As his rod twitched and swerved under water and his reel sang again. And again she watched the performance, and once more turned her back. Let me try, she said, when the coup de grace had been administered to a lusty, brilliant-tinted bull trout. And, rod in hand, she bent breathless and intent over the bushes, cautiously thrusting the tip through a thicket of mint. She lost 2 fish, then hooked a third, a small one. But when she lifted it gasping into the sunlight, she shivered and called to Selwyn. Unhook it and throw it back. I simply cannot stand that. Splash went the astonished trout, and she sighed her relief. There's no doubt about it, she said. You and I certainly do belong to different species of the same genus. Men and women are separate species. Do you deny it? I should hate to lose you that way, he returned teasingly. Well, you cannot avoid it. I gladly admit that woman is not too closely related to man. We do not like to kill things, it's an ingrained distaste, not merely a matter of ethical philosophy. You like to kill, and it's a trait common also to children and other predatory animals. Which fact, she added airily, convinces me of woman's higher civilization. It would convince me, too, he said, if woman did not eat the things that man kills for her. I know, is not it horrid? Oh dear, we are neither of us very high in the scale, yet particularly you. Well, I have advanced some since the good old days when a man went wooing with a club, he suggested. You may have, but anyway, you do not go wooing. As for man collectively, he has not progressed so very far, she added demurely. As an example, that dreadful Draymore man actually hurt my wrist. Selwyn looked up quickly, a shade of frank annoyance on his face, and a vision of the fat sybarite before his eyes. He turned again to his fishing, but his shrug was more of a shudder than appeared to be complimentary to Percy Draymore. She had divined, somehow, that it annoyed Selwyn to know that men had importuned her. She had told him of her experience as innocently as she had told Nina, and with even less embarrassment. But that had been long ago, and now, without any specific reason, she was not certain that she had acted wisely, although it always amused her to see Selwyn's undisguised impatience whenever mention was made of such incidents. So, to torment him, she said, of course it is somewhat exciting to be asked to marry people rather agreeable than otherwise. What? Waist deep in baybushes, he turned toward her where she sat on the trunk of an oak which had fallen across the stream. Her arms balanced her body. Her ankles were interlocked. She swung her slim, russet-shod feet above the brook and looked at him with a touch of gaminery new to her and to him. Of course it's amusing to be told you are the only woman in the world, she said, particularly when a girl has a secret fear that men do not consider her quite grown up. You once said, he began impatiently, that the idiotic importunities of those men annoyed you. Why do you call them idiotic with pretense of hurt surprise? A girl is honored. Oh, bosh. Captain Selwyn. I beg your pardon, he said sulkily, and fumbled with his reel. She surveyed him, head a trifle on one side of the very incarnation of youthful malice, in process of satisfying a desire for tormenting. Never before had she experienced that desire so keenly, so unreasoningly. Never before had she found such a curious pleasure in punishing without cause. A perfectly inexplicable exhilaration possessed Hera Gaiety quite reasonless, until every pulse in her seemed singing with laughter and quickening with the desire for his torment. When I pretended I was annoyed by what men said to me, I was only a yearling, she observed. Now I am a 2-year, Captain Selwyn. Who can tell what may happen in my second season? You said that you were not the marrying sort, he insisted. Nonsense, all girls are. Once I sat in a high chair and wore a bib and banqueted on cambricia and prunes. I do not do it now, I have advanced. It's probably part of that progress which you are so opposed to. He did not answer but stood, head bent, looping on a new leader. All progress is admirable, she suggested. No answer. So, to goad him. There are men, she said dreamily, who might hope for a kinder reception next winter. Oh no, he said coolly, there are no such gentlemen. If there were you would not say so. Yes, I would, and there are. How many? Jeeringly, and now quite reassured. One. You cannot frighten me with a shade less confidence. You would not tell if there was. I would tell you. Me, with a sudden slump in his remaining stock of reassurance. Certainly, I tell you and Nina things of that sort. And when I have fully decided to marry, I shall, of course, tell you both before I inform other people. How the blood in her young veins was racing and singing with laughter. How thoroughly she was enjoying something to which she could give neither reason nor name. But how satisfying it all was, whatever it was, that amused her in this man's uncertainty, and in the faint traces of an irritation as unreasoning as the source of it. Really, Captain Selwyn, she said, you are not one of those old-fashioned literary landmarks who objects through several chapters to a girl's marrying you. Yes, he said, I am. You are quite serious. Quite. You will not let me. No, I will not. Why? I want you myself, he said, smiling at last. That is flattering but horridly selfish. In other words, you will not marry me, and you will not let anybody else do it. That is the situation, he admitted, freeing his line and trying to catch the crinkled silvery snell of the new leader. It persistently avoided him. He lowered the rod toward Miss Errol. She gingerly imprisoned the feathered fly between pink-tipped thumb and forefinger and looked questioningly at him. Am I to sit here holding this? She inquired. Only a moment, I will have to soak that leader. Is the water visible under that log you are sitting on? She nodded. So he made his way through the brush toward her, mounted the log, and seating himself beside her, legs dangling, thrust the rod tip and leader straight down into the stream below. Glancing around at her, he caught her eyes, bright with mischief. You are capable of anything today, he said. Were you considering the advisability of starting me overboard? And he nodded toward the water beneath their feet. But you say that you will not let me throw you overboard, Captain Selwyn. I mean it too, he returned. And I am not to marry that nice young man, mockingly sweet. No, what, not anybody at a lever and ever. Me, he suggested, if you are as thoroughly demoralized as that. Oh, must a girl be pretty thoroughly demoralized to marry you? I do not suppose she would do it if she was not, he admitted, laughing. She considered him, head on one side. You are ornamental, anyway, she concluded. Well then, he said, lifting the leader from the water to inspect it, will you have me? Oh, but is there nothing to recommend you, except your fatal beauty? My mustache, he ventured. It's considered very useful when I am mentally perplexed. It's clipped too close. I have told you again and again that I do not care for it clipped like that. Your mind would be a perfect blank if you could not get hold of it. And to become imbecile, he said, I have only to shave it. She threw back her head and her clear laughter thrilled the silence. He laughed, too, and sat with elbows on his thighs, dabbling the crinkled leader to and fro in the pool below. So you will not have me, he said. You have not asked me, have you? Well, I do now. She mused, the smile resting lightly on lips and eyes. Would not such a thing astonish Nina, she said. He did not answer. A slight color tinged the new sunburn on his cheeks. She laughed to herself, clasped her hands, crossed her slender feet, and bent her eyes on the pool below. Marriage, she said, pursuing her thoughts aloud, is curiously unnecessary to happiness. Take our pleasure in each other, for example. It has, from the beginning, been perfectly free from silliness and sentiment. Naturally, he said, I am old enough to be safe. You are not, she retorted. What a ridiculous thing to say. Well then, he said, I am dreadfully unsafe, but yet you have managed to escape. Is that it? Perhaps you are attractive to women. I have heard that often enough to be convinced. Why, even I can see what attracts them. She turned to look at him, weigh your head and shoulders set and well, there'st. It's rather superior of me to have escaped sentiment, do not you think so? Indeed I do. Few escape where many meet to worship at my frisky feet, and this I say without conceit is due to my mustachios. Tangled in those like web-deed flies, imprisoned hearts complain in sice in fact, the situation vies with moments in Boccaccio. Her running comment was her laughter, ringing deliciously amid the trees until a wild bird, restlessly attentive, ventured a long, sweet response from the tangled green above them. After their laughter, the soberness of reaction left them silent for a while. The wild bird sang and sang, dropping fearlessly nearer from branch to branch, until in his melody she found the key to her dreamy thoughts. Because, she said, you are so unconscious of your own value, I like you best, I think. I never before quite realized just what it was in you. My value, he said, is what you care to make it. Then nobody can afford to take you away from me, Captain Selwyn. He flushed with pleasure. That is the prettiest thing a woman ever admitted to a man, he said. You have said nicer things to me. That is your reward. I wonder if you remember any of the nice things you say to me? Oh, do not look so hurt and astonished because I do not believe you do. Is not it jolly to sit here and let life drift past us? Out there in the world, she nodded backward toward the open out yonder, all that progress is whirling around the world. And here we sit just you and I quite happily, swinging our feet in perfect content and talking nonsense. What more is there after all than a companionship that admits both sense and nonsense? She laughed, turning her chin on her shoulder to glance at him. And when the laugh had died out, she still sat lightly poised, chin nestling in the hollow of her shoulder, considering him out of friendly, beautiful eyes in which no mockery remained. What more is there than our confidence in each other and our content? She said. And, as he did not respond, I wonder if you realize how perfectly lovely you have been to me since you have come into my life. Do you? Do you remember the first day, the very first, I sent word to you that I wished you to see my first real dinner gown? Smile if you wish, but you do not understand, my poor friend, how much you became to me in that little interview. Men's kindness is a strange thing. They may try, and a girl may know they are trying and in her turn try to be grateful. But it is all effort on both sides. Then with a word and impulse born of chance or instinct a man may say, and do that which a woman can never forget and would not if she could. Have I done that? Yes, did not you understand? Do you suppose any other man in the world could have what you have had of me off my real self? Do you suppose for one instant that any other man than you could ever obtain from me the confidence I offer you unasked? Do I not tell you everything that enters my head and heart? Do you not know that I care for you more than for anybody alive? Gerald. She looked him straight in the eyes, her breath caught, but she steadied her voice. I have got to be truthful, she said. I care for you more than for Gerald. And I for you more than anybody living, he said. Is it true? It is the truth, Eileen. Yow, you make me very happy, Captain Selwyn. But did you not know it before I told you? Yes, I hoped so. In the exultant reaction from the delicious tension of avowal, she laughed lightly, not knowing why. The pleasure in it, she said, is the certainty that I am capable of making you happy. You have no idea how I desire to do it. I have wanted to ever since I knew you. I've wanted to be capable of doing it. And you tell me that I do, and I am utterly and foolishly happy. The quick mischievous sparkle of gaminery flashed up, transforming her for an instant. Yes. And I can make you unhappy, too, it seems, by talking of marriage. That, too, is something good, delightful power, but the malice, dying to a spark in her brilliant eyes, I shall not torment you, Captain Selwyn. Will it make you happier if I say, no, I shall never marry as long as I have you? Will it really? Then I say it, never, never will I marry as long as I have your confidence and friendship. But I want it all, every bit, please. And if ever there is another woman, if ever you fall in love, crack, away I go, snapped her white fingers like that. She added, only quicker. Well then, be very, very careful, my friend. I wish there were some place here where I could curl up indefinitely and listen to your views on life. You brought a book to read, did not you? He gave her a funny, embarrassed glance. Yes, I brought a sort of a book. Then I am all ready to be read to, thank you. Please steady me while I try to stand up on this log on hand will do. Scarcely in contact with him, she crossed the log, sprang blithely to the ground, and, lifting the hem of her summer gown an inch or two, picked her way toward the bank above. We can see Nina when she signals us from the lawn to come to luncheon, she said, gazing out across the upland toward the silvery tinted hillside where Silverside stood, every pane glittering with the white eastern sunlight. In the dry, sweet grass she found a place for a nest and settled into it, head prone on a heap of scented bay leaves, elbows skyward and fingers linked across her chin. One foot was hidden, the knee, doubled, making a tent of her white skirt, from an edge of which a russet shoe projected, revealing the contour of a slim ankle. What book 999 you bring? She asked dreamily. He turned red. It's just a chapter from a little book one. M trying to write a sort of suggestion for the establishment of native regiments in the Philippines. I thought, perhaps, you might not mind listening. Her delighted surprise and quick cordiality quite overwhelmed him. So, sitting flat on the grass, hat off and the hill wind furrowing his bright crisp hair, he began, naively, like a schoolboy. And Eileen lay watching him, touched and amused at his eager interest in reading, aloud to her this mass of coordinated fact and detail. There was, in her, one quality to which he had never appealed in vain: her loyalty. Confident of that, and of her intelligence, he wasted no words in preliminary explanation, but began at once his argument in favor of a native military establishment erected on the general lines of the British organization in India. He wrote simply and without self-consciousness. Loyalty aroused her interest, intelligence sustained it, and when the end came, it came too quickly for her, and she said so frankly, which delighted him. At her invitation, he outlined for her the succeeding chapters with terse military accuracy, and what she liked best and best understood was avoidance of that false modesty which condescends, turning technicality into pabulum. Lying there in the fragrant verdure, blue eyes skyward or slanting sideways to watch his face, she listened, answered, questioned, or responded by turns, until their voices grew lazy, and the light reaction from things serious awakened the gaiety, always latent when they were together. Proceed, she smiled. Arma verum quia noble theme, Captain Selwyn, sing on. He shook his head, quoting from the dedication. Arms and the man. A noble theme, I ween. Alas, I cannot sing of these, Eileen. Only of maids and men and meadowgrass. Of sea and tree and woodlands where I pass. Nothing but these I know, Eileenalas. Clear eyes that lifted up to me. Free heart and soul of vanity. Blue eyes that speak so wistfully. Nothing but these I know, alas. She laughed her acknowledgement, and lying there, face to the sky, began to sing to herself under her breath fragments of that ancient war song. Le bon roi Dagobert. Avate un grand sabre de fer. Le grand Saint Eloi. Lui dit au Monroy. Vater majest. Porate si blesser. C'est vrai, lui dit Leroy. Quan me don un sabre de bois. In that verse, observed Selwyn, smiling, lies the true key to the Millennium International disarmament and moral suasion. Nonsense, she said lazily. The millennium will arrive when the false balance between man and woman is properly adjusted, not before. And that means universal education. Did you ever hear that old, old song, written 2 centuries ago, The Education of Fillies? No, listen then and be ashamed. And lying there, the back of one hand above her eyes, she sang in a sweet, childish, mocking voice, tremulous with hidden laughter, the song of Fillies the shepherdess and Sylvander the shepherd. How Fillies, more avaricious than sentimental, made Sylvander pay her 30 sheep for 1 kiss. How next day the price shifted to 1 sheep for 30 kisses, and then the dreadful demoralization of Fillies. Le lendemain, Fillies plus tender. Fut trop heroes de lui render. Trent moutons pour un baiser. Le lendemain, Fillies plus sage. Orate don moutons et chien. Pour un baiser que le valide. A lisette donate pour rien. And there we are, said Eileen, sitting up abruptly and leveling the pink-tipped finger of accusation at him there. If you please, lies the woe of the world not in the armaments of nations. That old French poet understood in half a second more than your Hague tribunal could comprehend in its first Cathian cycle. There lies the hope of your millennium in the higher education of the modern Fillies. And the up-to-date Sylvander, added Selwyn. He knows too much already, she retorted, delicate nose in the air. Hark, ear to the ground. My atavistic and wilder instincts warn me that somebody is coming. Boots and Drina, said Selwyn, and he hailed them as they came into view above. Then he sprang to his feet, calling out, and Gerald, too. Hello, old fellow, this is perfectly fine. When did you arrive? Oh, Gerald, cried Eileen, both hands outstretched. It's splendid of you to come. Dear fellow, have you seen Nina and Austin? And were they not delighted? And you have come to stay, have not you? There, I will not begin to urge you. Look, Gerald, look, Boots and Drina, to only look at those beautiful big plump trout in Captain Selwyn's creel. Oh, I say, exclaimed Gerald, you did not take those in that little brook, did you, Philip? Well, would not that snare you? I am coming down here after luncheon, I sure am. You will too, will not you? asked Drina, jealous lest Boots, her idol, miss his due share of piscatorial glory. If you will wait until I finish my French, I will come with you. Of course I will, said Lansing reproachfully. You do not suppose there's any fun anywhere for me without you, do you? No, said Drina simply, I do not. Another filly's in embryo, murmured Eileen to Selwyn. Alas, for education. Selwyn laughed and turned to Gerald. I hunted high and low for you before I came to Silverside. You found my note? Yes, it'll explain later, said the boy, coloring. Come ahead, Eily. Boots and I will take you on at Tennyson Philip too. We have an hour or so before luncheon. Is it a go? Certainly, replied his sister, unaware of Selwyn's proficiency, but loyal even in doubt. And the five, walking abreast, moved off across the uplands toward the green lawns of Silverside, where, under a gay lawn parasol, Nina sat, a nature book in hand, the center of an attentive gathering composed of dogs, children, and the cat, Kit Kai, blinking her topaz-tinted eyes in the sunshine. The young mother looked up happily as the quintet came strolling across the lawn. Please do not wander away again before luncheon, she said. Gerald, I suppose you are starved, but you have only an hour to wait, oh, Phil? What wonderful trout. Children, kindly arise and admire the surpassing skill of your frivolous uncle. And, as the children and dogs came crowding around the open fish basket, she said to her brother in a low, contented voice, Gerald has quite made it up with Austin, dear. I think we have to thank you, have not we? Has he really squared matters with Austin? That's good, that's fine. Oh no, I had nothing to do with it, practically nothing. The boy is sound at the core, that's what did it. And to Gerald, who was hailing him from the veranda, yes, I have plenty of tennis shoes. Help yourself, old chap. Eileen had gone to her room to don a shorter skirt and rubber-soled shoes. Lansing followed her example. And Selwyn, entering his own room, found Gerald trying on a pair of white footgear. The boy looked up, smiled, and crossing one knee began to tie the laces. I told Austin that I meant to slow down, he said. We are on terms again. He was fairly decent. Good business, commented Selwyn vigorously. And I am cutting out cards and cocktails, continued the boy, eager as a little lad who tells how good he has been all day. I made it plain to the fellows that there was nothing in it for me. And Philip, I am boning down like thunder at the office. I'm horribly in debt, and I am hustling to pay up and make a clean start. You, he added, coloring, will come first. At your convenience, said Selwyn, smiling. Not at all. Yours is the first account to be squared, then Nearguard. Do you owe him, Gerald? Do I? Oh, Lord. But he's a patient soul, really, Philip. I wish you did not dislike him so thoroughly, because he's good company, and besides that, he's a very able man. Well, we will not talk about him then. Come on, I will lick the very life out of you over the net. A few moments later, the white balls were flying over the white net, and active white-flanneled figures were moving swiftly over the velvet turf. Drina, aloft on the umpire's perch, calmly scored and decided each point impartially, though her little heart was beating fast in desire for her idol's supremacy. And it was all her official composure could endure to see how Eileen at the net beat down his defense, driving him with her volleys to the service line. Selwyn's game proved to be steady, old-fashioned, but logical. Eileen, sleeves at her elbows, red gold hair in splendid disorder, carried the game through Boots straight at her brother, and the contest was really a brilliant duel between them, Lansing and Selwyn assisting when a rare chance came their way. The pace was too fast for them, however. They were in a different class and they knew it. And after two terrific sets had gone against Gerald and Boots, the latter, signaling Selwyn, dropped out and climbed up beside Drina to watch a furious single between Eileen and Gerald. Oh, Boots, Boots, said Drina, why did not you stay forward and kill her drives and make her lob? I just know you could do it if you had only thought to play forward. What on earth was the matter? Age, said Mr. Lansing, serenelike crepitude, Drina. I am a was sweetheart, but Eileen still remains and is. I will not let you say it. You are not a was, said the child fiercely. After luncheon you can take me on for practice, then you can just give it to her. It would gratify me to hand a few swift ones to somebody, he said. Look at that demon girl yonder. She's hammering Gerald to the service line. Oh my, oh me? I am only fit for hatball with Billy or cat's cradle with Kit Kai. Drina, do you realize that I am nearly 30? Pooh, I am past 13, In 5 years I will be 18. I expect to marry you at 18, you promised. Sure thing, admitted Boots. I have bought the house, you know. I know it, said the child gravely. Boots looked down at her. She smiled and laid her head, with its clustering curls, against his shoulder, watching the game below with the quiet composure of possession. Their relations, hers and Lansing's, afforded infinite amusement to the Gerards. It had been a desperate case from the very first, and the child took it so seriously, and considered her claim on Boots so absolute, that neither that young man nor anybody else dared make a jest of the affair within her hearing. From a dimple-kneed, despotic, strenuous youngster, ruling the nursery with a small hand of iron, in half a year Drina had grown into a rather slim, long-legged, coolly active child. And though her hair had not been put up, her skirts had been lowered, and shoes and stockings substituted for half-hose and sandals. Weighted with this new dignity, she had put away dolls, officially. Unofficially, she still dressed, caressed, forgave, or spanked Rosalinda and Beatrice, but she excluded the younger children from the nursery when she did it. However, the inborn necessity for mimicry and romance remained, and she satisfied it by writing Storis Marvelous once, which she read to Boots. Otherwise, she was the same active, sociable, wholesome, intelligent child, charmingly casual and inconsistent, and the list of her youthful admirers at dancing school and parties required the alphabetical classification of Mr. Lansing. But Boots was her own particular possession. He was her chattel, her thing, and he and other people knew that it was no light affair to meddle with the personal property of Drina Gerard. Her curly head resting against his arm, she was now planning his future movements for the day. You may do what you please while I am having French, she said graciously. After that we will go fishing in Briar Water. Then I will come home to practice, while you sit on the veranda and listen. Then I will take you on at tennis, and by that time the horses will be brought around and we will ride to the Falcon. You will not forget any of this, will you? Come on, Eileen and Gerald have finished and there's Dawson to announce luncheon. And to Gerald, as she climbed down to the ground, oh, what a muff, to let Eileen beat you 6'5", 6'3". Where's my hat? Oh, the dogs have got it and are tearing it to rags. And she dashed in among the dogs, slapping right and left, while a facetious dachshund seized the tattered bit of lace and muslin and fled at top speed. That is pleasant, observed Nina. It's her best hat, too worn today in your honor, Boots. Children, hands and faces. There is Bridget waiting. Come, Phil, there's no law against talking at table, and there's no use trying to run an establishment if you make a mockery of the kitchen. Eileen, one bare arm around her brother's shoulders, strolled houseward across the lawn, switching the shaven sod with her tennis bat. What are you doing this afternoon? She said to Selwyn. Gerald touched her brother's smooth cheekmeans to fish. Boots and Drina are keen on it, too, and Nina is driving to Wyosset with the children. And you, he asked, smiling. Whatever you wish, confident that he wanted her, whatever he had on hand. I ought to walk over to Storm Head, he said, and get things straightened out. Your laboratory? Asked Gerald. Austin told me when I saw him in town that you were going to have the cottage on Storm Head to make powder in. Only in minute quantities, Gerald, explained Selwyn. I just want to try a few things. And if they turn out all right, what do you say to taking a look and if Austin approves? Oh, please, Gerald, whispered his sister. Do you really believe there is anything in it? Asked the boy, because if you are sure. There certainly is if I can prove that my powder is able to resist heat, cold, and moisture. The lawn people stand ready to talk matters over as soon as I am satisfied. There's plenty of time, but keep the suggestion in the back of your head, Gerald. The boy smiled, nodded importantly, and went off to remove the stains of tennis from his person. And Eileen went too, turning around to look back at Selwyn. Thank you for asking, Gerald. I am sure he will love to go into anything you think safe. Will you join us too? He called back, Smillingly may need capital. I will remember that, she said, and turning once more as she reached the landing, good be until luncheon, and touched her lips with the tips of her fingers, flinging him a gay salute. In parting and meetingeven after the briefest of intervals, it was always the same with her. Always she had for him some informal hint of the formality of parting. Always some recognition of their meetingen, the light touching of hands as though the symbol of ceremony, at least, was due to him, to herself, and to the occasion. Luncheon at Silverside was anything but a function with the children at table and the dogs in a semicircle, and the nurses tying bibs and admonishing the restless or belligerent, and the wide French windows open, and the sea wind lifting the curtains and stirring the cluster of wild flowers in the center of the table. Kit Kai's voice was gently raised at intervals. At intervals, some grinning puppy, unable to longer endure the nourishing odors, lost self-control and yapped, then lowered his head, momentarily overcome with mortification. All the children talked continuously, unlimited conversation being permitted, until it led to hostilities or puppet play. The elders conducted such social intercourse as was possible under the conditions, but luncheon was the children's hour at Silverside. Nina and Eileen talked garden talk. They both were quite mad about their fruit trees and flower beds. Selwyn, Gerald, and Boots discussed stables, golf links, and finally the new business which Selwyn hoped to develop. Afterward, when the children had been excused, Andrina had pulled her chair close to Lansing's to listen, and after that, on the veranda, when the men sat smoking, Andrina was talking French, and Nina and Eileen had gone off with baskets, trowels, and pruning shears, Selwyn still continued in conference with Boots and Gerald, and it was plain that his concise, modest explanation of what he had accomplished in his experiments with chaosite seriously impressed the other men. Boots frankly admitted it. Besides, he said, if the lawn people are so anxious for you to give them first say in the matter, I do not see why we should not have faith in Itnuff. I mean, to be good to ourselves by offering to be good to you, Phil. Wait until Austin comes down end, until I have tried one or two new ideas, said Selwyn. Nothing on earth would finish me quicker than to get anybody who trusted me into a worthless thing. It's plain, observed Boots, that although you may have been an army captain, you are no captain of industry or not even a non-com. Selwyn laughed. Do you really believe that ordinary decency is uncommon? Look at Long Island, returned Boots. Where does the boom of worthless acreage and paper cities land investors when it explodes? Gerald had flushed up at the turn in the conversation, and Selwyn steered Lansing into other and safer channels until Gerald went away to find a rod. And, as Drina had finished her French lesson, she and Lansing presently departed, brandishing fishing rods adorned with the gaudiest of flies. The house and garden at Silverside seemed to be logical parts of a landscape, which included uplands, headlands, sky, and water, a silvery harmonious ensemble, where the artificial portion was neither officiously intrusive nor, on the other hand, meager and insignificant. The house, a long two-storied affair with white shutters and pillared veranda, was built of gray stone. The garden was walled with precaution against no rougher intruder than the wind, which would have whipped unsheltered flowers and fruit trees into ribbons. Walks of hardened earth, to which green mold clung in patches, wound through the grounds and threaded the three little groves of oak, chestnut, and locust, in the centers of which, set in circular lawns, were the three axes of interest: the stone-aged fish pond, the spouting fountain, and the ancient ship's figurehead, a windworn, sea-battered mermaid cuddling a tiny, finny seagull between breast and lips. Whoever the unknown woodcarver had been, he had been an artist, too, and a good one. And when the big China trader, the firstborn, went to pieces off Frigate Light, 50 years ago, this figurehead had been cast up from the sea. Wandering into the garden, following the first path at random, Selwyn chanced upon it and stood, pipe in his mouth, hands in his pockets, surprised and charmed. Plunkett, the head gardener, came along, trundling a mowing machine. Ain't it nice, he said, lingering. When I pass here moonlight nights, it seems like that baby was a-smillin' right up into his mama's face, and that there fish-tailed girl was laughin' back at him. Come here some night when there's a moon, Cap'n Selwyn. Selwyn stood for a while listening to the musical click of the machine, watching the green shower flying into the sunshine, and enjoying the raw perfume of juicy, new-cut grass. Then he wandered on in quest of Miss Errol. Tulips, narcissus, hyacinths, and other bulbs were entirely out of bloom, but the earlier herbaceous borders had come into flower, and he passed through masses of pink and ivory-tinted peonish huge, heavy, double blossoms, fragrant and delicate as roses. Patches of late iris still lifted crested heads above pale sword-bladed leaves. Sheets of golden pansies gilded spaces steeped in warm, transparent shade, but larkspur and early rocket were as yet only scarcely budded promises. The phlox but green carpets. And zinnia, calendula, poppy, and coreopsis were symphonies in shades of green against the dropping pink of bleeding hearts or the nascent azure of flax and spiderwort. In the rose garden, and along that section of the wall included in it, the rich, dry, porous soil glimmered like gold under the sun, and here Selwyn discovered Nina and Eileen busily solicitous over the tender shoots of favorite bushes. A few long-stemmed early rosebuds lay in their baskets. Selwyn drew one through his buttonhole and sat down on a wheelbarrow, amiably disposed to look on and let the others work. Not much, said Nina. You can start in and pinch back this prairie climber dough you hear, Phil. I will not let you dawdle around and yawn while I am pricking my fingers every instant. Make him move, Eileen. Eileen came over to him, fingers doubled into her palm and small thumb extended. Thorns and prickles, please, she said, and he took her hand in his and proceeded to extract them while she looked down at her almost invisible wounds, tenderly amused at his fear of hurting her. Do you know, she said, that people are beginning to open their houses yonder? She nodded toward the west. The Minsters are on the way to Brookminster, the Orkles have already arrived at Hitherwood House, and the coachman and horses were housed at Southlawn last night. I rather dread the dinners and country formality that always interfere with the jolly times we have, but it will be rather good fun at the bathing beach. Do you swim well? But of course you do. Pretty well, do you? I am a fish, Gladys Orkle, and I would never leave the surf if they did not literally drag us home. You know Gladys Orkle? She's very nice, so is Sheila Minster. You will like her better in the country than you do in town. Kathleen Lawn is nice too. Alas, I see many a morning where Drina and I twirl our respective thumbs, while you and Boots are off with a gayer set. Oh, do not interrupt. No mortal man is proof against Sheila and Gladys, and Kathleen, and you are not a demigod, are you? Thank you for your surgery upon my thumb. She naively placed the tip of it between her lips and looked at him, standing there like a schoolgirl in her fresh gown, burnished hair loosened and curling in riotous beauty across cheeks and ears. He had seated himself on the wheelbarrow again. She stood looking down at him, hands now bracketed on her narrow hip so close that the fresh fragrance of her grew, faintly perceptibly, a delicate atmosphere of youth mingling with the perfume of the young garden. Nina, basket on her arm, snipping away with her garden shears, glanced over her shoulder and went on, snipping. They did not notice how far away her agricultural ardor led her did not notice when she stood a moment at the gate looking back at them, or when she passed out, pretty head bent thoughtfully, the shears swinging loose at her girdle. The prairie rosebuds in Eileen's basket exhaled their wild, sweet odor, and Selwyn, breathing it, removed his hat like one who faces a cooling breeze, and looked up at the young girl standing before him, as though she were the source of all things sweet and freshening in this opening of the youngest year of his life. She said, smiling absently at his question, "Certainly one can grow younger, and you have done it in a day here with me." She looked down at his hair. It was bright and inclined to wave a little, but whether the lighter color at the temples was really silvered or only a paler tint she was not sure. "You are very like a boy, sometimes," she sighed, "as young as Gerald. I often think, especially when your hat is off. You always look so perfectly groomed. I wonder what you would look like if your hair were rumpled." "Try it," he suggested lazily. I do not think I dare," she raised her hand, hesitated, the gay daring in her eyes deepening to audacity. "Shall I?" "Why not?" Touch your hair, rumple it, as I would Gerald's. I am tempted tunelianly." "What?" "I do not know, I could not." It was only the temptation of a second, she laughed uncertainly. The suggestion of the intimacy tinted her cheeks with its reaction. She took a short step backward. Instinct, blindly stirring, sobered her, and as the smile faded from eye and lip, his face changed, too. And far, very far away in the silent cells of his heart, a distant pulse awoke. She turned to her roses again, moving at random among the bushes, disciplining with middle finger and thumb a translucent, amber-tinted shoot here and there. And when the silence had lasted too long, she broke it without turning toward him. "After all, if it were left to me, I had rather be merciful to these soft little buds and sprays, and let the sun and the showers take charge. A whole cluster of blossoms left free to grow as fate fashions them. Why not? It is certainly very officious of me to strip a stem of its hopes just for the sake of one pampered blossom. Non-interference is a safe creed, is not it? But she continued moving along among the bushes, pinching back here, snipping, trimming, clipping there, and after a while she had wandered quite beyond speaking distance. And, at leisurely intervals, she straightened up and turned to look back across the roses at him quiet, unsmiling gaze in exchange for his unchanging eyes, which never left her. She was at the farther edge of the rose garden now where a boy knelt, weeding, and Selwyn saw her speak to him and give him her basket and shears, and saw the boy start away toward the house, leaving her leaning idly above the sundial, elbows on the weather-beaten stone, studying the carved figures of the dial. And every line and contour and curve of her figure, even the lowered head, now resting between both handsome and him. She heard his step but did not move, and when he leaned above the dial, resting on his elbows beside her, she laid her finger on the shadow of the dial. Time, she said, is trying to frighten me. It pretends to be nearly 5 o'clock, do you believe it? Time is running very fast with me, he said. With me too, I do not wish it to. I do not care for third speed forward all the time. He was bending closer above the stone dial, striving to decipher the inscription on it. Under blue skies, my shadow lies. Under gray skies, my shadow dies. If over me, two lovers leaning, would solve my mystery and read my meaning, or clear or overcast the skies, the answer always lies within their eyes. Look long, for there and there alone. Time solves the riddle graven on this stone. Elbows almost touching, they leaned at ease, idly reading the almost obliterated lines engraved there. I never understood it, she observed, lightly scornful. What occult meaning has a sundial for the spoony? I am sure I do not want to read riddles in a strange gentleman's optics. The verses, he explained, are evidently addressed to the spoony, so why should you resent them? I do not. I can be spoons too, for that matter. I mean, I could once. But you are past spooning now, he concluded. Am I? I rather resent your saying idiot calmly, excluding me from anything I might choose to do, she said. If I cared, if I chose, if I really wanted to. You could still spoon, impossible, at your age, nonsense. It is not at all impossible. Wait until there's a moon, and a canoe, and a nice boy who is young enough to be frightened easily. And I, he retorted, am too old to be frightened, so there's no moon, no canoe, no pretty girl, no spooning for me. Is that it, Eileen? Oh, Gladys and Sheila will attend to you, Captain Selwyn. Why Gladys Orkle, why Sheila Minster, and why not Eileen Errol? Spoon with you. You are quite right, he said, smiling. It would be poor sport. There had been no change in his amused eyes, in his voice. Yet, sensitive to the imperceptible, the girl looked up quickly. He laughed and straightened up, and presently his eyes grew absent and his sunburned hand sought his mustache. Have you misunderstood me? She asked in a low voice. How, child? I do not know. Shall we walk a little? When they came to the stone fish pond, she seated herself for a moment on a marble bench, then, curiously restless, rose again. And again they moved forward at hazard, past the spouting fountain, which was a driven well, out of which a crystal column of water rose, geyser-like, dazzling in the westering sun rays. Nina tells me that this water rises in the Connecticut hills, he said, and flows as a subterranean sheet under the Sound, spouting up here on Long Island when you drive a well. She looked at the column of flashing water, nodding silent assent. They moved on, the girl curiously reserved, non-communicative, head slightly lowered, the man vagued, thoughtful, pacing slowly at her side. Behind them their long shadows trailed across the brilliant grass. Traversing the grove which encircled the newly clipped lawn, now fragrant with sun-crisped grass tips left in the wake of the mower, he glanced up at the pretty mermaid mother cuddling her tiny offspring against her throat. Across her face a bar of pink sunlight fell, making its contour exquisite. Plunkett tells me that they really laugh at each other in the moonlight, he said. She glanced up, then away from him. You seem to be enamored of the moonlight, she said. I like to prowl in it. Alone. Sometimes. And at other times. He laughed. Oh, I am past that, as you reminded me a moment ago. Then you did misunderstand me. Why, no. Yes, you did, but I supposed you knew. Knew what, Eileen, what I meant. You meant that I am hors de concours. I did not. But I am, child, I was long ago. She looked up. Do you really think that, Captain Selwyn? If you do, I am glad. He laughed outright. You are glad that I am safely past the spooning age? He inquired, moving forward. She halted. Yes, because I am quite sure of you if you are. I mean that I can always keep you for myself, cannot I? She was smiling, and her eyes were clear and fearless, but there was a wild rose tint on her cheeks which deepened a little as he turned short in his tracks, gazing straight at her. You wish to keep me for yourself? He repeated, laughing. Yes, Captain Selwyn. Until you marry, is that it, Eileen? Yes, until I marry. And then we will let each other go, is that it? Yes, but I think I told you that I would never marry, did not I? Oh, then ours is to be a lifelong and anti-sentimental contract. Yes, unless you marry. I promise not to, he said, unless you do. I promise not to, she said gaily, unless you do. There remains, he observed, but one way for you and I ever to marry anybody. And as I am hors de concours, even that hope is ended. She flushed, her lips parted, but she checked what she had meant to say, and they walked forward together in silence for a while, until she had made up her mind what to say and how to express it. Captain Selwyn, there are two things that you do which seem to me unfair. You still have at times that faraway absent expression which excludes me, and when I venture to break the silence, you have a way of answering, yes, child, and no, child, as though you were inattentive and I had not yet become an adult. That is my first complaint. What are you laughing at? It is true, and it confuses and hurts me, because I know I am intelligent enough and old enough to be treated as a woman attractive enough to be reckoned with, but I never seem to be wholly so to you. The laugh died out as she ended. For a moment they stood there, confronting one another. Do you imagine, he said in a low voice, that I do not know all that? I do not know whether you do. For all your friendship, for all your liking, and your kindness to me somehow Roman too, do not seem to stand with you as other women do. I do not seem to stand their chances. What chances? That consideration. You do not call any other woman child, do you? You do not constantly remind other women of the difference in your ages, do you? You do not feel with other women that you areas you please to call ithers de concourse out of the running. And somehow, with me, it humiliates. Because even if I am the sort of a girl who never means to marry, your attitude seems to take away the possibility of my changing my mind. It dictates to me, giving me no choice, no liberty, no personal freedom in the matter. It's as though you considered me somehow utterly out of the question, radically unthinkable as a woman, and you assume to take for granted that I also regard you as hors de concours. Those are my grievances, Captain Selwyn, and I do not regard you so. And it troubles me to be excludetto, be found wanting, inadequate in anything that a woman should be. I know that you and I have no desire to marry each other, but please, do not make the reason for it either your age, or my physical immaturity, or intellectual inexperience. Another of those weather-stained seats of Georgia marble stood embedded under the trees near where she had halted, and she seated herself, outwardly composed, and inwardly a little frightened at what she had said. As for Selwyn, he remained where he had been standing on the lawn's velvet edge, and, raising her eyes again, her heart misgave her that she had wantonly strained a friendship which had been all but perfect. And now, he was moving across the path toward her, a curious look in his face which she could not interpret. She looked up as he approached and stretched out her hand. Forgive me, Captain Selwyn, she said. I am a childless spoiled one, and I have proved it to you. Will you sit here beside me and tell me very gently what a fool I am to risk straining the friendship dearest to me in the whole world? And will you fix my penance? You have fixed it yourself, he said. So, by the challenge of your womanhood. I did not challenge. No, you defended. You are right. The girl I cared for, the girl who was there with me on Briar Water so many centuries Agath girl who, years ago, leaned there beside me on the sundial has become a memory. What do you mean? She asked faintly. Shall I tell you? Yes. You will not be unhappy if I tell you. Then no. Have you any idea what I am going to say, Eileen? She looked up quickly, frightened at the tremor in his voice. Don't say it, Captain Selwyn. Will you Listina as a penance? I cannot. He said quietly, I was afraid you could not listen. You see, Eileen, that, after all, a man does know when he is done for. Captain Selwyn, she turned and caught his hands in both of hers, her eyes bright with tears. Is that the penalty for what I said? Did you think I invited this? Invited? No, child, he said gently. I was fool enough to believe in myself, that is all. I have always been on the edge of loving you. Only in dreams did I ever dare set foot across that frontier. Now I have dared, I love you. That is all, and it must not distress you. But it does not, she said. I have always loved Youderly, dearly. Not in that way. I do not know how. Must it be in that way, Captain Selwyn? Can we not go on in the other way, that dear way which I have most spoiled? Must we be like other people, must sentiment turn it all to commonplace? Listen to me, I do love you. It is perfectly easy and simple to say it. But it is not emotional, it is not sentimental. Cannot you see that in little things in my ways with you? If I were sentimental about you, I would call you PHBY your first name, I suppose. But I cannot. I have tried toned it's very hard and makes me self-conscious. It is an effort, you see, and so would it be for me to think of you sentimentally. Oh, I could not. You, so much of a man, so strong and generous and experienced and clever, so perfectly the embodiment of everything I care for in a man. I love you dearly. Beauty you saw. I could not bring myself to touch even your hairven in pure mischief. And sentiment chills me. If there are times when it would be unendurable, I could not use an endearing term nor suffer awe caress. So you see, don't you? And will not you take me for what I am and as I am? A girl still young, devoted to you with all her soul, happy with you, believing implicitly in you, deeply sensible of your goodness and sweetness and loyalty to her. I am not a woman, I was a fool to say so. But Yao, you are so overwhelmingly a man that if it were in me to love in that way, it would be you. Do you understand me, or have I lost a friend? Will you forgive my foolish boast? Can you still keep me first in your heart as you are in mine, and pardon in me all that I am not? Can you do these things because I ask you? Yes, he said. Chapter 9, A Novice. Gerald came to Silverside 2 or 3 times during the early summer, arriving usually on Friday and remaining until the following Monday morning. All his youthful admiration and friendship for Selwyn had returned. That was plainly evident, and with it, something less of callow self-sufficiency. He did not appear to be as cocksure of himself and the world as he had been. There was less bumptiousness about him, less aggressive complacency. Somewhere and somehow somebody or something had come into collision with him. But who or what this had been he did not offer to confide in Selwyn. And the older man, dreading to disturb the existing accord between them, forbore to question him or invite, even indirectly, any confidence not offered. Selwyn had slowly become conscious of this change in Gerald. In the boy's manner toward others, there seemed to be hints of that seriousness which maturity or the first pressure of responsibility brings, even to the more thoughtless. Plainly enough, some experience, not wholly agreeable, was teaching him the elements of consideration for others. He was less impulsive, more tolerant. Yet at times, Selwyn and Eileen also noticed that he became very restless toward the end of his visits at Silverside, as though something in the city awaited him, some duty or responsibility not entirely pleasant. There was, too, something of soberness, amounting, at moments, to discontented listlessness, not solitary brooding. For at such moments he stuck to Selwyn, following him about and remaining rather close to him, as though the elder man's mere presence was a comfort, heaven, a protection. At such intervals, Selwyn longed to invite the boy's confidence, knowing that he had some phase of life to face for which his experience was evidently inadequate. But Gerald gave no sign of invitation, and Selwyn dared not speak lest he undo what time and his forbearance were slowly repairing. So their relations remained during the early summer, and everybody supposed that Gerald's 2 weeks vacation would be spent there at Silverside. Apparently, the boy himself thought so, too, for he made some plans ahead, and Austin sent down a very handsome new motorboat for him. Then, at the last minute, a telegram arrived, saying that he had sailed for Newport on Nearguard's big yacht, and for 2 weeks no word was received from him at Silverside. Late in August, however, he wrote a rather colorless letter to Selwyn, saying that he was tired and would be down for the weekend. He came, thinner than usual, with the city pallor showing through traces of the sea tan, and it appeared that he was really tired, for he seemed inclined to lounge on the veranda, satisfied as long as Selwyn remained in sight. But when Selwyn moved, he got up and followed. So subdued, so listless, so gentle in manner and speech had he become that somebody, in his temporary absence, wondered whether the boy were perfectly well, which voiced the general doubt hitherto unexpressed. But Austin laughed and said that the boy was merely finding himself, and everybody acquiesced, much relieved at the explanation, though to Selwyn the explanation was not at all satisfactory. There was trouble somewhere, stress of doubt, pressure of apprehension, the gravity of immaturity half realizing its own inexperience. And one day in September he wrote Gerald, asking him to bring Edgerton Lawn and come down to Silverside for the purpose of witnessing some experiments with the new smokeless explosive, chaosite. Young Lawn came by the first train. Gerald wired that he would arrive the following morning. He did arrive, unusually pallid, almost haggard, and Selwyn, who met him at the station and drove him over from Wyosset, ventured at last to give the boy a chance. But Gerald remained utterly unresponsive. Estolidly Sound, the other, instantly relinquished the hope of any confidence, at that time shifting the conversation, at once to the object and reason of Gerald's coming, and gaily expressing his belief that the time was very near at hand when chaosite would figure heavily in the world's list of commercially valuable explosives. It was early in August that Selwyn had come to the conclusion that his chaosite was likely to prove a commercial success. And now, in September, his experiments had advanced so far that he had ventured to invite Austin, Gerald, Lansing, and Edgerton Lawn, of the Lawn Nitro Powder Company, to witness a few tests at his cottage laboratory on Storm Head. But at the same time, he informed them with characteristic modesty that he was not yet prepared to guarantee the explosive. About noon, his guests arrived before the cottage in a solemn file, halted, and did not appear overanxious to enter the laboratory on Storm Head. Also, they carefully cast away their cigars when they did enter, and seated themselves in a nervous circle in the largest room of the cottage. Here their eyes instantly became glued to a great bowl, which was piled high with small rose-tinted cubes of some substance, which resembled symmetrical and translucent crystals of pink quartz. That was chaosite enough to blow the entire cliff into smithereens, and they were aware of it, and they eyed it with respect. First of all, Selwyn laid a cubic crystal on an anvil, and struck it sharply and repeatedly with a hammer. Austin's thin hair rose, and Edgerton Lawn swallowed nothing several times, but nobody went to heaven, and the little cube merely crumbled into a flaky pink powder. Then Selwyn took 3 cubes, dropped them into boiling milk, fished them out again, twisted them into a waxy taper, placed it in a candlestick, and set fire to it. The taper burned with a flaring brilliancy but without odor. Then Selwyn placed several cubes in a mortar, pounded them to powder with an iron pestle, and, measuring out the tiniest pinch scarcely enough to cover the point of a penknife, placed a few grains in several paper cartridges. 2 wads followed the powder, then an ounce and a half of shot, then a wad, and then the crimping. The guests stepped gratefully outside. Selwyn, using a light fowling piece, made pattern after pattern for them, and then they all trooped solemnly indoors again. And Selwyn froze chaosite and boiled it and baked it and melted it and took all sorts of hair-raising liberties with it. And after that he ground it to powder, placed a few generous pinches in a small hand grenade, and affixed a primer, the secret composition of which he alone knew. That was the key to the secret composition of the primer charge. I used to play baseball in college, he observed Smillingand. I used to be a pretty good shot with a snowball. They followed him to the cliff's edge, always with great respect for the awful stuff he handled with such apparent carelessness. There was a black sea-soaked rock jutting out above the waves. Selwyn pointed at it, poised himself, and with the long, overhand, straight throw of a trained ball player, sent the grenade like a bullet at the rock. There came a blinding flash, a stunning, clean-cut report, but what the others took to be a vast column of black smoke was really a pillar of dust-all that was left of the rock. And this slowly floated, settling like mist over the waves, leaving nothing where the rock had been. "I think," said Egerton Lawn, wiping the starting perspiration from his forehead, "that you have made good, Captain Selwyn. Dense or bulk, your chaosite and impact primer seem to do the business. And I think I may say that the Lawn Nitro Powder Company is ready to do business too. Can you come to town tomorrow? It's merely a matter of figures and signatures now, if you say so. It is entirely up to you." But Selwyn only laughed. He looked at Austin. "I suppose," said Egerton Lawn good-naturedly, "that you intend to make us sit up and beg, or do you mean to absorb us?" But Selwyn said, "I want more time on this thing. I want to know what it does to the interior of loaded shells and in fixed ammunition when it is stored for a year. I want to know whether it is necessary to use a solvent after firing it in big guns. As a bursting charge, I am practically satisfied with it, but time is required to know how it acts on steel in storage or on the bores of guns when exploded as a propelling charge. Meanwhile," turning to Lon, "I am tremendously obliged to you for coming and for your offer. You see how it is, do not you? I could not risk taking money for a thing which might, at the end, prove dear at any price." "I cheerfully accept that risk," insisted young Lon. "I am quite ready to do all the worrying, Captain Selwyn." But Selwyn merely shook his head, repeating, "You see how it is, do not you?" "I see that you possess a highly developed conscience," said Egerton Lawn, laughing, "and when I tell you that we are more than willing to take every chance of failure." But Selwyn shook his head. "Not yet," he said. "Do not worry, I need the money, and I will waste no time when a square deal is possible. But I ought to tell you this, that first of all I must offer it to the government. That is only decent, you see." "Who ever heard of the government's gratitude?" broke in Austin. "Nonsense, Phil, you are wasting time." "I have got to do it," said Selwyn. "You must see that, of course." "But I do not see it," began Lon, "because you are not in the government service now. Besides," added Austin, "you were not a West Pointer. You never were under obligations to the government." "Are we not all under obligation?" asked Selwyn so simply that Austin flushed. "Oh, of course, a patriotism, and all that naturally confound it. I do not suppose you would go and offer it to Germany or Japan before our own government had the usual chance to turn it down and break your heart. But why cannot the government make arrangements with Lawn's company if it desires to?" "A man cannot exploit his own government. You all know that as well as I do," returned Selwyn, smiling. "Pro eris et focis, you know ex necessitate re." "When the inventor goes to the government," said Austin, with a shrug, "vestige nulla retror sum." "Spero melira," retorted Selwyn, laughing, but there remained the obstinate squareness of jaw, and his amused eyes were clear and steady. Young Lon looked into them, and the hope in him flickered. Austin looked and shrugged. But as they all turned away to retrace their steps across the moors in the direction of Silverside, Lansing lightly hooked his arm into Selwyn's, and Gerald, walking thoughtfully on the other side, turned over. And over in his mind, the proposition offered him the spectacle of a modern and needy man to whom money appeared to be the last consideration in a plain matter of business. Also, he turned over other matters in his mind, and moved closer to Selwyn, walking beside him with grave eyes bent on the ground. The matter of business arrangements apparently ended then and there. Lawn's company sent several men to Selwyn and wrote him a great many letters unlike the government, which had not replied to his briefly tentative suggestion that chaosite be conditionally examined, tested, and considered. So the matter remained in abeyance, and Selwyn employed 2 extra men and continued storage tests, and experimented with rifled and smoothbore tubes, watchfully uncertain yet as to the necessity of inventing a solvent to neutralize possible corrosion after a propelling charge had been exploded. Everybody in the vicinity had heard about his experiments. Everybody pretended interest, but few were sincere. And of the sincere, few were unselfishly interested: his sister, Eileen, Drina, and Lansingand, maybe 1 or 2 others. However, the younger set, now predominant from Wyosit to Wonderhead, made up parties to visit Selwyn's cottage, which had become known as the Chrysalis. and Selwyn good-naturedly exploded a pinch or two of the stuff for their amusement, and never betrayed the slightest annoyance or boredom. In fact, he behaved so amiably during gratuitous interruptions that he won the hearts of the younger set, who presently came to the unanimous conclusion that there was romance in the air, and they sniffed it with delicate noses uptilted and liked the aroma. Kathleen Lawn, a big, leisurely, blonde-skinned girl, who showed her teeth when she laughed and shook hands like a man, declared him adorable but unsatisfactory, which started one of the Dresden China twins, Dorothy Minster, and she, in turn, ventured the innocent opinion that Selwyn was misunderstood by most people in inference that she herself understood him. And she smiled to herself when she made this observation, up to her neck in the surf. And Eileen, hearing the remark, smiled to herself too, but she felt the slightest bit uncomfortable when that animated brunette Gladys Orkel, climbing up dripping onto the anchored float beyond the breakers, frankly confessed that the tinge of mystery enveloping Selwyn's career made him not only adorable, but agreeably unfathomable, and that she meant to experiment with him at every opportunity. Sheila Minster, seated on the raft's edge, swinging her stockinged legs in the green swells that swept steadily shoreward, modestly admitted that Selwyn was sweet, particularly in a canoe on a moonlight night in spite of her weighty mother heavily afloat in the vicinity. He's nice every minute, she said. Every fiber of him is nice in the nicest sense. He never talks down at you like an insufferable undergraduate, and he is so much of a man, such a real man, that I like him, she added naively, and I am quite sure he likes me because he said so. I like him, said Gladys Orkel, because he has a sense of humor and stands straight. I like a sense of humor and good shoulders. He's an enigma, and I like that too. I'm going to investigate him every chance I get. Dorothy Minster liked him too. He's such a regular boy at times, she explained. I do love to see him without his hat sauntering along beside me and not talking every minute when you do not wish to talk. Friends, she added, true friends are most eloquent in their mutual silence. Ahem. Eileen Errol, standing near on the pitching raft, listened intently, but curiously enough said nothing either in praise or blame. He is exactly the right age, insisted Gladys, though somebody had said he was not the age when a man is most interesting. The Minster twins twiddled their legs and looked sentimentally at the ocean. They were a pair of pink and white little things with china blue eyes and the fairest of hair, and they were very impressionable. And when they thought of Selwyn, they looked unutterable things at the Atlantic Ocean. One man, often the least suitable, is usually the unanimous choice of the younger sort where, in the disconcerting summer time, the youthful congregate in garrulous segregation. Their choice they expressed frankly and innocently. They admitted cheerfully that Selwyn was their idol. But that gentleman remained totally unconscious that he had been set up by them upon the shores of the summer sea. In leisure moments, he often came down to the bathing beach at the hour made fashionable. He conducted himself amiably with dowager and chaperone, with portly father and nimble brother, with the late debutantes of the younger set and the younger matrons, individually, collectively, impartially. He and Gerald usually challenged the rollers in a sponson canoe when Gerald was there for the weekend. Or, when Lansing came down, the two took long swims seaward or cruised about in Gerald's dory, clad in their swimming suits. And Selwyn's youth became renewed in a manner almost ridiculous, so that the fine lines which had threatened the corners of his mouth and eyes disappeared. And the clear suntan of the tropics, which had never wholly faded, came back over a smooth skin as clear as a boy's, though not as smoothly rounded. His hair, too, crisped and grew lighter under the burning sun, which revealed, at the temples, the slightest hint of silver. And this deepened the fascination of the younger sort for the idol they had set up upon the sands of Silverside. Gladys was still eloquent on the subject, lying flat on the raft where all were now gathered in a wet row, indulging in sunshine and the 2 minutes of gossip which always preceded their return swim to the beach. It is partly his hair, she said gravely, that makes him so distinguished in his appearance, just that touch of silver. And you keep looking and looking until you scarcely know whether it's really beginning to turn a little gray, or whether it's only a lighter color at the temples. How insipid is a mere boy after such a man as Captain Selwyn? I have dreamed of such a man several times. The Minster twins gazed soulfully at the Atlantic. Eileen Errol bit her underlip and stood up suddenly. Come on, she said, joined her hands skyward, poised and plunged. One after another, the others followed and, rising to the surface, struck out shoreward. On the sunlit sands, dozens of young people were hurling tennis balls at each other. Above the beach, under the long pavilions, sat mothers and chaperones. Motors, beach carts, and victorias were still arriving to discharge gaily dressed fashionables for. The hour was early and up and down the inclined wooden walk leading from the bathing pavilion to the sands. A constant procession of bathers passed with nod and gesture of laughing salutation, some already retiring to the showers after a brief ocean plunge, the majority running down to the shore, eager for the first frosty and aromatic embrace of the surf, rolling in under a cloudless sky of blue. As Eileen Errol emerged from the surf and came wading shoreward through the seething shallows, she caught sight of Selwyn sauntering across the sands toward the water, and halted, knee-deep, smilingly expectant, certain that he had seen her. Gladys Orkle, passing her, saw Selwyn at the same moment, and her clear, ringing salute and slender arm aloft arrested his attention. And the next moment they were off together, swimming toward the sponson canoe which Gerald had just launched with the assistance of Sandon Craig and Scott Innes. For a moment Eileen stood there, motionless. Knee-high the flat ebb boiled and hissed, dragging at her stockinged feet as though to draw her seaward with the others. Yesterday she would have gone, without a thought, to join the others, but yesterday is yesterday. It seemed to her, as she stood there, that something disquieting had suddenly come into the world, something unpleasant but indefinite sufficient to leave her vaguely apprehensive. The saner emotions which have their birth in reason she was not ignorant of. Emotion arising from nothing at all disconcerted her. Could she comprehend the slight quickening of her heartbeats as she waded to the beach, while every receding film of water tugged at her limbs as though to draw her backward in the wake of her unquiet thoughts? Somebody threw a tennis ball at her. She caught it and hurled it in return, and for a few minutes the white, felt-covered balls flew back and forth from scores of graceful, eager hands. A moment or two passed when no balls came her way. She turned and walked to the foot of a dune and seated herself cross-legged on the hot sand. Sometimes she watched the ball players. Sometimes she exchanged a word of amiable commonplace with people who passed or halted to greet her. But she invited nobody to remain, and nobody ventured to, not even several very young and ardent gentlemen who had acquired only the rudiments of social sense. For there was a sweet but distant look in her dark blue eyes, and a certain reserved preoccupation in her acknowledgement of salutations. And these kept the wood adorer moving wistful, lagging, but still moving along the edge of that invisible barrier set between her and the world with her absent-minded greeting, and her serious, beautiful eyes fixed so steadily on a distant white spot sponson canoe where Gladys and Selwyn sat, their paddle blades flashing in the sun. How far away they were! Gerald was with them, curious that Selwyn had not seen her waiting for him, knee-deep in the surf, curious that he had seen Gladys instead. True, Gladys had called to him and signaled him, white arm upflung. Gladys was very pretty with her heavy, dark hair and melting, Spanish eyes, and her softly rounded, olive-skinned figure. Gladys had called to him, and she had not. That was true, and lately for the last few days or perhaps more herself had been a trifle less impulsive in her greeting of Selwyn, a little less sansfacken with him. After all, a man comes when it pleases him. Why should a girl call him unless unless? Perplexed, her grave eyes fixed on the sea where now the white canoe pitched nearer, she dropped both hands to the sand, those once wonderfully white hands, now creamed with suntan, and her arms, too, were tinted from shoulder to fingertip. Then she straightened her legs, crossed her feet, and leaned a trifle forward, balancing her body on both palms flat on the sand. The sun beat down on her. She loosened her hair to dry it, and as she shook her delicate head, the superb red-gold mass came tumbling about her face and shoulders. Under its glimmering splendor and through it, she stared seaward out of wide, preoccupied eyes, and in her breast, stirring uneasily, a pulse, intermittent yet dully importunate, persisted. The canoe, drifting toward the surf, was close in now. Gerald rose and dived. Gladys, steadying herself by a slim hand on Selwyn's shoulder, stood up on the bow, ready to plunge clear when the canoe capsized. How wonderfully pretty she was, balanced there, her hand on his shoulder, ready for a leap, lest the heavy canoe, rolling over in the froth, strike her under the smother of foam and water. How marvelously pretty she was, her hand on his shoulder. Miss Errol sat very still, but the pulse within her was not still. When the canoe suddenly capsized, Gladys jumped, but Selwyn went with it, boat and man tumbling into the tumult over and over, and the usual laughter from the onlookers rang out, and a dozen young people rushed into the surf to right the canoe and push it out into the surf again and clamber into it. Gerald was among the number. Gladys swam toward it, beckoning imperiously to Selwyn, but he had his back to the sea and was moving slowly out through the flat swirling ebb. And as Eileen looked, she saw a dark streak leap across his face, saw him stoop and wash it off and stand, looking blindly about, while again the sudden dark line crisscrossed his face from temple to chin and spread whiter like a stain. "Philip," she called, springing to her feet and scarcely knowing that she had spoken. He heard her and came toward her in a halting, dazed way, stopping twice to cleanse his face of the bright blood that streaked it. "It's nothing," he said. "The infernal thing hit me. Oh, do not use that," as she drenched her kerchief in cold seawater and held it toward him with both hands. "Take it, Roman, too beg of you," she stammered. "Is it as serious?" "Why, no," he said, his senses clearing. "It was only a rap on the head and this blood is merely a nuisance. Thank you, I will use your kerchief if you insist. It will stop in a moment anyway." "Please sit here," she said her where I have been sitting. He did so, muttering, "What a nuisance, it will stop in a second. You needn't remain here with me, you know. Go in, it is simply glorious." "I have been in, I was drying my hair." He glanced up, smiling. Then, as the wet kerchief against his forehead reddened, he started to rise, but she took it from his fingers, hastened to the water's edge, rinsed it, and brought it back cold and wet. "Please sit perfectly still," she said. "A girl likes to do this sort of thing for a man." "If I would known that," he laughed, "I would have had it happen frequently." She only shook her head, watching him unsmiling, but the pulse in her had become very quiet again. "It's no end of fun in that canoe," he observed. "Gladys Orkle and I work it beautifully." "I saw you did," she nodded. "Oh, where were you? Why did not you come?" "I do not know. Gladys called you. I was waiting for you, expecting you. Then Gladys called you." "I did not see you," he said. "I did not call you," she observed serenely. And after a moment, "Do you see only those who hail you, Captain Selwyn?" He laughed. "In this life's cruise a good sailor always answers a friendly hail." "So do I," she said. "Please hail me after this because I do not care to take the initiative. If you neglect to do it, do not count on my hailing you any more." The stain spread on the kerchief. Once more she went to the water's edge, rinsed it, and returned with it. "I think it has almost stopped bleeding," she remarked as he laid the cloth against his forehead. "You frighten me, Captain Selwyn. I am not easily frightened." "I know it." "Did you know I was frightened?" "Of course I 999. "Oh," she said, vexed, "how could you know it? I did not do anything silly, did I?" "No, you very sensibly called me Philip. That's how I knew you were frightened." A slow, bright color stained face and neck. "So I was silly, after all," she said, biting at her underlip and trying to meet his humorous gray eyes with unconcern. But her face was burning now, and, aware of it, she turned her gaze resolutely on the sea. Also, to her further annoyance, her heart awoke, beating unwarrantably, absurdly, until the dreadful idea seized her that he could hear it. Disconcerted, she stood a straight youthful figure against the sea. The wind blowing her disheveled hair across her cheeks and shoulders, fluttered her clinging skirts as she rested both hands on her hips and slowly walked toward the water's edge. "Shall we swim?" he asked her. She half turned and looked around and down at him. "I am all right, it stopped bleeding. Shall we?" he inquired, looking up at her. "You have got to wash your hair again anyhow." She said, feeling suddenly stupid and childish, and knowing she was speaking stupidly. "Would you not rather join Gladys again? I thought that." "Thought what?" "Nothing," she said, furious at herself. "I am going to the showers. Goodbye." "Goodbye," he said. Troubled unless we walk to the pavilion together. "But you are going in again, are you not?" "Not unless you do." What have I to do with it, Captain Selwyn?" "It's a big ocean and rather lonely without you," he said so seriously that she looked around again and laughed. "It's full of pretty girls just now. Plunge in, my melancholy friend. The whole ocean is a dream of fair women today." "If they be not fair to me, what care I how fair they be?" he paraphrased, springing to his feet and keeping step beside her. Really, that will not do, she said. Much moonlight and Gladys and the Minster twins convict you. Do you remember that I told you one day in early summer that Sheila and Dorothy and Gladys would mark you for their own? Oh, my inconstant courtier, they are yonder, and I absolve you. Adieu. Do you remember what I told Yaoundé in early summer? He returned coolly. Her heart began its absurd beating, but now there was no trace of pain, in it nothing of apprehension, in the echo of the pulse either. You protested so many things, Captain Selwyn. Yes, and one thing in particular. You have forgotten it, I see, and he looked her in the eye. No, she said, you are wrong, I have not forgotten. Nor one, he halted, looking out over the shining breakers. I am glad you have not forgotten what I said, because, you see, I am forbidden to repeat it. So I shall be quite helpless to aid you in case your memory fails. I do not think it will fail, she said, looking at the flashing sea. A curious tingling sensation of fright had seized her, something entirely unknown to her heretofore. She spoke again because frightened. The heavy, hard pulse in breast and throat played tricks with her voice, and she swallowed and attempted to steady it. If I ever forget, you will know it as soon as I do. Her throat seemed to close in a quick, unsteady breath. She halted, both small hands clenched. Do not talk this way, she said, exasperated under a rush of sensations utterly incomprehensible, stinging, confused emotions that beat chaotic time to the clamor of her pulses. Why did you speak of such things? She repeated with a fierce little indrawn breath. We do you, when I said explained everything? She looked at him fearfully. You are somehow spoiling our friendship, she said, and I do not exactly know how you are doing it, but something of the comfort of it is being taken away from me. Do not do it. She covered her eyes with her clenched hands, stood a moment, motionless. Then her arms dropped, and she turned sharply with a gesture which left him standing there and walked rapidly across the beach to the pavilion. After a little while he followed, pursuing his way very leisurely to his own quarters. Half an hour later, when she emerged with her maid, Selwyn was not waiting for her as usual, and scarcely understanding that she was finding an excuse for lingering, she stood for 10 minutes on the step of the Oracle's touring car, talking to Gladys about the lantern fete and dance to be given that night at Hitherwood House. Evidently, Selwyn had already gone home. Gerald came lagging up with Sheila Minster, but his sister did not ask him whether Selwyn had gone. Yesterday she would have done so, but today had brought to her the strangest sensation of her young life, a sudden and overpowering fear of a friend, and yet, strangest of all, the very friend she feared she was waiting for, contriving to find excuses to wait for. Surely he could not have finished dressing and have gone. He had never before done that. Why did he not come? It was late, people were leaving the pavilion. Victorias and beachphones were trundling off loaded to the waterline with fat dowagers. Gay groups passed, hailing her or waving adieus. Drina drove up in her village cart, calling out, Are you coming, Eileen, or are you going to walk over? Hurry up, I am hungry. I will go with you, she said, nodding adieu to Gladys, and she swung off the step and crossed the Shell Road. Jump in, urged the child. I am in a dreadful hurry, and Odin cannot trot very fast. I would prefer to drive slowly, said Miss Errol in a colorless voice, and seated herself in the village cart. Why must I drive slowly? Demanded the child. I am hungry, besides I have not seen Boots this morning. I do not want to drive slowly, must I? Which are you most in a hurry for? Asked Eileen curiously, luncheon or Boots? Both I do not know. What a silly question, Boots of course, but I am starving too. Boots of course. Certainly, he always comes first, just like Captain Selwyn with you. Like Captain Selwyn with me, she repeated absently. Certainly, Captain Selwyn should be first, everything else second. But how did you find out that, Drina? Why, anybody can see that, said the child contemptuously. You are as fast friends with Uncle Philip as I am with Boots. And why you do not marry him I cannot see unless you are not old enough. Are you? Yes, I am old enough, dear. Then why do not you? If I was old enough to marry Boots I would do it. Why do not you? I do not know, said Miss Errol, as though speaking to herself. Drina glanced at her, then flourished her beribboned whip, which whistling threat had no perceptible effect on the fat, red Norwegian pony. I will tell you what, said the child, If you do not ask Uncle Philip pretty soon somebody will ask him first, and you will be too late. As soon as I saw Boots I knew that I wanted him for myself, and I told him so. He said he was very glad I had spoken, because he was expecting a proposal by wireless from the young Sultan-elect of Leyte. Now, added the child with satisfaction, she cannot have him. It's better to be in time, you see. Eileen nodded. Yes, it is better to be in plenty of time. You cannot tell what Sultana may forestall you. So you will tell him, will not you? Inquired Drina with businesslike briskness. Miss Errol looked absently at her. Tell who what? Uncle Philip that you are going to marry him when you are old enough. Yes, when I am old enough I'll tell him, Drina. Oh, no, I mean you will marry him when you are old enough, but you would better tell him right away. I see, I would better speak immediately. Thank you, dear, for suggesting it. You are quite welcome, said the child seriously, and I hope you will be as happy as I am. I hope so, said Eileen as the pony cart drew up by the veranda, and a groom took the pony's head. Luncheon being the children's hour, Miss Errol's silence remained unnoticed in the jolly uproar. Besides, Gerald and Boots were discussing the huge house party, lantern fete, and dance which the Oracles were giving that night for the younger sets. And Selwyn, too, seemed to take unusual interest in the discussion, though Eileen's part in the conference was limited to an occasional nod or monosyllable. Drina was wild to go and furious at not having been asked, but when Boots offered to stay home, she resolutely refused to accept the sacrifice. No, she said, they are pigs not to ask girls of my age, but you may go, Boots, and I will promise not to be unhappy. And she leaned over and added in a whisper to Eileen, you see how sensible it is to make arrangements beforehand, because somebody grown-up might take him away at this very party. That's the reason why it is best to speak promptly. Please pass me another peach, Eileen. What are you two children whispering about? Inquired Selwyn, glancing at Eileen. Oho, exclaimed Drina, you may know before long. May he not, Eileen? It's about you, she said, something splendid that somebody is going to do to you. Is not it, Eileen? Miss Errol looked smilingly at Selwyn, a gay jest on her lips. But the sudden clamor of pulses in her throat closed her lips, cutting the phrase in two, and the same strange fright seized Heron, utterly unreasoning fear of him. At the same moment, Mrs. Gerard gave the rising signal, and Selwyn was swept away in the rushing herd of children, out onto the veranda, where for a while he smoked and drew pictures for the younger Gerards. Later, some of the children were packed off for a nap. Billy with his assorted puppies went away with Drina and Boots, ever hopeful of a fox or rabbit. Nina Gerard curled herself up in a hammock, and Selwyn seated himself beside her, an uncut magazine on his knees. Eileen had disappeared. For a while Nina swung there in silence, her pretty eyes fixed on her brother. He had nearly finished cutting the leaves of the magazine before she spoke, mentioning the fact of Rosamund Fane's arrival at the minster's house, Brookminster. The slightest frown gathered and passed from her brother's sun-bronzed forehead, but he made no comment. Mr. Neargard is a guest, too, she observed. What? Exclaimed Selwyn in disgust. Yes, he came ashore with the Fanes. Selwyn flushed a little but went on cutting the pages of the magazine. When he had finished, he flattened the pages between both covers and said, without raising his eyes, I am sorry that crowd is to be in evidence. They always are and always will be, smiled his sister. He looked up at her. Do you mean that anybody else is a guest at Brookminster? Yes, Phil. Likes. Yes. He looked down at the book on his knees and began to furrow the pages absently. Phil, she said, have you heard anything this summer lately about the Ruthvens? No. Nothing at all. Not a word. You knew they were at Newport as usual. I took it for granted. And you have heard no rumors, no gossip concerning them, nothing about a yacht. Where was I to hear it? What gossip, what yacht? His sister said very seriously, Alikes has been very careless. Everybody is, what of it? It is understood that she and Jack Ruthven have separated. He looked up quickly. Who told you that? A woman wrote me from Newport, and a likes is here and Jack Ruthven is in New York. Several people have heard about it from several sources. I'm afraid it's true, Phil. They looked into each other's troubled eyes, and he said, if she has done this, it is the worst of two evils she has chosen. To live with him was bad enough, but this is the limit. I know it, she cannot afford to do such a thing again. Phil, what is the matter with her? She simply cannot be sane and do such a thing, can she? I do not know, he said. Well, I do. She is not sane. She has made herself horridly conspicuous among conspicuous people. She has been indiscreet to the outer edge of effrontery. Even that set will not stand it always, especially as their menfolk are quite crazy about her, and she leads a train of them about wherever she goes, little fool. And now, if it's true that there's to be a separation, what on earth will become of her? I ask you, Phil, for I do not know. But men know what becomes eventually of women who slap the world across the face with overringed fingers. If there's any talk about it, if there's newspaper talk, if there's a divorce, who will ask her to their houses? Who will condone this thing? Who will tolerate it or her? Men and men on odious sort that fawn on her now and follow her about half sneeringly. They will tolerate it, but their wives will not. And the kind of women who will receive and tolerate her are not included in my personal experience. What a fool she has been, good heavens, what a fool. A trifle paler than usual, he said, there is no real harm in her, I know there is not. You are very generous, Phil. No, I am trying to be truthful, and I say there is no harm in her. I have made up my mind on that score. He leaned nearer his sister and laid one hand on hers where it lay across the hammock's edge. Nina, no woman could have done what she has done, and continue to do what she does, and be mentally sound. This, at last, is my conclusion. It has long been my conclusion, she said under her breath. He stared at the floor out of gray eyes grown dull and hopeless. Phil, whispered his sister, suppose what happened to her father. I know. She said again, it was slow at first, a brilliant eccentricity that gradually became something else less pleasant. Oh, Phil, Phil. It was softening of the brain, he said, was it not? Yes, I entertained a delusion of conspiracy, against him also, a complacent conviction of the mental instability of others. Yet, at intervals he remained clever and witty and charming. And then, Phil had became violent at times. Yes, and the end, he asked quietly. A little child agging quite happy and content playing with toys free gentle, very pitiable the hot tears filled her eyes. Oh, Phil, she sobbed and hid her face on his shoulder. Over the soft, faintly fragrant hair he stared stupidly, lips apart, chin loose. A little later, Nina sat up in the hammock, daintily effacing the traces of tears. Selwyn was saying, if this is so, that Ruthven man has got to stand by her. Where could she go if such trouble is to come upon her? To whom can she turn if not to him? He is responsible for her doubly so, if her condition is to Bethet. By every law of manhood he is bound to stand by her now. By every law of decency and humanity, he cannot desert her now. If she does the these indiscreet things and, if he knows she is not altogether mentally responsible, cannot fail to stand by her. How can he, in God's name? Phil, she said, you speak like a man, but she has no man to stand loyally by her in the direst need a human soul may know. He is only a thing no man at Allenley, a loathsome accident of animated decadence. He looked up quickly, amazed at her sudden bitterness, and she looked back at him almost fiercely. I may as well tell you what I have heard, she said. I was not going to at first, but it will be all around town sooner or later. Rosamund told me. She learned it as she manages to learn everything a little before anybody else hears of it that Jack Ruthven found out that Alikes was behaving very carelessly with some mansome, silly, callow, and probably harmless youth. But there was a disgraceful scene on Mr. Neargard's yacht, the Niobrara. I do not know who the people were, but Ruthven acted abominably. The Niobrara anchored in Wijan Bay yesterday, and Alikes is aboard and her husband is in New York, and Rosamund says he means to divorce her in one way or another. Ugh, the horrible little man with his rings and bangles. She shuddered. Why, the mere bringing of such a suit means her social ruin, no matter what verdict is brought in. Her only salvation has been in remaining inconspicuous, and a sane girl would have realized it. Buten, she made a gesture of despair, you see what she has done. And Phil, you know what she has done to you, what a mad risk she took in going to your rooms that night. Who said she had ever been in my rooms? He demanded, flushing darkly in his surprise. Did you suppose I did not know it? She asked quietly. Oh, but I did, and it kept me awake nights worrying, yet I knew it must have been all right knowing you as I do. But do you suppose other people would hold you as innocent as I do? Even Eileen's sweetest, whitest, most loyal little soul in the world was troubled when Rosamund hinted at some scandal touching you and alikes. She told me, but she did not tell me what Rosamund had said, the mischief maker. His face had become quite colorless. He raised an unsteady hand to his mouth, touching his mustache, and his gray eyes narrowed menacingly. Rosamund spoke of scandal to Eileen. He repeated, is that possible? How long do you suppose a girl can live and not hear scandal of some sort? Said Nina. It's bound to rain some time or other, but I prepared my little ducks back to shed some things. You say, insisted Selwyn, that Rosamund spoke of Maine that weighed Eileen. Yes, it only made the child angry, Phil, so do not worry. No, I will not worry. No, I will not. You are quite right, Nina. But the pity of it, that tight, hard-shelled woman of the world to do such a thing to a young girl. Rosamund is Rosamund, said Nina with a shrug. The antidote to her species is obvious. Right, thank God, said Selwyn between his teeth. Mens sana in corpore sano. Bless her little heart. I am glad you told me this, Nina. He rose and laughed a little, a curious sort of laugh, and Nina watched him, perplexed. Where are you going, Phil? She asked. I do not know. Where is Eileen? She's lying down a headache, probably too much sun and salt water. Shall I send for her? No, I will go up and inquire how she is. Suzanne is there, is not she? And he entered the house and ascended the stairs. The little Alsatian maid was seated in a corner of the upper hall, sewing, and she informed Selwyn that Mademoiselle had bad in zhed. But at the sound of conversation in the corridor, Eileen's gay voice came to them from her room, asking who it was, and she evidently knew, for there was a hint of laughter in her tone. It is one, are you better? Said Selwyn. Yes, did you wish to see me? I always do. Thank you, I mean, do you wish to see me now? Because I am very much occupied in trying to go to sleep. Yes, I wish to see you at once. Particularly. Very particularly. Oh, if it's as serious as that, you alarm me. I am afraid to come. I am afraid to have you, but please come. He heard her laugh to herself, then her clear, amused voice. What are you going to say to me if I come out? Something dreadful, hurry. Oh, if that's the case, I will hurry, she returned, and a moment later the door opened, and she emerged in a breezy flutter of silvery ribbons and loosened ruddy hair. She was dressed in some sort of delicate misty stuff that alternately clung and floated, outlining or clouding her glorious young figure, as she moved with leisurely free-limbed grace across the hall to meet him. The pretty greeting she always reserved for him, even if their separation had been for a few minutes only, she now offered, hand extended. A cool, fragrant hand which lay for a second in his, closed and withdrew, leaving her eyes very friendly. Come out on the west veranda, she said. I know what you wish to say to me. Besides, I have something to confide to you too, and I am very impatient to do it. He followed her to the veranda. She seated herself in the broad swing, and moved so that her invitation to him was unmistakable. Then, when he had taken the place beside her, she turned toward him very frankly, and he looked up to encounter her beautiful direct gaze. What is disturbing our friendship? She asked. Do you know? I do not. I went to my room after luncheon and lay down on my bed and quietly deliberated. And do you know what conclusion I have reached? What? He asked. That there is nothing at all to disturb our friendship, and that what I said to you on the beach was foolish. I do not know why I said it. I am not the sort of girl who says such stupid things, though I was apparently, for that one moment. And what I said about Gladys was childish. I am not jealous of her, Captain Selwyn. Do not think me silly or perverse or sentimental, will you? No, I will not. She smiled at him with a trifle less courage, a trifle more self-consciousness. And as for what I called you, You mean when you called me by my first name, and I teased you? Yes, I was silly to do it, sillier to be ashamed of doing it. There's a great deal of the callow schoolgirl in me yet, you see. The wise, amused smile of a man can sometimes stampede my self-possession and leave me blushing like any ninny in dire confusion. It was very, very mean of you, for the blood across your face did shock me. And by myself, and in my very private thoughts, I do sometimes call Yowby your first name. And that explains it. Now, what have you to say to me? I wish to ask you something. With pleasure, she said, go ahead, and she settled back, fearlessly expectant. Very well then, he said, striving to speak coolly. It is this, will you marry me, Eileen? She turned perfectly white and stared at him, stunned, and he repeated his question, speaking slowly but unsteadily. No, she said, I cannot. Oui, you know that, do not you? Will you tell me why, Eileen? I do not know why. I suppose that it is because I do not love you that way. Yes, he said, that, of course, is the reason. I wonder do you suppose that in time perhaps you might care for me that way? I do not know, she glanced up at him fearfully, fascinated, yet repelled. I do not know, she repeated pitifully. Is it can't you help thinking of me in that way? Cannot you be as you were? No, I can no longer help it. I do not want to help it, Eileen. But I wish you to, she said in a low voice. It is that which is coming between us. Oh, do not you see it is? Do not you feel what it is doing to us? Do not you understand how it is driving me back into myself? Whom am I to go to if not to you? What am I to do if your affection turns into this thy's different attitude toward me? You were so perfectly sweet and reasonable, so good, so patient, and no one now I am losing confidence in you and myself in our friendship. I am no longer frank with you. I am afraid at times afraid and self-conscious conscious of you, too afraid of what seemed once the most natural of intimacies. I loved you so dearly, so fearlessly. Tears blinded her. She bent her head, and they fell on the soft, delicate stuff of her gown, flashing downward in the sunlight. Dear, he said gently, nothing is altered between us. I love you in that way, too. Ddo Yorially, she stammered, shrinking away from him. Truly, nothing is altered. Nothing of the bond between us is weakened. On the contrary, it is strengthened. You cannot understand that now. But what you are to believe and always understand is that our friendship must endure. Will you believe it? Yais, she buried her face in her handkerchief and sat very still for a long time. He had risen and walked to the farther end of the veranda, and for a minute he stood there, his narrowed eyes following the sky flight of the white gulls off Wonder Head. When at length he returned to her, she was sitting low in the swing, both arms extended along the back of the seat. Evidently she had been waiting for him, and her face was very grave and sorrowful. I want to ask you something, she said, merely to prove that you are a little bit illogical. May I? He nodded, smiling. Could you and I care for each other more than we now do, if we were married? I think so, he said. Why? She demanded, astonished. Evidently she had expected another answer. He made no reply, and she lay back among the cushions considering what he had said, the flush of surprise still lingering in her cheeks. How can I marry you, she asked, when I would not care to endure a caress from any maven from you? It such things would spoil it all. I do not love you that way. Oh, do not look at me that way. Have I hurt you, dear Captain Selwyn? I did not mean to. Oh, what has become of our happiness? What has become of it? And she turned, full length in the swing, and hid her face in the silken pillows. For a long while she lay there, the western sun turning her crown of hair to fire above the white nape of her slender neck, and he saw her hands clasping, unclasping, or crushing the tiny handkerchief deep into one palm. There was a chair near. He drew it toward her and sat down, steadying the swing with one hand on the chain. Dearest, he said under his breath, I am very selfish to have done this, but I thought perhaps you might have cared enough to venture. I do care, you are very cruel to me. The voice was childishly broken and muffled. He looked down at her, slowly realizing that it was a child he still was dealing with, that child with a child's innocence, repelled by the graver phase of love, unresponsive to the deeper emotions, bewildered by the glimpse of the mature role his attitude had compelled her to accept. That she already had reached that milestone and, for a moment, had turned involuntarily to look back and find her childhood already behind her, frightened her. Thinking, perhaps, of his own years, and of what lay behind him, he sighed and looked out over the waste of moorland, where the Atlantic was battering the sands of Surf Point. Then his patient gaze shifted to the east, and he saw the surface of Sky Pond, blue as the eyes of the girl who lay crouching in the cushioned corner of the swinging seat, small hands clenched over the handkerchief, a limp bit of stuff damp with her tears. There is one thing, he said, that we must not dockery about, it must we, Eileen? No. Certainly not, because there is nothing to make either of us unhappy, is there? Though no. Exactly, so we are not going to be unhappy, not one bit. First, because we love each other anyway, do not we? Yes. Of course we do. And now, just because I happen to love you in that way and also in a different sort of way, in addition to that way, why, it's nothing for anybody to cry about it, is it, Eileen? No, no, it is not, but I see can't help it. Oh, but you are going to help it, are not you? I hope so. He was silent, and presently she said, I the reason of it me criangies be because I do not wish you to be unhappy. But dear, dear little girl, I am not. Really? No, indeed, why should I be? You do love me, do not you? You know I do. But not in that way. No, not in that way. I wish I 999. A thrill passed through him. After a moment he relaxed and leaned forward, his chin resting on his clenched hands. Then let us go back to the old footing, Eileen. Can we? Yes, we can, and we will back to the old footing when nothing of deeper sentiment disturbed us. It was my fault, little girl. Some day you will understand that it was not a wholly selfish fault because I believe it perhaps only dream it that I could make you happier by loving you in both ways. That is all, it is your happiness or happiness that we must consider. And if it is to last and endure, we must be very, very careful that nothing really disturbs it again. And that means that the love, which is sometimes called friendship, must be recognized as sufficient. You know how it is. A man who is locked up in paradise is never satisfied until he can climb the wall and look over. Now I have climbed and looked, and now I climb back into the garden of your dear friendship, very glad to be there again with Uvery, very thankful, dear. Will you welcome me back? She lay quite still a minute, then sat up straight, stretching out both hands to him, her beautiful, fearless eyes brilliant as rain-washed stars. Do not go away, she said, not ever go away from our garden again. No, Eileen's. Is it a promise, Philip? Her voice fell exquisitely low. Yes, a promise. Do you take me back, Eileen? Yes, I take you. Take me back too, Philip. Her hands tightened in his. She looked up at him, faltered, waited, then in a fainter voice, and be of good courage. I am not very old yet. She withdrew her hands and bent her head, sitting there, still as a white-browed novice, listlessly considering the lengthening shadows at her feet. But, as he rose and looked out across the waste with enchanted eyes that saw nothing, his heart suddenly leaped up quivering, as though his very soul had been drenched in immortal sunshine. An hour later, when Nina discovered them there together, Eileen, curled up among the cushions in the swinging seat, was reading aloud evidences of Asiatic influence on the symbolism of ancient Yucatan. And Selwyn, astride a chair, chin on his folded arms, was listening with evident rapture. Heavens, exclaimed Nina, the blue stocking and the fogey, and yours are pale blue, Eileen. You are about as self-conscious as Drinna slumping there with your hair tumbling along marrowed. Oh, it's very picturesque, of course, but a straight spine and good grooming is better. Get up, little blue stockings, and we will have our hair done if you expect to appear at Hitherwood House with me. Eileen laughed, calmly smoothing out her skirt over her slim ankles. Then she closed the book, sat up, and looked happily at Selwyn. Fogey and bass blue, she repeated. But it is fascinating, is not it? Even if my hair is across my ears and you sit that chair like a polo player. Nina, dearest, what is your mature opinion concerning the Tomoya and the Buddhist cross? I know more about a Tomboya than a Tomoya, my saucy friend, observed Nina, surveying her with disapproval, and I can be as cross about it as any Buddhist, too. You are, to express it as pleasantly as possible, a sight. Child, what on earth have you been doing? There are 2 smears on your cheeks. I have been crying, said the girl, with an amused sidelong flutter of her lids toward Selwyn. Crying, repeated Nina incredulously. Then, disarmed by the serene frankness of the girl, she added, a blue stocking is bad enough, but a grimy one is impossible. Allen's, Vite, she insisted, driving Eileen before her, the country is demoralizing you. Philip, we are dining early, so please make your arrangements to conform. Come, Eileen, have you never before seen Philip Selwyn? I am not sure that I ever have, she replied, with a curious little smile at Selwyn. Nina had her by the hand, but she dragged back like a mischievously reluctant child hustled bedward. Goodbye, she said, stretching out her hand to Selwyn. Goodbye, my unfortunate fellow fogey. I go, slumpy, besmudged, but happy. I return, superficially immaculate, but my stockings will still be blue. Nina, dear, if you do not stop dragging me, I will pick you up in my arms. Indeed, I will. There was a laugh, a smothered cry of protest. And Selwyn was the amused spectator of his sister suddenly seized and lifted into a pair of vigorous young arms, and carried into the house by this tall, laughing girl who, an hour before, had lain there among the cushions, frightened, unconvinced, clinging instinctively to the last gay rags and tatters of the childhood which she feared were to be stripped from her forever. It was clear starlight when they were ready to depart. Austen had arrived unexpectedly, and he, Nina, Eileen, and Selwyn were to drive to Hitherwood House, Lansing and Gerald going in the motorboat. There was a brief scene between Drina and Boots, former, fiercely pointing out the impropriety of a boy like Gerald being invited where she, Drina, was ignored. But there was no use in Boots offering to remain and comfort her, as Drina had to go to bed anyway. So she kissed him goodbye very tearfully, and generously forgave Gerald, and comforted herself before she retired by putting on one of her mother's gowns and pinning up her hair and parading before a pier glass, until her nurse announced that her bath was waiting. The drive to Hitherwood House was a dream of loveliness. Under the stars, the Bay of Shoals sparkled in the blue darkness, set with the gemmed ruby and sapphire, and emerald of ships' lanterns glowing from unseen yachts at anchor. The great flashlight on Wonderhead broke out in brilliancy, faded, died to a cinder, grew perceptible again, and again blazed blindingly in its endless monotonous routine. Far lights twinkled on the Sound, and farther away still at sea. Then the majestic velvety shadow of the Hither woods fell over them, and they passed in among the trees, the lamps of the depot wagon shining golden in the forest gloom. Selwyn turned instinctively to the young girl beside him. Her face was in shadow, but she responded with the slightest movement toward him. This dusk is satisfying like sleep thy's wide, quiet shadow over the world. Onseemed not so very long ago I thought it a pity that the sun should ever set. I wonder if I am growing old because I feel the least bit tired tonight. For the first time that I can remember a day has been a little too long for me. She evidently did not ascribe her slight sense of fatigue to the scene on the veranda. Perhaps she was too innocent to surmise that any physical effect could follow that temporary stress of emotion. A quiet sense of relief and relaxation from effort came over her as she leaned back, conscious that there was happiness in rest and silence and the soft envelopment of darkness. If it would only last, she murmured lazily. What, Eileen's? This heavenly darkness and our drive together? You are quite right not to talk to me. I will not either. Only I will drone on and on from time to time so that you will not forget that I am here beside you. She lay so still for a while that at last Nina leaned forward to look at her, then laughed. She's asleep, she said to Austen. No, I am not, murmured the girl, unclosing her eyes. Captain Selwyn knows, do not you? What is that sparkling of firefly? But it was the first paper lantern, glimmering through the hitherwood trees, from the distant lawn. Oh dear, sighed Eileen, sitting up with an effort and looking sleepily at Selwyn. J.I. Sawmill Bessendormere. But a few minutes later they were in the great hall of Hitherwood House, open from end to the soft sea wind, and crowded with the gayest, noisiest throng that had gathered there in a 12-month. Everywhere the younger set were in evidence. Slim, fresh, girlish figures passed and gathered and crowded the stairs and galleries with a flirt and flutter of winnowing skirts, delicate and light as powder puffs. Mrs. Sankson Orkle, a hard, highly colored, tight-lipped little woman with electric blue eyes, was receiving with her slim brunette daughter, Gladys. A tight little craft was Austen's invariable comment on the matron, and she looked it, always trim and trig and smooth of surface like a converted yacht cleared for action. Near her wandered her husband, orientally bland, invariably affable, and from time to time squinting sideways, as usual, in the ever-renewed expectation that he might catch a glimpse of his stiff, retrousse mustache. The lawns were there, the Minsters, the Craigs from Wyatt, the Greys of Shadow Lake, the Draymores, Fanes, Motleys, Cardwells in fact. It seemed as though all Long Island had been drained from Cedarhurst to Islip and from Oyster Bay to Wyatt, to pour a stream of garrulous and animated youth and beauty into the halls and over the verandas and terraces and lawns of Hitherwood House. It was to be a lantern frolic and a lantern dance and supper, all most formally and impressively sans facon. And it began with a candle race for a big silver gilt cup won by Sandon Craig and his partner, Evelyn Cardwell, who triumphantly bore their lighted taper safely among the throngs of hostile contestants, through the wilderness of flitting lights, and across the lawn to the goal where they planted it, unextinguished, in the big red paper lantern. Selwyn and Eileen came up breathless and laughing with the others, she holding aloft their candle, which somebody had succeeded in blowing out. And everybody cheered the winners, significantly, for it was expected that Miss Cardwell's engagement to young Craig would be announced before very long. Then rockets began to rush aloft, starring the black void with iridescent fire, and everybody went to the lawn's edge where, below on the bay, a dozen motorboats, dressed fore and aft with necklaces of electric lights, crossed the line at the crack of a cannon in a race for another trophy. Bets flew as the excitement grew, Eileen confining hers to gloves and bonbons, and Selwyn loyally taking any offers of any kind, as he uncompromisingly backed Gerald and Boots in the new motorboat, Blue Streak Austin's contribution to the Silverside Navy. And sure enough, at last a blue rocket soared aloft, bursting into azure magnificence in the zenith, and Gerald and Boots came climbing up to the lawn to receive prize and compliments, and hasten away to change their oilskins for attire more suitable. Eileen, turning to Selwyn, held up her booking list in laughing dismay. "I have one about a ton of bonbons," she said, "and too many pairs of gloves to feel quite comfortable." "You needn't wear them all at once, you know," he assured her. "Nonsense, I mean that I do not care to win things." "Oh," and she laid her hand impulsively on his arm as a huge sheaf of rockets roared skyward, apparently from the water. Then, suddenly, Nearguard's yacht sprang into view, outlined in electricity from stem to stern, every spar and funnel and contour of hull and superstructure twinkling in jeweled brilliancy. On a great improvised open pavilion set up in the hither woods, garlanded and hung thick with multicolored paper lanterns, dancing had already begun. But Selwyn and Eileen lingered on the lawn for a while, fascinated by the beauty of the fireworks pouring skyward from the Niobrara. "They seem to be very gay aboard her," murmured the girl. "Once you said that you did not like Mr. Nearguard. Do you remember saying it?" He replied simply, "I do not like him, and I remember saying so." "It is strange," she said, "that Gerald does." Selwyn looked at the illuminated yacht. "I wonder whether any of Nearguard's crowd is expected ashore here. Do you happen to know?" She did not know. A moment later, to his annoyance, Edgerton Lawn came up and asked her to dance, and she went with a smile and a whispered, "Wait for me if you do not mind. I will come back to you." It was all very well to wait for her and even to dance with her after that, but there appeared to be no peace for him in prospect, for Scott in Nis came and took her away, and Gladys Orkle offered herself to him very prettily, and took him away, and after that, to his perplexity and consternation, a perfect furor for him seemed to set in and grow among the younger set, and the Minster twins had him, and Hilda in Nis appropriated him, and Evelyn Cardwell, and even Mrs. Delmer Carnes took a hand in the badgering. At intervals he caught glimpses of Eileen through the gay crush around him. He danced with Nina, and suggested to her it was time to leave, but that young matron had tasted just enough to want more, and Eileen, too, was evidently having a most delightful time. So he settled into the harness of pleasure and was good to the pink and white ones, and they told each other what a dear he was and adored him more inconveniently than ever. Truly enough, as he had often said, these younger ones were the charmingly wholesome and refreshing antidote to the occasional misbehavior of the mature. They were, as he also asserted, the hope and promise of the social fabric of a nation younger, set always a little better. a little higher-minded than their predecessors, as the wheel of the years slowly turned them out in gay, eager, fearless throngs to teach a cynical generation the rudiments of that wisdom, which blossoms most perfectly in the hearts of the unawakened. Yes, he had frequently told himself all this, told it to others too. But now, the younger set, en masse and in detail, had become a little bit crampony a trifle too all-pervading. And it was because his regard for them, in the abstract, had become centered in a single concrete example that he began to find the younger set a nuisance. But others, it seemed, were quite as mad about Eileen Errol as he was, and there seemed to be small chance for him to possess himself of her, unless he were prepared to make the matter of possession a pointed episode. This he knew he had no right to do. She had conferred no such privilege upon him, and he was obliged to be careful of what he did, and said lest half a thousand bright, unwinking eyes wink, two knowing glilist frivolous tongues go clip-clap, and idle brains infer that which, alas, did not exist except in his vision of desire. The hither woods had been hung with myriads of lanterns. From every branch they swung in clusters or stretched away into perspective, turning the wooded aisles to brilliant vistas. Under them, the more romantic and the dance-worn strolled in animated groups or quieter twos. An army of servants flitted hither and thither, serving the acre or so of small tables over each of which an electric cluster shed yellow light. Supper, and then the woodland cotilin was the program. And almost all the tables were filled before Selwyn had an opportunity to collect Nina and Austin and capture Eileen from a very rosy-cheeked and indignant boy who had quite lost his head and heart and appeared to be on the verge of a headlong declaration. "It's only Percy Draymore's kid brother," she explained, passing her arm through his with a little sigh of satisfaction. "Where have you been all the while, and with whom have you danced, please? And who is the pretty girl you paid court to during that last dance?" "What? Did not pay court to her? Do you expect me to believe that? Oh, here comes Nina and Austin. How pretty the tables look, all lighted up among the trees. And such an uproar as they came into the jolly tumult and passed in among a labyrinth of tables, greeted laughingly from every side." Under a vigorous young oak tree thickly festooned with lanterns, Austin found an unoccupied table. There was a great deal of racket and laughter from the groups surrounding them, but this seemed to be the only available spot. Besides, Austin was hungry, and he said so. Nina, with Selwyn on her left, looked around for Gerald and Lansing. When the latter came sauntering up, Austin questioned him, but he replied carelessly that Gerald had gone to join some people whom he, Lansing, did not know very well. "Why, there he is now," exclaimed Eileen, catching sight of her brother seated among a very noisy group on the outer edge of the illuminated zone. "Who are those people, Nina?" "Oh, Rosamund Fane is there too, and." She ceased speaking so abruptly that Selwyn turned around, and Nina bit her lip in vexation and glanced at her husband. For, among the over-animated and almost boisterous group, which was attracting the attention of everybody in the vicinity, sat Mrs. Jack Ruthven. And Selwyn saw her. For a moment he looked at her, looked at Gerald beside her, and Neargard on the other side, and Rosamund opposite, and at the others, whom he had never before seen. Then quietly, but with heightened color, he turned his attention to the glass which the servant had just filled for him, and, resting his hand on the stem, stared at the bubbles crowding upward through it to the foamy brim. Nina and Boots had begun, ostentatiously, an exceedingly animated conversation, and they became almost aggressive, appealing to Austin, who sat back with a frown on his heavy face, and to Eileen, who was sipping her mineral water and staring thoughtfully at a big, round, orange-tinted lantern which hung like the harvest moon behind Gerald, throwing his curly head into silhouette. Gerald beside her, and Neargard on the other side. What conversation there was to carry, Boots and Nina carried. Austin silently satisfied his hunger, eating and drinking with a sullen determination to make no pretense of ignoring a situation that plainly angered him deeply. And from minute to minute, he raised his head to glare across at Gerald, who evidently was unconscious of the presence of his own party. When Nina spoke to Eileen, the girl answered briefly but with perfect composure. Selwyn, too, added a quiet word at intervals, speaking in a voice that sounded a little tired and strained. It was that note of fatigue in his voice which aroused Eileen to effort the instinctive move to protecto sustain him. Conscious of Austin's suppressed but increasing anger at her brother, amazed and distressed at what Gerald had done for the boy's very presence, there was an affront to them, all she was still more sensitive to Selwyn's voice. And in her heart she responded passionately. Nina looked up, surprised at the sudden transformation in the girl, who had turned on Boots with a sudden flow of spirits and the gayest of challenges. And their laughter and badinage became so genuine and so persistent that, combining with Nina, they fairly swept Austen from his surly abstraction into their toils. And Selwyn's subdued laugh, if forced, sounded pleasantly now, and his drawn face seemed to relax a little for the time being. Once she turned, under cover of the general conversation which she had set going, and looked straight into Selwyn's eyes, flashing to him a message of purest loyalty. And his silent gaze in response sent the color flying to her cheeks. It was all very well for a Willia brave, sweet effort, but ears could not remain deaf to the increasing noise and laughter to familiar voices, half-caught phrases, indiscreet even in the fragments understood. Besides, Gerald had seen them, and the boy's face had become almost ghastly. Alix, unusually flushed, was conducting herself without restraint. Neargard's snickering laugh grew more significant and persistent. Even Rosamund spoke too loudly at moments. And once she looked around at Nina and Selwyn while her pretty, accentless laughter, rippling with its undertone of malice, became more frequent in the increasing tumult. There was no use in making a pretense of further gaiety. Austen had begun to scowl again. Nina, with one shocked glance at Alix, leaned over toward her brother. "It is incredible," she murmured. "She must be perfectly mad to make such an exhibition of herself. Cannot anybody stop her? Cannot anybody send her home?" Austen said sullenly but distinctly, "The thing for us to do is to get out, Nina, if you are ready." But what about Gerald?" faltered Eileen, turning piteously to Selwyn. "We cannot leave him there." The man straightened up and turned his drawn face toward her. "Do you wish me to get him?" "You cannot do that, can you?" "Yes, I can, if you wish it. Do you think there is anything in the world I cannot do if you wish it?" As he rose, she laid her hand on his arm. I do not ask it," she began. "You do not have to ask it," he said with a smile almost genuine. "Austen, I am going to get Gerald, and Nina will explain to you that he's to be left to me if any sermon is required. I will go back with him in the motorboat. Boots, you will drive home in my place." As he turned, still smiling and self-possessed, Eileen whispered rapidly, "Do not go. I care for you too much to ask it." He said under his breath, "Dearest, you cannot understand." "Yes, I do. Do not go. Philip, don't go near her." "I must. If you go, how can you seek care for me as you say you do? When I ask you not tohen, I cannot endure read." She turned swiftly and stared across at Alix. And Alix, unsteady in the flushed brilliancy of her youthful beauty, half rose in her seat and stared back. Instinctively the young girl's hand tightened on Selwyn's arm. "Shesh is beautiful," she faltered, but he turned and led her from the table, following Austen, his sister, and Lansing, and she clung to him almost convulsively when he halted on the edge of the lawn. "I must go back," he whispered, "dearest, I must. Tto Gerald or her." But he only muttered, "They do not know what they are doing. Let me go," Eileen gently detaching her fingers, which left her hands lying in both of his. She said, looking up at him, if you go hate for time, you return no matter what hour knock at my door. Do you promise? I shall be awake, do you promise?" "Yes," he said with a trace of impatience, only hint of his anger at the prospect of the duty before him. So she went away with Nina and Austen and Boots. And Selwyn turned back, sauntering quietly toward the table where already the occupants had apparently forgotten him, and the episode in the riotous gaiety, increasing with the accession of half a dozen more men. When Selwyn approached, Neargard saw him first, stared at him, and snickered, but he greeted everybody with smiling composure, nodding to those he knew a trifle more formally to Mrs. Ruthvenand, coolly pulling up a chair, seated himself beside Gerald. "Boots has driven home with the others," he said in a low voice. "I am going back in the motorboat with you. Do not worry about Austen. Are you ready?" The boy had evidently let the wine alone, or else fright had sobered him, for he looked terribly white and tired. "Yes," he said, "I will go when you wish. I suppose they will never forgive me for this. Come on." One moment then, nodded Selwyn. I want to speak to Mrs. Ruthven. And, quietly turning to Alikes, and dropping his voice to a tone too low for Neargard to hear for, he was plainly attempting to listen. You are making a mistake, do you understand? Whoever is your hostess wherever you are staying, find her, and go there before it is too late. She inclined her pretty head thoughtfully, eyes on the wineglass which she was turning round and round between her slender fingers. What do you mean by too late? She asked. Do not you know that everything is too late for me now? What do you mean, Alikes? He returned, watching her intently. What I say, I have not seen Jack Ruthven for 2 months. Do you know what that means? I have not heard from him for 2 months. Do you know what that means? No? Well, I will tell you, Philip. It means that when I do hear from him, it will be through his attorneys. He turned slightly paler. Why? Divorce, she said with a reckless little laugh, and the end of things for me. On what grounds? He demanded doggedly. Does he threaten you? She made no movement or reply, reclining there, one hand on her wineglass, the smile still curving her lips. And he repeated his question in a low, distinct voice, too low for Neargard to hear, and he was still listening. Grounds? Oh, he thinks I have misbehaved with never mind who. It is not true, but he cares nothing about that either. You see, and she bent nearer, confidentially, with a mysterious little nod of her pretty head. You see, Jack Ruthven is a little insane. You are surprised? Pooh, I have suspected it for months. He stared at her then. Where are you stopping? Aboard the Niobrara. Is Mrs. Fane a guest there too? He spoke loud enough for Rosamund to hear, and she answered for herself with a smile at him, brimful of malice. Delighted to have you come aboard, Captain Selwyn. Is that what you are asking permission to do? Thanks, he returned dryly, and to Alikes. If you are ready, Gerald and I will take you over to the Niobrara in the motorboat. Oh no, you will not. Broken Neargard with a sneer. You'll mind your own business, my intrusive friend, and I will take care of my guests without your assistance. Selwyn appeared not to hear him. Come on, Gerald, he said pleasantly. Mrs. Ruthven is going over to the Niobrara. For God's sake, whispered Gerald, white as a sheet, do not force me into trouble with Neargard. Selwyn turned on him an astonished gaze. Are you afraid of that whelp? Yes, muttered the boy. It'll explain later. But do not force things now, I beg you. Mrs. Ruthven coolly leaned over and spoke to Gerald in a low voice. Then, to Selwyn, she said with a smile, Rosamund and I are going to Brookminster anyway, so you and Gerald need not wait. And thank you for coming over. It was rather nice of Yaush glanced insolently at Neargard considering the crowd we are with. Good night, Captain Selwyn. Good night, Gerald. So very jolly to have seen you again. And under her breath to Selwyn, you need not worry, I am going in a moment. Goodbye and thank you, Phil. It is good to see somebody of one's own caste again. A few moments later, Selwyn and Gerald in their oilskins were dashing eastward along the coast in the swiftest motorboat south of the Narrows. The boy seemed deathly tired as they crossed the dim lawn at Silverside. Once, on the veranda steps he stumbled, and Selwyn's arm sustained him, but the older man forbore to question him, and Gerald, tight-lipped and haggard, offered no confidence until, at the door of his bedroom, he turned and laid an unsteady hand on Selwyn's shoulder. I want to talk with you tomorrow. May I? You know you may, Gerald. I am always ready to stand your friend. I know, I must have been crazy to doubt it. You are very good to me. I am in a very bad fix, I have got to tell you. Then we will get you out of it, old fellow, said Selwyn cheerfully. That's what friends are for too. The boy shivered, looked at the floor, then, without raising his eyes, said good night, and entering his bedroom, closed the door. As Selwyn passed back along the corridor, the door of his sister's room opened, and Austin and Nina confronted him. Has that damn fool boy come in? Demanded his brother-in-law, anxiety making his voice tremulous under its tone of contempt. Yes, leave him to me, please. Goodnight. Submitting to a tender embrace from his sister. I suppose Eileen has retired, has not she? It's an ungodly hour, almost sunrise. I do not know whether Eileen is asleep, said Nina. She expected a word with you, I understand. But do not sit up, don't let her sit up late. We will be a company of dreadful wrecks at breakfast anyway. and his sister gently closed the door while he continued on to the end of the corridor and halted before Eileen's room. A light came through the transom. He waited a moment, then knocked very softly. "Is it you?" she asked in a low voice. "Yes, I did not wake you, did I?" "No, is Gerald here?" "Yes, in his own room. Did you wish to speak to me about anything?" "Yes." He heard her coming to the door. It opened a very little. "Good night," she whispered, stretching toward him her hand. "That was all I wanted, Toto, touch you before I closed my eyes tonight." He bent and looked at the hand, lying within his own little hand, with its fresh, fragrant palm upturned, and the white fingers relaxed, drooping inward above it at the delicate bluish vein in the smooth wrist. Then he released the hand, untouched by his lips, and she withdrew it and closed the door, and he heard her laugh softly and lean against it, whispering, "Now that I am safely locked and I merely wish to say that in the old Dasa lady's hand was sometimes kissed. Oh, but you are too late, my poor friend. I cannot come out, and I would not if I could not after what I dared to say to you. In fact, I shall probably remain locked up here for days and days. Besides, what I said is out of fashion, has no significance nowadays, sir, perhaps too much. No, I will not dress and come out even for you. Jimmy Decibillage fais ma toilette de nuit, Monsieur G vise maintenant imagnuiller et faire ma prière. Donc ben swart bon nuit." And, too low for him to hear even the faintest breathing whisper of her voice, "Good night. I love you with all my heart in my own fashion." He had been asleep an hour, perhaps more, when something awakened him, and he found himself sitting bolt upright in bed, dawn already whitening his windows. Somebody was knocking. He swung out of bed, stepped into his bath slippers, and passing swiftly to the door, opened it. Gerald stood there, fully dressed. "I am going to town on the early train," began the boy. "I thought I would tell you." "Nonsense, Gerald, go back to bed." "I cannot sleep, Philip." "Cannot sleep? Oh, that's the trouble, is it? Well then, sit here and talk to me." He gave a mighty yawn. "I'm not sleepy either. I can go days without it. Here's a comfortable chair to sprawl in. It's daylight already. Does not the morning air smell sweet? I have a jug of milk and some grapes and peaches in my ice cupboard if you feel inclined. No, all right, stretch out, sight for 1,000 yards and fire at will." Gerald strove to smile. For a while he lay loosely in the armchair, his listless eyes intent on the strange, dim light which fell across the waste of sea fog. Only the water along the shore's edge remained visible. All else was a blank wall behind which, stretching to the horizon, lay the unseen ocean. Already a few restless gulls were on the wing, shearing inland, and their raucous, treble cries accented the pallid stillness. But the dawn was no paler than the boy's face, no more desolate. Trouble was his, the same old trouble that has dogged the trail of folly since time began, and Selwyn knew it and waited. At last the boy broke out. "This is a cowardly trick that is slinking in to you with all my troubles after what you have done for Meafter, the rotten way I have treated you." "Look here, my boy," said Selwyn coolly, crossing one knee over the other and dropping both hands into the pockets of his pajamas. "I asked you to come to me, did not I? Well, then, do not criticize my judgment in doing it. It is not likely I would ask you to do a cowardly thing. You do not understand what a wretched scrape I am in." "I do not yet, but you are going to tell me." "Philip, I can't, I simply cannot. It's so contemptibly, and you warned me, and I owe you already so much." "You owe me a little money," observed Selwyn with a careless smile, "and you have a lifetime to pay it in. What is the trouble now? Do you need more? I have not an awful lot, old fellow, worse luck, but what I have is at your callas, you know perfectly well. Is that all that is worrying you?" "No, not all. A Nearguard has lent me moneyed own things, placed me under obligations. I liked him, you know, I trusted him. People he desired to know I made him known to. He was trifle peremptory at times, as though my obligations to him left me no choice but to take him to such people as he desired to meet. We had trouble recently." "What sort?" "Personal. I felt begin to feel the pressure on me. There was, at moments, something almost of menace in his requests and suggestions and importunity I did not exactly understand. And then he said something to me." "Go on, what?" He would been hinting at it before. And even when I found him jolliest and most amusing and companionable, I never thought of him as social possibility, I mean, among those who really count like my own people. Oh, he asked you to introduce him into your own family circle. Yes, I did not understand it at first until somehow I began to feel the pressure of it vague but constant importunity. He was a good fellow, at least I thought so. I hated to hurt him to assume any attitude that might wound him. But good heavens, he could not seem to understand that nobody in our family would receive him, although he had a certain footing with the Fanes and Harmons, and a few others like the so with the people, or at least the men of those families. Do not you see, Philip? Yes, my boy, I see. Go on. When did he ask to be presented to your sister? Who told you that? Asked the boy with an angry flush. You did almost, you were going to anyway, so that was it, was it? That was when you realized a few things, understood one or two things, was it not? And how did you reply? Arrogantly, I suppose. Yes. With some little show off a contempt. Yes, I suppose so. Exactly, and Neargard was put out slightly. Yes, said the boy, losing some of his color. A moment afterward I was sorry I had spoken so plainly, but I need not have been. He was very ugly about it. Threats of calling loans? Asked Selwyn, smiling. Hints, not exactly threats. I was in a bad way, too. The boy winced and swallowed hard, then, with sudden white desperation stamped on his drawn face. Oh, Philip Petit is disgraceful enough, but how am I going to tell you the rest? How can I speak of this matter to you? What matter? About Mrs. Ruthven. What matter? Repeated Selwyn. His voice rang a little, but the color had fled from his face. She was Jack Ruthven charged her with and mecharged me with. You? Yes. Well, it was a lie, was not it? Selwyn's ashy lips scarcely moved, but his eyes were narrowing to a glimmer. It was a lie, was not it? He repeated. Yes, a lie. I would say it anyway. You understand, but it really was a lie. Selwyn quietly leaned back in his chair. A little color returned to his cheeks. All right, old fellow, his voice scarcely quivered. All right, go on. I knew, of course, that Ruthven lied, but it was part of the story to hear you say so. Go on, what did Ruthven do? There has been a separation, said the boy in a low voice. He behaved like a dirty cadge, had no resource, no means of support. He hesitated, moistening his dry lips with his tongue. Mrs. Ruthven has been very, very kind to me. I am fond of her. Oh, I know well enough I never had any business to meet her. I behaved abominably toward you on the family. But it was done. I knew her and liked her tremendously. She was the only one who was decent to me, who tried to keep me from acting like a fool about cards. Did she try? Yes, indeed, yes. And Filch, I do not know how to say it, but Shuhin, she spoke off Yao begged me to try to be like you. And it is a lie what people say about her, what gossip says. I know, I have known her so well, and I was like other men, charmed and fascinated by her. But the women of that set are a pack of cats, and the men, well, none of them ever ventured to say anything to me. And that is all, Philip. I was horribly in debt to Neargard. Then Ruthven turned on me and on her, and I borrowed more from Neargard and went to her bank and deposited it to the credit of her account, but she does not know it was from Mesh. Supposes Jack Ruthven did it out of ordinary decency, for she said so to me. And that is how matters stand. Neargard is ugly and grows more threatening about those loans, and I have not any money, and Mrs. Ruthven will require more very soon. Is that all? Demanded Selwyn sharply. Yes, all. I know I have behaved shamefully. I have seen, observed Selwyn in a dry, hard voice, worse behavior than yours. Have you a pencil, Gerald? Get a sheet of paper from that desk. Now write out a list of the loans made you by Neargard. Every cent, if you please, and the exact amount you placed to Mrs. Ruthven's credit. Have you written that? Let me see it. The boy handed him the paper. He studied it without the slightest change of expression, knowing all the while what it meant to him, knowing that this burden must be assumed by himself, because Austin would never assume it. And he sat there staring at space over the top of the penciled sheet of paper, striving to find some help in the matter. But he knew Austin. He knew what would happen to Gerald if, after the late reconciliation with his ex-guardian, he came once more to him with such a confession of debt and disgrace. No, Austin must be left out. There were three things to do. One of them was to pay Neargard, another to sever Gerald's connection with him forever, and the third thing to be done was something which did not concern Gerald or Austin, perhaps, not even Ruthven. It was to be done, no matter what the cost. But the thought of the cost sent a shiver over him and left his careworn face gray. His head sank. He fixed his narrowing eyes on the floor and held them there, silent, unmoved, while within the tempests of terror, temptation, and doubt assailed him, dragging at the soul of him where it clung blindly to its anchorage. And it held fastraging, despairing in the bitterness of renunciation, but still held on through the most dreadful tempest that ever swept him. Courage, duty, reparation words drummed in his brain, stupefying him with their dull clamor. But he understood and listened, knowing the end, knowing that the end must always be the same for him. It was the revolt of instinct against drilled and ingrained training, inherited and reschooled insurgent clamor of desire, opposed to that stern self-repression characteristic of generations of Selwyns, who had held duty important enough to follow, even when their bodies died in its wake. And it were easier for him, perhaps, if his body died. He rose and walked to the window. Over the Bay of Shoals the fog was lifting, and he saw the long gray pier jutting northward, the pier where the troop ships landed their dead and dying when the Spanish War was ended. And he looked at the hill where the field hospital had once been. His brother died there in the wake of that same duty, which no Selwyn could ignore. After a moment he turned to Gerald, a smile on his colorless face. "It will be all right, my boy. You are not to worry, oh, you understand me? Go to bed now, you need the sleep. Go to bed, I tell you, I'll stand by you. You must begin all over again, Gerald, and so must I, and so must one. Chapter 10. Lex non scripta." Selwyn had gone to New York with Gerald for a few days, as he expressed it, but it was now the first week in October, and he had not yet returned to Silverside. A brief note to Nina thanking her for having had him at Silverside, and speaking vaguely of some business matters, which might detain him, indefinitely a briefer note to Eileen regretting his inability to return for the present were all the communication they had from him, except news brought by Austin, who came down from town every Friday. A long letter to him from Nina still remained unanswered. Austin had seen him only once in town. Lansing, now back in New York, wrote a postscript in a letter to Drina, asking for Selwyn's new address, the first intimation anybody had that he had given up his lodgings on Lexington Avenue. "I was perfectly astonished to find he had gone, leaving no address," wrote Boots, "and nobody knows anything about him at his clubs. I have an idea that he may have gone to Washington to see about the Chaosite affair, but if you have any address except his clubs, please send it to me." Eileen had not written him. His sudden leave-taking nearly a month ago had so astounded her that she could not believe he meant to be gone more than a day or two. Then came his note, written at the patroon's club, very brief, curiously stilted and formal, with a strange tone of finality through it, as though he were taking perfunctory leave of people who had come temporarily into his life, and as though the chances were agreeably even of his ever seeing them again. The girl was not hurt as yet. She remained merely confused, incredulous, unreconciled. That there was to be some further explanation of his silence she never dreamed of doubting, and there seemed to be nothing to do in the interval but await it. As for writing him, some instinct forbade it, even when Nina suggested that she write, adding laughingly that nothing else seemed likely to stir her brother. For the first few days the children clamored intermittently for him. But children forget, and Billy continued to cast out his pack in undying hope of a fox or bunny, and the younger children brought their butterfly nets and sand shovels to Austin and Nina for repairs. And Drina, when Boots deserted her for his airline company, struck up a wholesome and lively friendship with a dozen subfreshmen and the younger Orkle girls, and began to play golf like a little fiend. It was possible now to ride cross-country, and Nina, who was always in terror of an added ounce to her perfect figure, rode every day with Eileen, and Austin, on a big hunter, joined them 2 days in the week. There were dances, too, and Nina went to some of them. So did Eileen, who had created a furor among the younger brothers and undergraduates, and the girl was busy enough with sailing and motoring and dashing through the Sound in all sorts of power boats. Once, under Austin's and young Craig's supervision, she tried shorebird shooting. But the first broken wing from the gun on her left settled the thing forever for her, and the horror of the blood-sprinkled, kicking mass of feathers haunted her dreams for a week. Youths, however, continued to hover numerously about her. They sat in soulful rows upon the veranda at Silverside. They played guitars at her in canoes, accompanying the stringy thrumming with the peculiarly exasperating vocal noises made only by very young undergraduates. They rode with her and Nina. They pervaded her vicinity with a tireless constancy, amounting to obsession. She liked it well enough. She was as interested in everything as usual, as active at the nets, playing superbly, and with all her heart in the game while it lasted. She swung her slim brassy with all the old-time fire and satisfaction in the clean, sharp whack, as the ball flew through the sunshine, rising beautifully in a long, low trajectory against the velvet fairgreen. It was unalloyed happiness for her to sit her saddle, feeling under her the grand stride of her powerful hunter on a headlong cross-country gallop. It was purest pleasure for her to lean forward in her oilskins, her eyes almost blinded with salt spray, while the low motorboat rushed on and on through cataracts of foam, and the heaving, green seamulls fled away, away, in the hissing furrow of the wake. Truly for her, the world was still green, the sun bright, the high sky blue, but she had not forgotten that the earth had been greener, the sun brighter, the azure above her more splendidance upon a time like the first phrase of a tale that is told. And if she were at times listless, absentied, subdued a trifle graver, or unusually silent, seeking the still paths of the garden as though in need of youthful meditation in the quiet of the sunset hour, she never doubted that that tale would be retold for her again. On Lialas, the fair days were passing, and the russet rustle of October sounded already among the curling leaves in the garden, and he had been away a very long time, and she could not understand. On one of Austen's weekend visits, the hour for conjugal confab having arrived and husband and wife, locked in the seclusion of their bedrooming old-fashioned, enough to occupy the same, said, with a trace of irritation in his voice. I do not know where Phil is or what he's about. I am wondering's got the Selwyn conscience. You know what he's up-toned if it's any kind of damn foolishness. Have not you heard a word from him, Nina? Nina, in her pretty night attire, had emerged from her dressing room, locked out Kit Kai and her maid, and had curled up in a big, soft armchair, cradling her bare ankles in her hand. I have not heard from him, she said. Rosamund saw him in Washington past him on the street. He was looking horridly thin and worn, she wrote. He did not see her. Now what in the name of common sense is he doing in Washington? Exclaimed Austen wrathfully, probably breaking his heart because nobody cares to examine his chaosite. I told him, as long as he insisted on bothering the government with it, instead of making a deal with the lawn people, that I would furnish him with a key to the lobby. I told him I knew the right people, could get him the right lawyers, and start the thing properly. Why did not he come to me about it? There's only one way to push such things, and he's as ignorant of it as a bosun in the Marine Cavalry. Nina said thoughtfully, you always were impatient of people, dear. Perhaps Phil may get them to try his chaosite without any wire pulling. I do wish he would write. I cannot understand his continued silence. Has not Boots heard from him? Has not Gerald? Not a word. And by the way, Nina, Gerald has done rather an unexpected thing. I saw him last night. He came to the house and told me that he had just severed his connection with Julius Neergaard's company. I am glad of it, exclaimed Nina. I am glad he showed the good sense to do it. Wellies, as a matter of fact, Neergaard is going to be a very rich man some day, and Gerald might have, but I am not displeased. What appeals to me is the spectacle of the boy acting with conviction on his own initiative. Whether or not he is making a mistake has nothing to do with the main thing, and that is that Gerald, for the first time in his rather colorless career, seems to have developed the rudiments of a backbone out of the tail, which I saw so frequently either flourishing defiance at me or tucked sullenly between his hind legs. I had quite a talk with him last night. He behaved very decently, and with a certain modesty which may, one day, develop into something approaching dignity. We spoke of his own affairs in which, for the first time, he appeared to take an intelligent interest. Besides that, he seemed willing enough to ask my judgment in several matters, a radical departure from his cub days. What are you going to do for him, dear? Asked his wife, rather bewildered at the unexpected news. Of course he must go into some sort of business again. Certainly, and to my astonishment, he actually came and solicited my advice. I was so amazed, Nina, that I could scarcely credit my own senses. I managed to say that I would think it over. Of course he can, if he chooses, begin everything again and come in with me. Or if I am satisfied that he has any ability, can set up some sort of a real estate office on his own hook. I could throw a certain amount of business in his way, but it's all in the air, yet I will see him Monday and we will have another talk. By gad, Nina, he added with a flush of half-she satisfaction on his ruddy face, it's almost like having a grown-up son coming bothering me with his affairs, are rather agreeable than otherwise. There's certainly something in that boy. Perhaps I have been, at moments, a trifle impatient. But I did not mean to be. You know that, dear, do not you? His wife looked up at her big husband in quiet amusement. Oh, yes, I know a little about you, she said, and a little about Gerald, too. He is only a masculine edition of Eileen's irresponsible freedom of life brought out all his faults at once, like a horrid rash. It's due to the masculine notion of masculine education. His sister's education was essentially the contrary. Humors were eradicated before first symptoms became manifest. The moral, mental, and physical drilling and schooling was undertaken and accepted without the slightest hope and later, without the slightest desire for any relaxation of the rigor when she became of age and mistress of herself. That's the difference. A boy looks forward to the moment when he can flourish his heels and wag his ears and bray. A girl has no such prospect. Gerald has brayed. Eileen never will flourish her heels unless she becomes fashionable after marriage, which is not very likely. Nina hesitated, another idea intruding. By the way, Austin, the Oracle boy, the one in Harvard proposed to Eileen's little idiot. She told me, thank goodness. She still does tell me things. Also, the younger and chubbier Draymore youth has offered himself after a killingly proper interview with me. I thought it might amuse you to hear of it. It might amuse me more if Eileen would get busy and bring Philip into camp, observed her husband. And why the devil they do not make up their minds to it is beyond me. That brother of yours is the limit sometimes. I am fond of him, you know it, but he certainly can be the limit sometimes. Do you know, said Nina, that I believe he is in love with her. Then why does not? I do not know. I am sure now that the girl cares more for him than for anybody. And yet I do not believe she is actually in love with him. Several times I suppose she was or near it anyway. But they are a curious pair, Austin so quaint about it, so slow and old-fashioned. And the child is the most innocent being in some ways. Which is all right unless she becomes one of those poky, earnest, knowledge-absorbing young things with the very germ of vitality dried up and withered in her before she awakens. I do not know, I really do not. For a girl must have something of the human about her to attract a man and be attracted. Not that she need know anything about love or even suspect it, but there must be some response in her, some. Deviltry, suggested Austin. His pretty wife laughed and dropped one knee over the other, leaning back to watch him finish his good-night cigarette. After a moment her face grew grave, and she bent forward. Speaking of Rosamund, a moment ago reminds me of something else she wrote. It's about Alikes. Have you heard anything? Not a word, said Austin with a frank scowl, and do not want to. It's only this that Alikes is 99. Nobody seems to know what the matter is. Nobody has seen her. But she's at Clifton, with a couple of nurses, and Rosamund heard rumors that she is very ill indeed. People go to Clifton for shattered nerves, you know. Yes, for bridge fidgets, neurosis, pip, and the various jumps that originate in the simpler social circles. What's the particular matter with her? Too many cocktails, or a dearth of grand slams? You are brutal, Austin. Besides, I do not know. She's had a perfectly dreary life with her husband. I cannot forget how fond I was of her in spite of what she did to Phil. Besides, I am beginning to be certain that it was not entirely her fault. What do you think, Phil? No, 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 do not be an utter idiot. All I mean to say is that Alikes was always nervous and high-strung, odd at times, eccentric more than merely eccentric. You mean dippy? Oh, Austin, you are horrid. I mean that there is mental trouble in that family. You have heard of it as well as I, you know her father died of it. The usual defense in criminal cases, observed Austin, flicking his cigarette end into the grate. I am sorry, dear, that Alikes has the jumps. Hope she will get over 'em. But as for pretending I have any use for her, I cannot and do not and will not. She spoiled life for the best man I know. She kicked his reputation into a cocked hat, and he, with his chivalrous Selwyn conscience, let her do it. I did like her once. I do not like her now, and that's natural, and it winds up the matter. Dear friend, shall we perhaps to bed presently our way, Wendy S? Yes, dear, but you are not very charitable about Alikes. And I tell you, I have my own ideas about her illness, especially as she is at Clifton. I wonder where her little beast of a husband is. But Austin only yawned and looked at the toes of his slippers, and then longingly at the pillows. Had Nina known it, the husband of Mrs. Ruthven, whom she had characterized so vividly, was at that very moment seated in a private cardroom at the Stuyvesant Club with Sankson Orkle, George Fane, and Bradley Harmon, and the game had been bridge, as usual, and had gone very heavily against him. Several things had gone against Mr. Ruthven recently. For one thing, he was beginning to realize that he had made a vast mistake in mixing himself up in any transactions with Neergard. When he, at Neergard's cynical suggestion, had consented to exploit his own club, the Sioethond had consented to resign from it to do so, he had every reason to believe that Neergard meant to either mulct them heavily or buy them out. In either case, having been useful to Neergard, his profits from the transaction would have been considerable. But even while he was absorbed in figuring them upend, he needed the money. As usual, Neergard coolly informed him of his election to the club, and Ruthven, thunderstruck, began to perceive the depth of the underground mole tunnels, which Neergard had dug to undermine and capture the stronghold which had now surrendered to him. Rage made him ill for a week, but there was nothing to do about it. He had been treacherous to his club and to his own caste, and Neergard knew perfectly well that Ruthven dared not protest, dared not even whimper. Then Neergard began to use Ruthven when he needed him, and he began to permit himself to win at cards in Ruthven's house, a thing he had not dared to do before. He also permitted himself more ease and freedom in that house, a sort of intimacy, sans, facumven, a certain jocularity. He also gave himself the privilege of inviting the Ruthvens on board the Niobrara, and Ruthven went, furious at being forced to stamp with his open approval an episode which made Neergard a social probability. How it happened that Rosamund divined something of the situation is not quite clear, but she always had a delicate nose for anything not intended for her, and the thing amused her immensely, particularly because what viciousness had been so long suppressed in Neergard was now tentatively making itself apparent in his leering ease among women he so recently feared. This also was gall and wormhood to Ruthven, so long the official lapdog of the very small set he kennelled with, and the women of that set were perverse enough to find Neergard amusing, and his fertility in contriving new extravagances for them interested these people, whose only interest had always been centered in themselves. Meanwhile, Neergard had almost finished with Gerald, had only one further use for him, and as his social success became more pronounced with the people he had crowded in among, he became bolder and more insolent, no longer at pains to moltenal toward the object desired, no longer over-careful about his mask. And one day he asked the boy very plainly why he had never invited him to meet his sister, and he got an answer that he never forgot. And all the while Ruthven squirmed under the light but steadily inflexible pressure of the curb, which Neergard had slipped on him so deftly. He had viewed with indifference Gerald's boyish devotion to his wife, which was even too open and naive to be of interest to those who witnessed it. But he had not counted on Neergard's sudden hatred of Gerald, and the first token of that hatred fell upon the boy like a thunderbolt when Neergard whispered to Ruthven, one night at the Stuyvesant Club, and Ruthven, exasperated, had gone straight home, to find his wife in tears, and the boy clumsily attempting to comfort her, both her hands in his. "Perhaps," said Ruthven coldly, "you have some plausible explanation for this sort of thing. If you have not, you would better trump up one together, and I will send you my attorney to hear it. In that event," he added, "you would better leave your joint address when you find a more convenient house than mine." As a matter of fact, he had really meant nothing more than the threat and the insult, the situation permitting him a heavier hold upon his wife and a new grip on Gerald in case he ever needed him. But threat and insult were very real to the boy, and he knocked Mr. Ruthven flat on his back, the one thing required to change that gentleman's pretense to deadly earnest. Ruthven scrambled to his feet. Gerald did it again, and, after that, Mr. Ruthven prudently remained prone during the delivery of a terse but concise opinion of him expressed by Gerald. After Gerald had gone, Ruthven opened first one eye, then the other, then his mouth, and finally sat up, and his wife, who had been curiously observing him, smiled. "It is strange," she said serenely, "that I never thought of that method. I wonder why I never thought of it," lazily stretching her firm young arms and glancing casually at their symmetry and smooth-skinned strength. "Go into your own quarters," she added, as he rose, shaking with fury. "I have endured the last brutality I shall ever suffer from you." She dropped her folded hands into her lap, gazing coolly at him, but there was a glitter in her eyes which arrested his first step toward her. "I think," she said, "that you mean my ruin. Well, we began it long ago, and I doubt if I have anything of infamy to learn, thanks to my thorough schooling as your wife. But knowledge is not necessarily practice, and it happens that I have not cared to commit the particular indiscretion so fashionable among the friends you have surrounded me with. I merely mention this for your information, not because I am particularly proud of it. It is not anything to be proud of, in my case it merely happened so. A matter, perhaps of personal taste, perhaps because of lack of opportunity, and there is a remote possibility that belated loyalty to a friend I once betrayed may have kept me personally chaste in this rotting circus circle you have driven me around in, harnessed to your vicious caprice, dragging the weight of your corruption." She laughed. "I had no idea that I could be so eloquent, Jack. But my mind has become curiously clear during the last year, strangely, and unusually limpid and precise. Why, my poor friend, every plot of yours and of your friend's every underhand attempt to discredit and injure me has been perfectly apparent to me. You supposed that my headaches, my outbursts of anger, my wretched nights, passed in Tiersen, the long, long days spent kneeling in the ashes of dead Memorizal, these you supposed had weakened and perhaps unsettled me mind. You lie if you deny it, for you have had doctors watching me for months. You did not know I was aware of it, did you? But I was, and I am. And you told them that my father died off brain trouble, you coward." Still he stood there, jaw loose, gazing at her as though fascinated, and she smiled and settled deeper in her chair, framing the gilded foliations of the back with her beautiful arms. "We might as well understand one another now," she said languidly. "If you mean to get rid of me, there is no use in attempting to couple my name with that of any man. First, because it is untrue, and you not only know it, but you know you cannot prove it. There remains the cowardly method you have been nerving yourself to attempt, never dreaming that I was aware of your purpose." A soft, triumphant little laugh escaped her. There was something almost childish in her delight at outwitting him, and very slowly, into his worn and faded eyes, a new expression began to dawn, the flickering stare of suspicion. And in it, the purely personal impression of rage and necessity of vengeance subsided. He eyed her intently, curiously, and with a cool persistence which finally began to irritate her. "What a credulous fool you are," she said, "to build your hopes of a separation on any possible mental disability of mine." He stood a moment without answering, then quietly seated himself. The suspicious glimmer in his faded eyes had become the concentration of a curiosity almost apprehensive. "Go on," he said. "What else?" "What do you mean?" "You have been saying several things about doctors, whom I have set to watch you for a year or more." "Do you deny it?" she retorted angrily. "No, no, I do not deny anything. But who are these doctors whom you have noticed?" "I do not know who they are," she replied impatiently. "I have seen them often enough following me on the street, or in public place watching me. They are everywhere. You have them well paid, evidently. I suppose you can afford it. But you are wasting your time." "You think so?" "Yes," she cried in a sudden violence that startled him, "you are wasting your time, and so am idocking to yowndering your personal affronts and brutal sneers. Sufficient for you that I know my enemies, and that I am saner, thank God, than any of them." She flashed a look of sudden fury at him, and rose from her chair. He also rose with a promptness that bordered on precipitation. "For the remainder of the spring and summer," she said, "I shall make my plans regardless of you. I shall not go to Newport. You are at liberty to use the house there as you choose. And as for this incident with Gerald, you had better not pursue it any further. Do you understand?" He nodded, dropping his hands into his coat pockets. "Now you may go," she said coolly. He went not, however, to his room, but straight to the house of the fashionable physician, who ministered to wealth with an unction and success that had permitted him, in summer time, to occupy his own villa at Newport, and dispense further ministrations when requested. On the night of the conjugal conference between Nina Gerard and her husband, almost at the same hour, Jack Ruthven, hard hit in the cardroom of the Stuyvesant Club, sat huddled over the table, figuring up what sort of checks he was to draw to the credit of George Fane and Sankson Orkle. Matters had been going steadily against him for some time, almost everything, in fact, except the opinions of several physicians in a matter concerning his wife. For, in that scene between them in early spring, his wife had put that into his head which had never before been their suspicion of her mental soundness. And now, as he sat there, pencil in hand, adding up the scorecards, he remembered that he was to interview his attorney that evening at his own house-a-late appointment, but necessary to ensure the presence of one or two physicians at a consultation to definitely decide what course of action might be taken. He had not laid eyes on his wife that summer, but for the first time he had really had her watched during her absence. What she lived on, how she managed it, had not the least idea, and less concern. All he knew was that he had contributed nothing, and he was quite certain that her balance at her own bank had been non-existent for months. But any possible additional grounds for putting her away from him that might arise in a question as to her sources of support no longer interested him. That line of attack was unnecessary. Besides, he had no suspicion concerning her personal chastity. But Alix, that evening in early spring, had unwittingly suggested to him the use of a weapon, the existence of which he had never dreamed of. And he no longer entertained any doubts of its efficiency, as a means of finally ridding him of a wife whom he had never been able to fully subdue or wholly corrupt, and who, as a mate for him in his schemes for the pecuniary maintenance of his household, had proven useless and almost ruinous. He had not seen her during the summer. In the autumn he had heard of her conduct at Hitherwood House, and, a week later, to his astonishment, he learned of her serious illness and that she had been taken to Clifton. It was the only satisfactory news he had had of her in months. So now he sat there at the Bridgetable in the private cardroom of the Stuyvesant Club, deftly adding up the score that had gone against him, but consoled somewhat at the remembrance of his appointment, and of the probability of an early release from the woman who had been to him only a source of social mistakes, domestic unhappiness, and financial disappointment. When he had finished his figuring, he fished out a checkbook, detached a tiny gold fountain pen from the bunch of seals and knickknacks on his watch chain, and, filling in the checks, passed them over without comment. Fane rose, stretching his long neck, gazed about through his spectacles like a benevolent saurian, and finally fixed his mild, protruding eyes upon Orkle. "There will be a small game at the Fountain Club," he said, with a grin which creased his cheeks until his retreating chin almost disappeared under the thick lower lip. Orkle twiddled his long, crinkly, pointed mustache and glanced interrogatively at Harmon. Then he yawned, stretched his arms, and rose, pocketing the check, which Ruthven passed to him with a careless nod of thanks. As they filed out of the cardroom into the dim passageway, Orkle leading, a tall, shadowy figure in evening dress stepped back from the door of the cardroom against the wall to give them right of way, and Orkle, peering at him without recognition in the dull light, bowed suavely as he passed, as did Fane, craning his curved neck, and Harmon also, who followed in his wake. But when Ruthven came abreast of the figure in the passage and bowed his way past, a low voice from the courteous unknown, pronouncing his name, halted him short. "I want a word with you, Mr. Ruthven," added Selwyn. "That cardroom will suit me, if you please." But Ruthven, recovering from the shock of Selwyn's voice, started to pass him without a word. "I said that I wanted to speak to you," repeated Selwyn. Ruthven, deigning no reply, attempted to shove by him, and Selwyn, placing one hand flat against the other's shoulder, pushed him violently back into the cardroom he had just left, and, stepping in behind him, closed and locked the door. What the devil do you mean?" gasped Ruthven, his hard, minutely shaven face turning a deep red. "What I say," replied Selwyn, "that I want a word or two with you." He stood still for a moment, in the center of the little room, tall, gaunt of feature, and very pale. The close, smoky atmosphere of the place evidently annoyed him. He glanced about at the scattered cards, the empty oval bottles in their silver stands, the half-burned remains of cigars on the green-topped table. Then he stepped over and opened the only window. "Sit down," he said, turning on Ruthven, and he seated himself and crossed one leg over the other. Ruthven remained standing. "This thighs thing," began Ruthven in a voice made husky and indistinct through fury. "This ruffianly behavior amounts to assault." "As you choose," nodded Selwyn, almost listlessly, "but be quiet. I have something to think of besides your convenience." For a few moments he sat silent, thoughtful, narrowing eyes considering the patterns on the rug at his feet. And Ruthven, weak with rage and apprehension, was forced to stand there awaiting the pleasure of a man of whom he had suddenly become horribly afraid. And at last Selwyn, emerging from his pallid reverie, straightened out, shaking his broad shoulders as though to free him of that black spectre perching there. Ruthven, he said, a few years ago you persuaded my wife to leave me, and I have never punished you. There were two reasons why I did not. The first was because I did not wish to punish her, and any blow at you would have reached her heavily. The second reason, subordinate to the first, is obvious. Decent men in these days have tacitly agreed to suspend a violent appeal to the unwritten law as a concession to civilization. This second reason, however, depends entirely upon the first, as you see. He leaned back in his chair thoughtfully and recrossed his legs. I did not ask you into this room, he said, with a slight smile, to complain of the wrong you have committed against me, or to retail to you the consequences of your act as they may or may not have affected me and my career. I have invited you here to explain to you the present condition of your own domestic affairs, looked at Ruthven full in the face to explain them to you, and to lay down for you the course of conduct which you are to follow. By God, began Ruthven, stepping back, one hand reaching for the doorknob, but Selwyn's voice rang out clean and sharp. Sit down. And, as Ruthven glared at him out of his little eyes. You would better sit down, I think, said Selwyn softly. Ruthven turned, took two unsteady steps forward, and laid his heavily ringed hand on the back of a chair. Selwyn smiled, and Ruthven sat down. Now, continued Selwyn, for certain rules of conduct to govern you during the remainder of your wife's lifetime. And your wife is ill, Mr. Ruthven, sick of a sickness which may last for a great many years, or may be terminated in as many days. Did you know it? Ruthven snarled. Yes, of course you knew it, or you suspected it. Your wife is in a sanitarium, as you have discovered. She is mentally irrational at times, violent at moments, and for long periods quite docile, gentle, harmless, content to be talked to, read to, advised, persuaded. But during the last week a change of a certain nature has occurred which, I am told by competent physicians, not only renders her case beyond all hope of ultimate recovery, but threatens an earlier termination than was at first looked for. It is this: your wife has become like a child, again occupied contentedly and quite happily with childish things. She has forgotten much. Her memory is quite gone. How much she does remember it is impossible to say. His head fell, his brooding eyes were fixed again on the rug at his feet. After a while he looked up. It is pitiful, Mr. Ruthvench is so young with all her physical charm and attraction quite unimpaired. But the mind is gone, quite gone, sir. Some sudden strain and the tension has been great for years, some abrupt overdraft upon her mental resource, perhaps. God knows how it came, from sorrow, from some unkindness too long endured. Again he relapsed into his study of the rug. And slowly, warily, Ruthven lifted his little, inflamed eyes to look at him, then moistened his dry lips with a thick-coated tongue, and stole a glance at the locked door. I understand, said Selwyn, looking up suddenly, that you are contemplating proceedings against your wife. Are you? Ruthven made no reply. Are you? Repeated Selwyn. His face had altered. A dim glimmer played in his eyes like the reflection of heat lightning at dusk. Yes, I am, said Ruthven. On the grounds of her mental incapacity. Yes. Then, as I understand it, the woman whom you persuaded to break every law, human and divine, for your sake, you now propose to abandon. Is that it? Ruthven made no reply. You propose to publish her pitiable plight to the world by beginning proceedings. You intend to notify the public of your wife's infirmity by divorcing her. Sane or insane, burst out Ruthven. She was writing for a Fallon, she's going to get it. What the devil are you talking about? I am not accountable to you. I will do what I please. I will manage my own affairs. No, said Selwyn, I will manage this particular affair. And now I will tell you how I am going to do it. I have in my lodging, sir, rather in the small hall bedroom, which I now occupy, an army service revolver, in fairly good condition. The cylinder was a little stiff this morning when I looked at it, but I have oiled it with no. 27, an excellent rust solvent and lubricant, Mr. Ruthven, and now the cylinder spins around in a manner perfectly trustworthy. So, as I was saying, I have this very excellent and serviceable weapon, and shall give myself the pleasure of using it on you if you ever commence any such action for divorce or separation against your wife. This is final." Ruthven stared at him as though hypnotized. "Do not mistake me," added Selwyn, a trifle wearily. "I am not compelling you to decency for the purpose of punishing you. Men never trouble themselves to punish vermin thieves, simply exterminate them, or they retreat and avoid them. I merely mean that you shall never again bring publicity and shame upon your wife, even though now, mercifully enough, she has not the faintest idea that you are what a complacent law calls her husband." A slow blaze lighted up his eyes, and he got up from his chair. "You decadent little beast," he said slowly, "do you suppose that the dirty accident of your intrusion into an honest man's life could dissolve the divine compact of wedlock? Soil it eyes, besmirch it, render it superficially unclean, unfit, nauseousize. But neither you nor your vile code, nor the imbecile law you invoke to legalize the situation, really ever deprived me of my irrevocable status and responsibility. Even I was once for a while persuaded that it did, that the laws of the land could do this, could free me from a faithless wife, and regularize her position in your household. The laws of the land say so, and I said so at last, persuaded because I desired to be persuaded. It was a lie. My wife, shamed or unshamed, humbled or unhumbled, true to her marriage vows or false to them, now legally the wife of another, has never ceased to be my wife. And it is a higher law that corroborates meher than you can understand a law unwritten, because axiomatic, a law governing the very foundation of the social fabric, and on which that fabric is absolutely dependent for its existence intact. But with a contemptuous shrug you will not understand. All you can understand is the gratification of your senses and the fear of something interfering with that gratification, like death, for instance. Therefore, I am satisfied that you understand enough of what I said to discontinue any legal proceedings which would tend to discredit, expose, or cast odium on a young wife very sorely stricken, very ill, whom God, in his mercy, has blinded to the infamy where you have dragged her under the law of the land." He turned on his heel, paced the little room once or twice, then swung round again. "Keep your filthy money wrung from women and boys over cartables. Even if some blind, worm-like process of instinct stirred the shame in you, and you ventured to offer belated aid to the woman who bears your name, I forbid it, I do not permit you the privilege. Except that she retains your name, and the moment you attempt to rob her of that I shall destroy you. Except for that, you have no further relations with her, nothing to do or undo, no voice as to the disposal of what remains of her, no power, no will, no influence in her fate. I supplant you, I take my own again, I reassume a responsibility temporarily taken from me. And now, I think you understand." He gave him one level and deadly stare. Then his pallid features relaxed. He slowly walked past Ruthven, grave, preoccupied, unlocked the door, and passed out. His lodgings were not imposing in their furnishings or dimensions, a very small bedroom in the neighborhood of 6th Avenue and Washington Square, but the heavy and increasing drain on his resources permitted nothing better now. And what with settling Gerald's complications, and providing 2 nurses and a private suite at Clifton for a likes Ruthven, he had been obliged to sell a number of securities, which reduced his income to a figure too absurd to worry over. However, the government had at last signified its intention of testing his invention chaosite, and there was that chance for better things in prospect. Also, in time, Gerald would probably be able to return something of the loans made. But these things did not alleviate present stringent conditions, nor were they likely to for a long while. And Selwyn, tired and perplexed, mounted the stairs of his lodging house and laid his overcoat on the iron bed, and divesting himself of the garments of ceremony as a matter of economy, pulled on an old tweed shooting jacket and trousers. Then, lighting his pipe, cigars being now on the expensive and forbidden list, drew a chair to his table and sat down, resting his worn face between both hands. Truly, the world was not going very well with him in these days. For some time now, it had been his custom to face his difficulties here in the silence of his little bedroom, seated alone at his table, pipe gripped between his firm teeth, his strong hands framing his face. Here he would sit for hours, the long day ended, staring steadily at the blank wall, the gas jet flickering overhead, and here slowly, painfully, with doubt and hesitation, out of the moral confusion in his weary mind, he evolved the theory of personal responsibility. With narrowing eyes, from which slowly doubt faded, he gazed at duty with all the calm courage of his race. not at first recognizing it as duty in its new and dreadful guise. But night after night, patiently perplexed, he retraced his errant pathway through life, back to the source of doubt and pain, and once arrived there, he remained, gazing with impartial eyes upon the ruin two young souls had wrought of their twin lives, and always somehow, confronting him among the debris, rose the specter of their deathless responsibility to one another, and the inexorable life sentence sounded ceaselessly in his ears. For better, or for worse, for better, or for worse till death do us part till death till death. Dreadful his dutiful man already had dared to sunder them, and he had acquiesced to save her in the eyes of the world. Dreadful, indeed, because he knew that he had never loved her, never could love her. Dreadful, doubly dreadful, for he now knew what love might be, and it was not what he had believed it when he executed the contract which must bind him while life endured. Once, and not long since, he thought that, freed from the sad disgrace of the shadowy past, he had begun life anew. They told him and he told himself that a man had that right, that a man was no man who stood stunned and hopeless, confronting the future in fetters of conscience. And by that token, he had accepted the argument as truth because he desired to believe it, and he had risen erect and shaken himself free of the past as he supposed, as though the past, which becomes part of us, can be shaken from tired shoulders with the first shudder of revolt. No, he understood now that the past was part of his limbs and head, and body and mind were part of him. It had to be reckoned with what he had done to himself, to the young girl united to him in bonds indissoluble except in death. That she had strayed under man-made laws, held guiltless could not shatter the tie. That he, blinded by hope, had hoped to remake a life already made, and had dared to masquerade before his own soul as a man free to come, to go, and free to love, could not alter what had been done. Back, far back of it all lay the deathless pact for better or for worse. And nothing man might wish or say or do could change it. Always he must remain bound by that, no matter what others did or thought. Always he was under obligations to the end. And now, alone, abandoned, helplessly sick, utterly dependent upon the decency, the charity, the mercy of her legal paramour, the young girl who had once been his wife had not turned to him in vain. Before the light of her shaken mind had gone out, she had written him, incoherently, practically in extremis, and if he had hitherto doubted where his duty lay, from that moment he had no longer any doubt. And very quietly, hopelessly, and irrevocably, he had crushed out of his soul the hope and promise of the new life dawning for him above the dead ashes of the past. It was not easy to do, he had not ended it yet. He did not know how. There were ties to be severed, friendships to be gently broken, old scenes to be forgotten, memories to kill. There was also love to be disposed of, and he did not know how. First of all, paramount in his hopeless trouble, the desire to save others from pain persisted. For that reason, he had been careful that Gerald should not know where, and how he was now obliged to liveless the boy suspect, and understand how much of Selwyn's little fortune it had taken to settle his debts of honor, and free him from the sinister pressure of Nearguard's importunities. For that reason, too, he dreaded to have Austin know, because, if the truth were exposed, nothing in the world could prevent a violent and final separation between him and the foolish boy who now, at last, was beginning to show the first glimmering traces of character and common sense. So he let it be understood that his address was his club for the present, for he also desired no scene with Boots, whom he knew would attempt to force him to live with him in his cherished and brand new house. And even if he cared to accept and permit Boots to place him under such obligations, it would only hamper him in his duties. Because now, what remained of his income must be devoted to Alikes. Even before her case had taken the more hopeless turn, he had understood that she could not remain at Clifton. Such cases were neither desired nor treated there, he understood that. And so he had taken for her a pretty little villa at Edgewater, with 2 trained nurses to care for her and a phaeton for her to drive. And now she was installed there, properly cared for, surrounded by every comfort, contented except in the black and violent crises which still swept her in recurrent storms indeed, tranquil and happy. For through the troubled glimmer of departing reason, her eyes were already opening in the calm, unearthly dawn of second childhood. Pain, sadness, the desolate awakening to dishonor had been forgotten. To her, the dead now lived. To her, the living who had been children with her were children again, and she a child among them. outside of that dead garden of the past, peopled by laughing phantoms of her youth. But one single extraneous memory persisted, the memory of Selwyn, curiously twisted and readjusted to the comprehension of a child's mind, vague at times wistfully elusive and incoherent, but it remained always a memory, and always a happy one. He was obliged to go to her every 3 or 4 days. In the interim, she seemed quite satisfied and happy, busy with the simple and pretty things she now cared for. But toward the third day of his absence, she usually became restless, asking for him and why he did not come. And then they telegraphed him, and he left everything and went, white-faced, stern of lip, to endure the most dreadful ordeal a man may face, to force the smile to his lips and gaiety into the shrinking soul of him, and sit with her in the pretty, sunny room, listening to her prattle, answering the childish questions, watching her. Seated in her rocking chair, singing contentedly to herself, and playing with her dolls and ribbons, dressing them, undressing, mending, or ranging until the heart within him quivered under the misery of it, and he turned to the curtained window, hands clenching convulsively, and teeth set to force back the strangling agony in his throat. And the dreadful part of it all was that her appearance had remained unchanged, unless, perhaps, she was prettier, lovelier of face and figure than ever before. But in her beautiful dark eyes only the direct intelligence of a child answered his gaze of inquiry. And her voice, too, had become soft and hesitating, and the infantile falsetto sounded in it at times, sweet, futile, immature. Thinking of these things now, he leaned heavily forward, elbows on the little table. And suddenly unbidden, before his haunted eyes rose the white portico of Silverside, and the greensward glimmered, drenched in sunshine, and a slim figure in white stood there, arms bare, tennis bat swinging in one tan little hand. Voices were sounding in his ears: Drina's laughter, Lansing's protest, Billy shouting to his eager pack, his sister's calm tones, admonishing the young gun through it all, her voice, clear, hauntingly sweet, pronouncing his name. And he set his lean jaws tight and took a new grip on his pipe stem, and stared, with pain-dulled eyes, at the white wall opposite. But on the blank expanse the faintest tinge of color appeared, growing clearer, taking shape as he stared. And slowly, slowly, under the soft splendor of her hair, two clear eyes of darkest blue opened under the languid lids and looked at him, and looked until he closed his own, unable to endure the agony. But even through his sealed lids he saw her, and her clear gaze pierced him, blinded as he was, leaning there, both hands pressed across his eyes. Sooner or later, he must write to her and tell what must be told. How to do it, when to do it, he did not know. What to say he did not know, but that there was something due her from him, something to say, something to confess to, ask her pardon for, understood. Happily for her, happily for him, alas, love, in its full miracle, had remained beyond her comprehension. That she cared for him with all her young heart he knew, that she had not come to love him he knew, too. So that crowning misery of happiness was spared him. Yet he knew, too, that there had been a chance for him, that her awakening had not been wholly impossible. Loyal in his soul to the dread duty before him, he must abandon hope. Loyal in his heart to her, he must abandon her, lest, by chance, in the calm, still happiness of their intimacy, the divine moment, unheralded, flash out through the veil, dazzling, blinding them with the splendor of its truth and beauty. And now, leaning there, his face buried in his hands, hours that he spent with her came crowding back upon him, and in his ears her voice echoed, and his hands trembled with the scented memory of her touch, and his soul quivered and cried out for her. Storm after storm swept him, and in the tempest he abandoned reason, blinded, stunned, crouching there with head lowered and his clenched hands across his face. But storms, given right of way, pass on and over, and tempests sweep hearts cleaner, and after a long while he lifted his bowed head and sat up, squaring his shoulders. Presently he picked up his pipe again, held it a moment, then laid it aside. Then he leaned forward, breathing deeply but quietly, and picked up a pen and a sheet of paper, for the time had come for his letter to her, and he was ready. The letter he wrote was one of those gay, cheerful, inconsequential letters which, from the very beginning of their occasional correspondence, had always been to her most welcome and delightful. Ignoring that maturity in her with which he had lately dared to reckon, he reverted to the tone which he had taken and maintained with her before the sweetness and seriousness of their relations had deepened to an intimacy which had committed him to an avowal. News of all sorts humorously retailed an amusing sketch of his recent journey to Washington, and its doubtful results matters that they both were interested in, details known only to them. A little harmless gossip these things formed the body of his letter. There was never a hint of sorrow or discouragement, nothing, to intimate that life had so utterly and absolutely changed for him and Lee, a jolly, friendly, badinagian, easy, light-hearted narrative, ending in messages to all and a frank regret that the pursuit of business and happiness appeared incompatible at the present moment. His address, he wrote, was his club. He sent her, he said, under separate cover, a rather interesting pamphlet, a monograph on the symbolism displayed by the designs in Samarkand rugs and textiles of the Ming dynasty. And he ended, closing with a gentle jest concerning blue stockings and rebellious locks of ruddy hair. And signed his name. Nina and Eileen, in traveling gowns and veils, stood on the porch at Silverside, waiting for the depot wagon, when Selwyn's letter was handed to Eileen. The girl flushed up, then, avoiding Nina's eyes, turned and entered the house. Once out of sight, she swiftly mounted to her own room and dropped, breathless, on the bed, tearing the envelope from end to end. And from end to end, and back again and over again, she read the letter at first in expectancy, lips parted, color brilliant, then with the smile still curving her cheeks but less genuine, no, most mechanical, the smile stamped on her stiffening lips faded, and the soft contours relaxed, and she lifted her eyes, staring into space with a wistful, questioning lift of the pure brows. What more had she expected? What more had she desired? Nothing, surely, of that emotion which she declined to recognize, surely not that sentiment of which she had admitted her ignorance to him. Again her eyes sought the pages, following the inked writing from end to end. What was she seeking there that he had left unwritten? What was she searching for, of which there was not one hint in all these pages? And now Nina was calling her from the hall below, and she answered gaily, and, hiding the letter in her long glove, came down the stairs. "I will tell you all about the letter in the train," she said. "He is perfectly well and evidently quite happy." And Nina, "What, dear?" "I want to send him a telegram. May I?" "A dozen, if you wish," said Mrs. Gerard. "Only, if you do not climb into that vehicle, we will miss the train." So, on the way to Wyasett Station, Eileen sat very still, gloved hands folded in her lap, composing her telegram to Selwyn. And, once in the station, having it by heart already, she wrote it rapidly. "Nina and I are on our way to the Berkshires for a week. House party at the Craigs. We stay overnight in town. But the telegram went to his club and waited for him there. And meanwhile another telegram arrived at his lodgings, signed by a trained nurse. And while Miss Errol, in the big, dismantled house, lay in a holland-covered armchair, waiting for him, while Nina and Austin, reading their evening papers, exchanged significant glances from time to time, the man she awaited sat in the living room in a little villa at Edgewater. And a slim young nurse stood beside him, cool and composed in her immaculate uniform, watching the play of light and shadow on a woman who lay asleep on the couch, fresh, young face flushed and upturned, a child's doll cradled between arm and breast. "How long has she been asleep?" asked Selwyn under his breath. "An hour. She fretted a good deal because you had not come. This afternoon she said she wished to drive, and I had the phaeton brought around, but when she saw it she changed her mind. I was rather afraid of an outburst that comes sometimes from less cause than that, so I did not urge her to go out. She played on the piano for a long while, and sang some songs, those curious native songs she learned in Manila. It seemed to soothe her. She played with her little trifles quite contentedly for a time, but soon began fretting again and asking why you had not come. She had a bad hour latter, is quite exhausted now. Could you stay tonight, Captain Selwyn? Yes, if you think it better. Wait a moment, I think she has awakened. Alix had turned her head, her lovely eyes wide open. Phil, she cried, is it you? He went forward and took the uplifted hands, smiling down at her. Such a horrid dream, she said pettishly, about a soft, plump man with ever so many rings on his hands. Oh, I am glad you came. Look at this child of mine, cuddling the staring wax doll closer. She's not undressed yet, and it's long, long after bedtime. Hand me her nightclothes, Phil. The slim young nurse bent and disentangled a bit of lace and cambric from a heap on the floor, offering it to Selwyn. He laid it in the hand Alix held out, and she began to undress the doll in her arms, prattling softly all the while. Late-o, so very, very late. I must be more careful of her, Phil, because if you and I grow up, someday we may marry, and we ought to know all about children. It would be great fun, would not it? He nodded, forcing a smile. Do not you think so? She persisted. Yes, indeed, he said gently. She laughed, contented with his answer, and laid her lips against the painted face of the doll. When we grow up, years from now, then we will understand, will not we, Phil? I am tired with playing. And Phil let me whisper something. Is that person gone? He turned and signed to the nurse, who quietly withdrew. Is she gone? Repeated Alikes. Yes. Then listen, Phil. Do you know what she and the other one are about all day? I know, I pretend not to, but I know. They are watching me every moment, always watching me, because they want to make you believe that I am forgetting you. But I am not. That is why I made them send for you, so I could tell you myself that I could never, never forget you. I think of you always while I am playing, always, always I am thinking of you. You will believe it, will not you? Yes, he said. Contented, she turned to her doll again, undressing it deftly, tenderly. At moments, she said, I have an odd idea that it is real. I am not quite sure even now. Do you believe it is alive, Phil? Perhaps at night, when I am asleep, it becomes alive. This morning I awoke, laughing, laughing in delight, thinking I heard you laughing. Tua's aunt's in the dusk, where there were many roses and many stars, big stars, and very, very bright I saw you on the roses. She paused with a pained, puzzled look of appeal. Where was it, Phil? In Manila town. Yes, and there were roses, but I was never there. You came out on the veranda and pelted me with roses. There were others, their officers and their wives. Everybody was laughing.